might be sleeping. I know it was a long day yesterday, but we have a grand final day today. Wake up! Wake up! Come on, it's grand finals day. We need you to be ready. We gotta start rehearsals. What are we sleeping on the job for?
Oh, we just went to sleep after the show last night, Anne.
Yeah, but it's another day. We gotta get going. It is another day, and not just any other day. It is Grand Finals Day in the Europe MENA League. Not just that even, we have 3 best-of-3s. We have our lower bracket Grand Final. We do have our 5th and 6th place game with a lot of importance as well. And then we have our Grand Final of the Europe MENA League. My name is Anne, I'll be your host on today's show. And joining me, we have Alfama and Fresh. And it does feel like we didn't leave after yesterday. I know you two were sleeping before rehearsals, but we are ready and we are hyped for today.
We're fully awake now.
Yep.
We're fully hyped.
That's true.
Now. We're about to see some incredible matches.
Yeah.
Now. Maybe we were sleeping just a few minutes ago, but we're fine.
Yeah.
We're doing good.
Yeah, it feels like we were just here just 12 hours ago, which we were, of course. But yeah, no, that floor's not particularly comfortable, but we are ready. We are hyped. Our energy levels is building. Today's going to be excellent.
I just know it's going to be an amazing day today. We'll have when we look at the bracket to see where we are at right now, because we're going to fully complete it today with the matches that we do have remaining. A lot has already happened, but we're going to focus on match 9 and match 10 today, our lower bracket final and our grand final. And then the one match that we'll also have, which isn't displayed on this bracket, is our 5th and 6th place game. And we talked about the importance of that one. We're going to send another team to an international event. That's the big thing as well. They'll get that invite going on for themselves. It's also about prize money, but it's talk about SI points as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at game 1 and game 3, that will specify how many SI points you get. That will specify especially who's the best team in
Absolutely.
Europe. What's our top 3? What is the current momentum between all of these teams? They've seen each other, they've beaten each other, they've played against each other. They all look really high quality, and it might just be the moment where we see Falcons fall a little bit, and then in the middle of that, Jack, a really important game for 2 teams that were not even playing professionally a year ago.
Yeah, it's the Italian-French sandwich going on in the middle of that game too, which will, of course, as you can see in this What's on the Line graphic, whoever wins that out of Matchco and Gen.G will receive that invite to EWC, will receive 6 invitational points, will finish top 5, and being honest, whoever loses it, whoever finishes in 6th place, well, they're out of luck.
The problem is that if you finish 6th place, no SI points. Barely enough cash prize, you know.
You've done the same as Fnatic, basically.
You've done the same as Fnatic.
Wow.
You don't get an invite to EWC, which in the end means you could just have much not been in playoffs, and that's going to be really, really hurting when you see the 2 teams and what they've done yesterday, especially going all the way to overtime multiple times against 2 titans of Europe in Virtus.pro and Falcons.
It's crazy to think about that you could have played so many rounds in these 2 weeks within playoffs, and you end up with nothing.
Back against the wall.
Empty-handed. Yeah, no, it really is like that. That 5th and 6th place game is our 2nd game today. Surely it's going to be very exciting, but we have a really important game before that. As we said, it is a chance to triple your SI points in our 1st game of the day. Our lower bracket final between Secret and Falcons. We have seen this matchup before. When we talk about Falcons as a roster, we want to see them improve. We want to see them do better. When we talk about Secret as a team, they had a rather easy start last week. Did that 2-0 versus Falcons, but then in that game against G2, in the upper bracket final, to lose that final map in overtime, it's gonna hurt them. It's the reason why they're here, but they are looking to bounce back.
They finally beat their nemesis in Falcons, and then they just found a new one. They had an incredible match against Falcons. After getting battered by that team almost 6 times in a row, they finally found a solution, beat them in a BO3 convincingly.
Yep, they did.
But they found a new European champion in the making, who was basically G2. Now is the time to prove again. They're still a team for the top 2. And that starts now by beating Falcons.
So what you're telling me is they beat their old nemesis to play against their new nemesis, lost against their new nemesis, and now they've got to play against their old nemesis
and
to play against
again.
their new nemesis to be #1 in Europe.
So literally,
Easy,
whatever
right?
happens, Siege history makes it that this team is stuck in the top 2 in Europe and they cannot get out of it somehow.
They can't win, technically, because they keep on having nemesis left, right, and center. We talked about how important it was for them to really get that game going on for themselves against Falcons, but it has been a while since we've seen Secret play, so we're going to give you a bit of a refresher. And Fresh, you have a good example of it, because we know good teams, they have that adaptation. They can come up with a plan B when plan A doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. Secret are a top team for me. I'm just going to head over to the screen to show you why. For me, top teams, they do two things, right? The first thing that top teams do well is they create their own identity. They create their own brand. They create their own strats, I would say. They don't follow somebody else. And then the second thing is when those strats go wrong, they very much have the big name players that can make things happen. This is on Lair. It's the Bunks bomb site. How many times have we seen sense walls going down all the way over here and the plant spot is somewhere inside the doorway? That's very, very common, right? Well, what Secret are going to do is they're going to bait out that number one is happening on this plant spot, and they're going to try and plant in the bomb site B and get the plant off without G2 knowing whatsoever. They make one crucial mistake when they do this, but I love the idea that they do. So you're going to see Doom and Adrian, they're going to charge the wall and they're going to try and plant. Now, when this actually happens, you can see Noah is on the sense, he's rolling the light screens out, trying to bait G2 that a plant's going down and Mowgli is controlling the upstairs. This is great. G2 are kind of falling for it. Where is the crucial mistake? Jumash charges the wall. That gives G2 a sound cue that this is going down inside of the other bomb site, and they manage to kill Adrian. But what happens when something goes wrong? In reality, when something goes wrong, what you need is your big game players to come up. And who is that big game player? It's going to be Doom. He gets the first kill starting out there onto Stomper, and he carries it on. And this is the sign of a great team for me. They create their own strats, they've got their own identity, they do something a little bit cheesy, a little bit cheeky that G2 won't expect, and when it goes wrong, they've got this guy in the middle of your screen, Doom.Secret, who is absolutely phenomenal for them, and he can just win them around on his own, Leon.
That's the quality of Doom, that's the quality of Secret as well. I mean, they have so many great players, Mowgli leading in the entries, for example, Noah, who's been stellar this entire stage. But the problem is they're facing Falcons, a team that's full of individuals as well, and that is used to relying on individuals to win rounds they should not win.
I feel like it's a constant trend we talk about when we talk about Falcons, right? That individual prowess on this roster, and boy, did they have a day yesterday. They went through the hardships with a very, very long day. It doesn't just end there. They gotta do it all over again today within probably less than 12 hours.
Yeah, these guys went through 5 different maps, went all the way to overtime almost every single time. They went through more than 40 rounds. It was absolutely insane from these guys.
Yeah.
All the way for this to battle out and finally making it. It's been through many hardships this stage. Somehow it feels like it builds the identity of the team, that they need this to build that chemistry.
Let's just contextualize this for a second. They played 5 best of ones yesterday, most of them going 12 rounds or more. If you think about how their entire stage plays out, they're scheduled across the whole stage to play 9 best of ones. So more than half a stage was played in one day. Less than, 12, 13 hours later, they're back again. They will play at least 2 more maps. It's absolutely crazy the amount of Siege these guys are playing, but it might be good for them. It feels like, for me, they need to get the reps out to solve some of the issues that they've got. They're slowly but surely improving. Leo illustrated yesterday the little micro plays they're making. They are evolving, and they will need to evolve further against Secret and then potentially G2.
And we know why as well, because this match is going to mean so much to them. They have this title to defend. They have the stage championship to defend as well. We want to see them live up to their legacy as the current kings of Europe. These are the results that we've seen from this roster in the past 2 years. We're seeing first places, second places. They want to make sure they get back to the top of Europe.
And that's been threatened right now. They are absolutely the undisputed kings of Europe. Nobody can take that away from them because of how successful a year it was last year. Of course, when they went internationally, it was second places, but that still makes them by far and away the best teams in Europe because they lost to North American / Brazilian teams in the final. No European team did better than them. Currently, right now, Secret and G2 stand in Falcons' way and can take that crown as being kings of Europe.
Yeah, the track record in 2024 is especially impressive because it was domination both internally in our region, also externally by being the best placed European team every single event. Now the problem is they're getting a huge challenge because G2 right now are looking extremely good. They dispatched Secret all the way on that first seed, waiting for the grand finals. And at the same time, you've got a Secret that used to be a team that you do consistently play and consistently beat. And what happened last time? It was not even close. Not even close. Falcons played against Secret. They got absolutely battered by a team that finally found a solution. After losing so many times to Falcons, they rise up to the occasion, they grow, they get better, and they've massively improved, where Falcons have been a little bit struggling.
Is it a scary proposition for Secret now that they've beaten Falcons so hard earlier on in the bracket that Falcons are now the ones that are hunting them down for their revenge?
100%. I hate to be in the position of Secret in the sense that when you've just battered a team in a BO3 1 week before, that team has learned so much more than you because you learn way more when you lose, right? And so now you have to play them again, maybe on the same maps that you've played a week ago, And Falcons have learned a lot about the way you play and the way you win.
Yeah.
And they can adapt now.
Yeah, they have to. It's an important game for them. We can't be sleeping on the job
Savage,
here
you
either,
can't be
Savage.
tired, mate. You can't. You didn't
He's had a
finish late last
whole
night.
week to rest, but he has an important best of 3 to play. We talked about them having faced off against each other before, and the result with that. It's quite often that we see a best of 3 when it's a rematch go out the complete opposite way, obviously due to that team having learned a lot from the initial matchup. Now let's have a look at the map, Vito, see where we'll be going to. Will there be any maps that we're going to get a repeat of? Yes, we are. Lair was played in that initial matchup, and Secret are picking it this time.
Yeah, and it's no surprise. The reason for this is Secret, when they played Falcons on Lair, they beat them 7-2. And then they went ahead, played against G2, an incredibly tense game.
Yes.
And lost it, yes, but in overtime against a G2 that's been looking like no other team so far in this stage. And they were fighting toe-to-toe with them. It's a really comfortable map.
And the clip where I just showed the Secret Innovate, that was on Lair as well. They absolutely love that map, so it's no surprise to see. If we move through the veto, we're going to see Falcons picking Nighthaven.
So now this is tricky for Secret.
Wait, isn't this one of Secret's permabans?
It is Secret's permaban. They've left it out in the sense that they banned Clubhouse and Consulate. I understand why Consulate is kind of their second permaban. We've seen it played really well by Falcons yesterday, and Clubhouse is the comfortable map for Falcons. They don't want to get there. Now, one thing, Jack. Yes, it's their permaban, but they did play it once. It was during Belgium Masters this stage.
Okay.
And they beat Fnatic on it. It was not by no means comfortable, but they still play it.
So they've been quietly playing. They will have known for a week that if they play Falcons, they probably expected to play Falcons in all honesty after they lost to G2, that they would ban away the Clubhouse. Like you say, Falcons have looked good. Consulate's one of their permabans. They knew Falcons therefore would pick Nighthaven. So even though it is a permaban, Secret should be ready for it.
Now we're looking at Skyscraper as a decider. It's kind of funny because it's the same theme for both teams. It used to be a historical stronghold for both of these teams.
True.
BDS back then was impossible to beat on Skyscraper. It was almost the same story for Secret. Both of these teams have dropped in performance on that map. Falcons especially losing it 2 times in a row during this stage and haven't played it. It was at Reload where they played against Loud and W7M.
And what's crazy is I would expect Falcons to be phenomenal on this map. Why? Because if you think of what this Falcons team is, it's an amalgamation of old BDS and old M&M. Those two teams always played on Skyscraper because they were both phenomenal at that map, and they took the best of both teams, put it into one. They should be a super team on this map. Recent history would suggest that they're not, but it is a map that they will like and know.
So a chance for a 3-mapper is very much on the table, I guess, for us today.
That's what we expect from 2 of the best teams in the region.
45 rounds? Why not?
I mean, we're used to it now.
We live here now, it's fine.
I mean, yeah, well, I guess we'll do it all over again with how long of a day it was yesterday. But as we said, our first match is almost about to get underway. It's time to bring our casters in for today. We're joined by Dev, Marta, and Pengu. And guys, it feels like it's been a while since we've seen you two, but I'm glad you're joining us for a day full of good games. How are we?
Yeah. I feel like we've just chimed in right at the peak of EML, so lucky us. We did one of the first play days, Pengu, and then we had a little vacation down under, we went and did a bunch of APL, now we're back, and it's grand final day. You guys were up so late last night doing the penultimate day of EML, and we get to cast Secret and Falcons up first, and then we get to cast G2 later as well. Like, it's an absolute treat. I'm so stoked.
It's great. I co-streamed the games last night, and honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, when the final best of 3 started, I clocked out, I went to bed. I was like, you know what, I was here for the first one, the second, OT after OT, and I was like, I can't do it anymore. So props to you guys in the studio being here this early. You guys went straight to bed, came straight to the studio, and doing it again.
Yeah, apparently we have no choice. We have a job to do, so yeah.
And we love it,
Definitely not there for pleasure.
Okay,
we absolutely love
it's
it.
mandatory. Jack forced me, got me out of bed, and yeah, that's why.
We've had a caffeinated revival. Don't worry about us.
Okay.
Okay, well, I mean, the good news is I'm glad you two are joining us for these exciting games, and the game is ready as well, so please take us away for Secret and Falcons.
Thank you very much, Anne, and everybody on that very comfortable set, the Fortress we call it. Well, it's time to go to Lair. That's going to be the battleground. Pengu, this has been a game that everyone's been waiting for. It's the lower bracket final. We're finding out who that second team into the grand final of the Europe Meta League will be. Is it going to be this behemoth of a team, the Kings of Europe, Falcons, who are starting to falter? They've been overtaken by G2. Or is it going to be Secret, who have been on such a revival? This team, they've made a couple of roster changes just a couple of months ago. They started slow with this new roster, and now they're looking like serious contenders for the Kingdom of Europe. Only one of these teams will make it to the grand final. We're kicking it off on Lair. Secret's map pick as we dig into the ban phase?
It's a very exciting one. I mean, we said it was a long day yesterday for the teams playing, but that doesn't include Secret, right? Their last previous game was the 15th of July against G2. So they've been sitting, watching, waiting, strategizing, and just being, you know what, we're gonna fully prepare for this one and give it our all. Orbit bans out, are we gonna see it? Yeah, double heart breach ban, double wall deny ban as well. This is kind of the trend that we see. Often often attackers rather will ban the first offender, that being the Kaid. And if they see that the opponents also ban a heart breacher, so in this case Thermite, then you'll double down with a bandit following up and then a heart breach second as well. This is kind of the current operator ban meta when you play on maps that are very much about breaching those reinforced walls. If the Kaid doesn't get banned on the first rotation, then we can tend to see shield bans going out instead, or utility on defense. This is going to be about the wall deny, the first step of the round. We're going to see what teams can come up with. It's going to be about denying with a mirror window, playing vertically, and what they're going to do. For this first one though, we are seeing Falcons bring out the mirror, but no Tuber out, but they can still of course try and mirror trick those breaches if they get a little bit cheeky with it.
Yeah, occasionally we see those cheeky little mirror tricks. Now, we have seen these teams play Lair recently. The big one that was, of course, highlighted in that pre-show segment, Pengu, was when Secret played this against G2. It was in the upper bracket final. It was the game that qualified G2 on through. That was such a tense match. It went the distance 3 maps. Last map was Lair, and Secret just lost it in overtime, 6-8. So Secret are like, okay, a couple days ago, we lost this map in such an important game. Now let's take it to the end of the line. This is the most important match that Secret have before them right now. The only one that could top it is the grand final later today. They go back to Lair. Let's see if they can do a little bit better. They're on the attacking side. It's going to be a challenge to attack on Lair on this top floor. The first question is, how do they deal with this main breach?
Oh, nice there. So they toss out the first cell map, and of course in response, Falcons will toss out an impact when they try and trick the cell map. But it's actually going to be at the top of the wall itself, so the impact misses. A second one going out, and then the bottom is also make the wall soft. I think that's the goal right now, but the second impact comes out as well. This is the problem when you end up banning the Thermite and the Hibana. And because you cannot repel upside down on this wall breach specifically, you can't really bring the can openers very comfortably either. So this is Falcons again getting rewarded for the operator ban situation, playing pretty well around it, and forcing Secret not into a plan B necessarily, but they are going to be working with a very limited main breach that's been opened up. They gotta make their entry elsewhere. On the sky bridge is a Solotov, and he gets the opening kill as he does so often, but he's down to 1 HP.
Yeah, very big health damage there done on the Solotov, but it's worth it. It's the kill on Jim. There's a couple of different ways you can attack this bomb site, one of which is setting the buck down below. That's no longer possible here for Secret. We had Noah taking control down below. It seems like maybe he's going to make a play on the lobby stairs. He's got the Capitao to assist it, but it's going to be no more vertical play with the buck. Sometimes you see the Deimos do that, not present here. It's going to be something cheese alongside the Capitao and the Ying. But Mowgli needs to find his entry here. He's being swung by Leakafak, finds that kill, and the numbers are equalized here for Secret. No hard breach to speak of to unlock this bomb site, but Secret might just have the tools they need to force the issue regardless.
Gotta get Noah on Capitao and Savage on Ying more engaged in the map right now. 2 Candelas, 2 fires, and 2 smokes still in pocket. Those have got to be the playmaking people in this round. And Secret, they keep rotating. Museum window going for a backstab. They're just waiting for all the right attackers to go into the right positions, get a team countdown, 3, 2, 1, and then strike every area together. They have to play for kills because they simply need control around and on the bomb site. They know they can't go for a default plan. They're almost ready, but Savage dies right before they execute.
Oh no, yeah, everyone is falling here. The Falcons, it comes down to Mowgli and Noah, and at this point it's just frag out. There's still fire to speak of, and that will assist here in clearing the Azami. Shaiko down. 15 seconds, and the gas, the last gas, it will lock out these players from entering. Smoke goes out. This is going to be a desperate way to try and cross into the safe plant spot, but amidst the chaos, Solotov on his 1 HP has snuck back behind the Kiba barricade. Is he going to be found on out? There's no way for the plant to go down. There's no safe haven here for Secret, as Falcons will take the opening round.
Definitely a slow one for Secret, and I think committing all 3 Selma charges on the exterior wall when you do see the impact triggers happening is very risky. Now, there's 2 things you can do differently with your Secret. One, you peek that mirror window with your face, of course not being the heart breacher of Ace, but somebody else's teammate, and you try and go for a pick as the defenders will try and impact trick it. Highly risky. The other option is you take those Selma charges and you will just go for a quote-unquote default plant attempt, where you go where the round ended, in the R6 ops hall, breach the default wall, and now you have a way into the bomb site. But they spent all 3 Selmas, didn't get the main wall, and then it also lost the 2 execute operators very early in the round. Like you mentioned, the buck here, then Subvert. That's going to be one of their win conditions. And then later on, the second to fall was Savage on the Ying. That's going to be the fast entry, the Incadelas, the chaos effect. And then we're left with just, let's frag it out. Let's try and go for what we can, and they didn't find it. Falcons are great in defense, they locked down the angles, and they got the crossfires.
A really specific idea from Falcons coming into that round. They knew that they were going to be focusing on that wall, denying that wall breach. They brought, what, 2-3 sets of impact grenades? It was all about, we know what Secret want to do. We're going to play in to counter that. And Secret, they couldn't quite pivot. Like you said, that kill onto the buck, I felt like that was a turning point in the round. Not only does that immediately get the numbers advantage to Falcons and restricts what Secret can outgun their opponents, but it's also just a piece of utility gone, restricts your options.
Exactly.
Move on to the second round after a good start for Falcons. The Secret this time, well, they've done what we knew Secret did so well when Monty got his buff, what, a year or so ago. They brought out this big mountain, the immovable object, the unstoppable force of this shield operator.
Gets you the heart breaching destruction that you need, gets the entry, the plant, attempt, as well as a good way to just get map control very effectively. Secret also, if they want to go for a very kind of ABC 1-2-3 style siege, one of the best things Falcons can do is lash out early, take down an attacker or 2, then turtle by the bomb site. They're doing the same thing here. They're roaming aggressively, they're going for aggressive swings. Solotov this time falls in the gunfight, is not successful, and now they are playing 4 versus 5 on defense. The question is to Falcons, A, can they fall back? 2, do they even want to fall back? League goes for a second swing, now in the 3v5, and as I'm speaking, it is completely falling apart. At the Monty into the mix, and Secret, they are flying, they are cruising through this round.
It took 73 seconds for the round to be over. This is done. The only way that this gets won by Falcons is a huge misstep from Secret, and Brede and Shaike having the rounds of their lives. But it came down to, again, entry fights. Now, Secret are actually the best entry kill team in the league at the moment, and that's largely to players like Noah and Doom. Now, Doom has gone down. It's just Shaike remaining. 1v4, not likely to be possible. Secret really just have to dot every I, cross every T, and that comes in the form of clearing out these positions. Find where are those Vulcan canisters. We still have the ability to make more vert. We can still get into position with that Monty. Make sure that whatever happens, it's not a fair fight for Shaiko.
Yep.
I guess Mowgli doesn't care. He's going to disrespect Shaiko anyway. He'll go for the 1v1. Round is done. Secret absolutely obliterated Falcons on the basement.
And this is the only thing that's very dangerous. If your plan is to disrupt the attackers from executing by the bomb site and you want to go for those risky early engagements, it's not a bad thing to do. It's simply a choice, a stylistic choice of how you want to play the game. It worked the first round for Falcons and it miserably failed in the second one, so it's a 50-50 at the moment. We speak about Secret being a great team, they got plan Bs, they got great individual players, but when you look at Prime Falcons, all of last year when they were known as BDS, they had that exact same level of play internationally. They have their plan A, where they want to achieve a certain thing in a round. When that doesn't work out, they got a great plan B. Sometimes it's as simple as going for a gap find, going for a kill, sometimes it's a cheeky pocket strat. League Effect has been an exceptional IGL for this roster the last year and a half, but this is the thing. When you're playing defense, it's less so about the strats themselves. It's more about reacting to what's happening, but that the attackers are doing. And this is putting a little bit more individual decision-making on the players of Falcons. Like, for example, Solotov. Should he have taken that exact swing? Maybe, maybe not. But he opted to go for it. There's less leadership on the defensive rounds in a Pro League match than on the attack. So I think if Falcons find themselves in any sort of struggle with individual decision-making in the server, that should be fixed on the side swap when we get there. For now, just gotta hold on and keep leaving the same strat and all play in it fundamentally together.
Both these teams have got teeth. We've seen that.
Yeah, this is the bomb site, Doom. Let's slow down here.
Don't underestimate Doom. This guy is actually the best
Activating
opening
Selma.
kills
Swapping
player
mags.
on Team Secret. Him and Noah have been instrumental for making Secret dominate those opening
Seen this
engagements.
before.
59% of them they won. And yeah, it's Impact tricking upstairs once again, using the open mirror window. I'm keeping my half my mind on Doom
Yeah.
because he is so close to that bomb site. But he's just waiting for the opportunity. He's right next to that B bomb site. Of course, there's only one player actually on the bomb site here. It's Kafe.
Oh.
Now he's on cameras.
I think they
Player
have a
above watching
feeling.
the vert.
Yeah, I mean, him going on cameras with the person right above could be a bait attempt, so if Doom pushed in, he'll die. Doom just has to stick around for long enough to where Falcons start doubting, is there actually a player in that room or not? And of course, waiting for the second look at phone call to come out. He's got one in pocket, waiting for the second. Savage now distracting by the other bomb site door. This is going to be all about Doom. If he finds the gap, if he finds the opening, they get a lot of bomb site pressure, which is going to weaken the roamers upstairs as they either have to fall back or start watching the vert even more intensely. So the question is, can they find the timing here? Because Nighthaven is playing so well so far. Impact tricking, keeping off, and watching both doors.
Wow. Yeah, man, Kafe has put the whole site on his back, but he's still not stressed out. He's not over-peaking, he's not overexposing. He doesn't feel like he needs help just yet, even though the Grim's Bees are revealing his position. There is a drop coming down. It's the Bride on that clash coming into support. Out comes the DMR. He'll make mincemeat of this wall. Kafe knows his back is exposed. He wants to try and take the fight directly. And out goes the logic bomb, trying to bait the flank from Solotov, but it's extreme patience here from Secret.
Yeah.
They've waited out 2 minutes of this round, Pengu.
They're gonna start attacking top floor, though. It's been weakened. There's Clash Field all down. They got the red pings to work with. 7 the bits, gotta get in there.
It's a trade. Mowgli on the floor, but he does find the kill on Shaiko. Uses his falling on back. Kafe finds his kill on the bomb site. He has done such a job holding the fort on the side. Meanwhile, Doom is watching for the flank back again. And Kafe has them traded out on the side. It's just Bride now on the bomb site. Solotov trying to make his way back to support. He has to find the fight on Doom, and he does. 1v3. Unless Bride brings out his weapon, which he has now done so on the clash. Adrian to try and lock Solotov out of it. The drop comes through, and the ADS comes through as well. It's all up to this poor Clash. He's going to be hunted on down. It's a big double from Adrian at the end of it. And Team Secret explode onto the bomb site.
There are so many different win conditions in play there for Secret, and I love it. Because often when a team sends in a single player like Doom, if you either get a little bit too aggressive and you die early, you know, that's one win condition gone. If you're too passive and you never get a kill and don't change your approach, then you don't get any value. They did such a great job at finding the middle ground, right? Doom is prodding and prying downstairs, and he realizes, okay guys, I'm not getting this kill. Kafe literally played that to perfection, never extending too much behind or too much forward, and he stayed alive for much longer than anyone could have hoped for. Then Kafe is saying, guys, there's a lot of pressure. The Grim Bees, the wall is getting opened up, and I know this guy backstabbing me. So Clash leaves the top floor, drops down the hatch, and that's the signal that Doom tells his team, guys, now the Clash is clear from top floor, go upstairs and push. You got the Blitz, you got the Grim Bees, they got the information, and they have a much more advantageous gunfight on that top floor. 4 different attackers, see right here. 3 guys on one door and 1 by museum window. While that's happening, Doom is no longer bothered by the bomb site, because he recognizes that he's not going to get in there anyway, right? Because Clash is there. He then turns back around, goes bottom rocket, watches his own flank, and cuts up the map in the half area of the point right here. He just cuts the map in half, slicing it down, and gets 1 kill, and here is the second player. That means the Secret can now just storm top floor even more, because they know for a fact the last 2 defenders are no longer upstairs. It's perfect, it's simple, and everyone played their role beautifully in that round. Falcons having a hard time making the right adaptation, but to be honest, what would have been the right adaptation there? They didn't have the information, right? There's no Valkyrie, there's no Echo, they only have default cameras really, so they don't have enough information to know what is actually going on.
Yeah, so what's the adaptation needed here from Falcons? I mean, Lair is a very attackable map.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 3-3 here is okay. The fact that Secret have 2 attack rounds early on isn't like doom and gloom for Falcons. But my question remains, what is that necessary adaptation here from the defensive side? They've had a good read so far on these impact tricks. Not getting too stressed on those retakes. Wow, that is impressive. The fact that Adrian survived that, he's very lucky that Nitro didn't find him.
Of course, Secret bend out the mirror, then they can breach open the walls very easily, right? But Falcons, they expect that, they bend the ace in response. Now you start with Maverick and secondary can openers as your heart breaching tools in the attack. This will slow down the first step once more. League Effect dies in a very puzzling way, puts down the shield, steps to the side, and dies to Doom, who's on that repel the entire duration, literally trying to open up the wall as he was softened by the Maverick. That means one of the big pillars of this defensive round is done in the first 60 seconds. Clash is no longer a relevant operator. The shield doesn't matter anymore, and they don't have, you know, they have Asamis, but there's nothing else to like protect them on the bomb side. No deployable shields, no Jaeger, no Wamai. So it's a bit limited now what Falcons could do in those corners. They might need to go aggressive and try and go for a pick.
That's the vertical game, right? What we didn't see on the Buck last time is now being actuated by Doom on the Deimos.
Yeah.
Tosses out a nade, clears out the Vulcan canister. Good teamwork there, calling for the util to be cleared. And Doom can get back to his main job, which is, of course, going downstairs and trying to find these kills through the vert. He can track the Azami or the Fenrir. They're the only players he can go for. And high priority here would be Shaiko on that Azami.
Oh, Solotov has been so good this stage of finding opening pick. He does it again onto Adrian, Maverick. But remember, Maverick has done the job in the mid breach. They fall back because of that kill. So that because they can reinforce the wall and lock the attackers out of the bomb site once more. But Doom kills the person reinforcing the wall before it finishes, and the wall is now soft.
Unfortunately, though, there's been another trade. Secret are left worse for wear. The Monty is actually alone, and they should know about it as well. Can they try and push on the Monty? Oh, actually, bites off a little bit more than he can chew. Savage
They can play default,
finds the frag onto Shaiko, and yeah, that opens up the gates here on the bomb site. Noah, how passively does he play? He wants to try and maintain the ground that he's held. Meanwhile, Savage will force that diffuser down. It's up to Noah from Secret to hold the fort as the 1v2 comes through, and he gets baited. It's up to users now, and Solotov, well, Solotov finds the kill. Monty down, had to take the 1v1, doesn't find it. Falcons, they tie up this scoreline with a great defensive retake.
Very good retake indeed. I think obviously very bad timing for Noah there. If he watches the flank or gets the kill or runs away and survives, that entire round can play out very differently, as Monty is practically unkillable, at least in the 1v1 situation. And it again goes to show us, even if Falcons, they have a good reactive play, Secret are always thinking a step ahead. Adrian died on the Maverick, and the logical conclusion for Falcons is let's fall back, give up the roam, reinforce the wall. We've killed their only heart breacher, right? They cannot get past it. There's a jammer on the wall, whatever. Doom recognizes this and destroys the floor between the two reinforcements so that he can kill any defender trying to reinforce it. He does just that. Perfect counter. Then Doom dies in return. He gets traded because Falcons, they are also challenging beneath. But then you have the Monty and a Dokkaebi and a 2v3. Monty's forced to take the gunfight. He wins it out. Now it's a 2v2. I generally think both teams played with incredibly high level siege every single time. I was actually wrong. I thought Doom got traded downstairs. It was the mute shotgun from the vert holes that traded him back. But regardless, both teams are doing the same things to respond to what's happening in the server. They're both playing the same map of siege from the different, attack and defense. It's beautiful.
5 seconds left.
Feed active.
You talked a little bit before we went live off camera earlier, Pengu. You were telling me you feel like Falcons have not really lived up to the expectations. Of course, we talked about that in the pre-show as well. These guys were the kings of Europe all of last year. Second place at every single international final they played. Of course, apart from EWC, which they won themselves as BDS. And champions in Europe every single stage that went by.
Yeah.
What's gone wrong? Because since Rio, these guys haven't looked quite the same.
I think it's important to note that what Falcons did last year as BDS is insanely impressive. They didn't win every single tournament, but they made every single final and they won EWC. That is better than what any other team did that year, at least from my point. Winning SI as the only tournament the entire year and not making any grand final versus making every single grand final and winning EWC is like, consistency is king to me. Because that means you can show up every single day, every single season and play at the highest level, but how long can you stay at that level, right? We saw W7M, now Furia. They had a year and a half of complete terror. They're also not the same exact dominating team. So consistency, hard to come by, the game changes. Secondly, the new operator ban system might have negatively impacted Falcons for now and their playstyle before. So give these guys some more time to cook. I think they'll get back up to a more consistent level. They're still a great team. They're just not destroying their opponents. Doom box Noah open, I guess, and takes down Leaky upstairs. Leaky who found Noah earlier on the Nomad, which is a 1-to-1. But yeah, I think the biggest thing that might have changed things around might just be the operator ban.
Well, they're looking pretty good here on Lair. It's a 4v4. Of course, even trades tend to favor that defensive side, right? And if we look back in the upper bracket when these teams faced off in Secret won 2-0, Lair was pretty much a whitewash in favor of Secret. They won 7-2. Falcons have already found as many rounds as they found against Secret in that game here in the first 4. Now we move into the 5th, and we're down on the basement here, defending for Falcons. There's a lot of aspects to this attack as well. The vertical dominance from Doom up above.
Yeah.
And the Montaigne, assisted with this hard breach charge, now has an opportunity to look into that site and start really ramping up the pressure on these defenders.
Not a ton of Pentagon here. A single C4 and then Clash can of course have a big effect in this one. Not just any Goyo fire or not, but right now, for me, all eyes on Breeday. If he can find the right gap with the shield, or just taking down Doom, also a great start for them. Another planting. Yeah, shield.
The Clash is going to start holding down the fort. The C4 comes over. Doesn't even matter about the Clash, and he can just pick the final player, Mowgli, out of it. Big plays from Breeday on that Clash, and Falcons, at the end of it, take what is a pretty handy-dandy round on the basement.
Yeah, everything worked there. They got the opening pick before the plant was going down, got numbers advantage, had the C4 spare in pocket, and Clash full HP can just walk up and be a menace in the server. Not a lot of counterplay there from Secret. And if we go back to what happened at the very beginning, right? The one attacker they lost before the execute was Nomad, who didn't get to play the round at all. If Nomad was alive in the end of that and you have air jabs to like place down on those bombs at doors for Clash to like not be able to walk on in, that changes the entire dynamic. Then the only threat that Secret have to worry about is a C4. And when you have those air jabs, positioned, you have less angles you have to worry about. That means there's more guns looking for that C4 mid-air, trying to take it down, and you have more mental space to just feel safer in the server, which gives you mental clarity to think about other things. So I really think that opening pick from Leak Effect, from Falcons, made a huge difference because it took down the most important operator, maybe the exception of Monty as he's the planter.
In terms of the battle of opening picks, it's something that I was looking into before the game started. These are the 2 best opening kill teams in the EML at the moment, but there's quite a disparity between the 2, right? Secret, you've got Noah and June, who have really led the way in carving this 59% entry win rate for Team Secret. Both of them have plus 10 on their entries. Falcons, on the other hand, the second best team in the league, but down at 53%. Quite a big difference. And then the third place team is BDS at 51. So it's a big gap between Secret and Falcons, and a much smaller gap to the rest of the competition. Of course, when you think about Team Secrets on the entries, it's always going to be Shaiko and Leak Effect that you're talking about. Both of whom, at the moment, are looking at pretty negative KDs. We found a few early kills, but we've also seen them fall reasonably early on. We've seen Leak Effect find an early kill last round and then get traded on back.
Tracks released. Scanning for electronics.
Waiting for a C4. This is Adrian, but they tried that before. It didn't work. They're not going to risk it again. Of course, C4s are quite important here because of the verticality. If the attackers were to go up above, if you were to play below yourself with the Valkyrie cameras, of course. A Ying shock on the attack is quite nice in that case, making it rotate. Does he know, though? They do not. Shaiko is right behind them, I believe.
Swapping mag.
Shotgun is nice in theory. Wow, yeah, you're right. Direct trade. So Azami for Gridlock. Honestly, I'd take that on the attacking side. How's your French?
Not good enough for this one, but I get the ha-ha-ha.
Something good. I love something.
I love trades, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe. I think that must be something about that. All right, Savage is in a good position, though, to use this shotgun. It's these narrow hallways where this gun really thrives. A lot of damage on a Solitov. Adrian there for the trade. But not in time to save his teammate. 3v3 as the dust settles. Control of the top floor looking pretty solidly in favor of Secret, but yeah, Pengu, there's a lot to be done still. Falcons have fallen back.
Yeah, they've fallen back. Secret did a great job at getting players together to 2v1 the defender upstairs of Solotov, but Falcons, they say 3-on-3, we'll fall back, we'll play timer, 50 seconds left, we got the map to work, we got the class alive, and they had 2C4.
Oh no.
One was just tossed out. Siege timing again, maybe a drone comes out instead, checks the angle, forcing League Effect a little bit further back in the hallway, but the flank is still open. There is still that threat later in the round. I guess again it comes down to Bride on the clash. Can he stop the advancements from the attackers on the bomb site door?
I mean, this is Bride's cup of tea. Cut and dried. He loves operators like this. No! Oh, that's not a good way for it to end. Poor Adrian. A team kill, finding one, traded. Didn't matter in the end. Falcons looking well in control here on Lair, despite this being the map pick of their opponent.
It's gonna come down to the good old Falcons attacks, which has been, I guess, a little bit of the question mark for this stage so far. You spoke to me about some stats before we went live about how like they're doing on defense, how they're doing on attack, and it has just been a case of if Falcons show up on the attacking side, usually they'll be good to go. But half the games they play, the attacking rounds, victories don't really come fully into life.
I'm just going to have a look back at that match that these two teams played on Lair previously. Falcons won a single defensive round out of the 3 that they played, and a single attacking round out of the 6 that they played. Wait, no, sorry. It was the other way around. They won 1 defense of 6 attempts, and 1 attack round of 3 attempts. So, look, you compare that to this game right now, 1/6 versus 4/6. This is a huge improvement here for Falcons on Lair. And if they move into the second half, obviously, like I said, they still only won a 1 attack round last time out of 3 tries. Well, that's a 1/3 raid. If they win 1/3 of their attacks here in this half, then they'll get 6 rounds and we'll go to OT. So if the math follows and the trend follows, then Falcons have already guaranteed themselves an overtime just because they've improved so much on the defense of Lair.
And I mean, overtime today, given yesterday's results, only makes the more sense. We had such banger series going the distance, and it really just goes to show like how close some of these teams they are in Europe. Operator bans, by the way, kind of flew by as we're going over numbers. Double shield ban, Blackbeard and the Munty, and double Walt and I on Bandit and the Kaid. So the walls again should be relatively easy to open up unless defenders bring out the mirror and start getting cheeky with it. Falcons, they did that themselves when they were defending. They also like they have an idea how to deal with that if Secret were to copy that same strategy. But for this one, it's gonna be a bit different though. We got Glass picked up by Solotov, uses on the Grim, and Capital and Bride. A lot of utility, a lot of ways to get favorable gunfights either with red ping information from the Grim Beast, and of course seeing through as smoke as Glass, which only Gordon can counter. Selma going out, impact in response, second Selma going out, second impact in response, but the second one did indeed miss, James.
Loading new magazine.
But then the Clash is going to peek her ugly head through that breach and say, yeah, maybe not through here, boys. I think you guys should look through another avenue. That is a very strangely shaped breach, by the way. Not sure what happened there.
It's also a vault hole, which means, yes, you can peek through it, you can technically enter, but you don't want to be stuck in the vault animation as you're entering the damn bomb site. There is a spare summon from League Effect's Ace, and he has a choice to make here. Either go for a front take, which is upstream right now, then you can try and breach the interior bomb site wall, or you go for a backside take and breach the backside wall instead. So they got options. You can also, third option, break the wall one more time outside and get a full-on breach. That's the interior wall that I speak of, so they're gonna smoke up the angle, glass covers, some of the wall, and guarantee the opening.
Yeah. The smoke actually doubles for helping the Glaz peer on through and covering Selma from being shot by Savage. He had no impacts left. Nitro, I'm not sure what the play was there from Doom. I don't think there was any info for that. It was just blind. Meanwhile, getting tracked, he finally runs into a mute jammer, no longer vulnerable to the Deimos. Runs out of it and then gets tracked again. And the pivot here from Falcons, they set up very nicely, Pengu. They're looking like they're just about ready to execute. And so Bride goes on through. Here comes the smoke to cover the Glaz, and it's such a simple one. All they have to do is hold down the line, and Savage is the last player remaining. He finds one. And that's just about it for Secret. Wow, too easy for Falcons. Their first attack is an ace in the hole.
It's very pretty. And again, it's just good siege, right? They get the opening pick with the glass covering, doubling down for both protection for the glass, see through the smoke for a free kill, and it protects the Selma. The impact when it's missing, they only had one set first of all, which means they only killed 2 out of 3 Selma charges from the ace. What Falcons did when they're defending, they brought 2 pairs of impact grenades, so that's 4. That means even if they were to miss, they can get all the Selma charges. And of course, if you have 4 impact grenades and 3 Selma charges and you don't miss, you will literally kill every single one and even have a spare to go. So Secret didn't full commit to the strategy, and I also want to give some props to Falcons here. When they went for their bombs at execute, yes, they're planting and they're covering their angles, but they actually had 2 separate attackers swing in aggressively and take down the people, either going for a C4 or a toxic bait, or going, you know, for a sprint to the bomb side. So they're planting and they're holding the angles aggressively. They get more picks, and the toxic bait either got shot mid-air or it missed. Not entirely certain, because the first toxic bait didn't reach the bomb side. The second one did, but it was too late. You can stick to plant and get it down and just tank the damage. So really, for Falcons, there wasn't much counterplay that occurred in the round for Secret. They gotta step up now and show us a little bit more in these rounds, either mechanically taking those gunfights or strategically having the right counters to what Falcons is bringing in a given round.
And a lot of time has to pass for a team to look very different on a map, and that is the story here for Falcons. It's been 12 days since these teams met on Lair. That was the last time Falcons played this map. I have no doubt in the last 2 weeks they've been scrimming it like crazy, getting it up to scratch. And it's looking so much better, Pengu.
I'm reloading.
Falcons, it looked like they knew that Lair was on the docket for tonight. They knew that Secret would pick it. They left it open deliberately. And this is a new team, rejuvenated, ready to gun for that grand final slot.
Spoke earlier about Falcons. When they go on the attacking side, they're gonna have a bit more coordination, as Kafe can call the shots and control where people go, what they're gonna do. It's a very coordinated first round. In this second one, you see players of Falcons, they're holding passive angles, they're droning, they're expecting aggression, a jump out, a run out, trying to get a pick. Loki was fishing inside a rocket, but not quite committing to anything just yet. But I love this in Falcons, respecting Secret's mechanical skill. Saying, hey, we want our attackers to stay alive right now. We don't want to trade. Want to get a freebie? Oh, becomes the freebie instead. Doom with a great shot. Takes out an important operator off the Dokkaebi, and that was the lurker of League Effect as well.
Yeah, Lurky League Effect taken out early. What a shot from Doom. I have no idea how he knew to pre-aim that angle, but absolutely deleted his opponent. And a key player from Falcons is out of the game. And as we can see as well, still a lot of vertical control here for the defensive Secret, thanks to Savage. And if it becomes a side rush, I have no doubt he can just scope us back onto the objective. Noah finds an easy shotgun kill. Straight to Shaiko's chest. It's desperation for Falcons as they look for an entry. Solitaire versus the world in a 1v4, and he goes down. That is the reprisal we needed from Team Secret after being 5-2 down. A few more rounds like that, and this might just be competitive.
I'm not sure that was a plan B it's in there from Falcons, but it seemed like the moment League Effect died, they just kind of increased the pace. They walk in by the bomb side doors and they just fall in the individual gunfights, not knowing what's clear and what isn't. When you are a Deimos, you walk in with the Vendetta in hand, there's a shotgun close to your right, you're not going to win that gunfight 9 out of 10 times. So of course, Shaiko will die. He was hoping for a trade. Falcons weren't quite there with the timing to get a trade confirmed. But yeah, it's the benefit of having this big lead if you're Falcons is that you can afford to have a bad round like that where things don't go your way. You get into like a one bad unfortunate gunfight. Because let's be honest, League Effect should have probably won the gunfight if June doesn't hit the nastiest shot ever, because he had the positioning, he had the sound cue, he knew exactly that some defender was coming from that hallway. And despite that, June said, no, not right now, League Effect, okay? We gotta win one more round at least. But of course, that's basement done and dusted. You gotta lock it in now. You can't go back there for a couple of rounds. They're gonna go tertiary instead. We see the beautiful analyst desk breaking this down earlier. Most teams will just go for that default sense attack where you spam the sense projectors, you're running by the bomb side door, and you try and just panic a plant down somewhere by the bomb side. And it's all about the verticality upstairs. It reminds me so much of playing like border, ventilation, and the workshop, where if you don't clear the top floor from away from the defenders, attacking the bomb site directly horizontally is just almost impossible. Unless you get a cheeky plant somehow. Doom goes 2 for 2 and opening kills in the last 2 rounds, jumps out the window, takes down Brede. Thank God League Effect is playing through right now. Getting that second set of hard destruction. Otherwise, they'll be in a very awkward position, maybe being unable to enter the building at all.
Well, every single round from Falcons on the attack, we've seen some redundancy on the hard breach facet. In the first round, they not only brought the ace, but the tin can openers, same for the second.
I love
And
that.
this round as well, yeah, we didn't see that from Secret, right? And that's why the impact trick worked so well for Falcons. But, you know, that's all well and good. You still lost Breed, You still lost a player. Thankfully, they do reply. Mowgli goes down. Mowgli is such a hot and cold player. He is so sharp, but he takes a lot of those risks. And so that's why he's got a lot of kills, but also a lot of deaths.
It's one of those where if Mowgli gets the kill, he's the hero, and if he dies, he's the villain. I will always make the argument that Doom already made the hero play and got you into the 5 versus 4. Do you need to be a hero? Savage says, yes, I do, because now we're no longer in an advantageous position, but with that kill, they are. Back to a 4v3, now they gotta play together, they gotta have those crossfires. Don't give Falcons 1v1s.
That's the critical thing here. League of Facts take a hell of a lot of damage, though. Sharko's looking to go deep. Still a lot of players on this top floor here trying to hold on for Secret. You got to hold on to the top floor to have a good shot on this bomb site. Falcons are just waiting. Here comes Sharko. He's waiting for users to come support. And with that, plenty of time burnt. 2 picks found. Secret decide, actually, you know what? We can fall back. We can give them our 6 through. It doesn't really matter. Oh, careful, Jim. You might just lose your head. The Deimos is looking for you. No shots landing as of yet. This Vendetta really does pack a punch, and there the shots start landing. He's still contesting it. As he tries to run away, the down comes through. Is there going to be support from Noah down below? Oh, the kill about to come through. A nade should surely secure it, as he no longer has the angle. The nade comes through. 40 seconds. The Falcons are trying to get something done here.
It's an expensive kill there for Falcons. A lot of investment, a lot of time. The last grenade as well with that. But now Tracker comes through. Shaco getting good value here from the Deimos. Has to find the right angle. C4 goes out. Adrian, can you survive this?
I'm reloading.
Oh, takes a lot of damage and uses to secure the kill. Surely not from the 3v4 to the 3v1. Noah's retaking above. The only win condition here is to deny the plant vertically. And so every player here from Falcons is looking to distract. The plant's down. Noah's denied it. It's a 1v2. Are they going to find a safe haven to plant? Users forcing it down with Shaiko to cover. Users trying to confirm this plan. Noah gets a hell of a lot of damage, but not the kill. Users confirms it and falls on back. 1 kill found. Shaiko to reply. The clutch Falcons needed projects them onto map points.
The damn metal beams in the floor, the SMG-11, the spray and pray, the red, the yellow ping. You can tell every single player of Secret sitting there holding their breath saying, if you just get that second player, you'll get the guy planting. There's no time. If you win the round, they had the information. Such an awkward back and forth. I gotta really praise Shaiko there, using the Deimos tracker so well to get his team in towards the bomb site and taking down both of the first 2 defenders. That's what they needed. It was the right people to track, and they played perfectly around it. Deimos actually got target banned after that as well, and Secret will call their tactical timeout to try and figure out, guys, 3 rounds straight to go to overtime? That's what we need? How do we get there? What must we do now in these coming rounds?
Well, they need the tactical timeout right now. How do you lose that from a 4v3, by the way? It's not even like they threw it. It was just the one word, that D word, that Deimos. Finding so many kills, time after time. Shaiko is so deadly with that Vendetta. So what's there to talk about here for Team Secret? To try and get themselves back into this game. 3 rounds in a row will be required to push it to overtime on their very own map pick.
In simple terms, the only thing I can think of is like play more together. I mean, we saw Mowgli die early, going for a very aggressive swing. Then we saw Savage swing out and counter response, also solo, and gets a kill back. So this right here, quote-unquote over aggression, you're not playing together. Savage gets a kill also playing solo. And then, you know, you give up the vertical control, and they have a Deimos, and you don't have any nuke jammers on the bomb site. I mean, there's no nuke at all, in fact, to hide behind. I feel like Secret in a perfect world probably should have dropped down the hatch, and then instead of playing on the bomb site, they're gonna play in the rooms next to the bomb site. Try and respect the Deimos a little bit more in that round. Or maybe they thought, hey, he only has 1 tracker left. When it came out, they said, guys, now there's no more trackers. But then the second one came through, and they said, oh snap, we miscounted, we didn't realize. That that could also be the case. Because why else would Adrian stick around right beneath the vertical floor that is soft if he thinks there's a tracker in the pocket of the Deimos? That's like a big question mark, right?
Yeah.
Could be a simple miscomm from Secret saying he's out of trackers.
It's the danger, right?
And
Of course, you can always play the Azami and keep those keepers in pocket. Late round, you're tossing them out onto the ceiling to try and protect yourself. But it doesn't work perfectly because the Deimos can always relocate a little bit. We even saw Secret trying to contest, but they just could not win those fights.
Yeah.
Against Shaiko with that Deimos.
That's the way an experienced Deimos player comes to play. If you're like an average or below average Deimos player, I truly don't think that the Deimos player in question would have gotten that kind of success. Shaiko is an excellent Deimos player, and therefore he gives that kind of value very frequently, and particularly in that round. There's also another interaction. If you don't want to play the mute, you can actually play Tubarao. The Tubarao Soto freeze canisters also act as a quote-unquote mute jammer. It stops like the Grimbees, the Lion Scan, the drones, the Deimos tracker, etc. So you got options. We mentioned the secret target ban for Deimos. Falcons banned the mirror. That's again to ensure that the walls will get opened up. Otherwise, you could play Tubarao and mirror, and then just freeze the wall when the exothermic charge comes out, put the mirror on the wall, and actually destroys the hot breaching of Thermite. And that sucks. So Falcons right now, they want to achieve step 1 as easily as possible, and step 1, of course, is hot breaching.
Yeah, there's not much contest for it as well.
There's not.
Still Falcons impact tricking with no impacts brought here by Secret. Of course, the banner and the Kaid being banned means that the only way that you can delay the hard breach is by mute, which is kind of ineffectual when the Thermite's on the board. Or even the Tubarao, which again kind of just delays the inevitable, not much point. But you know, I would have thought maybe those impacts would have come into it. Secret's so scared of these other shield operators and the Deimos that they haven't actually been able to ban any hard breach. Quite the contrast to what we saw from Falcons on their defense. The question remains, with all these Valkyrie cameras, will they be able to find a Nitro kill? That's the way that Secret can start this on the front foot.
They're playing plant deny. They almost want to welcome Falcons into a default plant position on this interior bomb site wall and start using C4s to Shanka fire and stall things out. Mowgli gets lots of actually early on, so now numbers advantage. Maybe no C4 needed just now. And this thing, if you walk in here, there will be the Shanka fire. You can't just go for a default plant. So Falcons, it's time to problem solve.
And this is the thing about the Tachanka as opposed to the smoke. You can really toss those Shamikas in very deep. They can rattle around on the bomb side. They can even go deep into the hallway, as we saw just then. The one secret ingredient here that Falcons may not have revealed just yet
Plant breach,
is
maybe?
the Blitz. And they might be able to plant breach. You said it. He's actually going very deep. The guard break gets activated. Doom finds his kill as well. He's got this Nitro cell in pocket.
Yellow ping.
He's got some info. I'm not sure he's going to get there in time. Brede is forcing this plant down. The Nitro cell comes through, but it's just too late. The plant goes down. It's a 1v5 for Shaiko in the post. As he finds the first, reload comes through. He's getting contested by a Savage. Another kill. A third for Shaiko. But Mowgli's going to stick it. There's no way for the retake to occur without Adrian and Mowgli getting around it. And so they do. Shaiko cannot hold against the might of the entire Secret roster.
It takes 5 people to take down 1 player, and it's still close to a 1v5 clutch. I mean, there's 2 people left. 1 guy, of course, going for a counter defuse. Falcons, good problem solving. They're very quick to figure out, okay, what are we gonna do? Let's backstep the staircase, send in the blitz from the breach, plant by the desk and the table. The only thing they didn't really account for was those Valkyrie cameras. Full intel by the bomb site. Yellow pings are coming out. I also think they might have had a BP even, actually. So there's just so much information from Secret, and they're saying, our goal is to deny you the option of going for a plant. Falcons then end up in a position where they say, okay, we are going to try and go for a plant. In a perfect world, you can maybe overwhelm the bomb side, get a couple of kills, and the blitz actually goes deep for kills rather than becoming a planter. But when you lose 2 players early in the round before you're ready for the execute, it doesn't leave Falcons that many other options than going for a Hail Mary plant attempt, where if the bomb goes down and you don't die in the meantime, you have a winning chance. We all saw the bomb goes down, C4 goes out the second later, Brede and Blitz dies, Shai goes all alone, and still it's close. So Secret for them in these rounds, it's all about trying to either predict what Falcons will do and have the perfect counter, or try and just have a very solid setup that is preparing you for the various outcomes. The spawn peak is one way to handle things, because if you get the opening kill to him, you put your team in a good spot. What happens if you die? What happens if Solotov hits you with the question mark in in-game chat and your team of Secret staring down match point, you'll play this round 4v5 from the get-go.
That's left, right. Good night, Jim. The 4th best player in the league for opening kills, +9. He's been such a strong one as well, and so consistent, 71% costs. He's not getting that this round, no, not at all. And it's match point, or map point, I should say, in favor of Falcons. Secret are really going to be missing one of their core fraggers for the rest of this round. Down on this basement defense, Falcons, well, they are circling.
I think your Falcons right now, you just gotta slow things down and hold your angles and expect, you know, a lash out somewhere. Secret, on paper, they're not really perfectly suited for a plant deny. There's no smoke, there's no Tashanka, they just have the Goya canisters pre-placed, and then they have no C4. It was already spent by no on mute. So they got nothing but guns to work and use a blitz. Hello? In the corner.
Oh no, there's a player behind him. Adrian, he finds one. The script is flipped. Everyone from Falcons seems to fall. But Solotov and Shaiko may be able to stabilize.
Device ready.
It's a 2v2. Mowgli needs to get back to site, and he has. It's him and Savage. And they have to hold on for Secret to have some form of dignity on their map pick here. Solotov so keen, so ready. Shaiko, pistol out. Nade comes through. Mowgli, oh, he falls back and he gets caught off guard. Shaiko gets aggressive on the back of that Kiva barrier. Leaves it all up to Savage now. He's separated. Both of these players coming for him. They've got the crossfires. Does he have the mobility?
He's stuck.
They're watching his angles. And you're right, he is stuck. He can't fight both angles at once. And the Falcons will soar above. The opening map of the series was not the overtime we expected. But a reversal, 7-4 for the Falcons on Lair.
Impressive. Also setting the pace of Falcons. They get opening pick. They don't slow things down. They don't wait for anything to happen. They give Secret no way to problem solve. They said, let's hit the bomb site, send in the blitz, we'll follow through. Despite not clearing now one corner that really made that run to a 50-50 in a 2v2, they still come out on top. Solotov stepped up, Shaiko stepped up individually, and that made a huge difference in this map.
Oh, we were so gassed up for a tight series, but Falcons have shown perhaps they're a bit more ready for Secret than we expected. Next up is Nighthaven Labs, and we'll be back after this.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Falcons find the first map in the series here in their challenge to defend their title as the European MENA champions. And I think the big risk that we talked about is secret picking Lair against a team they've already beaten on this map. There is a chance that team learns a lot, bounces back. And while we always compliment Falcons for their individual prowess, today we have to compliment them on their teamwork as well.
Yeah, I think it's a mix of both things. I think it's a mix of Solotov and Yuzus. Solotov especially really active in this opening engagements, both in defense roaming and also in attack, lurking around. And also, like you said, the teamwork. In many of these rounds, except for the beginning that was a little bit scuffed for Falcons, what do we see? We see actual aggression together and trade potential. We see retakes together here on the execute where they kill the sole player holding the Monty and then kill the Monty together, both 2v1s. We're looking at massive improvements from Falcons in terms of teamwork.
Yeah, it was so much better. Activate.
Yeah, so far, honestly, Falcons, I think, have improved massively when it comes to their teamwork. And that has to do, I think, with yesterday. We've said it before, right? In general, what we see from Falcons is that their level rises through the matches. The more they play, the more experience they get, the better they do. And that's what they've been doing so far. They're looking revamped, they're looking much better, and they're looking hyped. Look at Shaiko.
Yeah.
He's giving a lot of energy. Same thing for Bride, same thing for Likefak. It's not the Likefak show in terms of energy anymore. Everyone is getting hyped.
I think when Falcons have had issues, we've basically seen kind of Solotov. He plays quite a risky brand of Siege, I would say, that the team aren't always with. I think today he was a lot more with the team, or maybe the team was a lot more with him, and it looked like one joined up unit. It was coherent thinking together. And when Solotov's playing well, he genuinely is a match winner. We saw that, and that's been the big challenge for us with Falcons, Leo, is can they put in that team performance? We said they would have to up it yesterday. They did. We said they would have to up it further against Team Secret so far today, and they have.
Yeah, and I think I've got a great example of that. I think it's not only do we see that in defense, but what's tricky here? Teamwork is best revealed in attack.
Yeah.
Very first round of attack, you're gonna see the glass on Solotov go aggressive here. 3 players from the TV side. First kill from Solotov, enabled by these players opening the breach, creating movement, and then look at this double setup here. You've got 3 players on the side of the breach for the plant, and then 2 players on the backside, creating the backstab based off the distraction of the plant. Perfectly coordinated. 3, 2, 1. The groups of 3 works the plant. The group of 2 backstab and get all the kills. That was perfect setup from Falcons here.
Yeah, and it's not to say that they don't have it, but we haven't seen enough of it consistently this stage. This map, it was absolutely incredible. And again, Solotov 13-6. I said he plays quite a risky brand. He loves Glaz as well, by the way. We've seen him play Glaz all over the place. Played it on Kafe yesterday. Didn't quite work out. It worked out perfectly in that clip. And a firing Solotov with the team really completes it.
Scary, almost. Especially if you think about how short ago, really, he was still playing another important best of 3. And to already find himself doing this about 12 hours later in such another important best of 3 once again, it's just really impressive. But at least a good start for Falcons. Can they actually do that in 2? We're going to find out after the break. Falcons are up 1-0 in this series, but it was Secret's map pick going into this one. Now, the map that we're going into is Nighthaven Labs. That is the map pick of Falcons, but bringing us back to the map Veto at the very beginning, please remind us, this is Secret's perma-ban? We're gonna see it being played by them anyways?
Yeah, so it seems to be the perma-ban. It's the map that they banned the most, but they still played it right recently. The thing is, they didn't play it at tier 1 level. They played during Belgian Masters against a tier 1 team that was Fnatic. They did beat them. It was very close. So it proves us that, yes, it's a very low preference for Secret, but it's a map that they're able to scream and play Jack.
Yeah, I think in terms of a map veto and the way it goes, you either, in a best of 3, you either go for your opponent's weak point or you go for your strong points. And in terms of if an opponent leaves a permaban up, they will generally expect it to be picked, but you should always pick it because there's a reason that they have permaban that map. They don't want to play it against most teams when it matters, but they've left it open. So Secret will have expected to go there. And I think you actually made a really good point while I was off earlier in that Falcons could have gone into a Kafe or could have gone into a bank, a map that's great for Falcons, but that's very complementary to Secret's map pool as well.
Yes, it's basically this. After the first 4 bans, if you look at the map veto again, you think, okay, we can go Kafe, we can go bank, but 2 of those maps are extremely good for Secret. So instead of that, we'll pick a low comfortable map for us, Nighthaven Labs, but because it's probably even worse for Secret.
Well, with this whole conspiracy theory, I guess we're gonna just see how it turns out. Secret want to make sure they have that chance of tripling their SI points, but they have to do it, have to bounce back on a map they don't often play. It is Nighthaven Labs, the game is ready.
Thank you very much, Anne, and everybody on the desk couch set up at the Fortress in Copenhagen. Yeah, look, tripling SI points is nice. That's the point that Anne made about what the stakes are for this game. But of course, it's a lot more than that, Pengu. Currently in 4th place, whoever loses is 3rd place, I should say, 50 SI points. You win this, you're guaranteed at least 2nd place, 150 SI points. But what's more important, you get a crack at the grand final. You get to retake G2. You get to see if you can actually become the champion of the EML. And this is the inaugural season. Ever since MENA was introduced into EUL, we now have the Europe MENA League. This is the first time that these teams get to say that they're not only the best in Europe, but the best in MENA as well. And Falcons and Secret, they want to be there for the big party with G2 later on today. And it comes down to Nighthaven Labs. Team Falcons picked it. Team Secret don't like it, but they missed their chance to win on Lair. So they have to give it their all right now.
That's very well put, and I mean, this has to raise a small concern for Secret, right? Not only did they lose Lair, but it was a 4-7 loss where Falcons, they just look so locked in the entire time. Individually, I really think the Falcons players have shown up much stronger than in the best of 3 series yesterday, where there were players going at 1-8, not really being super accurate in the opening engagements. They looked so prepared on the first map. Now, consistency has been a big topic today. And of course, if Falcons want to get all the way, they have to be consistent in this best of 3. They gotta also show up here on Nighthaven Labs. If not, we go all the way to Skyscraper. Falcons starting the attack inside. They have banned the Kaid as well as the Mirror. So again, a lot of work around the breaching of the exterior walls. And Secret, they are on defense. They are banning all of the Ace. And guess what? The Demos. And I think seeing what we saw from Lair banning Demos in the first rotation here is very smart, very clever. Because this map, particularly this bomb site, also has a lot of soft destruction from below. And if you're tracked by a Demos the entire time, you are eventually, if not very quickly, going to die. And you're forced to play mute end or 2 round every single round to try and stay alive to deny that tracker. So we'll see what Falcons would play instead. For now, it's that good old utility game. The Florist, the Grim, the Monty, and the Maverick to ensure that the wall gets opened up and they can progress the map nice and safely behind the shield. This time it's uses on the Monty, not leak effect or anybody else.
Users and Solotov between them had an insanely good map 1. Solotov on 13 kills, 6 deaths, that's +7. Users 10 and 5. The star fraggers for Falcons at the moment, despite it being League of Fact and Shaiko that we usually look to in these early engagements, which, by the way, Secret won most of those entry fights on map number 1, despite losing pretty convincingly 7-4. It goes to show it's not all about the opening engagement, it's about how you react afterwards. It's about how you trade them back. That's where Falcons have really found their stride. As the wall is made soft, Falcons pretty comfy on this attack.
A lot of respect there from Brede, just really taking his time to ensure that he doesn't die to a C4, any sort of cheeky play. Uses a Flores, gets the wall. Now it's gonna pop here on the Calc Rafters to help Solotov progress to keep the barriers, but there are many more. To be found, Noah with a nasty angle and a pixel spot finds Solotov on a pre-fire. Falcon starting from a man down.
That's a really nasty angle there. But a good reply from Shaiko. Noah loses his head, and the Monty starts making his way up the rafters. With Noah's army, that's no more Kiba barriers, but June will actually reinforce off the rafters, completely forfeit control, knowing full well that he was doomed to lose it eventually, thanks to that Monty and the pressure from outside of Shaiko.
Only got the Maverick for hard destruction. Uses on Monty is unironically playing a secondary EMPs despite having a Maverick, so no second set of hard destruction. That means the timer only being 55 seconds left, it can really start, really going down to the final seconds. If you need to Maverick a second wall by the bomb site. For Falcons in the attack, they got IT breach, that's step one. They gotta get a step two. Either they gotta go Aqua and get Aqua control for a backstep, or they gotta go on the meeting portion by connector and attack from that location. You need 2 out of the 3 pressure points on this attack to typically be successful. So users will rotate to Aqua, then you can Maverick the wall here by the couple of rafters. Now you gotta pressure on 2 different points. Now you gotta win your gunfights, and that's how they gotta win this round.
Yeah, but you gotta somehow figure out how to kill Adrian here, and well, it's not gonna happen. Eventually he will go down. Nice shot there from Usus, however, a lot of Falcons have fallen. Usus has to jump straight to side. Brie's on with the diffuser, and he does find a kill, but it's a trade directly. Up to Savage now as he comes back to site. He looks to try and fight a 1 HP Usus, and he's got the Nitro Cell. The only way Usus wins this is by taking the fight with the pistol. But the C4 from the Portuguese player will find the final kill, and Secret get their first round. Admittedly, far closer than they would have liked.
Yeah, that was, if Usus doesn't whiff a couple of those shots or hits the head, that's a round victory for Falcons with a 1 health Monty with 0 seconds left. That would have been extremely impressive and well needed just to cheese off that first round. I think Adrian getting as much value as he did on Aqua Stairs was incredible. Getting the kill, taking Monty down to a single point of HP. There's a lot of appeal being sent there from Falcon saying we gotta get Aqua control. And they did get it, but of course they gave it a too big cost. You said earlier that Secret, opening kills and Falcons and stuff, a lot of the openings are trades more than anything else, right? It's like Noah gets the first kill, then Shaco kills Noah 5 seconds later. In my mind, that's more of a trade in the opening, like a 1-for-1, than a 1 versus 0, just because no significant lead was built, nothing came from the initial opening kill. It has been very close, at least by my count, in terms of who's actually gaining a lot from getting the first strike.
5 seconds left.
I will say Nighthaven's a challenging map sometimes on the defense when you've got to deal with things like that Monty. Still, I was impressed that Falcons got it as close as they did. Did not look like they were going to find it earlier. They struggled. That's the thing about the Monty. The best Monty players in the world are not just immovable rocks. A couple of years ago, you could get away with your Monty just being a really solid support operator. These days, you need to punish players that stop looking at you. And that's exactly what we saw that round from Usus. He found, if I'm not wrong, 1, 2 kills on that Monty. 1 kill, I think, and an assist.
1 kill, yeah.
Exothermic goes on out.
No bandit in play, despite being open. The difference is that if you play the bandit trick on the exterior walls here, you can't go with direct attack, you gotta go for roam clear first and then hit the walls afterwards. Now we see a Glass, a Ying, a Capitao, a Lion. If Falcons want to go fast, they absolutely can. We see the vert being made above, and Solotov is the sole player looking for a gap somewhere. They could try and bait it, right? Smoke out the bomb site, fake and execute. Solotov then goes in up above and goes for a flank play. If he kills the 1 player on the red upstairs, or finds Warden at the very least, that would be enough. We're gonna Yink it on top, actually. So Falcons, they're pinching 2 different areas at the same time and trying to find the gap somewhere with this.
Point of failure for this attack is not only the Warden, but also those bulletproof cameras, 2 on site. Will they spot where these players are? Warden goes down to the Glass. It's a Glass v Warden battle. Adrian loses. No Nitro Cells out to deny. No plant denial. And so Falcons in the 5v4 look to try and hold fast. The Glass can also lock out using that Vulcan canister prevent those defenders from retaking. Noah finds a good kill as the defenders look to try and recompose and retake. It's a challenging crossfire. Savage loses his fight. Uses again with the glass. The fire from the Capital will also cover off that diffuser. This is an absolutely impossible retake now for Secret. A very simple yet effective attack from Falcons. Completely trounces their opponent. Desperation for Mowgli. You can find a consolation frag. Jim can even find a C4. There's nothing left to be done because there's no time to get that diffuser. Bride finding the final two. It is a textbook attack from Falcons done to perfection.
It's very impressive. I mean, again, Secret, they don't have a counterplay. This exact similar thing happened on the last map of Lair, where you play the glass, you toss out a smoke, and unless Warden goes big or a C4 with limited intel finds its mark, there isn't a lot of things they can do against it. There's no smoke, there's no Tashanka. I'm not even sure if there was a BP actually overseeing the plant spot, if there was EMP'd by one of the attackers, because Shaco did have 2 EMPs in pocket earlier on. But regardless, it feels like Falcons have thought about everything. Right? They have pressure above, they have pressure on the flank, and they got enough manpower on the breach with the glass that they can make it work. If Warden kills the glass in that particular moment in the early engagement, of course the entire round changes, but the glass is sitting still, ready holding the angle, fully charged up. The Warden is walking into the angle. When you're moving with the glass of the Warden, you don't see as accurately through the smoke, so glass has a significant advantage in that 1v1. It's textbook, it's simple, it's good, and it's these kind of pocket strats that can really win you some attack rounds that normally would be very difficult, but then they're won very easily. And I think the desk spoke about, you know, they were staying glass yesterday from Falcons and Kafe, not finding a whole lot of success, but now both on Lair and Laps, that has been a different story. It's been massive success on 2 maps.
I got a question for you, Pengu.
Yes.
If in a completely neutral world, where everything is smoked up, Glaz v Warden, 1v1, who wins? Who would you put your money on between a Glaz v Warden? Because I feel like my heart tells me that the rate of fire means Warden wins that.
I guess you can argue that. I think it depends on who's actually the one moving and engaging and who's walking into the angle, because that's who has the gadget disadvantage. Seeing as the Warden is typically the defender, I guess if you're glass entering a bomb site, or Warden is already sitting holding the entry, Warden will pretty much always win, unless glass is a nasty one tap. But if the glass is holding the angle and Warden has to walk into the smoke line of sight, that's when glass sees them first and should win. So I'm gonna say 50-50, James.
Yeah, whoever's holding the angle, I guess, which is funny because most of the time in Siege, the answer is the opposite.
Yeah. It's very true. In a normal circumstance, whoever swinging has the advantage, but with a small delay on the smoke visibility, that's not the case. Candela going out, just a fake C4 in response. IQ sees it. So you're seeing right now Falcons are doing 1 Candela, forcing out 1 C4, massively high value, right? You got 4 Candelas, there's only 3 C4s on the defenders. So this is Secret being, okay, oh, they're going, they're planting, they're rushing. No, they're not. This is the mental warfare. Because those rushes work, this is where we're at. And jump off from Savage goes punished. Solotov with DMR, he wins that one easily.
Oh, wow. This is dominant from Falcons. He does eventually get traded there. Solotov not favored with the DMR on an angle like that, but the plant is being aware of what is going on here. He's chasing him down. Is that June with his glasses active? I think it might be. That's a very creative way to try and deal with the Warden player.
A lot of damage done to Doom, poor guy, but he's staying alive, and now he knows, don't use the gadget or I will be in trouble. And with the Ying dying earlier in the round, it means Falcons have lost their bomb site pressure. It's time for plan B. Now you gotta take map control, you gotta go for kills somewhere else. We see a leak effect by vending machine, going into games, proning past the barricade. Has to now look for the backstab. He has to go be good for 1 here and take down Doom. Then they can jump into the bounce on the window. But the timing, Doom walks out the same second League Effect walks in.
Oh, it's so well played. The rest of Falcons are baiting for it. That's very deliberate from Shaiko. Not unless they get that diffuser back, though. It's underneath the window. It's being watched. League Effect sees the angle for a brief moment. Doom, low HP. He'll die to a single bullet. Goes for a shoulder peek. The retake has to come through for a secret. It's a big nitro cell. The plan has been confirmed by Shaiko. Before that C4 detonates, League Effect now, he wants to go down below or above. Those are the 2 ways that he can cover off that diffuser. But there's a player on the top floor watching for him. He's being flanked as well. Mowgli chases him down with the pistol. All up to users now. He's above, and Noah sees him. It's a valiant effort from Falcons. But Team Secret, they don't get too antsy. They have the patience to confirm that retake.
I mean, that's a duct tape strat right there from Falcons, right? It's just to stop the bleeding, try and figure out how they can find a way back into this round. And they do it really well. Leakyfag walks in, locks out the defenders from the bomb side. The bomb technically does go down, but it's traded back with a C4. And then the post plant just isn't all that easy because they don't own top floor control because they're going for a side rush. They also don't really own basement any longer. We saw the IQ below previously, but they don't really know what's happened since then. So Leakyfag is stuck in a very tough position. He's being chased down by multiple defenders. He runs upstairs, there's a player in front of him and a player chasing behind him, and they're just running after him with a pistol. They know if they take down Leakyfag, Losers cannot win the post plant in that 1 versus 4 or even in a 1v3. So it's very close in that gunfight. Had Leakyfag won out, maybe it could be a different outcome. But yeah, we saw that from the Maverick. He tries to go above in the vert. The answer is there. Secret never gave up control over the most important area of that bomb site. It was actually above.
Yeah. Notice that the way that Noah, even in that post plant, he never forfeited his position on the rafters. He was never exposing himself to IT. He wasn't trying to force the issue onto Solotov or whoever that player was outside of the IT breach. No, he didn't need to. He just needed to hold on for long enough for his team to have the numbers. And so a good retake there from Secret. And they're in the lead here on the defense, but of course we know that Falcons have got teeth. We saw that rush earlier on the basement attack. Goes to show that Falcons have a few tricks up their sleeve. And as we return finally back to this top floor, keep in mind that this particular bomb site was actually down to a 1 versus 1.
Yeah.
Falcons, user specifically, very nearly clutched it up.
It's a lot about giving the defenders a job in a round, right? What is my responsibility? If you're no on Cattle Rafters, your job is to play Cattle Rafters. Unless everything else fails, you gotta stay there because it's a very important area of the map. Then you have some people whose job is to have freedom. You can run upstairs, downstairs, you can roam. This is tough. Mute jammer and a bandit trick on the wall. They gotta get somebody downstairs, do some vert, or they gotta just try and go for it and see what happens next. EMPs. There they go. Fuse one side, throw them at the other. One of them shoot.
Oh no, it's not gonna work. He's gonna get it.
Oh, he gets it!
Oh!
Well
What
done.
a juggle! That was picture perfect from Doom. He had to get on it as soon as those EMPs went off, and he read it to perfection. Perfect job from Doom, and it forces Falcons to pivot completely.
He actually, I think he pre-started the animation of the bandit trick before the EMP even came out. That's the only way you can really make that time because the exothermic charge is so quick. So Doom literally played that perfectly. And that means Falcons, they lose a lot of value, right? Now they're all this C4 goes out. That's the same guy. That's also Doom, by the way. Denies the wall, gets C4, gets the injure, confirms the kill of Smokely. Absolutely massive value for Secret and their team. And that could just be the round. I mean, they are completely locked out. It's another one of those duct tape situations where Falcons just gotta find something that works, tied together, and hope for the best because strategically, they have lost this one already.
And they've just used all of the fire available as well. Another juggle from Doom. The Clash now, with their shield down, can peek as much as Savage would like. Solotov no longer has any fire, so his only option is to try and smoke the angle so he can cross. This is a funnel for Falcons. No way to easily march on through this.
Ooh, hold up.
Oh, almost a free kill. The only way Falcons get back into this, Pengu, is by going fishing.
Yeah, I think Secret needs to make a mistake along the way as well. They got the 5v3, they got good crossfire, Savage playing that centerpiece. They got protection with the Clash shield. Secret would need to make a mistake. Falcons, even if they played perfectly, that's not going to be enough.
Flashbang goes out, as is the final smoke, but of course all the kills are going in favor of Team Secret. Brede left with a mountain to climb, and he forgot his hiking supplies. Trapped in a corner, 4v1. He can sit here, he can bait, but the round is done. And it was done ever since Doom and Mowgli sent their heroics headlong at that main wall. And of course into connector at the start of the round. There's good luck trying to jump into that. It's an absolute onslaught on the site, thanks to Team Secret. The most dominant round we've seen from them across both of the maps that we've played so far. They're starting to make their case for why this should push to a third map.
I mean, that's a Doom round right there. The amount of value that he gained, he tricked the can opener, the fuse cluster charge, the exothermic charge, practically got 2 kills for his team early on, the first 2 ones. and then goes back, tricks another hot breach gadget. Like, he is everywhere and getting value in so many places in both utility
And he got a C4.
and kills. Yeah, exactly. He's everywhere. And that top 4 bomb site, I think it's one of the bomb sites that it feels kind of good in defense, but it feels kind of good in attack as well. If you get the main breach opened up effortlessly, no one dies, nothing goes wrong, and you get catwalk control, and you work from there like we saw previously from Falcons, it feels pretty damn good. But when you can't even get the first step done, which is the hard destruction, oh boy, that bomb site feels terrible to attack all of a sudden. And it comes down to the ABCs of Siege. If they bring a bandit, you then either bring EMPs or a Maverick, which, by the way, the Maverick was banned by Secret, so they can't bring that. Then you'd expect teams to go downstairs vertically. But if you hide the bandit in the prep phase and you don't know what's going to be happening, you're not going to be expecting it. So Falcons just missed one small mark and therefore suffered a massive consequence.
My question was the intention always just to try and counter the bandit juggle using the fuse, which, as we saw, is not the most effective counter? But like you said, I mean, there are so many different options, right? Even with those operators, like maybe you could have gone below. I think that was the concern. There weren't really any obvious operators to try and play vertically. No Ash, no Zoph, no Buck.
I think the fuse thermite, where like you fuse one side, thermite the other, and in theory, one of those two should go off successfully. It's like the lazy man's approach. I don't mean that in a negative way, but also it's very low risk, it's very low effort, it's very low commitment, but it also means things can definitely go wrong. Nobody will die, but the wall might just get bandit tricked, of course. If he goes to VA below, IQ, block, Ash, any sort of self-destruction really, if there's a if the defenders are contesting it downstairs by roaming, you can die. You can play 4 versus 5, and that's really bad. Plus the breach doesn't get opened up. So it's one of those, how safe do you want to play it? How simply do you want to try and approach it? And we've seen Falcons so far in this best of 3, they quite like their direct approaches. Whereas the glass pushing the bomb side, the shields taking room control, or in last round, how they try and get the hard breach destruction done. Now they've learned their lesson. They cannot go simple on the hot walls because Secret are bringing the bandit after the 3rd round rotation. That's important to note. They played the first 3 rounds, no wall deny. They wanted to see Falcon's final operator ban to see if they would go for a bandit. Now that they've shown the Asami ban, now they're playing Tuber on bandit. Now they're playing for wall deny. Plus they banned the Maverick themselves. So this is Secret, quote unquote, saving some of their strats for after the operator ban phase.
I like this from Doom. Oh, I like that even more from Mowgli. Beautiful work from Secret. Again, a dominating start to this round. 2 picks. Users is out of it. It goes from bad to worse for Falcons. Left floundering. This is the only bomb site they've won so far. And it was with their rush on the basement. Now they find 2 picks back again, dismantling this roam. That's the danger for Secret. In that 5 versus 2, they're giving 1v1s. It's brought this back into the realm of possibility here for the attack.
Reloading.
Yeah, when you're roaming, it's hard to have a crossfire and hard to have, you know, the 2v1 gunfight. So it's one of those circumstances where it is going to come down to 1v1s. But now it's down to a 3-on-2. It's all about Secret falling back towards the side, which most of them have with the exception of Doom, who's top floor, and they need to play together. Either Falcons will come for Doom and take him down with the 2 attackers, or they'll leave him be and have a flank drone somewhere. That means Adrian and Noah, who's playing by the bomb side, they have to lock it nice and tight. If the bomb side falls, Doom is forced into a flank, which might work against him. And top floor, but a good trade downstairs. Adrian trades his body down to a 2v1.
That was so pivotal that when Doom made his move, someone from Secret was also supporting him by taking the fight as well. It comes down to EFAC. What can the Frenchman do? A soft wall breach from the Hibana with those breaching charges, but of course it means that EFAC has no flashbangs to speak of. BPC taken down. Adrian and Noah playing patiently. EFAC has the diffuser. How does he play it? He wants to find a kill before he goes for it. Adrian pants down his court. Up to Noah now, but he has a nitro cell available. Is he going to attempt it? Is he going to practice what he has perfected? Indeed he will. It's a bait and switch with the rip of the C4 and a clutch up on the defense.
A little bit too close for comfort given how that round started, but I mean, in the end, Secret, they come out on top. I think they're being, you know, baited a little bit there by the sound. EFAC walked in the bomb side door, shut the bulletproof camera, walked back out, and they were like, okay, left or right, not entirely certain. And there was a small gap being left wide open. But they get the job done. Secret also, thankfully, didn't spend a lot of resources in that round. It was mostly down to gunfights. They had 2 spare C4s in the 2v1. Doom, who got that trade kill, had an impact grenade he used on the floor, top floor. So they had so much utility extra just in the round. And also, well done from Falcons, because they played Bandit super out. There's no way you should be able to just go for a direct bomb site breach, so they were going for a room clear. But that's the problem. When the bomb site is really strong and the walls can't get opened up, that means you can send more defenders on the roam game. Whereas if you're fearing a rush because the walls will get opened up, you gotta have defenders nearby in case of that exact rush. So I think strategically, operator ban-wise, Secret have made this map so much easier for themselves because they've gotten the better end of the deal. It's very smart what they did, right? They banned one hard breacher and demos. They're saying the cards are up in the air. Anything can happen next. It can be the Monty, it can be the Maverick, it can be the Thermite, it can be something else. Whereas Falcons like, well, we want to get through the wall, so we ban Kafe, we ban the Mirror. Now we can do the hard breaching, and then they're not playing Bandit or 2-Pro ever, so they ban the Asami, because that's annoying to deal with the Carol Crafters, right? No one played that position very well. But now Secret has flipped and said, every single round since 2-Pro and Bandit, the Knight of Walls, make Falcons struggle with the first step, make them go to plan Bs. Now Falcons have seen that strat for 2 rounds. This is the 3rd. They need to show us now they have found a counter strat that works to pick this apart. Otherwise, they're looking at 1-5 half on attack on Nighthaven Labs, which is way less than ideal.
And they're going to use this Monty to do it as well. We saw this Monty on that very first bomb site attack onto the top floor, and it worked somewhat. Of course, now it's been tossed over from users to Brede. We saw Brede play it on the first map. To decent success as well.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of redundancy in the hard breach here as well. The Secret going for the juggle, this time on Mowgli. You've got users, the Thermite. You've got 2 sets of tin can openers as well from Brede and Zafia. And speaking of that, Zove, oh no!
That's the risk.
That's the way that they try and take it vertically, but as you said, it's such a risky game to be playing. And of course, Mowgli can peek you back again. He's going to piece on out. There's no guarantee that he's going to juggle that, so he does fall back, and it's the right play in this case. He's found his kill. That's what matters.
As I said earlier, going below has the risk of dying. Mowgli has a spare band in pocket, didn't opt for the 50-50, swings out, doesn't get the jump, but he stays alive. That's the most important thing. Falcons have gotten step 1 done. They can apply pressure top floor, they can take out all rafters. It comes down to how they clear top floor and how these gunfights, how these crossfires are established from Secret.
Look at the way that Shadgo is keen for this. Takes out both of the cameras that might be spotting his position. The guy's on a breadstick right now, 5 rounds and only 1 kill. DMR in hand with the hollow sight. He's ready for some close range engagements, and Falcons do find the opening kill. Shadgo gets his. On the top floor, the domination begins, and the dominoes start to fall here for Falcons. Secret have found their fair share of kills, and that Nitro Cell and that kill from Mowgli may just put this in the ground. It's up to Shadgo now in his 1v1. It's him versus Doom. No C4 available for the defense as Doom is ready, but Shadgo swings it! Falcons don't care about the timer. They'll rush through the round and they'll find their second attack in the half.
That's Falcons just brute forcing the round from the very beginning to the very end. I mean, they just said, you know what? We gotta just go for fights, and they take them. You say Shadgo's name, he's a breadstick, he's 1-5. He gets 3 kills in the round, wins the 1v1 clutch, and puts Falcons in a very much needed 2-4 half. Now they got a little bit of wiggle room to still make mistakes or still have some tough rounds on the defensive side before looking at match point. And Secret on the side swap, they gotta show up from the get-go on the attack. They wanna keep applying this pressure onto Falcons, especially from the mental perspective. If you start losing or bottling some of those easier rounds for Secret, Falcons are gonna be laughing. They're gonna be in their comfort zone because they will take the free rounds. So don't give them anything. You see Walt and I spanned out, Bandit and Kaid again. Heart destruction is a big priority. Monty and Thermite in response.
I want to know how Mowgli gets 4 kills in that round, Pengu, and Secret still bottle it. Like you said, they can't afford to be bottling these easy rounds. Well, this was the first kill from Mowgli, and getting that kill essentially cost it. He found one with a C4, he swings the player on side, and then that gets traded by Shadgo. Shadgo eventually finds the 1v1. Yes, a lot of those kills came out in quick succession, off camera, or amidst the chaos.
Yeah.
So it was hard to follow, but yeah, big round from Mowgli, big round from Shadgo, 1v2 clutch to close it. And that's the second round on the board for Falcons, like you said, much needed. And in fact, the 2 rounds that we've seen won by Falcons in this game so far, Pengu, have been clutches. We've had Breedays 1v2 on the basement. I mean, was that really a 1v2? I guess it wasn't because the plant was kind of down already. It counted as a 1v2 according to the stats, but not sure if you really want to classify that as one. And a 1v2, of course, just there from Shaiko. Plenty of 1v1s. I mean, these rounds have gone down to one player left. 4 of the 6 rounds we've seen so far.
Jammer ready.
It's a testament to even getting down the diffuser. You're not safe in the post plant. You still gotta play your heart out because they're coming for you. And both teams have been so good at finding kills seemingly out of nowhere when they're down in numbers and when they absolutely just have to because this, the heart breaching isn't working. They lose their important utility operator. They're all fighting back, and I guess the big difference between the first map of Lair and now here on Labs is the individual statistics from Falcons. We're not seeing a massive, big performance from any outstanding player. Yes, Shaiko just got 3 kills in the round. That was he was 1 and 5 before that. League died 2 and 6. Really support players 7 and 5. Solos up 2 and 6. Solotop and Shaiko are both absolutely going nuclear on the first map, and that makes a lot of those rounds a lot easier. When you don't show up though and don't find those picks, that's Secret all of a sudden, running away with it. Mowgli is 12 and 4 and finding so many openings. June had an individual round where he got 3 kills and Bandit tricked every single heart breach destruction. That wins Secret that round individually. So it's been Secret being the better individual team so far, and Falcons pulling through in the clutches.
That's it. Adrian's struggling at the moment with breaching this wall. He's been impacted by League of Facts. Speaking of, this is an off angle, protected by the one-way. Adrian goes down, no more Hibana. It's not a good way for Secret to start their attacking side.
It's ironic how this is the exact problem they had on Lair. They were playing Ace and they got impact tricked and the first round was over before it even started on the attacking side for Secret. This is very reminiscent of that. They're getting tricked on the Hibana, they can't quite get the first step done. Adrian drops down, forced into a hipfire, dies. June fishing below the buck, fighting a lot of different angles here, quite stairs, quite dangerous, finds them in a little bit of catwalk. So that's a good job from June, but can Secret really make much progress with this? They're not really having any easy wins. As I say that, they find 2 kills out of nowhere, their 3rd.
You can't jinx them like that. Poor Falcon's gonna have to see you after these comments, Pengu, because you seem to be gifting Secret kills. Oh! And another entry from Noah. All up to Leakafak. 1v2. Could it be another clutch here for Falcons? Is what they seem to rely on. He baits the angle. He just needs to find one, but Noah secures it. Team Secret, they like letting it get close. But when things don't quite go their way, they know how to frag it out. They know how to do 3-2-1 goes and get right onto that bomb site. I can't believe that they turned that botch of an attack into a success.
These rounds would make for a perfect game of guess what happens next. And just show a screenshot or a short video of saying who wins this round and how do they do it. And you're thinking, oh, Falcons are gonna win this because Secret can't enter the bomb site. They're stuck outside the building because they got tricked and Adrian died. No, complete wrong. They just storm in, they get 3 kills in quick succession, they're in the side, they're planting, and it's a 2v1 to finish off the round. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but that's kind of the beauty of Siege. You have strategical depth, you have problem solving, adaptations, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the simple aspect of this is an FPS. And you're gonna have gunfights where you don't have anything else to do. You can't get a nice yellow ping from a drone or a perfectly placed gadget of some sort to give you any sort of help. You just gotta take your weapon, get in there, and get the job done. And that is where Secret, they time and time again seem to excel. And it's so funny because Falcons, they have a very similar flair to them. It comes down to which team has the individual players popping off in the 1v1s. And in the previous round, it was absolutely Secret.
Yeah, everyone on this server is taking turns fragging out. But I think something you identified last round, which has really proven to be a bit of a pattern here, is that Secret struggle with this hard breach. And so the question remains, is this going to juggle? No,
got it.
I think that was unsuccessful. No,
he didn't. I actually can't tell, I'll be honest.
I don't think he did.
He did.
He did not. He did not.
This happens a lot,
so
by the way.
The trend continues here as Secret struggling with hard breach. It's clearly something that Falcons identified before this game started because of the way that they've been playing the impact trick on both of these maps so far. By the
Knowing
way,
that.
there is no redundancy in hard breach here. No one else on Secret has
He
hard
has to
breach.
get this one. Oh, he got it. Okay, so he's 1 for 2. So that's the new Hibana trick. No, it's not new, but people have started using it because the hard breaching bans that we see in competitive play, it's been in the game for a long time. Works the same as Maverick. You basically soften up the wall between the top, middle, and bottom middle. It's a little bit tricky with Hibana because we're talking about pixels. If you're a few pixels off, it does not work. And we see teams and players in many different regions have a relatively low success rate because, as you said, there's no backup. They gotta make it work. Moti's in the building, despite the Element, still finds the kill.
So clever. He saw that operator on his drone. He calls his teammate to distract and he goes deep for it. Now Bride feels the need to go deep on Doom, who bests him. It's a beautiful collapse here for Secret. Everyone from Falcons is falling, and Shaiko cannot withstand the might of the entire Secret roster. It's map point here now for Team Secret. And Falcons, they've had their wings clipped. They are trailing behind.
Again, how does that happen, right? You jump in a window into an Ela mine, and you're thinking, they know I'm here, I can't see very well, he gets 1 kill, and from that moment forward, every single player of Secret is saying, okay, Mowgli, you think you have a gap here? When you get the first kill, we're gonna sprint in the building elsewhere and join you in the middle by that bomb site location. And again, it's about the full commitment. It's about every single player investing equally into this. Blind People 1v1 doesn't sweat it. Mowgli gets a second. Adrian gets one with the Ying shotgun. 1v5, a second kill for Adrian shotgun. So you have 2 different backstabs on the aqua hallway or kitchen hallway, and one where Mowgli jumps in the stock window. Or the cargo window, technically speaking, I should say. And then you have Adrian hitting the bomb site. They are attacking from absolutely everywhere. And Falcons, because you're defending all these different spots, right? Upstairs, catwalk, rafters, the kitchen hallway, they are spread out. So it comes down to, again, the 1v1s. But because Mowgli finds the first kill, they all stay alive. That link, that chain doesn't get broken. Whereas Falcons, they have a very big gap in the middle of the building where no one can quite cover each other. So it's almost attackers playing 2v1 and defenders fighting 2 or 3 separate angles every single gunfight.
Well, no second chances here for Falcons, Nick.
Oh.
Secret have found 4 map points. It's been quite a reversal of what we expected. We thought Lair was going to be heavily Secret favored, and Falcons took it pretty convincingly. We knew that Secret hate playing Nighthaven. They've banned it 8 of the 9 recent matches that they've played. They haven't played it for quite some time. Falcons thought it would be a good idea to bring it here. Secret have fought back.
Nice.
And that's a successful Hibana juggle, or Hibana trick, I should say.
It's it's so intense because even Noah's like, am I good? Like, did I do it? Because you have to wait until, because like normally you can like pop the exothermic charge, and if you hear it explode, you okay, it's good. If you hear the exothermic charge go off, you know the wall is open. But in this case, if you walk away and you say, guys, I got the breach, and then a different attacker will arrive later by that wall and goes, no, the wall is reinforced still. That can be the round over because you're missing a crucial part of the execute and you don't have time to fix it anymore, or maybe you have no more extra Kairos to fix it later on. But it's a good first step. The wall is open. The single wall was soft, got opened up as well. They got topped up by catwalk rafters, and as I say, it's going so well for the team of Secret. League Effect takes down Doom, who's playing Blackbeard. That could be a great operator for a plant. Of course, you have those grenades. Thankfully, those are both spent in the Casa Parakeet earlier, so they're not really going to be wasted. But this does make Secret's life all that much more difficult.
Yeah, they're going to go deep regardless here, Pengu. Adrian's the first one to go in. They are staring down this mirror. Uses, he's got a nitro in pocket. The flashbang goes out. Likafak and Shaiko have had a big impact though. Mowgli, 15k Mowgli by the way. About to go find a fight here. Uses on the other side. He doesn't seem aware of the angle. He doesn't seem aware of the mirror position at all. Noah up against the whole roster. First kill. But the vertical angle from Solotov bests him. And Falcons finally start to bring things back. They'll need 3 more of those though to push overtime.
Definitely a risky round there for Secret. I mean, you're pushing double mirror window, not having anybody outside the double breach, so Shaiko has a 1v1 angle. When you give Shaiko 1v1s, he's usually gonna win them. But this is the thing for Secret, you're allowed to have these kind of risky play rounds because you got this 6-3 lead. The only downside is that the following set of operator bans will now come out. We see Hibana, and I didn't actually see the other operator. If it was Mira, I think it was. Did you catch it, James?
That, unfortunately.
Fair
No,
enough.
I did not.
But Hibana and something, and this does mean, okay, there it is, tactical timeout from Secret. They can discuss the operator bans, how to fix things, what bombs that they're expecting to be attacking, what, you know, Falcons might make in their own adaptations that they gotta be conscious of, and work from there. So I like this because they're putting, again, everything into this upcoming round, saying, guys, let's play one good round of Siege, but let's do it perfectly, and just end this 7-3.
Yeah, you got so many options. You want to go for a rush? You want to go for a slow execute? We're pretty convinced that the next bomb site is likely to be command center top floor.
Yeah.
But storage control room is also still open. Of course, the only bomb site that we've seen successfully defended by Falcons. Wow, Doom is really agreeing with
Oh yeah,
what's being
he likes
said,
that.
by the way.
They're gonna go
He's
fast
like, yeah,
now, James.
Great idea.
Okay. I get to play Blackbeard again? Okay.
By the way, I want to know how he died on the Blackbeard, because last we saw him, he was outside a window, likely cutting off a rotation, and he died to a headshot. So I can only assume that he was cutting off an angle, aiming down sights, which is, of course, not most of the time not how you want to be playing that Blackbeard.
Okay.
He's been given his Deimos license.
Yeah. Oh, or not. There's a glass attacker repick. He's not finished just yet.
Oh, okay. Well, so he was playing Buck last time that we saw the second floor bomb site played. He went below, and he didn't have a ton of success, admittedly. It was a good round overall for Secret, but we really felt like him on the Buck specifically was struggling.
I think the reason why he was struggling, to be fair, is it was the same round where they didn't get the heart destruction done successfully. So you're blocking all this vertical floor without any pressure on the bomb side, and nobody else like in the building, I think, from the attackers. So yes, he was struggling.
That round came down to Noah just running in and killing everybody as ace on the bridge.
That's exactly it. So
Sending needles.
the mirror does end up getting banned. So does the Hibana. Mirror being banned means more flexible attacking lineup. You don't gotta bring the Kali or the Twitch or the Ashe to deal with that particular operator. It also enables fast takes a lot more, because instead of doing utility clear and like ashing and getting in and droning, you can now enable the Blackbeard even more, because nothing's really gonna stop him. At least not in terms of like a mirror window. Maybe the Griswold Mines, 3 in pocket of users, holding them for the push, that can be an issue. The Griswold Mines from Ella will guard break the shield fully and expose their body. Solotov almost got one tap through the wall there, but it hit the shoulder and he's gonna be just fine, taking a little bit of damage. But look at Secret. They get the main breach of IT. Now they're in meeting, taking the back portion, working towards connector. They are already applying pressure in 2 of the 3 areas that matters for this attack. The question really is, are they gonna go 3 for 3 and late round also backstab Aqua? Or okay, it's the jiggle tech, the spam crouch tech.
The C key is really getting a serious workout here for Noah.
It's about to overheat, man.
Oh,
Come
this
on.
is so painful.
Yes,
We even have
the
the... Oh, he's actually going to find it. No way. It's funny because we actually have like a mechanic in Siege where when you crouch spam, it slows down your crouching. But he doesn't want to be spamming. He just wants to sit halfway through a crouch so he gets that angle. Doesn't matter about the debuff. It's funny as well that the Hibana ban comes through and Secret don't care at all. They finally pick the Maverick and they actually get these walls open faster and more effectively than before.
Yeah, thanks to the mirror ban, right? Because if you map against the mirror, that's not... He's in!
Oh!
Oh!
Shaiko!
He never left!
He's just doing Shaiko things! He jumps straight back out again, dodges the flash, shoots off the air jab and contests. So aggressive and so genius from the Frenchman.
Gets the perfect timing, and of course, surprises Mowgli on the interesting. You're not supposed to be there. I aired up the door, I'm pretty sure. Now by IT fighting back, doing damage towards Savage. Nate comes out and responds. We see second play on the Coward Rafters. Catches him as well, turning away. The Secret on low HP now.
Do mine. He's gonna die. He's surely gonna die! He gets down via re-aggression as well from Shaiko to confirm the kill. Looking for a little bit more. Forced out of position by the nade here. Will die to it after that flashbang blinds him.
That was from below.
Maybe this is the way back in it for Secret.
The nade was from downstairs in cafeteria. Doom somehow through the vert gets that kill, avenges his teammate, posts him back to a 3-on-3. But then how do you get in? Brady playing talked by chassis position, shotgun in hand. That's like a near unwinnable one, and there's no util. There's one flashman left. That's the last one.
This is it. This is the big flash. He needs to find the kill. Breede's still alive. Eventually taken down by Doom. He's hit double digits. He needs the 4th kill, but uses just breathes a sigh of relief for Falcons. And a big exhale for Breede. They're not down just yet. They will keep fighting tooth and nail for Nighthaven.
One more round is all Secret need. Just one round where they get a clutch, things they go well, they get some easy kills, or Falcons make a mistake. Falcons, they're just playing very sharp right now. Like, they're getting aggressive when they have to, they're playing passive when they should, establishing, okay, it's a 3-on-3, we like these numbers, let's just establish the crossfires. We saw in this round, Shaiko, Duke the flashbang, shot the air jab, gets in, gets the opening. Here, the Goo Mine injures Savage, Shaiko confirms it, the nade from June downstairs, then kills Shaiko, and June, while that happens, is sprinting upstairs, ends up in the 1v1. Bombs at rotation though. It's just a matter of when Secret can find their stride, right? Just one thing has to go their way. I like this from Falcons. They're playing trap operators, right? We've seen the Ella come out very frequently. We've seen the Legion almost every single round. They're just trying to limit Secret in their gunfights because right now you can play for kills. Disrupt them from getting to the bomb site. Disrupt them from getting that, 5v5 plant situation and just make Secret work for it. Don't give them anything for free here.
And this half right now, the Falcons on defense is the first time in this entire match, Pengu, that we've seen Falcons actually winning the opening engagements more on average. Every other half we've played, so first half on this map, both halves on the previous map, it's been a 4-2 split of Secret getting those opening kills. Leakafak and Shaiko got it in the previous 2 rounds, then Mowgli before and Leakafak before that. Falcons have been in control of the early rounds here on Nighthaven defense. The Secret constantly looking for openings, constantly bringing the Brava or the Twitch, these extra drones, so they can find out what's going on this bomb site. If they can look for a gap, if they can find a cheeky little backstab or an early jump in.
That's the Age trick, which is the same as the Hibana trick, where you sell at top middle and bottom middle, and the wall is also opened up. It's easier to do than with Hibana, but it's also much more expensive, right? You have 3 summons. When you spawn in with Ace, it takes 2 of those 3 to destroy a single reinforced wall. So yes, they get the job done, and that's likely because for this bomb site, you can kind of go direct. You get the IT breach, that's going to oversee the vertical by the bomb site to try and get a plant down, and that's enough. Now it's about map control. Right now, Secret, they have basement and they have IT. So they're sandwiching in the map from top down. What they need now is a little bit of work in the middle. They gotta find a way in. Mowgli, spy that cargo window, Savage in the kitchen hallway. This is the middle.
This could be the opener. Use this on the other side. Can Mowgli bait him? It's a bait together. So well played, Savage to shoot a stray bullet. Oh, but a spray through the wall isn't a beautiful read from Shaiko. He gets that refrag, but back again, this time from Noah. Brede on the top floor, the last remaining defender in this position. He's still got some mobility, but he's starting to feel that pressure. No more pressure from Aqua, though, as Noah goes in. He's about to be peeked by Brede. He finds that kill. 3v3 as Brede looks to try and reposition back to site, and he is not caught by the player outside the breach. It's Adrian with the measly pistol. He can't bring out that shotgun for these long-range engagements. Brede wants to take that fight. Out comes the Candela! And Brede headshots him. Candela in hand. Hungry for more, the SMG-11. Joom needs to win this fight, but Solotov downs him. Savage looks for a refrag. They're shooting for the double from Solotov. The Turk has put Falcons back in the game. Round by round, they bring it back 3 in a row. 1 more needed to push it into OT.
And you can see Falcons right now, they know they got a full commit to everything, right? They have gotten the permission from League Effect to take 1v1s and to seek out engagements. No one is staying passive, no one's holding back. They understand if we give Secret what they want in a given round, they are going to win. So the second they get the opening pick, Falcons, they turn up the aggression. They swing breach, they swing catwalk. Brede, who normally is like the clutch last man person alive, he's taken every single gunfight that he will either see or hear, because that's the game plan. This is a 4v3, or 3v3 here. This is a 3v3. He doesn't need to go for the kill, but he does. That's the plan. You don't allow the Ying to execute. You don't allow the Ying in the building. It worked so well. And now Secret's sweating. I mean, 1 more round, it's overtime. I mean, you have blown a significant lead, 4-2 half, going up 5-2, going up 6-2. Falcons have gotten 3 rounds in a row,
10 seconds to go.
and they're looking for 1 more.
And would you believe that the way that Secret found match point was on the back of a flawless round as well? They would have been riding a high. Falcons have taken their tactical timeout. I don't believe Secret have taken theirs, if I'm not wrong. When does that come through? Are they waiting for overtime because they haven't? Oh no, actually they did take it,
right?
didn't they?
The second the
They
last
did.
operators came through, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It was after the third round and a half.
Yeah.
They lost their attack, and they were like, okay, let's change things up. And they failed ever since. It's been 2 rounds since that tactical timeout now. They go and attack the base, and again, this is the bomb side that they have actually been the least successful on this attacking side.
There's the ace trick, softening up the wall, Forger goes out, look at Shaco again. Holding aggressive angles, trying to, again, disrupt. Hey, a lot of respect here, because if they start swinging, they will die. He's waiting for the drone.
Take every fight.
They're both saying, okay, we know what we're doing here. You're gonna swing me, I'm gonna drone you. How do you want to play this, Shaco? Okay, keep it off the wall, fall back. He's bought a lot of time. Slow down the attack, and now they know it's not a rush, right? They're gonna be going upstairs. They're gonna be going for a roam clear. If you look at the attacker lineup from Secret, it's a lot of setup, right? They have IQ, Twitch, Flores, and Ram. Those 4 operators all need the same thing. They need time to come alive in the round. IQ gotta scan for the Valkyrie cameras and figure out where they are. Boogie drones, you gotta get in the building and, you know, use them. Twitch and Forest, they're both drone operators. So Secret are going to be very slow in this round, and thankfully they have good yellow information. They know it's a roamer and cargo. Going stuck, but they got the bird coming through. Don't find a kill though, but Mogi finds Breedy elsewhere.
Yeah, that was the pivotal play that they've been looking for at the top of these cargo stairs, and they do find it. Oh, this is going to be a big one though. Leak effect. Caught pants down. Didn't realize there was a player on the angle. Gets swung. Goes for more. And if that doesn't tell you how Falcons are playing this, I don't know what will. They are hungry to get aggressive. It's not panning out for them. Another shot from Solotov. What in God's name was that? Last bullet. And while he is traded back, it's a big kill. Shaco's still aggressive. Outside on the breach. It's up to him to use this now. Some new angles being opened up. Secret have to nail this round.
Trick shot from Falcons put them in a decent position, right? That being a trade kill is massive because numbers not that much in favor of the attackers. 40 seconds, that's the time I was talking about earlier. The setup is needed.
No.
Shaiko on the vert finds the kill from below. Doom and Adrian gets uses in Shaiko with 30 seconds to go. They got Goyo
There's a
fire.
Valkyrie camera as well in Animus. There's a BPC in Tank. Brede is feeding information. It's free flowing for Falcons. 20 seconds. Secret need this win as Falcons are on the verge of this comeback to push it into overtime. Shaiko, so eager, so happy to take these gunfights. Another one for Shaiko, traded by Adrian. He needs to go deep, there's no time to plan. Where is Users hiding? Where has he found his refuge? Adrian rounds the corner and Users swings us into OT for Falcons. 4 rounds in a row.
They're full-on swing strat. We saw it. League Effect goes back towards game, says, you know what, I don't want this gunfight, changes his mind, says, you know what, there might be a person holding me as well. If I go for the swing, at least I can trade 1 for 1. He falls. They never back down. Falcons have found out the perfect counter right now, which is simply, let's just fight back. This swing, super aggressive. Solotov could have fallen back the staircase. Stays super aggressive. Shaiko in 2v3 swings the vert. Super aggressive. And they are shutting down Secret, who are trying to plant. They're trying to execute. They want to do the soft destruction. They want to take down the Valkyrie cameras. They want to IQ scan the room. They want to figure out what is happening. But because Falcons and defense are setting the pace right now so quickly, it's forcing Secret to play not perfect siege, where there's gonna be mistakes, there's gonna be gaps, and when you kill 1 or 2 or 3 important different attacking operators, they can't get the job done. If IQ dies, those Falcons, they're gonna give you the most perfect information because they are never gonna be found. If you kill the Ram in that round, there's no vertical play.
10 seconds
You kill the
remaining.
Twitch, they can't clear utility. It doesn't matter which operators Falcons they find, as long as they find somebody, they are going to make Secret unable to go for plan A and make their lives so much more difficult.
Scanning for electronic
Into
devices.
OT, and guess what,
Spotted a
Pengu?
bomb.
We're back on that defense for Falcons again. It's where they've just found home for 4 rounds in a row. Secret have looked disastrous. On this attacking side, they found 2 in a row at the start. One was very convincing. No tactical
Swapping
timeouts
mags.
to speak of remaining. Secret have got to get back on this horse, and they got to do it right now. Surely not a 5th defense round in a row for Falcons.
the one time
If there's
it
any
works.
way to kick it off. That's how it works for Solotov. A big C4, and that is your hard breach gone for Adrian. We all rely now on just this ace from Noah. It's all they have left.
Adrian's been so careful on both Lair and Labs when it comes to hard destruction. He's always waiting and checking, and he was waiting and checking there as well, but Solotov finds the perfect moment to go for that C4 play. And they keep up the aggression. Demo's Tracker coming out, they're gonna swing the vert.
No.
They're gonna fight back. Doom, Mowgli, no one can feel safe downstairs.
EFAC is so eager here. He was spotted for a brief second, but I think that was disabled.
Yeah.
Ran out of time.
Oh, but he's here, but he's
Mowgli is
back.
going hunting. Oh no, he's got the read. He
mark
double
on the way.
baited Mowgli. Doom is getting desperate. He's looking to try and find this player.
Oh, no.
They've invested so much in trying to take down Likafak, and he has been worth his weight in gold. Waiting for his opportunity. He's got the info, ran in the corner. He should surely win this fight. He's being caught. He finds another one. How does he get away with murder in the basement? Oh, it's devastation for Secret. Savage and Doom. It's just up to them in a 2v4. After 4 rounds straight, Falcons have found on their defense. Secret can't let this one slip.
It's a League Effect masterclass. The captain, the leader, saying, guys, I'll get us the first run in overtime. You guys get the second, and we get the job done. 2v4 and 40 seconds left. 1 nade in pockets, some grim beats, but it comes down to the fragging department once more. Secret, they gotta walk in the door and find kill after kill. It's the only way to win.
Nitro, nade comes out. Forced off the position. Uses. Looks to try and retake. The Bees come through. It's 2-team now for Secret. The Savage and Doom work together. The Users is still in such a good position. Solonov swings it. 4v1. There's nothing left to be done for Secret. Oh, the comeback for Falcons is well and truly here. It's 5 in a row on their defense. And match point, series point on the verge of knocking Secret out of the playoffs.
I'm not entirely sure what happened there. I mean, we saw Doom on Deimos tracking League Effect on the Ella, and then right after the track comes through, they see them, by the extra stairs in the basement. They stop the tracker, and I'm thinking, okay, they're going to ignore League Effect, it's fine. But then we're seeing Mowgli sprinting down the extra stairs looking for the kill when the tracker has been removed. And they have no clue where, like right here. Mowgli is chasing League Effect without the Deimos tracker, without the active invasion. League Effect's laughing. He just won in the round. I mean, he did so much damage, bought so much time, wasted so many resources, and he got so many damn kills. Now Falcons go to attack, and it doesn't matter what happens here, because they can go on defense, even if they lose here on 7-7, and then they can win on defense. So, really, Falcons, they are completely stealing this one. It's absurd, and if you're Secret right now, mental boom is approaching, because you've had so many options, so many chances, so many 2v2s and 1v1s, and every single time you've fallen short.
10 seconds.
Like you said, though, this round, pressure's off for Falcons. Like, they never actually won an attack round onto this top floor bomb zone. They only won labs and control room. Doesn't matter. This one's a write-off. Let Secret have it, more or less. Give it your all. Flip side of that, my God, is the pressure on here for Team Secret.
Yeah.
Even if they win this round, they have to go and win an attack, which they've just failed at 5 times in a row. It is absolute desperation here for the defense. The Falcons, they've really found their stride. Like you said, Likafak was laughing.
Now, it's been a long time since Falcons have been on this
No
side
way.
of the round.
No way.
They're gonna try Sophia again.
Oh my God! It's perfect. That's how you do it for Falcons. They've read it to perfection. Shaiko, meanwhile, has been down, likely finished off in a brief moment by Doom. Doesn't really matter. I mean, the man is going 11 and 12. It doesn't really affect the rest of Falcons that much. If he goes down here, yeah, he's the Nomad. He's not a mission-critical operator here for Falcons. Breach is open as well.
Maybe not mission critical, but would have been a welcomed operator just because Clash is being brought up by Doom, right? I mean, you got Sophia, both the stuns and one soft destruction can clear with the shield. But doubling down with Nomad right now, right here, that would be pretty nice. So, think right now, if Liquefact can use the last self-destruction from Sophia and take down the Clash Shield when it's placed like it is right now, that could be a huge moment for the attack, because now Secret have nothing to hide behind. Asami's banned. They're playing... Asami and Mira both banned, sorry, and they're just playing the Clash. That's the only way they can fortify a position. There goes the soft breach from Liquefact. Did it take down the Shield of Clash though? I'm not entirely certain.
I didn't see. He still has concussions though. No, it didn't. This is the concern. I mean, all he's got is the concussions. That doesn't do a lot against a player hiding behind the shield, does it?
Not
If he was holding the shield, that would be a big problem, but
he's baiting it.
when it's set down, yeah, it is a bait indeed here from Doom. Secret are in good stead, and that's a big kill as well. Liquefact taken out by Doom behind that shield on the Clash. Good gas. Solotov goes deep on the back of it, fishing for a kill. Spots a player, but no damage. Secret can just hold their positions. Falcons the one that need to make their move, and this Clash is still up. Candelas go forth, and this is the way that Falcons can find their entry. Solotov on the floor though, finished by a nade from Noah. Bride and uses. And of course, Doom is just going to keep on watching these players with that Clash. User's going to have to go deep. Okay, that's one way to do it. James Bond is in the building. Bride has to 1v2. Pistol comes out for him as well. Might actually find the first one. Never mind. Savage has got him with the shotgun. And that is a much-needed round here for Secret after losing 5 straight. They are finally back into it. As we go into the 15th round, it's overtime, maximum overtime. And the last chance here for Secret to save their skin.
Yeah, and they have to prove themselves. I mean, this has been a battle of who can come out on the attacking side. But because Falcons started on defense, they will get 2 attempts on that side. And that means it's not up to Falcons to break this apart and make the good play. It is still up to Secret. This disgusting opening pick. The Clash, honestly, found a lot of value in this round. And Doom just swings away from the shield, knowing Liquefact on the right-hand side, and just goes to the pre-fire. And then Doom, after getting that kill, he rotates back, puts it down by the bomb site itself, and while he does that, the less of Ying by being blinded out and then getting pushed, his teammate does trade his body 1-for-1. So Secret playing numbers advantage, they got good protection. I do think Liquefact dying when he did, because Doom swung out aggressively, made a huge difference. Liquefact was the backstabber. Either Clash stays and holds him stock 1-to-1, that means the other Falcons players with the Ying can be successful, or Liquefact will die, and then Clash can rotate back towards the bomb site, and then we see what happens. There is no backstab, there's no back pressure. It's a very, very tough attack. But now, Falcons go downstairs, base and bomb site. No wall deny. They're playing this roam game. Again, the plan has not changed. We want to fight Secret on the entries. We're playing Scopos, we're playing Lesion, we're playing Valkyrie, we're playing Asami. All very free operators, right? You put down your stuff, you set up your setup, and now you can run around the building as you please. The question is Secret. Can they roam pick this apart? I kind of want to see them playing more shields. They're now playing the Blitz from Savage. This could be key to picking apart the roam. Uh-oh.
This is deadly. Just look at the way that Shaiko peeks this. You said it.
Barrier is activated.
Falcons read is simple. They're going to go deep. They're going to go big. They're going to peek everything that they can see. Every last little Swiss cheese maverick hole that Adrian may present to them. Adrian doesn't want to give up his life.
Ooh.
He's baiting shots. He's going to open up the second side. It's a big roam. As the scope boss is taken down. Just the gadget, not the player. Bride elsewhere, cut off on his roam. It's an entry here. Solotov finds the kill though. No trade from Secret. Mowgli went in too early. Trusted the flashbang too much. And Liquefact on the scope boss has made his way back into it. He might find the angle. No, Solotov is the one to fall. And this roam game is not perfect here for Falcons. They've lost more players than they would like to. And they're hungry for more. They are not discouraged whatsoever.
The Blitz working out so greatly. Again, the free info, the gun stop, like no, you don't have 2 different people droning and not watching angles, right? That's what the Blitz gives you. Aggression, counterplay. The benefit here is Liquefact is on the scope post. Normally, when you're a roamer, you gotta fall back towards the bomb side or die in the roam. Because you can... Oh, actually, no, I'm wrong. The scope post clone is dead, right? So you can't TP back to the bomb side. So in this case, Liquefact is any other normal operator. If he stays in the room too long, he doesn't get the backstab, and the side is vulnerable, and he cannot TP back. The C4 finds Noah. pre-placed a long time ago, likely with the Valcam information. Vegafax still going for a backstab, but it's very much on his own. Again, he does not have a TP back.
He's just an operator with a gun. That's all he is. But he holds his position.
Ooh.
When does he make his move? 40 seconds remain. He might find a player. There's a camera, but no, June's got the angle. I don't think Lucifac knows that he's got the injure on June.
They can't get
There's
back
no
upstairs.
time. It's all up to Adrian. No! The cat's out of the bag, and Secret have been left in the dust. The Kings of Europe will fight to keep their crown as Falcons fly onwards to the final.
Looking good, a much better day for Falcons, I'm not gonna lie to you. Going into this matchup last night, I was thinking, I'm not sure if they are at the right level right now in peak form to take down Secret to make it to the grand finals, but they proved that wrong. Yesterday was a one-off, today they are really here because now there's a lot to play for, right? A spot in the grand finals, they conquer it and they shut down Secret in 6 out of 7 rounds. It's incredible, and the consistency was beautiful.
Gutting loss for Secret, but a revenge, of course, is a dish best served cold. It's a cold 2-0 for Falcons as they rocket forth into the grand final. We'll be back after this.
Falcons have just done what we thought was impossible after we saw Secret lead that map 6-2. But Falcons with this have not only tripled their SI points, they've given themselves a chance to defend their legacy as the champions of Europe MENA League. What a comeback! What a game we have just seen! And what insane performance from the Falcons players.
I mean, honestly, like the defense start was insane from Secret, but I think the composure and the team element, once again, coming alive for Falcons. It was so down to such small details. Even that failed clutch, everything felt like Secret should take it.
Yeah.
And then somehow Falcons always got away with it. And you know what was the reason for this? The reason for why we think this was always down to a very, very small detail? Because it's the first time in the BO1 that I see 6 clutches. That's absolutely insane. We got 6 clutches in a single map. Now they were pretty much balanced, but everything came down to the detail. And honestly, it's gotta hurt for Secret because they had it in their hands. They had a huge lead, but then on top of that, they are on par with Falcons. I don't think they're necessarily worse than Falcons. It's really down to some very, very, very small details. And in the end, Falcons takes it, but it could have been either way.
There's a case to be made that actually Secret should have won that, and it did come down to all those clutches, which you can't rely on, you know, in terms of longevity over a long time. The clutches are just the kind of cherry on the top that you want when you're already dominating, not to get over the line in the map. But Falcons will take it by hook or by crook. They didn't want to be playing a map 3.
No.
Obviously, they've been playing a lot of Siege recently. Just a very quick shout out to the top guy on the right-hand side of your screen there, Mowgli. We've criticised Mowgli. I think it's fair to say when he's against Falcons specifically. We said he struggles, and in reality, he had a very, very dominant game today. Didn't really deserve to be on the losing team, dropping 20 kills. Really, really strong.
20 kills in that map only, and 6 opening kills once again in that map only. That was absolutely crazy from Mowgli. And if you look at the team aspect of things, you had 2 players have really huge negative scores on the side of Secret, whereas on the side of Falcons, everyone had 10, 11 or 12 kills.
Yeah.
Once again, team effort. And I keep saying it, but it's a team that goes through hardships. They go through really hard matches, exactly like in the competitions, and they warm up through every single obstacle they overcome. And see how Shaco gets excited? Do you see that often? Same for Bride? You don't see that very often.
No.
That's only because they're fueled on successfully going above that lower bracket, finally performing, finally reaching the top 2 in Europe.
But I mean, it must be so confusing being a Falcons fan, because you're gonna see them play a game, like for example against Secret right now, and you have no idea if they're gonna cook, if they're gonna burn down the kitchen, what's gonna happen, and then they end up cooking again. When we criticize them for the team play, they bring out amazing things, where there's like these mini things that they do together, these duo peaks, these duo plays, and it just seems like they really have that chance to defend themselves as the champion of this stage.
I think it's like seeing 2 different Falcons, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
You kind of get the I don't know what the right word to say, but you get the regular league stage Falcons who, they're operating maybe a 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10 kind of in performance. Quite a lot of the time they start slow and build up, and then you get the Falcons where there's actually something tangible on the line, where they can really get themselves up for it. You was really right to highlight there, Leo, showing Bride, showing Shaco, showing the emotion, because so often with Falcons we come to see only one person show that emotion, show that passion, and that's been Leaky Fact. So the whole team showing it, the whole team knowing that there's a lot on the line, and as we see the bracket, we see now that Falcons get the chance in the very final, the grand final of Europe MENA League, to defend their crowns of Kings of Europe. It matters so much to them, and I think that's why we're seeing that improvement in performance.
And we're back to basics now, with Secret and VP being 3rd and 4th of Europe, and then G2 and Falcons fighting for the European crown. We've been waiting for this for almost 1.5 years, and it's back there. It's tonight. It's going to be an amazing BO3.
Remember what I said yesterday, how this there's a potential that this could look like the SSG lower bracket run? I mean, it's kind of, there you go, like
It's
that.
not far off, yeah.
Not far off.
Well, it's almost identical. And honestly, looking at that bracket as well, the fact that we will now see G2 having played against Secret, Falcons and VP. The same for Falcons, played against everybody in the top 4 in best of 3s. That's the one thing I want to see through this bracket, because these teams have been teasing us all the way through EML.
Yeah.
They've been showing us some great stuff, and we just want to see them against similar levels in best of 3s. We'll have now seen it all, especially including that grand final.
I feel like it's such a privilege to be able to see all these top 4 teams of Europe MENA League just go absolutely at it against each other. It's amazing to see that stuff, but we do have the winners on the line as we get to speak to them always after they just got that victory. We have users on the line once again. Congratulations on the victory here today. What a 24 hours it has been for you. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Again, like I said, I'm feeling a bit tired still. I think everyone in the team is. We didn't get to sleep till it was like 3 a.m. my time, 4 a.m. their time, 5 a.m. some people's time. So, and then it was an early game today, so we're all a bit tired, but managed to squeeze out the win at the end.
Do you think, users, that you guys going through hard moments like this, like really long matches and overcoming everyone in that lower bracket, actually is making the team better? Because I feel like you're warming up, just like you warm up through events usually, you guys are warming up through that stage with the lower bracket.
Yeah, I see what you mean, because I agree. With the tournaments, we normally start like really slow, normally lose the first few games, and we like wake up and realize. So I think that's probably what's happened now. I think we've all got, like you said in the talk before, we've all got a lot of passion. You can see on the webcams, we're all screaming, we all want to win, we all want to get the extra side points.
Was there much added motivation, users, I would say? So there's a couple of motivations that I suppose we identified. Obviously, you lost to Secret the last time you played them in the bracket. They were the team that put you down there in the lower bracket. And then also, you've won every European stage over the last year. So is there a little bit of pride on the line? Did this match matter maybe a little bit more to you guys?
I think we always want to win, like regardless about how we won the last 2 EULs. But I think also like we want to get revenge. We lost to Secret in the best of 3. We lost to G2 in the stage. We lost to VP in the stage. So we kind of want to get revenge as well.
Understandable.
But we always want to win as well. So.
I mean, yeah, that makes total sense. One question I want to ask you about Lair is that you played it against Secret before and they beat you on that map in that best of 3 situation. They picked it again today. What have you learned that you used against Secret today?
We just trolled the first one on purpose, so they picked the second one again. That was our game plan. We're genius.
The content map, is that what it was?
Yeah, we trolled on purpose.
The master plan, it is cooking up and we'd love to see it. Now, what awaits for you after the upcoming game is the grand final of Europe Mini League. How are you going into this game against G2?
We're all fingers crossed it's not going to be a 3 a.m. game, so that's about it. And obviously a lot of the G2 players thought they were going to be playing Secret as they tweeted out, so it's nice to play them.
I totally understand. I mean, I think we'll have our fingers crossed as well that it won't be a 3 a.m. start for that game. Users, thank you so much for your time for now, and good luck with the final later.
Thank you.
It was the master plan all along to lose Lair in the first instance and to be bringing it out later. I like how they're keeping some secrets for us. Obviously, there's still important games to be played later on, and Lair might still be on the table.
Yeah, it's a question of the quality of a team, right? Winning at the right moment.
Yeah.
And winning when it matters. And performing when it matters is exactly what happens with experienced player. And it was the case for Shaiko especially, but it was also the case for Solota, for Yuzus. Honestly, the entire team is starting to mesh really well right now.
With esports, you can draw comparisons to traditional sports a lot, and there's a kind of a theme in traditional sports. It's not about how you start any competition, it's always about how you perform in the business end of the competition, and Falcons are just leveling up. There's still levels they can go to. That's the scary thing about it.
And the good news is they already had to handle a full BO3 break before 2 matches, like they've done. So it's just as yesterday.
They're used to it.
Routine as business. Yeah. And G2, they've not played in a week, so they're going to be really cold.
Yeah, some really don't like it, having that 3-hour break in between, but Falcons really seemed to thrive off that yesterday, so it might really be a promising thing for them later in the grand final. But before we get to that, we have a whole best of 3 to play with a lot of importance for the players. We'll talk about the stakes after the break. Welcome back to the European League desk. We have an exciting game ahead of us today. It is our 5th place decider game between Gen.G and Matchco. Now, we talked about this game being important for the players because there is a lot at stake. We'll explain to you exactly what is at stake because the winner of this match will attend their first international event as they get the invite for EWC. They'll get the SI points, and guess what? The loser gets absolutely nothing. No SI points, there's a bit of prize money, no invite to an international event whatsoever, so there is a lot to play for in this game. And when we talk about Gen.G, they have seen this film before. They got so close yesterday to making it to their international event. They've been there times before, but they are so far away each time when they find themselves losing those important games.
Yeah, that's the general storyline of this team, especially when they were formerly known as Ents. They've changed a little bit since, but it has generally been the same story. It's been a slow start through the league, and then they've really fired up through the stage, and then when the crunch time happens, when they can make that event, they lose the game.
Yeah, it's always consistent. It's always so close yet so far. And yesterday, I think, was the closest that I've ever seen them perform against some of the top 4 teams. I think that what we saw yesterday in that games against VP was absolutely crazy. Overtime upon overtime upon overtime, 3-mapper, and actually a team that looked like a proper team. A team that was there not because VP was struggling, but because both teams were great and they were showing some quality. And I know we had the debate at the end of the day saying, did Matchco or did Gen.G look the best or look the better? I think Gen.G objectively, with what they've shown against VP, looked just a little bit better because they took them to a 3rd map and almost made it overtime every single time. But it's not taking away from Matchco that had a really good match yesterday against Falcons.
Well, I can see why. I mean, we talked about the growth that Gen.G have gone through at the beginning of the stage. With them being 9th at Playday 2, we wouldn't have expected them to be here. But there are some things that they're doing right now, Jack, and you have an example of this as well. Some things that they're doing that they're really excelling at.
Yeah, I do, absolutely. So I'm going to show you a round, and on one of these rounds, this is a round that Gen.G would have lost when they were playing at the start of the stage, when they were struggling. Honestly, they were not particularly hot at the start of the stage. They were losing rounds for absolute fun. So yesterday, they faced a little bit of adversity. They're attacking bottom floor on bank. They start 5 versus 4. They lose their fuse. They're really struggling. What can they do? They're 4 versus 5. They've still got to go through their strategy. Well, they don't let it affect them. They still send the Twitch drones into sight, get rid of the Goyos. They have the sense and the Ying for the execute. You can see the sense walls, they're coming all the way across here, and then the Ying is going to throw the Candelas in deep. Now, for Gen.G, it's about sticking to the plan, stay with the process, and you will get the plant off. You can see the smokes, the C4s, there's wardens. It's a big utility game. We're used to seeing it in terms of the bank basement. Now, as the plant's going down, you can see nobody is covering the plant whatsoever. For Virtus.pro, they're relying on a smoke canister that you will see ultimately misses. It goes all the way through sight and through the door, and Azox sticks the plant. This is a level of coordination necessarily that we've not seen from Gen.G in terms of being 4v5. Their primary source of the utilities in Isle, their fuse, was gone. But they've still got the sense, they've still got the Ying, they've still got the plant and the coordination. And despite adversity, they still managed to get the plant down and they still end up winning the round. And that, for me, is them showing a level of maturity that we haven't seen inside of the stage whatsoever. This is how they were getting so close. This is how they were winning rounds against Virtus.pro. They did fall short, but they're operating at a higher level.
It's night and day difference in terms of team play there, Jack, right? Because we're seeing a team that commits to a game plan. They have their vision. The vision is execute there using not only the Ying here and the smokes, but also the green bees in red hallway at the same time and the sense wall. That's the coordination that we lacked at the beginning of the stage, and we're seeing here, and that's why they have better quality right now.
It's looking good for them, but they have to go up against a team that's only just joined EML technically. This is their first stage. They already find themselves in a pretty good position. We're talking about Matchco, that new team in European League. They also got so close yesterday. Arguably, they should have won their game in 2 maps even. But still, again, they find themselves so far away as well. However, the team's stats already are looking a lot better.
Yeah, especially from Lolo and Aki. I think both of these guys had some terrible games at the beginning of the week, last week especially. But yesterday they showed resilience. Yesterday they took on Falcons, and they showed a 9-10 day difference once again against some of the bigger teams in the league. And that was a combination of them playing better Siege overall as a team, but also the individuals finally picking up with some inconsistencies still, some rounds thrown away by individual mistakes, and that needs to be solved right now if they want to beat Gen.G.
It does. And I'm not saying that I disagree, but I think for Matchco, if we take a step back, let's take a step back all the way to the start of the stage. What was our realistic expectations for Matchco?
You expected them, I expected them to make playoffs.
So for me, it was for them to be in this game at an absolute best.
Yeah.
I think that would warrant a good stage. They've had a good stage, and it's now just about the cherry on the top. Matchco have shown us that they can compete, that they can operate at that high level. It's just about getting it over the line. The one thing that they did show in the stage was that they are good in the late round. So I want to see a little bit more of that from them today. Some of the clutches, some of holding their nerve in the late round, and they might just get that cherry on the top that they're looking for.
There is something about chasing that same objective, something about creating that history for themselves here, something that we're looking forward towards, you know, the Italians versus the French kind of, creating that history, chasing history for themselves. We're talking about that international appearance, and we're looking at this beautiful graphic as well of the two Titans battling up against each other.
We've got Genji on one side, now the sole representatives of the French, by the way, as a French-speaking roster, now that Wolves has been split up. I don't agree with Falcons being a French guard. They speak English, and for me, I will say this: this is the only French-speaking team at pro level right now against the only Italian-speaking and fully Italian roster. We're making history in the sense that both of these teams, you take 2 years ago, none of them were playing professionally. Genji joined pro level a year ago, Matchco joined this stage, and both of them right now have the opportunity for the first time ever to make it to an international event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be huge for whoever makes it. It's also going to be very, very difficult for whoever is the one that ends up being left at home, the only team in playoffs that doesn't make EWC.
And we're looking at the map veto now. It's an important best of 3 between these two games. We talked about it. The stakes are high. If you win, you get everything. If you lose, you get nothing. So which 3 maps are we going to? How are we feeling about this?
We're seeing Matchco pick Lair. It's a map that we've seen from them exactly 1 week ago. Absolutely battered by VP 7-1. But before that, it was a 7-win streak for them. I assume they just want to erase what happened last week. Yeah. It was a one-off day. It's okay. They had a 7-win streak on it. They're really comfortable. Now we move on to the Genji pick on Kafe. And I really like it. And I appreciate it. Because Genji, they love that map. They've played it 3 times this stage. They've beaten Geeky at Belgium Masters. They've beaten Fnatic. They've beaten Wolves 7-1 on that map. And also had some amazing attack sides on this. And then we're going to see the decider. That's going to be Nighthaven Labs, if I remember well.
Yep.
I think pretty off for both teams. Both of them have a 0% win rate in this stage. I think both of them lost is against Falcons, BDS, or G2, if I remember well.
It feels very safe for me. Both teams have picked into a map they're comfortable on. They're not worrying about their opponent. They just want to get a foothold into this fixture, win their map pick. That decider is a curious one because it's a map that both teams have a losing record on, but they will have looked at their opponent for that one and not be too worried about what they've seen when they've done that VOD review.
Well, the good news is that the important match between these two teams is ready. So it's going to be Genji, it's going to be Matchco on Lair, and it's going to be the wonderful Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, Anne and her 2 sons. Yes, we're very excited to get our way in towards this. They have set the stakes, so let's fry them up and see what comes out. Delicious Demo, starting here with a battle between Genji and Matchco, and you lot at home, pretty split, but 63 favor the French.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to side with them. I think Genji, looking at how they played yesterday, really impressed me.
You side with the French?
Well, over the Italians. Look, if there was a British player in this, then you know where my allegiance would lie.
It's a different story. No, you keep going with your excellent point that I rudely interrupted.
No, I thought Genji, were great yesterday. I said Skies was my man of the match, even though they lost. Skies was my guy. Matchco, on the other hand, again, I think played really well. But I just think Genji impressed me more. I just think the rounds that Genji had, they were really clean. Look, there were some pretty good rounds well from Matchco. I think back to the clubhouse that they played against Falcons, where they had that Jim Bedroom attack, where they used the Aurora to rush up main stairs. I thought that was genius, but I don't know. I just think the coordinated play style of Genji was very, very impressive. And I just think that they've gotten better as the stages went on, where I think Matchco is maybe, would you argue, have kind of petered off a little bit from where they were at the start of the stage. They've kind of went in the opposite direction, whereas Genji started off really bad and have slowly built their way back up.
Now, obviously, you and I were in the driving seat for a lot last night, as were these 2 teams, and it was a long one, I think is the fairest way of putting it. But what we had from both of them was brilliant performances. Yes, there could be favourites, but ultimately they took 2 huge teams to task for what was hours and hours and hours. And now they get to go with that sort of energy on a fresh start. Yes, they're playing for less reward. Yes, they're playing for, you know, some other stuff of importance, but you would have liked to have taken a big game. It doesn't mean you slow the roll here. Monty and the ace against the Kaid and the Clash, a shield apiece, and a bit of back and forth on the walls. It's a pretty standard removal here, Demo.
It is. And you mentioned as well, you know, what they're playing for. If whoever loses gets 0, which I think it's like, you may as well have just went with Wolves and Wild and the rest of them. What's the point of playing all these best of threes if you get nothing out of it? So I think it's more the case of these teams need to win to get those points, or else it's just, what's the point? Why do bother?
This first engagement, I hope it's going to be one that sets a bit of the pace. The compliments that we've paid towards these rosters, it was sort of different. Matchco, they played some great pocket plays. They drove themselves into situations and scenarios where they were able to wrest control of a round within a sort of quick split, but it took a bit of time to boil. Gen G's approach was slightly different. Yes, they had some good plays, good team moments and good drives, but the sort of tail end of it, it would often come down to a single player that would pop off. The pressure on towards operation. The wall will get cracked open, sort of not contested here. The mirror's in, slowly slinking past Blackbeard position, but you can see they're flooding in above, so Deadshot now has to watch behind him, have the cross angle, can't just bandit trick it on. Seems like a fairly solid take here towards the main stairs and the walkway. The Blackbeard once again just revealing position, but there's nobody to move behind it as of yet. It does make them very scared here though.
Yeah, I think Nako's going to be in the hot seat, obviously on the main stairs. It's an area that attackers are going to try and get up into, because then you get Mez control from that. So he'll probably have a fair few bits of util tossed at him momentarily. May that be nades or even the Capitao could get involved. You see the bandits though, that's the issue. They need to get the EMPs over to allow Ghost to open up this wall, but at the same time, there's absolutely nothing stopping Deadshot to go for the bandit trick. So Match going to be very, very careful about how they want to play that. And yeah, not much happening at the moment. Now they're going to make their play, but Ghost gets shot just through the smoke. The audio was enough for that pre-fire to come in, and Ghost sadly walked straight into it. They have been able to take main stairs, but you've lost the Habana, you've lost your heart bridge. How do you get into the bomb site?
Could just be from trying to walk in the front door, but with Deadshot's position and with not really a breach pressure behind him, they can play this as a cross angle, and they can play with time. Keep barricades going up, and 20 seconds, all that's left. Deadshot does suffer a bit of a scrape, but again, there's no other direct pressure coming towards him. There's got to be a bit of a force onto the door itself, and there's the grenade. Gets rid of Deadshot, but 10 seconds, more smoke canisters, and a single touch. You just have to go for it at this point. They might not know about the Izami, but Dora, doesn't even really matter towards the end. Moves, sprays, gets caught out, 2 seconds, can't get the kit, just hold the trigger, and the round will end in their favor.
Just a meat grinder in the end, really, wasn't it? And a meat grinder, I think they've got the smoking department as well, because that smoke came in pretty big. Obviously, you kind of look at the play for Matchco. It was all about taking in towards main stairs, trying to get, you know, that main wall open, and then try and go for the default plant. Now, the issue is whenever they're going for that main stairs take, out of all of the players and operators that you could have sent to try and assist that Blackbeard with taking main stairs, you send your sole hard breacher to run across an open doorway, albeit, yes, it's smoke, but smoke isn't bulletproof. And you've lost the Habana, and you can't open the wall. And you have to walk through a single door with 30 seconds left, and there's a smoke. It's just a whole lot of nothing, really, for Matchco, I think, that round.
It's rough, really, and I think it's the fairest way of putting it is slow to build into. As I said at the start, they're a team that can sometimes find opportunity, and at their strongest, they found it against the strongest opponents. It was almost a weird metric we actually measured them from during the season was, okay, why are they, of this team that has come up here, finding the success against these bigger teams? There's a fearlessness about them. They throw themselves into the woods and they come out howling. But when they're against smaller teams, when they're against teams that know them, when they're trying to get things even more perfect, sometimes perfection doesn't pay off. really. They get stuck in the reeds and drift around until, 20 seconds left. And unless you force that utility out, as you sort of said, Demo, they have so much to delay at the end there. And Gen.G know them. They're not just going to throw it in. Oh, there's the pop onto one. Bit of damage onto the Fenrir, and they do get one of the F-nets on the slip in. But here, as Ghost takes a bit of damage, Akwi's on the catch. No, wasn't quite in position to get the drop there on the rotating player out, and they've been able to steal some control here underneath Demo quite quick.
Yes, horizontal take is kind of what it's eyeing up to be, but there is still multiplayer upstairs, but it's just Teb by himself, and don't forget there are roamers in the top floor, so I think Teb is making a big risk just by playing up here by himself, and now he's going to start to get pinched by two of these roamers, but Deadshot is looking the complete wrong way. Back it comes from Gen.G, and this round is as good as done.
Okay, weird sort of pacing there. I mean, I sort of talked about a lot of things there, Demo, as is technically my job. Talked about our awareness of each other as a main thing. No, apparently not. Apparently that's not true. They didn't really seem to have an awareness on the take. It was, I don't know if simple is the right word there for Matchco. It takes sort of a style to just cut your way directly into warehouse. You don't always see it, but then the motion behind it.
This was, I don't know what's going on with these two roamers.
Yeah.
Outtad gets two of them. Like, you look also this horizontal take. You know, that was what Matchco were trying to go for, which is fair enough. We see horizontal takes, you know, work. Especially if you've got like an operator like Ossa who can face check and obviously has that portable cover that he can place down and he can try and get a plant with.
Yep.
Then they send the sledge by himself upstairs to, again, you just expect to do some vertical work, but very risky sending one player above on a pretty heavy rover map. Then Teb ends up killing two, which I just found it crazy. The guy who was making head holes behind Teb, you're telling me he didn't hear the sledge to tell his teammate, oh, this guy's here? I don't know. It's weird from Gen.G. Very, very weird.
At this point, all tied up, all level, and you kind of want the pace to increase, obviously, as we sort of progress throughout this showdown, this series.
Changing max.
It turns into that sort of back and forth between the two teams. Quick breach on towards security, gets the wall open, gets the pressure in, Demo.
Yeah, Matchco just going through the motions of making sure the main breach is going to be opened up. You can see that they've even brought in that Thatcher as well, just to make sure that that will be done. With no Cade on the board because they went for that ban. I think maybe just fearful of just in case there's a mute jammer or maybe even a bandit there. But as we can see from Gen.G, they've brought no wall denial. They're happy enough to allow Matchco to get that exterior wall because they are playing so heavily in towards that top floor. We've got 4 players upstairs, which is usually the common trend that we see. One player will typically linger in the bomb site, usually with a C4 in case a rush comes in, which again, pretty frequent we've seen this stage on a map like Lair. So yeah, the setup looks pretty standard. For Matchco, what is their decision making? Now, look, we've seen this round play out a lot. For this bomb site, we've seen teams go every which way, the way that they wanted to attack it. And what we've generally seen is teams who kind of refuse to go above and just ignore the defenders holding the vert angles. They usually seem to get punished. We see teams who go above and do the hard work usually get rewarded better.
It's sort of, you know, it's almost a trade-out because there's been moments where people who go above, they try and get, as you said, all the hard work done, they try and get the opening. They don't pay keen enough attention potentially to the retake possibilities. That is a motion I'm a bit curious about. Obviously, they pull themselves in. They're going to get the cement on the kill there with the C4. There's now 2 for the round. They've lost the Thatcher and the Thermite, but the breach should be primarily done. However, here, what do you do? Because they have the verticality. You can't just throw yourself in and plant. You don't have the smokes for coverage. You're going to have to try and swing your way up, get a kill, maybe try and get a second. Look at the positions, though, the Matchco players. They are all so isolated. Yeah, you've got players in the middle of Gen.G here, but they don't have to move. They don't have to leave. They've got 28 seconds. You got to hot foot it, get the rotate round, and try and drive yourself together. There's Azox taking a bit of damage. Might be Swung round on here, close left, hit from above though. And at that point, with the man disadvantage, I mean, you just can't really force this site demo.
Need to go above. You cannot allow their defenders to have just such free range. And it's not even that, it's... I think we've seen a round from G2 last week where G2 had to attack that same bomb site. And yes, they tried to just go direct. They didn't really want to go near that top floor. But then they were still bringing in operators who had util to disrupt those players above. They did it via flashbangs where they could just flash the players off the vertical angles as they went in for the plant. Gen.G just tried to go in raw, it felt like. You know, they're applying no pressure whatsoever. I mean, there's Habana who was just sat inside of Master Office and he's just sat there the whole time. Didn't really want to make a move. The Gen.G players just had to say, okay, we know he's there. He cannot see where I'm playing. He cannot see my vert angles that I'm holding. So I'm in no trouble at all. They need to do much more than what they're trying to do. I mean, that bomb site, again, we've seen it so much where teams are just refusing to actually go above and hit them upstairs. You're going to get punished. You cannot allow players to play in the vert.
Traded rounds, but we went... It's a sort of weird pace there from Matchco, right? We're talking about what they could have done better. We're talking about what they could have done wrong and right in that sort of application. The round before on towards Lab, it was a very direct take and it felt like they're in control. It felt like they're in the driver's seat. And then the first and the third rounds, it's just been elements of great first step. Now what? And that now what is kind of haunting them. Now is a chance to have that answer to the now what as they remove the mirror against the Maverick themselves. Maverick, he's had a fair bit of work recently. I think with the sort of new ban system, especially on maps like this where there are some big hard breach possible angles. Very quick rehost call there. So we will have a rehost. But the Horseman demo, get him gone. Seems to be the MO. Get that horse guy out of here.
Not the horse guy.
Have you ever ridden a horse?
No.
Would you? If I pitched it for content?
No.
Okay.
Not really my vibe.
Producer Tommy, cancel the horse content. Cancel the demo rides into the Copenhagen studio on a horse content. Get rid of it. Keep the Anne teaches her two sons and the casters how to dance content. Keep that.
I can bust a move. I don't need taught.
Okay. I want to dig into that, but I'm worried what gold might be uncovered. What do you mean?
What's the move?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Any elaboration?
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
Okay. I feel like you're the sort of person who at a wedding runs in, slides on their knees.
Got the tie tied around my forehead.
Tied around the forehead.
Playing the air guitar.
Yeah. Occasionally some Disco Inferno. John Travolta dancing. And then maybe a default dance.
A little bit of Harlem Shake in there.
We're in a tech pause. It's been back and forth as of this moment, but now we get the chance for repetition. And as I said, you know, the first approach into ops, good. You're getting that control. You're sort of seeing a dedicated take towards it. You've kind of got three different elements of takes on towards this top floor. You've got getting control of ops, pushing your way up the stairs, trying to get the breach open. Cool. You now have that half of the site. You've got yourself on towards Master Office. Great. You go onto display. You go onto R6 room. You put pressure on top green. Great. You're onto there. And then you've got some underneath pressure. I'm wondering if Matchco are going to fob off the Master Office where it didn't really work and try something on the opposite side with an Ossa where they have had more success, Demo.
Well, I think probably just... Look, you're expecting Gen.G to go above again, and really it's just the issue that Matchco had was getting walls open. And I think in a map like Lair, where there are still elements if you have to play the kind of hard breach operators, it's not
fit into criteria maybe like your borders or even your chalet and your cafes, where you can maybe get away some rounds without bringing hard breach. I think for a map like Lair, some of those walls are very vital to open up. You know, we've seen that was the issue in Matchco. You don't get those walls opened up, and you're just going to be funneled into a choke point. So yeah, I just think Matchco, you missed that on a basic the last time you were here towards the top floor. I think Gen G will probably go for a similar thing where they'll want to try and bring in, you know, the Mira, for example, to help with some of those holds. Again, I think the smoke will be a must pick because it worked so well for them last time. I do wonder what the bans are going to be looking like now as well, though. I wonder maybe are Gen G going to opt for maybe that Blackbeard ban, because we know how strong he can be in a map like Lair, whenever there are those corridors where he's just pushing one way, which is where you want to be if you are a shield. It would be obviously a very good ban. Maybe for Matchco, do you just remove the bandit? Do you open up those walls so much easier for yourself? You don't have to worry about wall denial.
At this point, obviously there's been the limitation of the mirror, you know, ever since the day she was invented into Rainbow Six Siege and appeared, she has been on the banning list, on the banning docket, even before bans were a thing. I think Mirror predates them, but you were still like, we should really do something about her. She's just too powerful, Demo. I know that you have many a phrase thrown towards her, and her ability to extend the site and to make things more awkward for Matchco's approach, you know, do you think that's going to be something that's massively detrimental to how Gen G have been holding these sites?
I think whenever an operator like Twitch has been so frequent in the current meta, I don't think Mira is too much of an issue where you have to maybe go for the ban on it. I think Twitch just brings a lot to the table. You know, Twitch able to pick off as much utility as what she can is insane. You know, you think about how BPs are very, very common in a lot of operators. Obviously, traps are always going to be a thing because traps are the counterplay for the shields a lot of the time. Then you also look at your Goyo, which I think Goyo the past year has been incredible in terms of that operator having so much value. You think a lot of basement sites, especially, the value you get out of the Goyo is second to none. Do you remember whenever Goyo used to have just the shields? Like, you used to just put 4 deployable shields around the map with the Goyo canisters on it. Oh, that's going back, isn't it?
I had actually... Now you've said it, obviously, instantly comes back.
It wasn't 4. I think it was 2. Was it 2 shields he got?
I think it was 2 or 3.
I think it was 2. I'm pretty sure it was 2. I think he had 2 deployable shields that had the Goyo packs on them.
They had the packs on the back. I thought it was 3, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Nightmare. Who, I guess... Okay, now I'm sort of trying to piece together what has been ostensibly...
we can go back a lot of stuff and talk about a lot of things that used to be.
10 years of this game now and working out when things happened in time. A time period that included a global pandemic, might we add. Because they came out before Shields had the splits in. Did they? And then the Shields got the splits in, and that made Goyo just ungovernable, and they had to do something about that.
Yep, they changed it. Yep, just the packs then. Which I think, honestly, the packs are much better. I think Goyo, definitely much better Goyo than what he was to the shields. I know the shields could be difficult in 1 or 2 spots, but for example, you think about, let's say, bike basement. How on earth could you use the Goyo for bike basement if it only had the shields? It'd be much more difficult to use. You know, the way the Goyo just stacks up just one after another on the one wall. You couldn't really do that with a shield, so I suppose it works both ways, but I think I like the Goyo now. I mean, you can go back and there's a whole host of stuff you can kind of just list off the way operators used to work. You know, there's a time whenever a lot of operators had C4s. You know, Frost had a C4, Cav had a C4, Smoke had a C4 at one point.
There's been a long history of mistakes and lessons learned.
We could get the smokes through the wall. Remember, they just teleport through one wall to another. That was
I remember when mute jammers used to just cover the entire wall and weren't just arcs. So there was, they were.
I remember you had to put about 4 mute jammers to cover like one single wall.
Yeah,
so the radius was not good,
and it didn't go down. It just went up. So you could like.
Bandit with 3 bits of barbed wire.
I remember when, and this will show some age, when I played the beta, and Pulse, his heartbeat scanner was a full outline.
And you could quick switch.
Yep.
Which was quick switch Pulse back then with a
Unbelievable.
shotgun. Oh my.
It was shot the Sniper 90.
If only Jinxie could see that Pulse now.
Honestly, okay. I don't know how old Jinxie is, but he was probably single digits when that was a thing.
No,
which makes
he's not that young.
Isn't he?
He's in his 20s, is he not?
I don't know. I thought you'd be like well keen Jinxie
I'm
fan.
not a Jinxie diehard.
All right, but you're both G2 diehards.
That's a debatable topic about who he supports. I don't think he necessarily supports just G2.
Listen. He's doing bits for your fan base. Be happy. I'm a FearX fan. How do you think I feel all the time? 2-1. We're back in the game. And we'll start to get some progress here. At this point, obviously they've sort of kept themselves going. As I said before, there's the idea of how you can take this site. How you can start to put the pressure on towards it, whether you go for a take onto here that I talked about, put the pressure on the back, on towards green, draw their attention onto our 6 room, maybe make your approach a bit more feasible. I'd actually called the chance or the possibility of an Oster take on towards the back of the site and on towards the opposite end instead of Ops. And well, they've got the Blackbeard, but it does seem like they're focusing on our 6 room this time, Demo.
Yeah, I think maybe they're going to try and play more for the Verts and see if they can find picks via the Buck. Just make the players feel a little bit uncomfortable inside the bomb site, which is just something they didn't do the last time, was make them feel uncomfortable. Oh, the Echo was almost a tee up for Azox to get the quick switch, but thankfully for Dora, he has Lolo at his back, who has protected him. That means that Matchko are going to be 1 kill up. Never mind, Deadshot just swings on, and nobody's there to trade. Nobody's there to trade. Hello.
Well, you say hello, and they said goodbye, Demo. Now, they've got the Buck watching the rotate underneath, trying to force the player out, but there's only so long that the Buck can sort of sit there. The keepers will give them a second, but as soon as they hit this rotate, they're expecting, well, the pressure of a Buck just peppering, but cannot get a connection with 40 seconds. Something has to happen here, Matchko. No, not that. That's not what you want to happen. Maybe the flashes, maybe the swing on the back of it gets one, almost gets the spray exchange to the second, but somehow neither of the players end up with kills either side. Akwi, though, at this point, does even have time to get upstairs. Well, if he hot-foots it and holds the sprint key, he might be able to make it close, but they need something else. It's going to be a fight here around onto the back of the window. Do they know? Held so close on the angle, they're fully aware, but... Oh, it's a dive! It's a sort of dive on the fight. Deadshot gets one locked in. Deadshot gets his 3rd. And they tried a different plan, but they found the same result.
Wow. I mean, for Gen G, Skies, I thought, did really, really well in the position that he was. He's stuck in that room, yeah? He's not getting out of there. The rotate is not only being held by 2 different players, but also the Buck below is also holding his escape. So Skies knows that. He says, you know what? I just have to try and stay alive. The Izami, great operator. See the way he was using that to give himself some cover, reposition. He was also able to get a kill in the midst of that before he eventually died. So Skies did really well, I thought, to delay Matchko, get their picks. For Matchko, they need to be more cutthroat. Yeah, if that guy is stuck in that room, you need to kill him. I think probably the biggest issue was they lost their Blackbeard. They lost the player with nades. 1 nade would have been detrimental to Skies in that position. So losing that Blackbeard early on was not great for them. They didn't have anything then to push that player out of that position. And again, it's just easy for Skies then to take those engagements because we know what kind of player he is. He's so talented. So yeah, Matchko just, they need to be, they need to go for it more. They just can't sit back. Somebody needs to step up and say, you know what, I need to kill this guy.
3-1 Gen G, and the distance grows a little bit further. Now Lair itself, obviously, it gives them some space to play into, but the worry is it's not Matchko's map, right? It's a map where you can bring yourself in, you can try and get some of this competition, but ultimately you want to try and put the pace on before you find yourself on Kafe Kafe. We always describe it as a very intricate map, a very stressful place to try and put the pressure on your opponents. And Lair, if they don't find themselves... God, we could get another 4-2 half at this rate. How many did we have yesterday? I think it was like 7 in a row.
Something like that.
Whoa, well, we'll get an instant back and forth. Azox is found, as is Ghost, but they lose the Legion and the Gridlock. Actually, two kind of problematic operators to lose for either of them. The Shield of Lolo is going to feel a lot safer from some certain swung corners, but at the same time now they don't have that safety behind them. Think about the game that they played last time, Demo. Drove themselves underneath. Now, without that flank watch, they have to be so keyed in to the steps that Gen G take on their defense.
Yeah, plenty of staircases that you'd like to lock down if possible, so having the track stingers just means they have to be a little bit more active on the cameras. We've got Lolo on the Blitz, and they're currently teeing up a roam hunt right now. You can see the drone going in, and Lolo just waiting until he gets the signal, but actually instead decides to divert and go in towards Boiler. Now maybe Macho thinking, hey, if they're just going to roam heavy, why don't we just go direct into site? We have the Blitz, he can try and isolate a player inside the site, but I don't know. It's still going to be very, very tricky. You put a lot of pressure onto your Blitz, and oh no, you've lost the Habana. That's not going to help you. To player down, and Machko once again on the back foot, and Nako just comes out of nowhere, swings and open rotate. Dora should get the trade, which he does, but there's still more roamers above he has to deal with. He's still got Deadchop here.
It's that big problem, right? They just have nothing that they can sort of keep themselves safe from. They're in a 3 versus 2. There's still pressure on the swing. As soon as you hit one of those mines, as soon as you hit any of those smoke canisters, either of them are going to be in a very tricky spot, but Dora more so. All that utility in the pockets of both of them, and this is all that they can hope to do, Demo. There goes to the smoke. There goes to the shotgun. There goes a 4th round Gen G's way.
Yeah, good from Gen G. Again, I don't think Gen G are doing anything crazy. It's this game. I think their setups are fairly standard. It's stuff that we've seen before. But I just feel as though Machko are hesitating. I think a perfect example is just that round that we witnessed. Yeah? They know that there's going to be roamers. They've done a trade for trade, 4v4, and you have your 2 options. Do you commit and just go full into the site knowing that there's 2 roamers above? And try and use that Blitz and force your way in. You still have got execute operators there. You've got the Blitz. You've also got the Capitao as well to help him. Or do you isolate those roamers above? Again, you have that Blitz who's also great in that department. And you get the kills upstairs. The Blitz went down into Boiler, but then he didn't commit to going into the site. And then they were still going above, but then they didn't have the Blitz to help them with roamers. They just didn't know what they wanted to go with. And whenever you're bringing in an operator like Blitz, you have to get value out of that operator. Yeah? Blitz does not do well if he's like the last operator alive. If he's in a 1v2, it's a nightmare for a Blitz. Yeah? Because he only has a pistol. He can't flash 2 of them at once. He's not going to be able to get both of them. Blitz is great whenever you have a man advantage, or if you're just in a straight 5v5. Blitz can, again, assist. He is that support operator. Just tee up your team with kills, or he just kills them himself. So they need to use that Blitz in a much better fashion. If not, just drop the Blitz.
At this point, with the timeout call, they know how desperate it is to just get that 1 extra round, that 1 little bit of difference, because as we sort of talked about the history of these 2 teams on this map, it's not great. Machko, they were only able to find 1 successful attack on the opening half against VP when they played it not too long ago, and then VP closed up with 2 quick attacks on the other half. You don't really have a decent place to stand. But at the same time, it's a very similar story that I think Gen G went through, where I believe they were only able to net 1 from it. Off the top of my head. Yeah, against Falcons, they too the same, got 1 attack. So if you're looking at exponential sort of growth here from the side of Gen G,
Drone activated.
Massive, massive success story, but as we are keenly aware after yesterday for both these 2 teams, it is a tale of 2 halves. Machko, though, they want to just make sure that they get something on neither of them that feels a bit substantial. Quick look on towards the back line of the Bandit. It's Deadshot, and there goes Ghost again. Losing Ghost, and again losing their flank cover demo. Oh.
Oh.
Almost got a second on the same door.
Yeah, not good. Not good for Matchco. I think they're certainly losing that opening kill a lot of the time, aren't they?
Send it out of there.
I mean, again, we've been over this. You cannot go direct unless you go above. You know, you need to take those players off the verts, and we've seen what happened to them last time they tried to do it. Just didn't work. They're also struggling with the wall. You can see that the Bandit really causing issues, and Lolo, he knows where he is. He knows he's there, but what can you do against them, though? They're going for it. They're using the sense.
C4, easy. No, didn't get the catch. The shield survives. How they are alive that long, I don't know from the side of Deadshot. They finally get finished, but now the plant is being secured. They're too focused. No, it's not. There's a C4. Now, it's, what, a 3 versus 3 technically, because Deadshot is truly unguessable in that position, depending on actually if anyone does rotate round, but you'll I think have to go across the eyesight of Lolo there, and unless they get Lolo, it's not going to happen. Akwi is able to find the next, but they have the long watch onto these positions. 45 seconds, they still need to go for the plant, and they still need to know where is safe to do that and where the kit is, Demo. Think about where it was dropped, and now they're so scared of it. If they just bowl in, it can just be watched from above, and that is entirely what Azox is doing. So what do? This, up towards the top. They know that you're coming, but Matchco can just focus out. Drive on the fight, there's one, there's the trade back. Teb, massively important, but Azox bites right back. It is Teb versus Azox, both massively hurt, gone towards the kit, able to collect it and moving to a new location to try and find a safe plant. It is being secured. They do have the angle though.
Wow, I mean, that was really well played from Gen G in that 2v3. You notice that they knew where the kit was. The kit was in that corner from the Blackbeard initially. A little bit of an issue there, I think, with the breach. I don't even think they got the wall open. I think it wasn't fully done, so he couldn't get in for the main breach. I mentioned before, as there always usually is one player in the bomb site on that hold, and it's just with a C4. So if that rush does come in, he has that C4. And yes, the C4 didn't net him a kill, but what it did was it removed the sense wall. It blew that up. And then they had clear lines of sight onto that Blackbeard. Blackbeard couldn't plant. Then that gives them enough time to get the other C4 tossed out, gets that kill, diffuser cold in that corner. Now, for Matchco, they did have the man advantage, and they know that they cannot just walk straight in through the door because there's going to be that player sat upstairs on the vert. They sent 2 players above, but one incredible thing that Gen G did with those 2 remaining players, one player hold the vert, the other player protect the guy holding the vert. Asset did really well. He only got the 1 kill, but that was enough. He got that 1 kill, and then stopped Matchco from being able to push above and clear that player upstairs. And whenever it comes into that 1v1, he either pushes for the kill, which just isn't going to work because Azox can just run away, or he drops and tries to go for the plant. We know that's not going to work because they have vert holes on every inch off that bomb site. So really well played from Gen G. Really good decision making in that 2v3, the way that they kind of delegated one person cover for the plant, the other person cover that player. It worked really well for them. And Matchco, again, I think time has been a big issue as well, hasn't it? I feel a few of these rounds, they've almost scrambled, haven't they, to try and get something together, but it just hasn't worked for them.
It's been a rough start, and technically exactly the same scoreline that, as I said before, they suffered at the hands of Virtus Pro. Is this that haunting moment of, oh no, it's happening again? I mean, it's very different opponents, but as we said before, and we said before, hey, they were great yesterday. Hey, they weren't so great when they were a blast on this map. That's the thing about these 2 teams, is they've had really hot days and then days where they just could not fit the pieces of the puzzle together and make a pretty picture. Instead, it just sort of left chewed up cardboard and frustration. Gen G can try and double down on causing that frustration, putting quick pressure and control on towards Skybridge, get the cross towards the breach, and it also opens up the avenue if they do need to rotate on towards the pressure on the other side and top green. They have that route, a direct sort of run on towards it now. With the attempted breach on the wall, there it goes, and with no ban to play to stop it, mean, what a focus on what is a very problematic game for Matchco's approach here. And now they're just executed down.
Nice. Yeah, you can see the game plan from Gen G with the bans. Just get the walls open as quickly as they can. Don't have to worry about the Cade or the Bandit trick coming in. So, yeah, you can see that Gen G, they have their game plan set. Get the walls open. Start breaking these devastating crossfires you can have on this top floor. Using this Blackbeard as well. You know, this operator, we've been over it many a time, just how good he is for taking space, has that shield, has the nades to clear away the util. Again, nades, whenever you see that the Goyo is going to be taken up by Matchco, you love to have the nades there. You can clear it away oh so easily. Really good pacing right now from Gen G. A minute 15 still remaining. They've got the outside breach open. Now they're opening up in towards our 6 room. This is just going to put so much pressure now on Matchco, and it's almost like you've got the trash compactor on the Death Star. It's going to just start closing in on you.
Well, like the fires that Anakin was burned in, they are surrounded by nothing they want to touch. They don't quite have an even spread of high ground though here, Demo. It's all flat land, and it's going to be a flat horizontal fight as we start to push in. Deadshot is that sole player all the way on the back end, holding on towards the display window, but the roll of the sense gadgets is just drawing out attention. There goes Nako. Lolo removes a gridlock, but Blackbeard is trying to find a sneaky way in. Slight rotations, but sort of forcing a very tight angle fight there. They know the player's in that position, but they're not quite lost out. There's the roll of the sense. They still find a kill, and it's go, go, go. Off to the races, and off to trying to get a plant secured. Over the top, throw the grenade, stop the motion, and oh, it's just blinding.
Yeah, beautiful. Honestly, Gen G impressing me big time. The pacing, I think, has to be highlighted. You see how quick that they got everything opened up? And then the panic just ensued into Matchco. All of the smoke grenades were gone by 30 seconds. He had to use them all so early because of the way that Gen G set themselves up. And once you have 30 seconds remaining and you know there is no plant denial, see how easy that is for Gen G just to simply walk in and fear nothing. Using the sense to give them that in. Again, Skies, I thought, had a really important kill on the Tev. He needs to clear that guy out of that pause. That was the only issue that they had. Everything else was covered off. Yeah, Gen G, 6-1 up. Very, very well deserved. They've looked fantastic.
Fully agree. It's really hard to argue with the sort of approach here, and you know, everything was tight. They come into this with a great ban system as well. The game that Matchco has struggled with, I sort of alluded to, was those walls, was the control of the breach, was all of that position, and Gen G have just stressed that. They've just doubled down and said...
Made it easy for them. That's it.
Exactly. And, you know, there's a lot of conversation about how a meta shapes, or what defines a meta, whether we've had previous ones, whether this is entirely a shield one. Yes, there's a lot of shields in this meta, but the focus on getting walls open and the new ban system limiting hard breach is the other side, or just actually the defender side of it, because there's no 3 shields to ban.
Falcons do a lot of that, don't they? They like to go for the hard breach bans.
Yeah, and it just... You're just lost. You're a bit puzzled. You can get rid of the 2 like this, so immediately they have to play through the 3 sites if needed to. It's not always the best case, but on a big map like this with a lot of hard breach, yeah, great. Then if you really want to triple down, do the mute as well and make them just have a horrible time. You know, immediate pressure, Deadshot wants to keep adding to the already pretty solid tally that mirrors the score of the game so far, so if he might get one, then that could be the game done.
Good early pressure coming in from Deadshot, just to kind of let the defenders know that they're coming for them. They're going to be going for this room clear out, and that Azami isn't going to last long, as again that DMR just rips through those barriers with ease, and out goes the C4, but it'll catch nothing, and here comes the Blitz, but he is going to be battled back by 2 defenders looking at him right now, and there's an impact. It will catch the Blitz, and now it's a 4v5, and they have to see if they can battle back from this, but no, it's getting worse and worse as they've lost another, but the DMRs are ringing through, and it's going to be Aqui's downed. So as it stands, this is going to be a 3 versus 3.
3 versus 3, but they can maybe try and find a way to go to Aqui. They can get themselves that 1 extra... No, they can't. Skies has killed them. Aqui's gone.
Make way for
Things are a
Boogie!
bit tight now. Genji, they've taken chunks of damage here, and you're looking at an impact that could probably do the end of Skies or Azox. Otherwise, that is it, apart from already placed utility. Great guns and great chance to swing into these engagements. Genji have time. They're taking it as best as they can, weighing things up, measuring, and seeing where they could try and get themselves just that first decent step into what could be a hurdle into the end of the map.
It's all about Dora. That's what we have to look at. He's the lone soldier right now on that flank, and if he can maybe appear with a kill or two, it could be big.
Oh, it's so silent. This is when you are in the game and you tell the group chat to shut up. And then the group chat just starts going off because, well, you pop on one, they're actually going to pull off the plant. They were worried about movement behind it. But they might have, I'm not entirely sure if there was an attempt to swing back on towards it, but now there shouldn't be.
Changing back!
Dora just gets the next, and yeah, you called it there. It's all down to Dora. Because they went exploring.
That the first Dora Explorer reference has been mentioned on cast?
It's the first I've made. I'm surely not, but
I don't know. I feel as that's such a you thing. You think, well, I mean, you expect Tim to, it's Dora Explorer, Des. Did you think he's going to whip that out?
I think Tim might because he has a child. Mm-hmm. So, because I know he's also made I think Tim was the first to go Baby Shark do in a call.
Yeah.
We all want to do these things.
Let's just hope we don't have a pro player come in that's called Peppa, because that'll be big issues then.
I was gonna say, or one called, because based on Peppa Pig, Daddy Pig. But if there's a pro player that wants to be called Daddy, just do not do that.
I'm gonna stop you there. I'm gonna stop you there.
Just don't do that. Because it's just not a good idea.
As you keep talking about, God knows what you're all about.
6-2.
Dora, you have to give credit to him. Said, you know, the lone guy had to make that flank work for him. Big map, lot of staircases. You could see that the cover wasn't there. You know, Genji had no idea he was in towards that top floor. Came down the staircase, picked off the player on the vertical. I think there was definitely a point where Genji could have stuck that plant and they could have got that diffuser down at least, but as soon as that kill happens upstairs, they got very fearful, thinking, oh, he's going to immediately run onto the vert and kill me while I'm planting, but I think he had enough time to go for it. But hey, it is what it is. It would have been then a very difficult hold nonetheless, because then you had those two players in sight, one player above, trying to hold the post plant. It's tricky for them, so. But again, Genji, they've still got so much breathing round, Fluke. They can allow one round to go to match because it's still 6-2.
And I think that's the thing, is at some point you've always got to go to a tertiary site, right? And yeah, weirdly, the tertiary seems actually really, really solid for defenders, which is where we find ourselves now. Yep. How do you solve a problem when you have to get potentially directly onto it and above? Teams have gotten a really decent hold on towards the bunks and brief side, but was caught out early. Oh, they'll be frustrated that
he got shield broke. He couldn't sprint away.
Yep. Couldn't sprint away, but the C4 didn't kill them. And yeah, the Blackbeard's massively hurt now. He's going to have to choose his battles, but probably prefers to still have that C4 in pocket. They have another 2, though. It is a game of explosives.
Also, have you noticed that Akwi's got 2 impact grenades on the Valkyrie? And I think that's probably just to try and blow away the sense walls as they come up. I mean, I'm pretty sure Genji have shown us this stage on Lair that this is how they like to play the site, is using that sense.
It would give you, obviously, the great immediate counter towards it. The Blackbeard is back up and wherever haunts them. Fully aware of the approach and almost used one of the impacts just to get the end of the Blackbeard there. There'd be no picking them back up from that. But there's so many different angles here. He's drawn a lot of attention. But you still need something else behind him, right? The castle's still there. The players are still sort of comfortable in these sort of box positions. Ghost takes a fraction of grenade damage at this point, but they're dug in, waiting for the pressure, waiting for the crossfires to be tenable. They're inside the site, though, Demo. Azox screams his way across. He's trying to hunt upwards through the roof to find a second as Nako does just that. Ass is going to try and secure the plant, but actually stops it immediately. And there's Tev with the crossfire. You cannot just trust that they're not paying attention on this site time and time and time again. I'm losing it. 3 apiece. 30 seconds now for them to try and recollect the kit and now put that pressure on towards the verticality. They've moved off to a fresh location, but that is too watched. They tried to swing some shots on towards it, but the hard pings give the game away. Hey, another plant attempt, but this one is one out with the cover. There's the second player trying to stop the plant, trying to win the engagement. Can't, and somehow Azox does the undoable, wins the reverse vertical fight, and now Teb can only watch the 3 players disappear. Oh no, wait, Azox still going. Genji scream their way through Matchco's map.
Yeah, great work from Genji from start to finish. Looked really strong. That round was just on Azox. Yeah, he had to hit some crazy shots, all from vertical angles. He had to look up into those players, playing upstairs on the holes. He just had to win them. You can see the initial idea was to put as much pressure as they could using that Blackbeard. Blackbeard just took way too much damage from that C4. He's a low HP. He can't have that influence. And it was a little bit sketchy, kind of thought, okay, maybe Matchco stabilized here, but no. Azox comes out, hits the shots, they get the diffuser down, game over.
Well, game over for that, map over for that, and you and I, we're over for a moment as we'll throw it to a break before we're back with the desk.
Gen G look really impressive and dominant on that first map in this important best of 3 series. A very good series starting out for them. It wasn't even their own map pick. They really excel on these attacking rounds as well. Honestly, if I'm a Mexico player right now and I'm playing above Azox in general, I wouldn't even dare peeking him how that last round turned out. 3 kills off the vertical. It just seems that they're thriving off the confidence I guess they're building up for them.
He was phenomenal, wasn't he, Azox, in that final round? And Gen G generally were phenomenal at reading what Matchco were attacking and how they were going to attack, and having the right adaptation, having the right understanding of the win conditions, and then executing onto that. It was a very, very dominant defense half. And then some of the attacks were absolutely sublime. Leo, I know you loved this one, but also the very final round where Azox, they managed to make it work in a 3v3 scenario, and then Azox is like Superman, just fighting everybody. Yeah, it was so good. It really was.
The fact that he decided to not stay upstairs there and not challenge the guys on the vert by staying above, but going close to his diffuser to allow his teammate to plant, that was the right call. And committing to that, but executing it well, was the difference.
And this is part of where we're seeing Gen G's progression. Is in reality, they're winning a lot of rounds, even some of the rounds that they shouldn't win. And they look like a coherent unit. They look like a team when they didn't. We spent most of the stage talking about how they were fractured. Now they're not. They're showing us some of their true potential, and it's great to see.
Yeah, I think the 2 biggest reasons for them, really battering Matchco here. First of all, there's no weak link, and there is clearly one in Matchco. I think we've seen it the entire stage. I have to say it then. Ghost was a rookie. He was highlighted because he was one of the rookies that needed to step up. We were waiting to see his progression towards the stage. It's okay to have a couple of bad games at the beginning, but we've never seen that evolution. I don't remember a single game where I've seen him in positive, and he was 1-on-7 here in a critical game in the playoffs.
He's in the deep end, and he's not even floating right now. That's the problem.
That's a first thing. And then the second thing is on the other side, you see a Gen G that can read, like you said, Matchco very well. Matchco is extremely predictable. And they don't adapt. What was the reason for the 7-1 loss against Virtus Pro on the same map 1 week ago? They stayed 3 minutes in front of one doorway on the bumps bomb site. Because no one is able to make some adaptation calls. No one is rotating like as I did in that last round. So we see the difference right now in terms of both caliber of the players, but also in terms of adaptation and maturity.
And there's another difference we're really seeing that you talked about how defensive favored it was for Gen G, but once they got on their attacks, it was a really satisfying round 7 that we got to see as well.
Honestly, that one was like the pinnacle of what I love to see from Gen G. 4v4, 30 seconds left. Defense should win this. The nade makes that guy move with a stance. Second nade will do that. Second nade with the stance wall, getting triggered, pre-fire here, gets you the opening. Now that sense wall cuts the bomb site in half. That enables the diffuser to go plant and the Blackbird to then be in a position where he can cover his plant with more grenades and with his cover here and a solo window. Honestly, that attack, super clean. Something easy to do, by the way. You just need one guy on solo window on the other side and a sense wall, and it's perfectly executed. Something to reuse in ranked.
As analysts, we always look for key things when we love a play. There's always a 3-2-1. There's always great utility, and there's always the team play. That's exactly what happened in that execute.
And speaking of that utility, I mean, this might be a hot take, but I feel like we don't see as many sense takes anymore as we used to. Maybe like 1 or 2 stages ago. I always love seeing them and the takes you can do with them, but it feels like there's less.
Yeah, there's a couple of trains of thoughts here. Lots of teams are running impacts in terms of the impact grenades for the defenses, so you can get rid of the sense walls quite easily, but that kind of is offset by the fact that Warden cannot see through the wall. So yeah, sense is certainly not great, and especially on some of the bomb sites on Lair, particularly, I feel like that map, sense seems to get used quite a lot. But yeah, it's great for the teams that love and execute, I would say.
It's only execute heavy, so you don't use it for roam clears, that's why you don't see it as well.
Do you use it on Kafe?
Kafe will be a map where you can see it.
Okay.
Yes.
Especially on the basement.
True, yeah. I mean, I guess we're going to keep our eyes open for that because Kafe is going to be the second map in this series, and we'll be back after this.
Easy, teammate.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left.
I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help.
Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me. Shut the fuck up, Jack. What? Is he okay? I've been worse.
We're just about to go into the second map of Genji and Matchgo, but before we do that, we want to remind you of something that came out yesterday on the R6 Esports website. We're talking about the Competition Hub, and this is the place for all viewers, all aspiring pro players, the one place to find all the information about Tier 2 competitions, and for the future as well, talking about Tier 3 competitions. Now, why is it important for this game? Because when we look back in history, just recently, Matchco have found themselves in those Tier 2 competitions as well. They were the ones battling through those tensions, quite literally, to make their way into Europe Mini League. They now find themselves on the branch of trying to go into their first international tournament. It's going to be absolutely huge for them. Gen G, similar story. We have seen these players' names in many Tier 2 competitions, many grassroots tournaments. They're going up against each other now. Kafe is going to be the next map. What are we expecting?
Well, looking at Kafe especially, it's been a map that Gen G absolutely love. And they're going to stay here. They're going to start in attack. And that's key for me because we've seen in a long time that Kafe was extremely defender-sided. But we've seen a Gen G that impressed us here in the late rounds on attack on Lair. But on Kafe especially, they won 7-1 against Wolf. 5 of those rounds were in attack. Same thing, 3 rounds won in attack against Fnatic.
And if Gen G have a successful attack half, it will put so much pressure on Matchco, who are already one map down, already facing elimination, already facing with nothing.
So the first half is really going to tell us a lot then, given that Gen G are in fact starting out on the attack as well. There is so much on the line for this matchup. The winner gets to play their first international event, gets SI points. The loser gets absolutely nothing, so the stakes are high. It's time to send it back to Fluke and Demo.
Ring, ring. The stakes are calling, and they just got even higher, Demo. I think it's time for us to try and throw ourselves into towards Kafe. And we see who can be the one that comes out well done, and who's the one that unfortunately goes rare.
I didn't know you were a butcher.
I've got many skills. Many skills, many different things that I can do. Actually, cooking, terrible at it. Maybe the worst cook on the EML team. Actually, can Pengu cook?
You do know who you're casting with.
Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm better than you. I've cut a vegetable in my life. That means by default I've done more than you have. Yeah, I feel like Leo would make some delicious vegetarian goodiness.
I tried cooking once, to be fair.
How'd it go?
Didn't end well.
That was what happened to your old duo.
I'm actually gonna send you a photo of the time I tried to make a pizza.
What do you? Okay, how do you mess up a pizza?
Well, just bear with me.
You realize we're casting an Italian team?
Yeah, do not show them this. Whatever you do.
I don't want you to die.
Because it's not good. Let's put it that way.
As you go to sharing me this image, I will go towards the future. Did you? Yes, you did. I'll look to... What is... Okay. What is that? What is that?
Pizza I made.
That's not pizza in any language that I know it is, mate.
Oh, it is.
All right, well, I need to try and blur that from my mind, and I think the best way of doing that is to get into some intense Rainbow Six Siege on Dostoevsky. Now, it was pointed out that Gen G, obviously, they're starting on their attack here, but they also are the only team of these two that has a recent play on this. Yes, Matchco have played it before. They're 1-on-1 over the past year, and they've got an okay defense on it, but it's been sort of put into the sidelines for a while. They haven't immediately thrown themselves in towards it. Demo, it's, you know, a lower preference map, I think is the fairest way of putting it. It's not that they always ban it, or it gets banned against them, seemingly. It just hasn't really found its way into the recent threshold for them.
Yeah, and I think for Gen G, they played against Wolves this stage, and I thought they looked really good. So it's a map that Gen G are comfortable on. Yeah, I think this is going to favor them massively, because again, it's their map pick. So Matchco, they're the team that we have to look at who need to get things off on the right foot. So we head for our kitchen defense right from the rip for Matchco, and now kitchen has always been a bomb site that I have been somewhat frustrated with the way that teams have kind of played it. A lot of teams are kind of ignoring that VIP player. We've seen them get punished massively because of that. So I think for Gen G, we'll see what approach they want to go with. They do have a Capital as their main execute operator. But that's really it. They've prioritized operators such as the IQ, mostly because Valkyrie's open and it is a map like Kafe, where very common operator that you would see on this map. But no Valkyrie, though, on the side of Magical, so you won't get much value out of the IQ, if any.
Talking of value, it's currently just time. This seems to be the driving force here of Gen G. Very quick to make sure that they can get the control of this verticality. There hasn't been any whiff of a fight that Matchco want to put in back just yet. And you can see a Goyo canister has popped down on the site. They've got the Gon 6 to try and maybe catch another one, but it's Kivas, it's Smokes, it's Clash, and it's trying to hold the back line and potentially lob things in. But at what point do Matchco think that maybe they should try and pay some keen awareness towards it? There's obviously the watch from down here on Christmas. And we get the start of the coverage. The wall itself is a bit too solid. They can't see any utility. They need to immediately get dropped. There's the first, and there's a man who can see right through it. Easy enough for Akwi to pull that together. Actually, even though it was Dora that sprayed it, probably just called out the position. There's the grenade. Akwi gets the second. The Clash making work happen. I wonder where that shield is. Oh no, I don't need to wonder where Dora is. Gone and knocked out. There's the shield. And there's Ghost gone as well. They just sort of fell right into Clash's plan. Ooh, missed the first engagement, but both of them are in a box. There's a retake around the position of bottom white as well, so they're going to get caught from there. Ghost gets the last.
Yeah, and team's just not going for VIP. I mean, that Capithar just dropped in and was getting sprayed by the Warden and also the Clash, which they don't know about the Clash, by the way. I mean, if Clash is in that position, one Capithar bolt is all that you need. You've got vertical angles onto that position. I don't know. Very, very surprising there for Gen G that they just couldn't deal with what they had. Should have been a pretty easy solution to clearing out that shield. You know, we've seen that shield in that position before. I think it was Fnatic. Was it Grubby, I think, played it at one point during this stage, and he was able to get kills from it, but we kind of fought and kind of looked at it and said, how though? You know, surely if you know the Clash is in that corner, he's going to be trapped in there. I don't know why they're not just firing him out. You have the Capith out for that reason. But again, Capith out just dropped into freezer, knowing that there's a guy in VIP and it happened to be the Warden, can see through those smokes. It's just, yeah, I don't know.
Well, it was also the fact, obviously, the Warden wasn't even the one that got the kill, but they can call it perfectly. They don't need to be the one to get the kill, especially if you have a Clash that's already aimed. You know where that hatch is. You know that they've got to fall for a period of time. You know that the change on how they can hold their sort of, you know, fire line and what they can actually do whilst falling. It doesn't take a mathematician to piece together 2 + 2 equals I'm going to press left click now. False start a bit for Gen G, but let's see if they can try and apply the pace elsewhere. Matchco, what they don't have, which they did on the previous site, is as much free time, really. Obviously, the way that they played that was pretty standard. They handed over the top 2 floors, pulled themselves back, and then waited for the drop to come. Here, they're going to be forced out of positions or attempt to be very quick. And you can see that Gen G already has a read on somebody hanging around these sort of corner windows on Whiskey, ready for potentially putting some pressure back on. It's a long run route back. But this Whiskey position of Teb, high risk, will it net high reward?
I got you!
No.
Oh dear.
Oh yes, even. I thought they had it, but no! There's the C4 on the window. They had no idea Teb was there.
Rookie mistake, not doing the drone work well. Oh, he's been made to light swing the window and Ghost has taken him down. Beautiful for Matchco. Teb somehow gets out of there unscathed as well. Yeah, this round is cooked. There's no way that Gen G are going to break down a 3v5 on this top floor whenever you've still got so much util that you have to burn your way through. You've got that Clash bearing you down. Yeah, all Match going to do is sit in their hands.
Tragic start from a single sneaky little position. To be fair, Teb has been brilliant throughout the season. Deadshot does get at least Ghost. They've pushed themselves close to the Clash, but there's a rotate coming underneath them. Just breaks their way through the shield, but they do get the trade out, so the player's still standing. Oh no, they're not. There goes the end of them. I think the rotate round from underneath was potentially cancelled. Yep, they pulled themselves back towards white. They have the cross angle now. They can put the track in and move a little bit closer on the divide. The Long fight is slowly being pushed towards it. They've gotten to a risky deep position. They don't quite know which way they want to swing. There's the pressure either side, but the Azami wins it out. Dora gets the next.
Yep, easy cleanup as expected. Just that top floor with not having the man advantage is so difficult for them. So yeah, good job, Matchco. Just one simple misthrow, and it causes that many issues. So Gen G need to get their head in the game. They looked really good on Lair. You know, we couldn't really bash their fundamentals. Fundamentals were excellent, but not seeing that same level here on Kafe. But we'll see if they can still bounce back. I mean, it is, of course, their attacking half. And if we actually look back and see whenever they have played Kafe throughout this stage, again, I referenced the Wolves game, for example, and they took a 7-1. They were able to go 5-1 up on the attacks, and they only just had to win 2 in the defense. I still think Gen G, we didn't really get to see a massive amount of their defensive capabilities, but we know for a fact that they can do that because I'm pretty sure they had 4 defensive wins against Fnatic whenever they played them. That was much closer for a 7-4. So again, Gen G, I think they've proven this stage that they can attack and defend Kafe. So maybe they're just having a bit of a slow start here in the attacks.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of total read of it over the past 2 times they've played it, a 38% success on their attack, a 61 on their defense, but it is Kafe. It works very well for defenders that sort of enjoy how to play this site. We know that they're a team that likes to pull themselves back and can sort of knock things down at the final line. I think they're massively scared. The 2-4 is the standard split here, but even a 1-5, I think they should be okay, as long as they don't get onto that 6th quite early. Still, the problem here, more than anything, is that Matchco have built up that momentum, that energy. Matchco, who were a bit lost in the sort of forest before, are about to be immediately barricaded and knocked into, oh no. The C4 from Dora catches the shield. What's plan B? Keep pushing, pushing, pushing. Hope you can find the fight. You can't. Dora gets 2. This is his train. Stop trying to take it from him. You haven't got the right ticket.
Well, another round that Gen G have just thrown down the toilet. That round, again, just like last time, is as good as done. Matchco don't need to do anything. They've got those first 2 picks. Just sit in their hands. Don't allow Gen G to get back into this round. There's a little swing as well for Mackley. Somehow gets away with that. Criminal. Absolutely criminal. Well, there's Lolo gone, but still, 2v4, just nothing. So, yeah, again, look, you've went for the rush. Matchco just cleaned in on it. Some excellent shots, though, being hit from Dora. That great follow-up shot onto the player who pushed him in free train. Brilliant gun skill, so yeah, have to give credit to him. Dora single-handedly saving that round, didn't allow him into the bomb set. He did his job well as that site player. But it just felt like a bit of a lash-out round, though, from Gen G. You know, things aren't going well, and they thought, oh, well, we'll just try this and hope it works.
I think, you know, it's frustrating because we know what they're capable of. And yeah, okay, the C4 on the Blitz, it was either good prediction or it was a sort of lucky moment, right, for the defender in that sort of swing and that sort of risky position. But under the same sort of argument, you are just throwing yourself towards it. You know you're a team that can do these great structured takes, and you know Matchco are a team that's going to build off the back of this. They're going to find more energy. Now as Asa goes down, the 1 versus, okay, the nobody versus 4. You can see Dora's got the hype. They've got the heat in them. This is what Matchco do. They
yep,
grab it and ride it. The dragon is loose.
Obviously yesterday for Matchco, yes, they lost 2-0 against Falcons, but one thing that we did commend them for was the way that they can turn games around with just their energy. Last map, we didn't see that at all. Last map, it may as well have been just 5 ghouls sitting just in the seats. There's no emotion, nothing. But now we're seeing them be a little bit more vocal. They're actually getting things going. They're getting the vibes up. That's where Matchco are at their best. They didn't bring that during the first map. Now they're bringing it in the second map. That's exactly what they need to get themselves back into this series.
Just quick swing round. It feels like Gen G's guns haven't quite been turned on yet. They're still using the rubber bullets. Matchco, just sharper, just quicker, more tuned in. And I guess it's the idea that the stakes are up, right? This is do or die. And they don't want to die just yet. There is nothing for losing this series. You will just fall out of any possibility of any positive of playing all these best of threes, of playing the season. You may as well, as put before, have just relaxed. And nobody wants that. And they're earning the fight and earning the position, but regardless of how well earned it is, somebody has to lose, Demo. And Matchco,
you're not wrong.
Yeah, but it's like a if you're not first, you're last.
Genius.
If you're not fifth, you're last. Nobody wants to be sixth. Anyway, that's enough of pearls of wisdoms from me and my deep archaic knowledge. We'll see if they...
I see a panic Monty, I think.
Is this the pick on the panic Monty? The Clash is gone.
Gotta be.
The Deimos as well, and yeah, the panic Monty is the first in. And I mean, at this position, being this sort of built up, it shows the confidence. It's not uncommon to have obviously the keeper barricades, the setup, the full stretch, but you can see Teb really actually wants to hang around an extra step, covers their own route out. Wasting time, drawing attention, but the Monty is working for now. However, what happens if the Monty dies? That's that sort of trade-off, the panic Monty. You still need kills on the back of it.
Yeah, well, Panic Monty, again, it's been brought out just because Gen G are struggling to really get a foothold inside of the map. And if you have that Monty, it will be able just to be that human drone that, again, that nobody can really touch on the defense. But like you mentioned, if you're bringing in the Monty, you need to hope that your other teammates will be able to get the kills playing off the info with the Monty, which they have done pretty well. A nice pinch on the Ghost and takes him down. There is still, again, this roamer all the way in towards that basement, but I don't know if Dora is really going to be able to do much though, because it's also he has a C4 that he can maybe try and go below if they try and force their way in through Fireplace maybe, but... And I think maybe the retake could be coming in, though, from Matchco just based on their positionings, but 45 seconds left. It may be a little bit too early before thinking about going for a retake. And Gen G, I mean, they haven't really put much pressure on the bomb site. They're only just doing so with getting the sledge in and about. Now Lawler's going to look to try and see if he can slip up in through the red stairs, and the track stingers have been placed woefully. And oh, never mind, there's another set at the top floor, and if he shoots them, then he will be heard. And I hope he's going to be heard.
Well,
that's a big risk.
There's one player that's still watching. Nako's going to go for the plant now, and Asa does get caught. Oh, Deb! Gave them out a haircut. Sprints up to the Monty, gets the kill, looks for the vertical of 3 versus 1. Now, they'd already started the retake, but they hold off. Push together. They've got time, so much time. Azox almost has to play this. There's a ring around the rosy. Suffers a bit from underneath pillar, suffers a bit on the narrow angle. They've rotated themselves on towards Freezer. 26 seconds. They need to get the kill within the next 10. And they definitely do. A quad kill for Teb. And what a way to just strong arm that round.
Yeah, great retake. Latin Plant, you're going to have that man advantage. You just wait, take your time. Double flank got white. 45 seconds is a massive amount to have extra in the bank to go for that retake. Yeah, simple work. Just it's not clicking for Gen G. This Kafe is going really wrong for them. It's a complete, kind of flip from where we were in the last map to where we are now. Obviously, you look at Gen G, and the Gen G that we've seen that were great at doing the basics right have just been thrown out the window. They're losing that opening engagement a lot. Again, the basic core fundamentals, like even I kind of hark back to their kitchen that they had to try and attack. Not going in for the VIP clear. Obviously, you look in towards the top floor. They've, you know, missed drone, for example, inside of piano, something so simple.
10 seconds.
Just anything that can kind of go wrong for Gen G is going wrong.
5 seconds left.
It's kind of, I guess, the question of, yeah, it's a tale of two halves. And yeah, I said they won a 5-1, but not like this. There still needs to be some contest in the rounds. Matchco, they're dropping bodies here and there. They're not entirely flawless, but they're never pressured. They're never in that sweat do or die moment. They have time to think, and time to think is time to plan, and time to plan is time to win. They are pacing themselves absolutely perfectly. And every time it feels like Gen G have an upper hand, it's only really because Matchco have let them. They're not overextending, they're getting into these positions and doing things like that, dropping out Nako, and then they're free to just pull back at their own leisure. They're just roaming and enjoying and free range.
Yep. They're floating around the map, just not a care in the world. Gen G just consistently losing that opening engagement. I'm thinking about like Kafe, where it is a little bit more kill orientated. You're gonna have to get stuck in and get messy a lot of the time. Again, hard breaching isn't a necessity. Certainly not from what we've seen on a map like Lair. This is a kind of flip off it. So you need to be able to get stuck in and have that play style where you can play pretty loose and you can just go, you know, from 0 to 100 on just the flick of a switch. I'm just not seeing that from Gen G. It just seems like a very slow-paced Kafe. They're not trading each other. They're just moving in one by one by one. Again, we sit at another position where we've still got half the round to play and they've lost 2 players and have not done anything. I mean, the only way that they're killing Matchco is whenever Teb is going for the most outrageous jump outs that he was never going to kill anyone and just gets a freebie. This is where we are right now. It's that Matchco have to sacrifice themselves to give them kills.
That was, you know, it was free, and Teb went out there to do that. Also had a C4 just for good measure, but 50 seconds, they get their way towards the top of Lumber. There's some pressure on towards the back of the site, but it's explosives at door on either side, and that will force the player slightly further back. They're hoping to get a kill on the side of it. NASA does get Acqui, which does level things up, but just takes a moment for the fight to fall away from them. They are entirely stacked up on the cocktail side with 30 seconds. Skies gets one. There's the cross on towards the Blackbeard, though, and it puts Ghost in a tricky situation. But now, Skies and Asta, they need to swing in. They need to try and get the plant secured. One on the bottom of White, the other one on towards Heaven, and it's round the corner. Around we go. There's Skies getting one more. How many times has he been a big player? But it's Asta that gets the last one. Gen G finally find some success after what felt like an unending drought.
Yeah, Matchco just swinging for no reason and losing their heads. Wouldn't say that Gen G did much to put pressure on those players. They just got a little bit overconfident maybe and have gifted them their first round. So that is a bit of a shock. Again, does it hark back to Teb going for that run out that he was never going to kill anyone from anyway? Little moments like that, you could argue.
I mean, no, you don't even need to argue.
Does he need to go for this?
Point at it. The fact that there was obviously an instant sort of response to it. The fact that there was, what, a minute 10 left on. Not sure if he was actively being hunted down the bottom of that corner, and that's why he went, oh, they're going to kill me at tables. I may as well just go outside and see if I can net a freebie whilst I'm at it. Or if him getting there revealed his position and he didn't know anyone was around him. Either way, it's a gamble that just didn't pay off in any manner. And especially because you have a C4, you know they're going to be planning on the top. You've got time to waste. You've got time to use it and lose it. Matchco just getting a bit silly. And it buys Gen G around. Will it cost them? I don't know. It was obviously a quick sort of half as the opening half of the last map, and we saw how that ended up. Matchco might be just about to return the favor.
Gen G have one last attack. I'm sure they'll be they'll be happy to see. And who knows, they maybe could pull it back into a 4-2, and all of a sudden, it's doable at that stage. Certainly fighting back from a 4-2 compared to a 5-1 is a lot easier and more delightful in the eyes. But some of these players need to step up. I mean, Asa, the only one positive on his team. Azox 1, Nako 2, Deadshot 1, Skies 2. It's not favorable stats, whereas everyone on Matchco, they're flying high, all positive right now. So Gen.G need to try and awake themselves and get us back on that horse.
Now, last time, we've obviously seen the pressure down here. They sort of were quick towards the punch, and then things petered out because they hadn't done the clearing work. They hadn't got rid of the Christmas corner. They hadn't got rid of any of the position of the clash, which, yeah, they don't have to deal with. The oh, that is a classic claw. Oh. I have not seen that one in a while.
Wait,
apparently neither of Gen.G.
It's fine. You. Oh, it's Thatcher. It's fine. It's Thatcher. It's fine. That'll get it. Don't worry. Look, the EMP will get it. Look. He doesn't see it, but it doesn't matter. They get it open. Oh, it's frozen. Never mind. Abort. Abort.
He's seen it. They got it. I mean,
Device is going dark.
that would, I mean, I haven't seen that in ranked in like 2 years.
That was like a really bad Where's Wally, wasn't it?
It's just, it was a very fun claw that people did for a period of time, and then everyone learnt it, and it was very easy to remove. But hey, it bought them extra time demo, and that in its own way is important here. They're trying to still put pressure on, but look at the time. It's a 5 versus 4, sure, but there's 20 seconds. The role of the RAUs roll out. They've still got the pressure on towards the site. Not sure if they're confident going down. Not sure if they want to try and take the pressure immediately on, but Ghost does get executed. Dora bites back. Nako's gone. 5 seconds. The kid's called in the site. Azox finds another fine, but they've still got to try and put it together, and they just can't do it.
Oh, I mean, a lot of time just wasted on that tub and that Cade and figuring out where it was. So obviously that ate up a lot of the execute time that Gen.G would have wanted. And again, over Matchco, you still got a few C4s kicking about. Yeah, just Gen.G just seemed to little bit of kind of scramble almost, where I mean it happens, doesn't it? So whenever that timer starts really starting to tick down, just people start throwing themselves into the bomb site almost to make themselves look as though they're busy a little bit. You know, it's like you're bunking off on your job, then the boss comes in, quick, do something, make yourself look busy. That's kind of what it was like with the timer.
It was just, yeah, I don't. It's always tricky to look at a moment like that because you know what you're up against, and we sort of not described it as the direct win con, but it was very similar to the first time round. They tried to make it happen again. There was a different hold slightly. There was the claws that played out. There was the extension of time and the Tubarao fine. But still, even amongst that, you still hit the same problems. You still hadn't solved the sort of major outlying issue, which was dealing with either the position of the player inside Christmas or putting pressure elsewhere.
It's been the story of the stage. It's been that position. Just nobody seems to go near it anymore. I might start a petition, start a protest.
How do you clear it? What's your best demo? Quick.
Just bring a Grim, nade him out. Simple.
Bring a Grim, nade him out.
Attackers are moving
what about the
out
classic
to locate a bomb and defuse
Flores?
I mean, Flores is alright if he's got the shield, but it's, I don't know. I think it's.
I like
it's very rare that you'd see the shield though these days. It's usually like a Goyo just dry holding it. Yeah.
It's a bit of barbed dry holding,
that's it.
Or it's a Warden sat waiting for a smoke drop, but it's just one of the two. They like to keep it active and just spray through it. Well, 5-1. Gen.G have their work cut out for them, and in echoes of the past. We have what is another 5-to-1 half for the defenders. Last time the divide was a little bit too far. This time, Matchco, they're the ones that have the joy of sweeping onto their attack, and they only found one success when they were last attacking. They know they've got to try and lock one in, maybe even the first. There's a way of stopping at least some of the attention, but the smoke canister still goes through. They're in, they're off to the races, and they're just going to cover themselves with the canisters. There's at least one player to try and stop it, but the Kai doesn't immediately go for the fight itself. It's a C4 over the top, and then they get out of there. Good idea. Just the ROU, I mean, not the ROU even, they were able to get the wall up. They do get a kill on the back of it. Can they still stick this demo?
Oh, the door's opened up, and no, the warden almost gets taken up by Dora. Still alive, but Dora's not. Any C4s? None left at all, so it's just going to have to be down to guns for Gen G. Lolo is actually going to try and see if he can nade out the players going for the defuse, but they're just going to try and stick him. The nade's missed. Oh, Neko gets off where he could have stuck that defuse. Trust his teammates. And Teb, where's he going to go? He tries to cook a nade as well. That's going to be no good to him. Oh, well, he just about get it over the line. I mean, he could have stuck it. Would have made things a lot easier, but still, round win for Gen G.
Okay, I mean, I don't hate the approach. I liked the use of the walls. It's surprising now to still see Raura making these quick plays. And Matchco are a team that have brought Raura. They've explored options with her. They've brought new ideas, which we always love to see. But they almost suffered from success. Obviously, the blitz screamed around the corner, didn't see anyone immediately, then saw the Kaid that was sort of going from coffee to sink. Didn't really know whether they wanted to entirely throw themselves in case they got cross-peaked, fine. But then you cut away and you see that the Raura is busy just putting up other walls and doors. And you're like, either they needed the Raura to try and help, or they needed a third person. And I'm not sure where that third person was supposed to be, to operate behind the blitz, to just add that gun, add that threat without needing to be within punching range. By the way, Gen G technically ends with a close down. They win the round. Great, they can build on the back of it. But Matchco weren't a million miles away. Only the distance of about 10 seconds, really.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Loading mag! New camera feed up and running.
Oh, is that the start of the comeback? Always the first round is the most difficult. And, well, Gen G have been able to do so. Now they will move into their mid-floor hold now. And they're bringing in a pretty strong operator to hold, of course, that top floor being that mirror. So that's going to be the thing that Matchco need to try and deal with. And, well, they've got counters to it. They've got, obviously, the Ash as being that main source of breaking the window on the mirror window. And if needed as well, you've still got the Hibana used as that ranged hard destruction on those reinforced walls that said mirror window will be placed on. For Gen G, they are leaning into a little bit of everything. You've got the drone denial, bringing in the Mozzie, of course, who is actually very, very good for denying access, as most drones will come in down through Skylight. Which I believe has got a Mozzie Pest on Skylight for that very reason, and then also in for the hatches, so it is very easy to really grab drones and deny that access. As you can see, he's just grabbed the drone. And then they also still got the info. You've got the Valkyrie coming in, and again, I've mentioned it before, Kafe, great map for plenty of opportunities for C4s from downstairs. It almost forces Aqui now to have to bring in that IQ, and he has to play that operator. And yeah, we'll see how Matchco want to deal with these mirror windows, as I had mentioned previously.
Changing mags.
Ready for the pressure on towards the mirror windows. We talked about how they were such a great extension and how they can be removed quite easily. And there's one gone. Bit of a run out. Another body dropped here. Matchco, they're falling all around you. There's another Gen G. They've been able to find their stride here. And it's a 5 versus 2 at this point, and you see what's been removed and what is left to do. Fine, Teb and Ghost can kill. But Teb now has to do it with half their health and without Ghost as well. Just Teb left. Neko takes a sort of damage, but look at them flooding demo. Gen G know what they want to do, and it's just to get the round done.
They're starting to rally. And the vibes on the side of Matchco don't seem as strong as what they were. It feels as though this is a big round, though.
Yeah.
Going into it, where you've got the defense, Gen G, who have won 2 in a row. We always like to say, okay, the third bomb site is where what it really comes down to, and how well you can defend that tertiary bomb site. It's just a massive round in the grand scheme of things. If Gen G take that, they have swept all 3 bomb sites, and then that sets them up nicely to go for another full rotate. On the side of Matchco, if they get this round, they go match point, they have a massive buffer zone. You would expect then eventually they'll be able to close it out at that time. So it's very, very important that Matchco get this round and try and deny this momentum that Gen G have built.
At this point, the momentum is paused, the timeout happens, and well, Matchco, they know that they just need to sort of keep themselves those step ahead. They've suffered a 1-5 attack half today already. They do not want to go to OT because I presume they will be on their attack first time round. And that is seemingly a death knell in the games today. Just same sort of problems. It's really been tales of 2 different teams across the 2 different sides and halves so far. And Gen G, as I said, you know, if they can get this first 3 rotation, right, they get themselves within touching distance of rounds. Yeah, traded rounds would be an eventual end for them, but making it happen, especially before the bans, is that important factor, and seems to be the factor that maybe Matchco wants to talk about what was piecing away from them. The approach is sort of the same.
5 seconds left.
Control of the rotations, control of the information, the IQ to get rid of the Valkyries, get rid of the cams. It was obviously being read in some manners towards them as Gen G stepped up in towards the fight, but you then have to look across Gen G, right? You're missing Deadshot from these sort of arguments and gun games. You're missing Skies as well. We know how massive they've been for this roster. Asa doing everything to keep the team brawling.
Here we go. Matchco, what will they do differently? In terms of the lineup, nothing too crazy. Again, all fairly standard and basic operators. I wouldn't say that they have one that is going to have the massive pack-a-punch factor where you could just turn a bomb site on its head. This seems to be a much more util-focused lineup where you're bringing in plenty of secondary gadgets. You've got the flashbangs, you've got the nades. Also, a good amount of denial for the jump outs. You've got the claymores on the Ash, and then also you've got the Nomad bringing the air jab. So windows are going to be on the cards here. Seeing if they can try and pick off some of these Gen G players at range. We've currently got 2 players holding that top floor, being Neko and also Skies. But I wouldn't say that they're there necessarily to get the kills. It's just more for that added pressure, we'll say, and try and deny Matchco that ease of access into Piano, but they haven't really done that all too well, as Akwi is deep inside of Piano, but takes quite a few damage there from those feet holes that had been made, and now he's panicking and starting to walk his way down White Corridor, but this is where the 2 remaining players are, upstairs.
Frag grenade out.
Throwing frag!
They're looking for the pressure on towards the back of Cocktail, but it's sprayed back and forth. Skies does find Akwi. Neko goes down in the meantime, though, so he should be picked up eventually. How much time he wastes as they try and clear him with utility? Not entirely sure, but for a dead man, he's doing a great job at slowing down this approach. They're worried that someone else might swing onto them as well. There's some cover onto Pillar. They want to just try and transition their way across, but as Dora finds Neko, finally it's put out of their misery and they can focus a little bit further forward.
But they've wasted a lot of time. You know, Neko and Skies has been able to also drop down. And that also takes a position inside of Radiant alongside his teammates. And oh, Tab is not in a good position. These F-Nats are just constantly going off, and that's going to be enough to get that kill. Skies for a double in the round, and still alive, still posing a threat. Does not looking good for Matchco. However, Dora does get one back.
Well, there's the C4 on towards Lolo, and now the blind on towards the plant position. They're trying to just swing around, put the pressure on, and Azox pushes it right back out. 3 versus nobody as Skies. I called it at the start. I'm like, he's been a bit quiet, and then he's like, we. And then he, whatever the translation of French is, I've killed a lot of people.
If only we had someone we knew who spoke French and English and could translate that. I miss the Leo segment where he come in after the Gen G timeout. I miss that.
Should we just call him in to ask for French phrases?
You can't just summon him like a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Hey, Leo. Hey. He actually, you know how we made a joke at the very beginning of this map about cooking? I say a joke. It was like for some people, it was a horror story. When I saw what you'd done to that poor bread. Sorry, a pizza. You made a pizza. Then he instantly sent me a list of like vegetarian things he would cook. And I'm like, all of this sounds so good. I live on microwave meals. My body is in constant pain from cup ramen that I live on. I occasionally have a fruit.
Just the odd time. It's not 5 a day for you. It's just 1 a week.
Yeah. What's your favorite kind of apple?
Green.
Granny Smith. Sour one.
Sure.
Grey apple.
10 seconds left.
The doctor's not getting anywhere near you.
Nope.
5 seconds to go.
Down to the kitchen again. New bands demo Valkyrie, which means that Matchcode don't have to feel like they need to bring IQ every single round, or at least focus their way back against it. Which, you know, to be fair, actually, they weren't really playing in towards that angle, and I guess there was almost the element of they were scared that the cameras would haunt them. They were in some regards. They doubled down for the last 2 rounds, and it's not comfortable with how they seemingly like to play. Ban the Valkyrie, get it gone, pull that away from Gen G. Gen G on the opposite end, get rid of the Grim.
This is actually quite clever from Gen G, right? Play a boatload of Valkyrie, make it so the team has to ban Valkyrie, so then it frees them up. They don't have to play IQ. And then whip out the Echo. I think that's very, very clever from them, because now they can't find the Echo cams, and we know what Echo can do on this bomb site, especially whenever it is going to be quite a prolonged attack, because we see the defense lineup. They've got the Goyos in to waste even more time, and then hopefully the Yokai drones will just win it downright in the final few seconds off the round. But Matchco are not going traditional. They're not going for the freezer take where you want to go above and do the vertical. They're going for a bakery. Now, using the Aurora is very, very smart for this take, because it blocks off this main winning double door. Deadshot has went for the wide swing and actually been punished by that DMR, who again can just slowly patrol that Aurora and just keep it shut whenever his team needs to. And all that's going to do is just stop any kind of flank maneuver coming in from Wedding. Very, very smart play, I think, for Matchka right now. I'm liking it.
Well, this is the aggressive retake here. The C4 over the top combined with the Echo drone, it does the job, but it's a big utility. Now they have the vertical, though. We're above you. And putting pressure on Azox, who's still able to get through. Oh, there's the kills. It's dropped out. Matchco slipped through the fingers. Now the smoke grenades will get put together, and Ghost is watching the long route round the red stairs. There's no getting the angle from there. Oh, a breath away from death. Oh no. But they still had the verticality, and now the 1 versus 1. Where will you go? That's the risk. It's a fight on towards long. Teb has positioned himself perfectly here.
Pulse, yeah.
And he knows exactly where it's coming from. Yep. Easy pickup at the end. That man exploded into smoke.
He's a magician. Disappeared.
Oh my god, he's not dead.
Yeah, I think that was a really good decision there for Matchco. You've lost that player above. You know there's going to be defenders on the vertical angles. Run deep. Run into the other bomb site. Run into the point where there isn't any vertical angles holding you. And that's what Teb did. He moved in. He got that plant down. The cover was sufficient. Lovely reposition as well in that 1v1, knowing that he's either going to come down from one of the staircases. Position yourself in towards Whiskey Bar, and you can just sit and hold all the staircases. You know he has to drop through one of them. So yeah, great work from Teb. Really good reposition. So Matchco, they went fast, they went aggressive, and it's paid off. It's good for 1, and it's got them now on match point, which is all important. It's got them out of that deadlock.
This is it. This is the 2-round difference now. We could be finding our way back into an OT or onto a map 3. Everything's squared away. We're back towards a best of 1, back towards 2 teams with everything to prove and only a single map to do it on. Labs, a map that we have seen quite a lot recently.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Truly, Labs in Kafe I feel like 80% of my life over the past like
heading out
month.
to defuse a bomb.
I don't know if I've just accidentally triggered like a flashback there on you. like the PTSD of Labs in Kafe.
It's like I've got the helmet on from now.
Staring, loading into Nighthaven Labs again. I don't hate. I really enjoy the map, but
I enjoy Labs. Yeah.
We know where the meta is for these teams right now, and I'm excited to see where we go next. Is the politest way, because you always go next.
The way I look at it, if you look at the series, what map is Labs more similar to? Would it be Kafe or Lair? I'd say Lair. Yeah. So for that logic, you would expect Gen G will have the better fundamentals for that style of map, whereas Kafe obviously leans a little bit more into the aggressive playstyle, which obviously suits Matchco really well.
Guys, just caught out there. Almost got caught on a sort of white window early, rotating down, but there was a player at the bottom of the stairs to just get them anyway. Deadshot suffers next. And now as Asa takes the next, it's just damage coming from all fronts. Forced out of position. And then caught by Ghost on the window. Matchco have just suddenly turned it up to 11 again. And they have a bit of a backline here, but think about what's sort of been removed. The smoke canister's going out early. There goes another kill. There's a grenade kill. I mean, what's happened here, Gen G? They've disappeared off the face of the earth in this final round. Nako's just gonna send it. Gets one, fine. He's about to hit an air jab. No, he's not, because he's dead. And we are going to be hurtling towards Labs.
Yeah, Matchco, good round to finish it off. All they needed was that 1 round in the attack, which they'd gotten previously, and then they build up that momentum. They've done a lot of the heavy lifting in their defensive half. Gen G on those attacks, definitely a have to forget, because that's where they lost the game. They were very, very poor in their attacks. Matchco, it just looks so easy for them. And yeah, very well-deserved Matchco, a better map for them. It fit their fundamentals a lot better, where they can go aggro and go aggressive. Yeah, good job.
And now to say the same thing I would when you would bring me a pizza. Sorry, I've got to go right now. I'll give it over to the rest of you and my friends after this break.
And dash together.
Unbelievable.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie T finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. They've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
Gen.G tied the series back up, but we're gonna need a decider map to find out who will come out victorious here. Let's talk about this map 2 that we saw though, because it was a good start from Matchco. We saw it. I think there was a moment where maybe the Gen.G fans could have believed in a possible comeback, like we saw in the match earlier today. But I personally believe it was those creative takes that we saw from Matchco on their attacks in the latter half of the game that dragged it over the line for them.
Yeah, maybe. We set up the expectation, Leo, or should I say you set up the expectation, that Gen.G were going to come out here and put in some incredible attacks. And for the most part, I actually thought their attacks were fairly sensible. They were fairly straightforward. It's how you should attack Kafe. But Matchco was so dominant on their defenses. They got a really, really solid basis, a really solid foundation that they took to the halftime. We said the first half was going to be important. It was, because Matchco won it out. And then when they got onto their attacks, it was completely opposite to what we saw on Lair. It was confident, it was creative, it was fun.
I think the macro of the attacks from Gen.G, generally speaking, are the right plan, you know, but the problem is the execution.
Yeah.
So some critical mistakes there. Very first round, they misdrone someone in minibar. Boom, double kill. That's your round gone. Second round, same thing happened. This time they just tried to punch a flash and die. Same thing happened again and again. Misdrones, aggression, and punishment from Teb here on the round where they're trying to execute on reading 3v3. Teb kills the guy covering the plant because he goes too aggressive. It's critical small mistakes. The biggest problem is it seems that the game plan was working, but the execution of the game plan was not clean enough, and they were getting heavily punished by Matchco. Second thing is, I called him out before. I was waiting to see him pop up. I was waiting to see his positive rating. That's it.
Mr. Ghost.
Yeah.
Finally, some moment where he steps up. Finally, Matchco plays a 5v5. That's it. That's why they're winning.
And from the start.
And he was pivotal, especially in the defenses, getting the opening kills, being a little bit more aggressive. That's what we were waiting to see.
The one thing that I wanted to see out of this game was when both teams played yesterday, both teams lost, but they leveled up their performance. I didn't want to see one team crumble inside this 5th, 6th place. Thought Matchco might have after map 1. So I was very, very impressed by their resilience to come back on ultimately what was their opponent's map pick, start out strong and then convert that into a map win, because it would have been very easy for them just to go away and lose. This was the map that they were meant to lose, of course.
Basically ties things back down now to essentially a best of 1 between these two teams. That's all it's going to take. We're going to go to Nighthaven Labs as well for that final map, but we'll talk about it after the break. The deciding rep Nighthaven Labs is just about to be with us for this important matchup, but why is this game so important? We'll bring up the stakes once more to show what makes this match such a big one for these two teams. What is on the line? Focus on the bottom right of your screen where we're seeing Matchco and we're seeing Gen G. We've got that 5th place up for grabs that has the invite to EWC. It has the 50 SI points, and then when we look at what happens when you end at 6th place, nothing. No invite to an international tournament, no SI points. You practically get about the same amount of money as a team like BDS did and Fnatic, but you've played so many more best of 3s to end up empty-handed. That is what's going to come down to. It's essentially down to a best of 1 now as well. We're going to go to Nighthaven Labs for that. What are we feeling in terms of the team's chances for this one?
I think first thing first, like the context is not the same at all between these two teams. Take a look at Gen G behind me. Gen G have spent the last 2 stages going all the way to the very last match of the LCQ and failing in the last match to make it to an international event. In the back of their head right now, it must be playing, especially for Azox, Neko, Skies, 3 guys that were part of the core of the team, have lived through 3 different stages where they could theoretically lose once again on the very final match that could have them play an international event for the first time ever. Matchco, first season in pro play. It's incomparable in terms of expectations and chances here.
And it all comes down to a best of 1. It comes down to 1 map on a map that neither team particularly loves. It's worth saying. Obviously, it's a best of 1. It's a middle of the road map. That's where you're going. It's not going to be the best map. It's not going to be the worst. And it comes down to the starting sides for me. Gen G start on defense. Now, when the stakes are so high, when it comes down to 1 map, everything gets compounded. Pressure gets compounded. Feelings get compounded. Everything's playing out in your head. And that start side becomes so important because momentum becomes so important. Across the first 2 maps that we've seen today, the team that started out on the defense has started going on a roll, has started with a big momentum swing, and then has continued that through when they got onto their attacks, ultimately winning out on their opponent's map pick. So we've seen how important the starting side is. Gen G will start out on the defense. So it shows at the minute advantage Gen G. Especially when you know like what were the mistakes that were being punished so far in these matchups. It's missed drones, it's overextended moments, it's laziness for the entries, not clearing a certain moment or not clearing a certain gadget. It's these problems that are costing rounds. And these problems are highlighted especially in attack.
Now, I think when we look back at the beginning of the playoffs, I think we expected these two teams to find themselves in this position for that 5th, 6th battle. But I think with the way that the bracket has played out, we probably didn't expect this game to get so close. The way that it has really been turning out. The game is almost ready, so I quickly want to hear, before we go into this all-determining final map, who takes it?
Gen G, starting defense.
Throw after that?
Gen G also starting defense, I believe.
All right, you agree with me for once?
Well,
we can start the game.
I wanted to go first because I was going to say Gen G before you said it.
Oh, you agree with... Is it the little sleep that's called...
I do agree with Leo, yeah. I think the defense start for me is really the big factor because I think we've all attacked Nighthaven Labs. And as much as it's not actually too bad to attack once you've got your hard breach on lock, it is one where it can start going wrong, especially if you try some
I think the bans will have a huge impact.
Hard breach bans, you only have to get the top floor attack wrong once, where you're not pushing into Fish, you're not pushing into Aqua, you're not pushing IT side, whatever it is, where you miss one side of the push. Or on the basement where you don't roam clear properly, you miss out one small room in storage or kitchen or somewhere. Suddenly, bam, bam, 2 primary sites gone. And then you go to control storage, maybe you try a rush. That goes wrong. Like, it can snowball, even if I do think attacking on this map isn't particularly bad.
Yeah, looking at the Italians so far, I've been impressed with their reaction, especially in attack. I've said it again, but I think what I've seen on Kafe was change of pace, was adaptation. Just to come back to the way they've been playing, it was not nearly as predictable as on the first map. We saw them try and rush. We saw them use the Riora, for example, on the basement most side. We saw them go for full clears as well. We saw a wide variety of pacing and of different objectives. I think especially the very last round. What did we see? A mining direct take, directly avoiding the full clear and roamers. That's the kind of opportunity spotting and then converting it into an actual good call that the entire vision, that the entire team is following. That's something that I did not see from Gen G in attack in the last map. We need them right now to both level up on this aspect.
We need them to show their A game. That's what we need them to do. Both of these teams, there is so much on the line. Will they get that invite for their first international tournament? That is an absolutely huge moment for them. History is about to be made. The winner gets that invite, and the winner gets the SI points. The loser gets absolutely nothing. We're down to essentially a best of one. It is Nighthaven Labs, and it's Fluke and Demo.
Well, we're seeing absolutely everything today, including Leo and Fresh agreeing on something. But see, there's a winner and a loser, Demo, and that will have to come at the end of this map. Maybe an OT, maybe not, because we've had two strangely paced ones in charge, a perfect 50-50%. My eyes, do they deceive me, Demo?
No, that's correct. It's right down the middle. I obviously have heard, the two analysts have agreeing thoughts, and I'm also going to agree with them.
Wow. You, Fresh, Alfama, all in agreement. What does that leave someone like me? I don't really care. I just want a good game of Siege.
I don't really care.
Listen, there's a winner and there's a loser. That happens. And what I want to see, selfishly, is all 10 players giving it their absolutely all for 15 rounds. Is that too much to ask?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, look, Labs is where we head to. I made the reference during the last map that is Labs more similar to a map like Lair or a map like Kafe? And depending on the outcome, you probably then see who you would like to favor. And I think it is going to be more similar to Lair, so I think Gen G will have a much easier time going into this map. Look, Matchco played it yesterday. They were up against Falcons. It was an 8-6 loss. And again, you could have made a really good argument that, yeah, maybe Matchco could have won that map and pushed us into map 3, but it wasn't the case. So it's going to be a map that Matchco, they themselves are going to feel comfortable on just based on how they played yesterday. But just after the way we've seen that Lair play out, and I just think with Gen G, whenever it comes to a map like Labs, and if they just do their basic fundamentals right, which they've done so well on a map like Lair, I think they'll have a really good time here.
It's always that sort of argument, right? Is could they have won it? Would they have won it? They didn't win it yesterday. Yeah, sure, there was an ace clutch out, but the other weird metric that we have is both these teams went against G2 on Labs as well, and both of them lost it. Gen G were able to pull 2 rounds in that showdown, and I think Matchco didn't deal a huge amount better. They got 4. So at this point, it's a nice Matchco map. They've been able to bring some game to it. They have that working in their favor. They're starting on their defense as well here. As they've also got that extra element. Mako on the hunt. Loose out and underneath. He's about to find the first victim. And that's a Nook in the site with a body. What happens now?
I mean, is anyone going to react?
On the top floor.
Is anyone going to react? Hello? Pep, he's in the site beside you. I mean, Matchco, is nobody home? Is nobody defending the bomb site? You've just allowed a Nook just to solo walk his way through the labyrinth? I mean, yes, they're starting to pick up kills on the flank and trying to see if they can retake the bomb site, but really the damage has been done. I mean, look how separated both of these defenders are from one another, and the last player still upstairs trying to make some holes in towards storage. Diffuser been picked up by the man who could do no wrong at the moment, being Nako. He's also going to get a plant down for his statistics also. Yeah, Ghost. Again, this is what I've seen from him yesterday. I've seen this so many times against Falcons. He's upstairs letting his team die. He's a really bad habit for that.
We can pin that one down on. I mean, yeah. Where did the Nook enter from? I think we got to sort of take that down a little bit.
Did he go in through? I think he just came in down the staircase. He came in, yeah, I think. He coming for you? No. I don't know.
Changing mags.
Keep a barrier up.
Because the first kill looked like
I need to get the VAR up.
They maybe came from vending down Exo. I don't think they came down cargo.
Razor wire in position.
That should have been, I don't know. I'm trying to assume that if they did the vending cargo, that there'd be people around with an extended hold.
10 seconds to insertion.
With an extended sort of hold there. Someone around kitchen to pay it. I think there was an opening in the breach. I don't know. Either way, it happened. And now we're sort of picking up the pieces on the other side of it.
Swapping mags.
Genji. They get that first up. They get their first foot up, and they do what seemed very hard to do across the first 2 maps. The longer that they can go with success on the attack, especially with plays and moments like that, the better we find ourselves in. Now, at this point, with Matchco on their defense, with how defender-sided the showdown has been, and with the fact that I think that was an argument that the desk made towards who was going to win this, but apparently the information they were handed was wrong. Alfama and Fresh had of them anyway.
Yeah, I've done the VAR. Nope, just walked in through bridge.
So there was just okay. That's mad. Finding opportunities through breach. It happens, and it absolutely devastated the first round. But also, there wasn't a Matchco response. You're right. Teb was sort of drifting around. There was players on the hatch. They've just tried to go for it again, but there's the Blackbeard to get the first. There's the removal of the mine, and they cut Teb in half. Frost gone. They have IT control. They have walkway. And now they're going to put some pressure onto Fish.
It's the basics. Again, Genji, you're doing it very, very well. Just go for the motions, get the main breach open. Okay, yes, now we move in towards a Raptors control. We have the shields. Let's now maybe operate towards Fish, which is where Neko's going to start moving himself into position where he can start putting pressure on the other side, and he just kind of pinched them in a trap. Again, there is that clash that he will have to try and go up against, and they don't have really the greatest counter bar from the Nomad. Again, they're going to have to get into a spot, and this buck downstairs is actually get collapsed on by 2. He's able to get 1. But Lolo is there with the trade, but now that pulls 2 players out of position, and that allows Genji to get the green light to go into the bomb site.
Well, now putting the pressure onto this back position. Easy pick up there for Nako. A 4 versus 2 becomes actually a down. It's a trade out, but they're going to see if they can stick the plant behind it. Nomad's just putting the pressure on. They have the cross, they have the plant, and Deadshot, well, you're probably not going to get picked back up. The Clash can make the divide passable. They still have to try and root their way around 4 kills. Can the Sledge get into IT? It seems like they're trying to. But if you pay attention, suddenly 1 down can turn into 2 kills, and it's just not worth it. The man is a bullet-filled camera at this point. There's a trade out. Clash gone, leaves just Lolo. No, it doesn't. It might find us in a Matchco timeout, though, with how this game has started.
Yeah, not looking good for them. I think they're now getting into a similar situation where they were in Lair, where they're giving up that first pick, and then they just allow so much map control over to Genji. I mean, that was a fairly standard round for Genji in terms of how you attack that top floor. Get the breaches open, move over towards Rafters, start looking for Fish if possible. They made a really good call, though, where they seen that there was 2 players towards Fish, leaving 1 guy in the site, flood that guy with the Blackbeard, get that kill. You have map control, you've got site control. Really simple for them. So Genji, good decision making again from them. Matchco, struggling to get things going. So they need to really pick up the pace and get around on the board, or else, I mean, like Lair, almost like Kafe, I mean, both of these teams have shown that if one team has that edge and they're slowly, you know, getting rounds back to back to back to back, you blink and the map's done. The map's over.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, back to back might be how we keep screaming our way onto this. I mean, Genji, led by the heroics of Nair.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Swapping max!
and they've got to try and find a way to do it. They are going to keep rotating around the sites. They move themselves on towards the, the vertical control here. They've still got the clash, still going to try and be a bit mobile, but losing out Teb quite early before to a bit of a smash and grab on the top. It almost reminds me of the compliments we paid to Gen G before when they would weigh things up and measure them. There is a bit of a trap of the Ella. Ready to hit a Grismot and then a swing round on anyone that tries to enter, but it's controlling the space for now. They make sure that if the pace is going to be kept going, that they are more than happy to be one of the ones that are driving force behind it. IT gets popped open, the players will fall back, but they still have the direct control and no direct coverage as of yet. Gen G have sometimes thrown themselves into the site without really doing their due diligence. Doesn't seem to be the same MO here.
Yeah, just going through the motions. Good from Gen G again, realizing, okay, what is the issue that we're going to have to deal with? Could be anyone inside the storage, so let's make sure we can ram above that and give ourselves an opening. So it does put players such as Lolo and Teb now in a precarious predicament where do they stay, do they go? Got that Nook on that crouch walk again. He's towards the fishing game side of the map. Maybe go up the stairs and try and backstab some of these defenders top floor, but oh, that's not a good start though from Gen G as Lolo is completely cleaned the head off Skies, but there's that Nook, finds that pit on that roamer. It's still Matchco holding their ground right now, but there's a blitz in the bomb site and who's now quickly jumped out of it. Lolo could have had an opportunity, and speaking of Lolo, he's going to try and just almost headbutt the blitz, but he's going to send them back with that flash, and now it's a 3-on-3, and we don't really know where this round's going to go. It could be down to, again, this Nook. Nako is now rotated up towards Fish, and maybe looking for this backstab onto that clash.
Selves back. It's 2-on-1 against the clash. 47 seconds, but Lolo had the cross dead shot. Caught out. They were baited into the fight by Dora, and I'll talk about how they utilized the clash up here in a moment, but let's get to the end of the round first, and there's the clash just still drawing out this Nook at this point. The blitz trying to push their way towards it. It's a tough fight to take, and they'll get dropped. They might get traded out. They do a scratch of damage. They're going to confirm their triple for the round, and 3 to find here, but the clash sort of gives the game away that we know where you are. Just pre-firing the pressured angles, 10 seconds, and at this point it's bullying. Somebody call somebody. There's a knock onto the clash, but no kills. So, the point I was going to make about the clash, when we saw things start to collapse, it was a great take above on IT. They threw the ram down, they put the air jab there, and that was to stop anyone swinging. Matchco realized this. They knew that it was going to be an attempted plant underneath, and they just sort of cleared that space. So what they did was send one person in to get hit by the air jab, so then the clash then followed immediately through and gave them the freedom to start to repressure that space. And I just saw that little interaction up top. They also then lost the fight on bottom warehouse, and everything else happened and baited, but blah, blah, blah. But I quite liked that as today. 2-1.
Is that a fluke highlight of the week?
No.
The Carrot Hills TV burp, it's the fluke highlight of the week.
But I think if I was ever in charge of like the highlights that would come through,
As many bombs as they can.
I would just choose the silliest possible moments.
Yep.
What would I
also another big issue that I did also see was, yes, they've opened up IT breach, yes, they've rammed the floor, but nobody played in the verts, and you've just got 2 people sat in storage. And just nobody from Gen G thought, maybe we should kill these guys before we think about jumping in through that window. That's another thing which I found very strange. You've done that work of bringing in the ram into your lineup, opening up that wall with the thermite. Yes, you've rammed it, but you need to kill the guys inside of storage. You need to put pressure on them. Once you clear out storage, then you can pull back and go for the plant, but you need to kill those guys who are in the bomb site.
Matchco have been able to find success on a site that isn't often the case, but I mean, the removal of the clash versus the change out of the blitz, I think the clash had in some pockets more impact. There was stress, especially in that last round. As I said, it was sort of utilized beautifully, and they're learning on how to waste the time of the approach of Gen G, and Gen G just don't want to mess around with that game. No more Nook currently. Gonna go for something a little bit more traditional here on the take, get across the top, and it seems like, apart from this extension of these castle barricades, it buys them time to get out of here. are going a bit medieval on this hold.
I'm reloading.
They forgot the siege engines.
Where's the trebuchets when they need them, eh?
I mean, the game's called Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, but not that famous.
Can I have an operator who spawns in like
I'm waiting for the Rohirrim to come over the sunset.
Yeah, 500 meters away from the map, and I have a trebuchet, and I'm just sending rocks.
Yeah, you're barking up the wrong game genre, I think.
We'll do a crossover between this and For Honor.
Oh, now we're talking.
Oh yeah, and 2 bits of pressure here. The Bucks getting the 3rd floor to try and force them down to the ground floor and then the basement. But otherwise it's
Oh, you let that go.
Yeah, then they slip away. That should have really been a pick onto Ghost. A bit of parkour won't solve the bomb of not killing a man.
Yeah, needed to get that kill. I mean, you're going for the effort of clearing away those roamers from the top floor. You need to be able to finish them well. So yeah, a kill that does go begging, and Teb has got the first pick. Able to eliminate the Aurora, and that would have been their execute operator to, again, block off those doorways as they go in for the plant. So without that operator, what is their plan B now for Gen G? And a retake coming in from Akwi has also hit them where it hurts, and Azox is down. There's the Grim. So both of the execute operators are out the door. And Gen G now left in a very difficult position where they have to rely on getting these picks. And again, similar to what we've seen on Kafe, Matchco don't need to do anything. Just sit on their hands.
That's it. 30 seconds. They're finally trying to make their way down cargo, but Akwi is not far away. So as soon as they start to activate, things get pressured again. So they've got to keep driving. And then that happens. Gets the death. Oh, somehow Skies wins that fight out, but 20 seconds, and it's only going to get you 1 body. You still have to try and do more than that. Lolo. Exceptional couple of rounds, and that's refusing to end right now. They get 1 more for the trouble. They're on the default cam the whole time here. Just sort of trying to bait them in.
Yeah.
It didn't quite work.
Gen G, I think losing out in that first pick hurt them. I think they wanted to obviously clear those roamers away in the mid floor and then get the kill, as the guy obviously had to run away from the Buck and the Ram doing their job. And then you lose that opening pick, you lose that Aurora. Immediately, the game plan is gone. You know, the operator that you want to have for that execute, where I assume it would be an Animus drop, and then you block off the doorways that connect both of the bomb sites, and it's a simple plant. I assume that's what they were attempting. But if you lose those operators right from the get-go, you're never going to get anything going. So Gen G went for the timeout. Now, going for the timeout here, I feel is a little bit premature, because I wouldn't say that it's been atrocious from them. I mean, they're still in this game. It's only 2-2, and don't forget they still have the defense to come. But hey, if the coach sees something, then coach sees something, then it is what it is. It's their call at the end of the day.
I think that's sort of the idea of it, right? You know, you're 2-2, you're on your attack. No one had high expectations of attack coming into this. Statistically, not even from their history of playing this map was the attack the sort of driving stat. But remember how the earlier days have gone. It's been 2 opening 5-1 halves for both the defenders across the 2 different teams across the first 2 maps. And yet, what they want to stop here, theoretically, Matchco getting momentum, theoretically, whatever the coach said. Hang on, something is wrong here. Let's piece these together. What is the disconnect that suddenly appeared that is suddenly such an alarm bell for Gen G? It's 2 apiece. For a lot of people, they've already done the work they needed to do, but I think just the confidence is that key. That little pull back over into their favor, just to get themselves the ones that are going slightly quicker, nipping at the heels of Matchco rather than the other way around, where these rotates are coming through from Matchco. The punishment is happening, and they are unfortunately just on the receiving end. In terms of the takes, the pulse might be the new problem. On the board, getting themselves underneath. We've seen some pressure applied vertically by the sides of the Bucks, so Azox is just going to have a fight sooner rather than later. The Flores, great bit of utility removal. Just driving in, clearing these corners, clearing these pockets of these ADSs and anything else that can try and stop it. But it's otherwise, you know, unless you get the barbs and maybe some Fenrir gadgets, it's going to be swing fights.
Gen G, again, it's that priority of getting that wall open, isn't it? Bringing in the Maverick for that reason, just to make your job a lot easier. You can, of course, drop that reinforced wall and then bring in your soft structure operators. You've got the Buck and also the Flores, who can do both of those jobs. Naturally, for Matchco, they're going to try and lean in again with this Pulse, who I think we also saw it yesterday. I think from EFAC, he played it down here in Labs, and again, it was pretty good with the value. You were able to kind of see, okay, where are the attackers wanting to stem their take from. He was also able to get a C4 kill from it, so the Pulse is going to provide a lot of information, and they don't know what he's down there. It will be pretty vital as we move into the kind of final dying seconds of the round. We know that just that little bit of information can be a big turning point for many teams. Still working for the walls, though. It's taken them quite a while. I mean, I wouldn't say the pacing is overly fast here from Gen G. They're taking their time about it, and whenever the time starts ticking away, then they maybe have to try and rush things later on, and that does cause issues.
I'll get in the bulletproof out the corner and still putting the pressure on, but 50 seconds. The wall needs to be smashed open, and there's that fight I talked about. Teb does get caught out below, so the Buck now has free real estate and free reign. There's a man with a shotgun and some pellets that somehow slipped by that fight with neither of them getting entirely locked in. That is some hellish architecture and a Buck that's doing a lot of damage and a shotgun doing its best to do it back, but they were just surrounded. The pistol is the end, but 20 seconds. Deadshot gets one more. A 5 versus 2. They're going to try and get the plant, but there's the cover. Lolo got one, confident enough to swing on, but not the best position. Dora does find a single before the double is pushed back against them. Back in the lead, Gen G. They stop Matchco hurtling away with a third round in a row. Instead, they are the ones to guarantee themselves an even half at least.
Playing rounds from Gen G, they took their time. I mean, they've only just opened up the connector wall with 50 seconds left, and you kind of think, okay, but you still got this smoke who can play close and swing in on, you know, E-Box makes it very difficult. But no, they had the Buck rotate downstairs, made very quick work of the flooring. It moved them out of position. You then get the collapse on them. You eliminate that player close on the electrical door. It opens up sight for yourself. I mean, Azlox in the Buck today has been great, though, hasn't he? And actually fighting from below. Obviously, we've seen a lot of that over towards Lair. But yeah, I think clean execute.
It's the thing about the positions that they like to sort of put the pressure onto as well, because you're throwing someone into what is technically a 1 versus 1. You're sort of putting the confidence in, and he's not always that player, but he seems to have the step up in engagement. It helps that when you're up against someone like Teb, who can be a fantastic 1 versus 1, sort of throw me in, I'll find it my way out player. Hasn't quite connected with the series in the same way that they had earlier on. Oh, this map is the same way as they had earlier on in the series even, sorry. But Lolo, in the meantime, though, huge start here for Matchco. Yeah. If it wasn't for him, might be more of a divide right now.
I mean, even you could say the same about Neko as well in the early rounds on the Nook. Yeah. Is making things happen. So both teams have found their champion.
Let them fight.
Let them go for it. But I think, obviously, for Matchco, it's they want that team performance. And I'm sure both teams do want that team performance. The other players need to start picking up the pace. And Gen G are looking for that very slow approach, going in from below, using these operators like the Nook to try and catch somebody by surprise. And they've got the drone work, they've got information on positions of these defenders. And now that they've got the Nook in, who can just wait and bide his time until the perfect moment, they can start looking at opening up in towards IT. They've done so successfully, and here comes Skies. Is anyone going to be ready for it? Don't forget, there is a Legion, so a goo mine is a big possibility that it could be in a position. These Skies can easily go for this, and yeah, we'll get the kill. It's only a matter of time, but that Nook is causing havoc for this Matchco side again. This has been the bane of their existence.
Drone active. Now it's 3-2, and with the minute ticking on, that body is going to be something that just haunts them, because if they fall 4-2 with how the series has gone, I mean, it's the risk, right? Do you call your timeout early? You know you're on towards your attack. Do you just sort of trust that you could throw it in, or do you see what can stick on the other side? It's pressure, it's Deadshot. Pulls their way down Cargo. He's sort of concerned about somebody maybe coming up behind him, but at this point, Gen G, they've got the fight quite flat. It's Nako on the pinch. Oh no, it's Skies. I saw a Nook and thought it was Nako, but Skies is the one at this point stepped in. They just quickly give themselves a bit more space, make more of this a worry to hang around on. They don't want to throw themselves into a 1 versus 1 engagement, but the timer demo here, again, it's slow, it's cautious, and it's a bit concerning. There has to be somebody that wants to operate on the side of this. Gen G have to pick a fight before this round suddenly goes away from them. Time will eat all of us as Teb gets the C4 on towards the Blackbeard. It's a big bit of utility gone, but it's a big operator taken out. Asa can't just charge their way in. There's a bit of a smoke coverage, but there's at least one player still watching as Nako does finally find Teb. 20 seconds. The fight is above on the pillar. They're about to get predicted. Skies gets one. Dora gets Nako right back. 3 versus 2. They've put pressure on the verticality, but they still haven't started to plant them in 10 seconds. At this point, it's going to turn into a 2 versus 2. Slips their way past. Cannot find the confirmation. There's the swing, and they went for the right thing there. Try and stop the planner, but Gen G, as close as you like.
Oh, what a round from Skies. Oh, I'd love to see his heat map, because he was everywhere on that round. He was downstairs, he went up in through cargo, he found a pick, and then he retreated up and he was looking to push in towards games, coming in from vending stairs, and then he pushes up through fish, hits the guy from behind, rotates all the way down through back into cargo, covers his team as he goes for the plant. I mean, that was really, really good. And it was that confusion for Matchco, literally from the kind of rip. You get hit with that Nook, and that Nook is always going to be an issue in the back of their heads. It's, where is this Nook? Where is he? And they just had no idea where he was the entire time. And yeah, just played havoc. You know, even you kind of seen Ghost upstairs. I don't know if we'll see it in the replay. As the Azami, you know, he's looking for the guy fishing, and he has to turn his attention towards Garage and back. And just Ghost was never in a position where he could just sit and hold one angle, because he was always fearful of that Nook.
4-2 Matchco. And obviously, if this first one falls away and it's a 5-2 divide, you know they've got a lot of defense. What do you do at that point? Because it's been rough on the defender side in the showdown. I know I've mentioned it a couple of times, but it makes every decision have so much more stress around it. They have, obviously, things to waste as much time as possible. Not going to try the pocket mirror trick. We talked about the power of double electricity bans. It was great in the first map when it was used against Matchco. Matchco have been like, yeah, we really did struggle with that game. But at the same time, it's double hard breach ban against them. So instead, play with the mirror. This is not going to try and trick against the utility. But you can still have the clash. You can still have a bit of growth and maybe some impact tricks if you're feeling good.
Oh, Matchco. Looking at the lineup. Gotta make it work. You're bringing in the Glaz. With only 2 smokes, by the way. That's it, just the Glaz's own smokes. So it's not as though it's kind of orientated around this operator. It's just going to be a quick pocket play in hopes that Teb can maybe find 1 kill by surprising them. Of course, with that Glaz, but we'll see how he wants to play it. As for Gen G in their setup, again, pretty standard. You've got the Azami in towards Catwalk, and there goes the Glaz. So, yeah, didn't do much, did you, Teb, with that operator, and things go from bad to worse for him, because now he's 2-7. A poor performance so far, and it's a last shot round. Matchco just trying to do individual plays, and it's not working out for them, getting bowed back at every moment. There's an impact grenade to send Dora flying, and yeah, 2v5. Round's over. Look at Lolo. Look at the facial expression. He knows it's over. Just lean back in the chair. Frustration is now setting in for them. Gen G on top of the world.
Well, I think that's the split now, right? Is if they're going to hurtle towards 5-2, as I said, you've got your timeout, but it's still a long, long route to have to come back in. And there's everything to waste as much time as possible, and you've still got to do the rotate with the bans as they are. You think you're going down to the basement, you've got no Maverick, you've got no Thermite. You'll be able to get the breaches open fine, but it's going to be stressed, it's going to be slowed down, and it forces you to have to pick into certain playstyles that maybe it's not what Matchco would like to get themselves done. A minute. Ghost on the long row and rotate. Not immediately finding a fight. You can see that the Azami's built themselves a bit of a castle here as they don't even catch the Azami. The Blackbeard hops in, tries to get the pinch, looks for the second, but Deadshot gets a second of his own, and now a flawless.
Too easy. Just way too easy for Gen G. Didn't look for a moment that they were ever really worried. Very simple for them. Standard hold. That Zami in towards top rafters. What a troublesome operator. And whenever teams are opting to go for the electrification bans, that's now what you have to go against, is those strong operators who can hold those positions. You've got the Clash, you've got the Azami. I don't think they had the Mira, but again, Mira is always a possibility also. But Matchco are just caught in a whirlpool. They don't know what to do. They really don't. It's been, what, 3 rounds on the bounce here for Gen G? Something needs to happen.
It's tough because we've seen the players play with the passion that they have. We've seen the drive that they've had before, but it almost feels like the end of a long road, which it is. You just know how close you are, and it's more frustrating because of that, because they know that a loss here above all other losses is the last loss. There is nothing after this. You are sat, unfortunately, in that cool black, waiting for the light to turn back on in a few months. That's it, and there's no other way of driving it. And Gen G, they've gotten themselves off to a start. They've driven themselves further on. Regardless of whether they were fed the right or the wrong information about the side predictions, apparently it didn't really matter here. Our analysts who back Gen G on the side of defense can ride out that prediction at the end of this potentially, because they have just shown up sharp. Obviously, Nako's been huge, but Deadshot as well. Think about Deadshot on the last map. He was nowhere. Just could not find a groove. He was 1-9 throughout the entire showdown on Kafe. And then here, he started to get his gun active. He started to get himself thrown in. He's been a big player for some of the best performances of Gen G that we've had. Skies as well, bit quiet on the last map. We asked for a bit, and he stepped up a bit, but it still wasn't positive. And yet, at the final hurdle, the French team just have a little bit extra leap in their step. Still not over. 5-2. There's still a chance to keep themselves off of that eventual total map series point. But the first engagement, they've got to pick it precious.
Yeah, need this round, or else you give Gen G that match point. You give them so much breathing room whenever they know they have that 4-point gap. Yeah, it's big. So, Matchco, you've whipped out that Monty in hopes that they can try and stabilize your team. Better make it work. Gonna go through quite a decent amount of plant denial because you've got the Goyle and also the smoke. Gonna ensemble of C4s to accompany that. They're just gonna try and go for the direct take, where you simply walk down through EXO and you try and walk into the site and go for the blind spot plant. Now, the main thing if you want to go for that is you need to have storage control, which at the moment they do. Nobody's inside of storage, but they're actually, never mind. Gen G have just taken it. Skies just walked in there being, I think, assisted by a player inside of the cargo stairs, and then also Nako's all the way upstairs on that top floor. So if they don't have the mid-floor control, how on earth are they going to be able to go for this plant? As you can see, the holes are open right above the Monty. Tell me he's just going to try and go for this. I mean, that's not going to work.
Well, now with the mirror window broken on the other side, the Azami is under so much pressure, but you can see the pressure's mounting behind. It's turning into a boiling point. as all the 10 players start to circle. But as you said, Matchco, this is their only option right now. They have a pinch on a player inside. They don't have the vertical. They don't have above the vertical. They're going to try and get the Azami. Fine, great. You've got one person that's brilliantly wasting time alongside those Goyos. We've been in this position now for 40, 50 seconds, and they haven't been able to get anything for it. At this point, the Azami in a very dangerous position, but with the Kivas gone, they get rid of the first. A smoke canister, 30 seconds. They still don't have the vertical. Teb's going to see if he can try and get that and put the pressure across the top. They're stretching the hold. They're stretching themselves in on towards the core and the connection of the site here, breaking their way. Down onto the back, and there's Dora getting one before Deadshot trades them out in skies. Either side and either way, 10 seconds. They can only plant right behind the station on the back and almost hits the feet of the bottom. They're just spraying through. They seem to have a good awareness, but they can't get the right connection. It's going to be a post plant. Somehow,
mess them on there.
Some way they slip away, but there's Nako down the cargo stairs with a delivery. Dora, not much health, all that's left. Holding on against Skies and Nako, who have been pretty spot on this map so far. There's an easy pickup on the first. Reveals where the player is, 20 seconds, and they pull back perfectly. They don't have to be anywhere close to this. Holding on, they seem to have the awareness. They pull off just and they get it! Nako has been beyond exceptional this map. And as he pushes Gen G to map and series point, doesn't seem to be changing soon.
Smooth, cold, aura, whatever you want to describe him as. Clinical is the word I'm going to go with. You need players stepping up in the big moments, and he's done just that. I thought they botched it. Player above couldn't kill the Monty, but then Nako just comes down cargo, finds two of them. And then a beautifully played clutch. Baits him in. Sticks it right until the final second. Gets off. Here's the guy full sprinting through. An easy shot. Has enough time. Get that diffuser off. Yeah, biggest moment of this series so far. And that could be the game-defining one as well. I think, honestly, they could win it off that, because now they've got that 4-round buffer that I mentioned. Match could need to be good for 4 in a row. No mistakes. And with the way that Gen G is playing, Gen G ain't making many mistakes. They're playing really, really well again. I mean, yes, that comes down to your individual pulling off a massive clutch. But still, overall for Gen G, the idea was good. I just think the reason why that diffuser got planted was fair play to Matchco. They made a good decision. Yes, they knew that there's a player inside of storage. They can't go for the default plant that they wanted. So they thought, okay, let's use that shield. Let's push deep. Let's gather information on the players in the site. We'll pick up those kills, which they did, and then they'll shift their attention to the other bomb site.
Almost made the impossible land, but it still shouldn't have, right? As you said, Gen G kind of let that one slip through a bit. Matchco, no, they still have to keep stepping it up. They didn't even get it, but what did they have when they went for that? Really nothing. They just sent it and hoped. And hope almost saved the day. As well as Dora. Now from this, everything has to be perfect.
Drone activated.
They have to have a reflection of a half that seems so long ago. So they're getting the read on the rotations, the positions. Obviously, Gen G could have this site fall away from them. They're not planning on it. But then they go back to either of the two that they've already won. There's the quick pressure, there's the run in, a close play. C4 won't get the catch, the Blitz chose the other route, and it's a traded engagement. Lolo gone, as is Asa, but the plant's being cemented, and the C4 says no. Watched underneath, they tried something quick, and now a 3 versus 3. The clash still on the board. One shield across the two teams. Will it be a difference maker with a minute 20? They've pulled themselves a bit further back. They're not going to offer the clash as a freebie. You can hear it. The shield. An echo of lightning screaming its way around the back of the corridor as all they're chasing right now is the ghosts, memories of players that have otherwise lifted off and said, look, we can now watch this from below. You're in a sandwich of pain. The blinds and the pressure on towards Dora on the back line. Top cargo forced further and further out. You can see Matchco a begging, trying, desperately clawing towards just a single engagement, but Gen.G aren't handing it to them. Very cleverly, they've grouped themselves back up. They've set themselves in towards the trade game, and as I said, they're playing this elsewhere. Dora's now the one that's going underneath. Looking for this. The engagement, the watch on the verticality. Whoever it is, they're about to find a 1 versus 1. It's going to be a deciding fight, and Dora gets them 30 seconds. They can pull themselves back up, go for a plant. Once again, the C4. Oh, will get swung out, Skies. Wins it. Pulls himself behind the pillar. The Clash has gone up to the top again, so now they've retaken the top floor once again, Demo. 19 seconds. If they don't know about the Clash, she could watch this from the breaches put before, but Skies might not need them to. 10 seconds, Dora on the long rotate. There's a stop on this way as well. It's Gen.G losing out that engagement, picks it up and holds F, but runs out of time. There it is! Gen.G! After all, they are the ones that get to breathe the sigh of relief and claim that 5th spot. They've stood toe-to-toe with the best of the region and come out bloodied, but they do still get a prize for it. Matchco do not.
Commiseration to the Matchco. Just labs not working for them. Gen.G, you have to give credit. That attacking half helped them on a lot. Matchco, on their attacks, it just felt a couple of lash out rounds. They just didn't know what to do, but credit Gen.G, they deserve it. They looked one heck of a team yesterday and today. Very well deserved.
Well, let's go to a break before we're back with the desk.
And dash together.
Unbelievable.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
Gen G have found a way to bounce back, and they come out victorious at the end of this barn burner best of 3 series. So they came down back to a best of 1. They get all the prize money, obviously. It's the SI points. It's the invite to their first international tournament. This is absolutely huge for these players.
It really is, because it was threatening about to become a thing, wasn't it, Leo? That they would not make it to the international events. It's not a thing. They've done it. They've made it. They did it in pretty good style, I would say. Obviously, the middle map 2 doesn't really count, but they were strong. And especially on that very final map, they looked very, very good. We obviously said about the defensive start being a priority. They actually started on the attack. We got that wrong. That's on us. But they attacked so well on Nighthaven Labs that the same thing came into play, didn't it? They put Matchco under so much pressure.
Yeah, it's incredible the inconsistency in the level between the two teams. I think we saw basically 3 maps that were in a certain way dominated by each team. The first map obviously dominated.
Nook is great, by the way.
Yeah, okay, great. That could have been done by any other operator, by the way. That was a really good fed drone. But yeah, if you look at these matches and you look at the maps and you think it's actually crazy that Matchco didn't give up. You know, they tried really hard, but there were limits to that. Limits that we saw before. That clutch from Neko was absolutely crazy, by the way.
Yeah.
Going up, instant headshot. I mean, yeah, he was crazy good on that last map, dropping more than 10 kills, instrumental at every point, in attack, on the sledge. He was the one most of the time clearing the roamers upstairs or making sure that his teammates were arriving on site. And on defense, here, the one playing the clutch with Goyo, but also the one playing the clash. He was calling everything really well.
Neko's a player, just specifically on him, that he has kind of gone under the radar for us. We like to focus, we hyperfixate on Skies a lot, especially because he was doing so badly to doing so well. And we've been talking about Deadshot because we've seen him do so well when he was on Wolves. Not necessarily transfer that into Gen G, but Neko has quietly been going about his business as basically the best player on this roster, or the most consistent player on this roster the whole stage.
Yeah, I was about to say this, the consistency on the roster, and also doing it as the IGL.
Yeah.
I think in a team that used to struggle in terms of teamwork and that now is able to play as one team, big prize to the guy.
Well, I'm sure he must be listening in on this as well. He has been hearing your words as he's been joining us on the broadcast now. Neko, good evening. Massive congratulations on this game. It's your invite to your first international tournament, and we've seen a lot of emotions from you this stage, Neko, up and down, but it's probably the happiest we have seen you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling amazing. It's I qualified for my first event after like one year and a half being in pro. So yeah, I'm feeling amazing.
Neko, I need to ask you, one of the most critical round for that was that Goyo clutch. Can we just take a look at it and run me through what was going on in your head?
Like I was solo upstairs and holding games push for Skies so he can counter the diffuser. And we had a call like they are pushing deep side and trying to kill. So I was like, okay guys, hold. Do you have a cargo cam? They said yes, hold it. I just run with my gun and flank them.
And the very last chance when you're defusing and you take the decision to go up and hit the headshot, that was crazy.
Yeah, I mean I heard him running, so it was kinda easy.
Congratulations, Neko. Was you guys worried? Was you guys stressed in terms of this whole bracket? Because we saw you, if we take the look over the long term, you guys have struggled to make the majors last year after coming so close. Was there ever a mental factor for you?
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I don't know about the others, but I think there was like, yeah, we're maybe scared about doing the same mistakes we did last year. And for me, just after the 1-1 when we lost Kafe, I was starting to think, oh, imagine if we lose. And then I said, no, if you think about losing, you're gonna lose, bro. Like, wake up. And I just went straight into the last map and we won.
Nice.
Yeah, you definitely did. And you talked about obviously making it to your first international event. It's a big goal for many pro players when they do start playing, Siege in terms of esports. They want to make it to events. What were the vibes like in the team speak? Also for you and the rest of the teammates now that you finally succeed within that goal?
We just screamed like, we screamed a lot.
That's amazing. I mean, what are you most happy with for today? And obviously getting to this point, what are you most proud of from your team to really get to this?
I think the thing I'm most proud of is like the way we bounce back, like compared to the beginning of the season when we were struggling a lot. And maybe some people were thinking like, they are gonna be in the bottom of the placement, they are not gonna qualify, but we never gave up and we came back.
That's
I'm proud
amazing.
of it.
Now, you've certainly proven the doubters wrong in this case. Once again, a big congratulations on this game, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's really a beautiful story of
So
resilience.
good to see.
Yeah.
That first interview, by the way, that first interview we did with Nakro when they beat, was it Wild?
Yeah,
And it was in
8-7.
overtime and it looked shocking. He looked like he was ready to like just explode because he was so frustrated. To then go all the way into playoffs, show a great account of themselves, and then make it to an international event. It's a great story.
Pivot to that, or basically one thing. They only qualified, or they only were invited to that international event because 5 teams are going. They never broke that top 4. And the big thing that was preventing them to qualify to other majors in the past was because they were never breaching that top 4. So objectives going into this, don't get first rounded. I know what I'm speaking about. And then second thing, make sure that in the further stages, you actually have the potential to upset a VP, to upset a Team Secret, to breach that top 4 in Europe.
And this is the conversation we'll be having in stage 2 ahead of the major in November.
Yeah. 100%. That's definitely something we'll be looking forward to. But I think it's time for us to take a bit of a break after this really intense matchup where the stakes were so high. But on the other hand of that break, at the other side of this break, the final game in Europe Meta League Stage 1. It is the grand final of our league. We have G2 and Falcons after this.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
It is the final game of Europe MENA League Stage 1. It is the grand final between two of the biggest orgs that we have right now in Rainbow Six Siege. We have superstars on both these rosters, but only one of these can make that SI points happen for them. It's doubling the SI points. It's the prize money. That is what is on the line, and it is the championship. The title of being those Stage 1 champions. Both these teams are going to fight for it. An amazing poster we've set up with the two rosters that we're going to be looking at. I think we're just ready for a very, very entertaining best of 3 here.
It's the two best teams in Europe. It quite simply is, it's as simple as that. The ego, the championship, the title, being first place. It's everything to these two teams, including the 6 invitational points as well.
Yeah, it's the red versus the green.
Yep.
It's the villains versus the villains, basically. Both of them are villains. They were dominating Europe. And when you look at G2, it's a team and an organization that was dominating Europe for multiple years. Falcons have taken that place. They've had their own era of dominating Europe right now. This could be the end of one. And this could be, I guess, some moment where see these two teams, again, at the top of Europe, fighting for each other, fighting for that hometown title, fighting for that regional proud, most importantly, also fighting for major titles, because that's it. We may just have now 2 teams that are incredible international contenders.
I think it's time we start talking about these rosters for one more time. This stage, we're going to talk about the title defenders. First off, we got Falcons, the team that is looking to make it back to back in stage champions. And they're looking at a rough fight so far. It's not been easy for them in this whole bracket. They really had to go through the lower brackets, similar to what SSG have done in NAL. Look at this, all the way from that lower bracket, they find themselves in the grand final, ready to defend their title.
It's been an absolute grind, and there's just no other way of saying it. They've had to play a lot, and I'm talking a lot of Siege. They've had to raise their levels, they've had to increase their consistency, and they're aiming to do what SSG did inside of North America, a lower bracket run all the way through to then be champions of their region. And I think the user said it, we tend to start slow in tournaments, we tend to start slow in leagues, and we level up, and we level up, and we level up. Yesterday wasn't perfect from Falcons by any means. Today, so far, against Secret, it was a lot better. And we keep challenging them because we know that they've got it. I still dare say it, Leo. I still think Falcons have not put in a 10 out of 10 performance and shown that to us in EML yet. They've still got that level to go to.
Yes, maybe, but at the same time, that loser bracket run, that should be a show of weaknesses, for me, is a show of strength. If you see the reaction on the guys on their faces whenever they win a round, look at their face, look at how happy they are. They're cementing a real chemistry, synergy. They're cementing souvenirs together by overcoming obstacles. Look at Kafe. They care now. They're driven by the objective.
They really care.
Yes, they were tired. They were tired because they ended that match really late last night. But at the same time, they went through all of this together. And as a former player, and you were part of the coach, pro team as well, you know what this means to players. They created bonds, they created souvenirs. And right now, that's serving them because they're leveling up their level all the way here to the grand finals.
And they're fighting for that one important objective, right? To reclaim that title as the Kings of Europe. We call them the Kings of Europe for a reason. When we look at the previous stages, they have excelled. They have shown us that they are the strongest team in Europe as of right now. When we're looking at the results from international play against other regions, when we're looking at the results of this in like our own stages as well, they know what it's like to be on these stages, to defend titles, to go for grand finals. They're no strangers to being here.
No, and they're not stranger to losing them either. But still, they were dominating Europe. Yes, they were dominating international tournaments. And although they were losing in grand finals every single time, what did we think of that? We thought of consistency, because it was consistently them reaching these grand finals at every STR event. It was consistently them winning every European stages. And although they lost this, although they didn't get an STR title, the consistency of that compared to G2. Where was G2 all this time? Nowhere.
Yeah.
Nowhere. With the same guys that won a world championship. With Doki, with Alemao. That just right now is the moment for them to get back on the horse and create that rivalry again.
And that's the thing for Falcons is despite they've had that consistency, then they had a bit of a setback in the stage where they did have a big wobble and they did end up in the lower bracket. They did not finish in the top 2 inside of the regular stage, but despite that adversity, like you say, they're all the way back. They're in the grand final now, and it's an equal playing field.
It is really, and there's a new title defender on the block as well. G2, the roster that we have to talk about. We can't get around them anymore. They're looking to snatch that title away from Falcons. An amazing last 2 weeks when we're looking at this roster, right? The upper bracket seemed like it was easy peasy, lemon squeezy for them. Direct qualification into the grand final. They very much deserve to be here.
I'm just going to pick up on what Leo said. When Falcons were doing all of that, where were G2? And just to answer that, where were G2? They were scraping it to majors. They were scraping it through LCQs. They got eliminated from Manchester from an APAC team. They were not performing to the level that G2 hold themselves accountable for. They really take their fans on a bit of a ride. Yet, this stage has been the complete opposite. It's been almost perfect for G2, spearheaded by the new boy stomping on their team. It feels like a complete team. And I think most importantly for G2 and G2 fans, it feels like a brotherhood now.
It is, yeah. And thinking back about your hot take, you talked about some of the best players of the world on rosters. Well, we have one of the best Brazilian players, I think, on this current roster. It's showing time and time again that Lair is doubting or proving the doubters wrong. He's absolutely showing up, stepping up this stage.
Yeah, we've praised G2 as a team, right? But the team works because they're incredible individuals. And Lair especially is one. Let's take an example of G2. Holding some weird setup on Lair basement. They're gonna do an extended setup on garage. If we look at this round, effectively we've got Lair here paired with Doki on Tachenka. These two players, they've got nothing. They don't have a single reinforcement. They only have Doki with these fire canisters, and that's all they have. And they will extend in garage against 5 VP players and still, in a way, win this. So, when we look at this and the setup they're in, Lair can pick the stock doorway, he can pick the garage breach, Doki can help him there in a crossfire, and Doki can handle the garage doorway. And in this scenario, only 2 players are holding 4 different entry points against 5 players on the side of VP. Now, the way they've been doing this is Doki, using his fire canisters, is basically preventing the stage from pushing too deep into garage. By doing this, he's preventing the crossfire that VP is trying to set. He's preventing the timing and the synchronization on the side of VP to push inside of garage, because that sledge cannot push further. That enables Lair to come help his teammate. Come help him and start picking the breach, because he knows the sledge cannot help him. The sledge cannot trade the Blackbird picking him. And then we're gonna take a look at Lair. And here comes the beauty of G2. That one tap onto the Blackbeard. You thought that was crazy? You thought that was cool? Let's take a look at Lair playing this. He's gonna continue on holding this stronghold and quick picking everything. That's a second one tap for him. And he's not done with it. He can keep on doing that. He can keep on taking those one-on-ones. And that's gonna be another kill here. What did we see here? We saw 2 players invested, fire canisters, and Lair single-handedly dispatching 3 players. That's the strength of G2. Incredibly individually skilled players that can hold their ground with almost nothing and then go back to site. That's G2 for us.
And we're not normally big fans of individual plays and individualism. We like teamwork, we like coordinated teams. But what's the difference with G2? They're doing this from a position of strength because they've got that fundamental, they've got that basis on lock. They're not doing it from a position of weakness where they need it to survive.
Yeah, and it's just one, I mean, that player we can talk about with the incredible mechanical skill, the confidence that is showing up once again. One player that we've talked about so much in this stage on the side of G2, we have to talk about Stompin once again. In his rookie season, there's a chance for him to fight for the championship of the stage. In his rookie season, just once again, showing how important that is, how early on in his career, but also when we spoke to him in Scotland, I think it became very clear to us that his goals in esports are way bigger than just getting a championship here.
Is it that you're most looking forward to if you had to pick one thing?
Playing on stage, like 100%, just it's a real experience. Like I can't wait to have that happen one day with G2, of course.
And with the current trajectory, that is very much going to happen. G2 on a main stage very, very soon. And when we're looking at him as well, you know, it's just a very impressive rookie season coming out from him. I think he's really making sure he's stepping into the footsteps of former pro players that we have seen start out with content creation. We're talking about players like Spoy. We're talking about players like Bolo that have walked the same path as Stompin is walking right now, starting out with content creation, getting picked up as soon as you were 18 years old and making a name for yourself. Look at what Spoy managed to do. Look at what Bolo managed to do. I'm 100% sure that Stompin is going to do the exact same in the future.
Yeah, if you look at Stompin, you must think of Bolo, you must think of Spoit. You have to think about these content creators that were incredibly mechanically skilled, and that's what basically made them spotted on social media, then got picked up into pro play, And look at the result of that. Bolo, when he got picked up by TSM, yes, he won an SI. That was 3 years after he got picked up, by the way. But the very first event he attended, do you remember DreamHack Montreal, by the way? Got picked up, he won that event with TSM. Look at Spoit, he joins Rogue, they win the major after that. So right now, Stompen might be in a situation where he joins G2. He's the missing element for that team to really come together. And in their first stage, they might become EML winner and go on to win their first international event.
That's the big thing, is yes, he might go on. He's in a grand final of winning EML in his very first stage. But then also there's 4 LAN events that he'll be going for this year, and G2 will set sights on all of them. You've got the Esports World Cup, you've got the Munich Major, you've got the regional finals, and then the 6th Invitational. The trajectory, you mentioned it, and that G2 are on, who would bet against them? G2 making all of them with the way they've played this stage.
And especially with this game, right? Doubling your SI points really sets you up for international success even way later on. We're talking about February, which is still months away, but you're really solidifying a solid base here if you manage to get this victory over the line here. I'm sure it's going to be an exciting best of 3. We'll have a look at the map feed to see where we'll be heading to for this matchup. Will we get 3 maps is the big question. We're going to start out on Kafe as it is G2's pick.
No big surprise here in their bans. G2 banned Clubhouse and Skyscraper, Sperma bans for them. Falcons getting rid of Lair, which has been an incredible map for G2 so far, an incredible win streak. We see G2 pick Kafe here into Falcons. Now G2, they've looked incredible on Kafe so far this stage, but it's still by no way a bad map for Falcons, and they will be starting in defense, Jack.
Yeah, when we've talked about the best of 3s across the whole bracket, I've been saying I want to see our top 4 in best of 3s against each other. Now, the one that I really wanted to see was G2 against Falcons. Reason being, when they played a best of 1 in the stage, G2 ego challenged Falcons on Bank, and it was one of the most phenomenal games. So I want to see this across 3 maps. G2 have picked a map that they're good at and that Falcons are good at. Conversely, Falcons, they want that revenge on Bank. They've picked right back into, in theory, the best map that they have in their map pool, but it was one that G2 beat them on inside of the stage.
G2 put an end to a 33 win streak on Bank, this stage against Falcons. To Falcons, pick that against G2, that's gonna be an ego challenge, but at the same time, we've seen how it worked for them picking Lair against Secret and still making it work. All the way there, we see G2 ban border, makes sense. Falcons remove Nighthaven, that's looked a little shaky for them. We end up on Consulate, a really good map for both teams, and that's not really played by the rest of the I guess, EML teams.
Yeah.
We look at this, we're thinking this is high quality games, especially the 2 first maps. Kafe, incredible for both teams.
Yeah.
Bank, incredible for both teams.
Yeah.
And last time we saw a Bank between these 2 teams, Stompen, the star of the show, dropped 20 kills. I'm excited.
And it was an ace as well.
Yeah,
an ace to win it all.
Rounds, yeah. Oh, we're cooking. I'm so excited for this game. It's, of course, very deserving to be a grand final of Euromen League. But the game is almost ready. We're seeing our players getting into the lobby. We're seeing them about to lock in. So it's time to bring in our casters as well for a quick chit-chat, because when we talked to you earlier, Dev and Pengu, we weren't lying. You two really are getting some of the best games so far in the stage with the grand final as well. I know for you particularly, Dev, it is quite late, but how are the excitement levels for this final?
It's not late, it's early. And I'm so ready to go. I caught a little nap during the 5th place match, and I'm so keen for this one. I heard stories, I heard so much about what the vibe was like being there, watching that Bank game between G2 and Falcons live when Stompen went absolutely nuts, got that ace, got that 20 bomb. And now we get to see it here in this video. We're guaranteed to see it as map 2, so I am so keen. This should be a match to remember.
Just gotta keep blast away from planting on base and bomb side, right? Anything else but that, we should be fine.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a delay last time. Hopefully we don't get messed up.
Nah. We should be getting this game going on very soon. Hopefully, the players are about to get into the lobby. I just want to know, though, we're going into our very first map in just a bit. That is going to be Kafe. Who do we think is going to set themselves up with this first map here in the series?
That's a tough
handball
question.
that to you, Pengu.
It's a hard one. We haven't seen G2 play in quite some time, and we know they can be the king of trolls. So I'm curious if map 1 is going to be a G2 trying not to troll, or G2 being like, you know what, we got this in the bag, don't worry about it. In peak form, I actually reckon G2's going to win. But if they're peak form today, time will tell.
I was vibing Secret in the match earlier today with them and Falcons, and I was so wrong. So I feel like I can't doubt Falcons from here on out. Something that we were talking about off air, Pengu, is we actually haven't seen G2 beat Falcons in a BO3. The last time that these rosters played each other in a BO3 and G2 won, It was back in Atlanta. We had 3 different people on G2. We had 2 different people on Falcons, and they were called BDS. That's the last time that G2 beat this roster in a BO3. So it's been a long time coming. I can't wait to see Falcons get some revenge for that match that was historic match that denied them 6 Invitational so many years ago, and of course stay as kings of EML.
What do you two think? Do you agree?
I think Falcons was a sleeping giant the entire stage, and they're awake now. I think that the playoffs especially made them awake. I think that what we've seen today and the momentum they're coming into this matchup, we've not seen G2 play for an entire week. They're cold. I think that's going to play a lot into it.
With G2, it's very weird. I like vibe check G2. I think when G2 are feeling it, when they're really feeling themselves and they're putting out those kind of vibes, I genuinely think there's very few teams on the planet that can hang. Falcons are, of course, one. This will be a close game, but I've just got a feeling about G2.
Yeah, what kind of G2 will we see today? What kind of Falcons will we see today as well? Double the SI points is the objective for both these teams to be crowned the champions of EML Stage 1. The game is going to be ready on Kafe.
Thanks very much, Anne, and everybody on the couch said, what do you guys think back home? It's a 61% favor on the G2 side. Okay. It seems like the Stompin' fans are rolling out in full force. Now, on the desk, on the analyst segment, Pengu, they describe this as, on the one hand, you have G2, the villains of Europe, and on the other hand, you have Falcons, the villains of Europe. So I'm wondering, like, whose hero are G2? Whose hero are Falcons? And for me, I think that everyone who is a young, up-and-coming Siege player that's maybe not played on day one, maybe they weren't a beta player, maybe they didn't touch the game in 2015, maybe they were born in 2007 like Stompin', you know, a decade after a lot of us who have been playing the game for a hell of a long time. I think G2 represents the new talent. With Stompin' on this roster, with all the changes that this team has made to their roster, their 5-man, over the last couple of years, that's who I think G2 are the heroes of.
You know, I think it was an LMR tweet once they qualified for the grand finals last week saying, this is the 3rd era of G2, watch this. Something along those lines. Obviously referring to back in 2018-19 with that run, then with Fabian as coach in 2023 winning SI where LMR was also on that roster, and then this new era with young boy Stompin' having an incredible debut to his Pro League career. I mean, what was it? 5th highest rated player, I think. Ace dropped 20 kills against Falcons last time they played each other in the group stage. Like, he's had a phenomenal start. And it's funny because looking from the outside in, Stompin' doesn't fix the problems that G2 were presenting us with all of the last like year or two. But Stompin' joining G2 has seemingly just made everything else gel more together. And I think it was fresh to sit on the desk because like they're that brotherhood and they're a vibe team and they gotta check those vibes. When G2 right now playing at the highest level they can do, they look absolutely unstoppable. They want to win this and become the best in Europe. They want to start their era. But Falcons, they finally have a big stake in front of them, right? They have stakes to play for. It's not some boring regular game of Siege to them. This game actually matters. That's when they turn up the best.
Well, if G2 are to have their 3rd era, claim a 3rd hammer, of course, step 1 is taking the crown of Europe away from Falcons and righting the wrongs of 2024, which was quite a tumultuous year for this roster, failing to qualify for EWC, failing to qualify for the Montreal Major, a very early exit from the Manchester Major. Not good enough. It was for G2 last year. Not even top 8 in Boston. It's time to kick off this year of EML with a crown. As we get into Kafe, it's Falcons on the defensive side, and they're the ones to lead the way with Alamau getting taken down very early. Where was that striker? Lurking in the building from up the brown stairs, perhaps? Caught out by Likafag on the Valkyrie with no trade.
Yeah, we saw Lair on Twitch there looking for a lot of different utility pieces, but what he did not find was the Valkyrie camera instead of pillars. So I think Likafag and Falcons, they have that full information play, keep killing drones, and G2 should now know Likafag knows too much right now. There's gotta be a Valcam somewhere. Boogie Drone goes out, Stompin', watching the rotate. But Likafag is one step ahead. Had the perfect timing, got to safety on the red stairs, and just now wasting Stompin's time saying, I'm not gonna peek it. I got my kill, I got my advantage. My team, we're chilling on the bomb side. G2, problem-solving time.
Oh! A little bit of over-aggression as well on the red stairs. A lot of problems to solve. It's Stompin'. Boots in the building on the ramp. R4C, ACOG in hand. the lion roars, Stompin creeps forward. Oh, a great nade from Blaz. That's Shaika getting injured. Second nade to confirm. Stompin is in, he's found his pick. And he looks for more. Doki supporting as a player in backstore. Blaz has obliterated him. It's a great kickoff here for G2. They might have lost the first pick, but now they found 3.
It's a beautiful top floor take, a grenade, a rappel on in, and they just full sent it. The vibes are looking good right now for G2. 4v2, League Effect still in that pillar position, has to get aggressive, has to get desperate. He's not on 1v4, as Brady falls Stompin on the verge.
Oh, how they fall. Falcons completely picked apart. And frustration on the face of Shaiko. Perhaps boredom on the face of Stompin. It was a stressful round at the start for G2, but then absolute composure. And a run-of-the-mill round for them. Picked apart one by one, Falcons fell. It was a bit of a pitiful defense after G2 started finding pick after pick. There was nothing for Falcons to do.
Falcons, they showed us earlier, up against Secret, that they have 2 modes today. The first one is where they play strategical, logical, step-by-step siege. Then they have the other mode, which our Falcons' only objective is to just fight their opponent, whether it's spawn peeking, jumping out, going for kills, never falling back essentially. And I think right now you gotta feel out what kind of team is G2, what kind of playstyle are they bringing themselves. Can we play slow against them and they'll be low on time, you know, they'll be struggling clearing the building, or will they be matching us in like that kind of aggressive gameplay where they're not afraid to take a fight? Oh, we saw it from Stompin. Drops down the hatch, walks in Cigar, no fear in the world. They got the yellow pings that during the Lion scan, and they just push with that. Falcons need to figure out in the first 3 rounds right now what their game plan is going to be, then ban the final attack and operator, and then play that last half as good as they possibly can. Every round matters. We saw that in the group stage when we saw G2 against Falcons on Bank. It goes all the way to max overtime, and I wouldn't be surprised if at least one of these 3 maps will go the distance as well.
Oh. Rita knows what's going on. As the Rayora blocks off VIP, this is not a strategy I've seen a lot of before. Teams are constantly figuring out the new way to use that Kiwi operator. Now they can isolate this player upstairs in Fireplace. Meanwhile, Alamau's on the side. Can the cover come from Stompin above? Indeed, Leakafak removed from that vertical position. G2 have lost bodies. It's a sneak in from Lair and a double kill! What we've come to expect from the Brazilian. Bride left alone, he takes out the American. It's just Lair and Blaz now as they try and piece this together, and Blaz has him locked on down from outside. Another textbook round from G2, a creative one. Players sent in all directions, and the pure talent means that they can split up and know full well each player will win their fights.
Falcons got their answer. What kind of style will G2 opt for? That's the style right there. 3 people working together on the VIP, bottom right area, Aura, Blitz, etc. That's the distraction. That's the big play that's investing a lot of utility. But then you have 2 backstabbers. Stompin top white stairs, finds the player on the hatch. Laira Nook sneaks into Bakery with the gadget on, can't be seen by the Valkyrie or default all bulletproof camera. He finds the kills right here. It only works because they're playing the operators that they are. It's fast, it's snappy, it's effective, and everyone knew where they had to be at what moment in the round. Stompin, he finds himself in these very important positions more and more frequently as he's getting more reps in Pro League. I remember he's like one of his very debut games on Lair. He's standing in a corner, mute or smoke, holding a passive angle as one should. And it's like, where's that crazy gunner that we all heard so much about? And every single play day, I feel like we're seeing more and more confidence from Stompin and more success in that exact position. Reading the situation well, playing offensive when he has to. The second he saw Brady had the shotgun and VIP, he was backing up, trying to create as much distance as possible, respecting the shotgun. Yes, he died, but he played as good as he could have.
I mean, we're lucky now to see this full form G2, but keep in mind, as the guys on the desk said, G2 are coming in to this match in a way cold. Falcons have played 5 matches so far already in the playoffs. They've won 4 of them. G2 have only played 2. We already mentioned that G2 got seeded into the upper semis already because of their performance in the round robin phase. Falcons did not. They had to make a lower bracket run. To think that Falcons have played already twice the number of games of G2. And yet G2 have been cooking in their time off.
Oh!
They have not been complacent, but that's a good nitro cell from Kafe. Dangerously around the fire, though, he dances. And a pick for Shaiko. As the blitz is in the building, this is big from Lair. He likes to play it aggressive. He goes for the ADS. Kafe, though, wins his. Another peek with the ADS. Doesn't work out this time for Lair, leaving Doki with it all to do. A 1 versus 5 and no diffuser to speak of. He will be picked apart. And Falcons, another sigh of relief for Brede. A flawless round to get their first on the board.
It's a flawless round, but you see how much they had to work for that and how many different gunfights could have gone the other way. Falcons are very well aware. They know they have to fight for every single second of the round. They're never going to be safe. They can't just sit down and have a breather. When the action starts, it does not end until either G2 wins the attacking round or Falcons shut them down trying. So now we got the read. Falcons have seen the textbook of G2, now we see the final operator bands. We had Deimos, Dokkaebi, those very fast entry kind of operators that weakens individual players on the defense, followed by utility in the capital to clear the corners, go for rushes and executes, and then we see Asami and Castle. That means that you can hide behind any utility really on defense. They're very common to be banned on both Bank and Kafe. And then Valkyrie, Kake's #1 operator, where he has all the information available to him. And with the Valkyrie being banned, G2 doesn't have to worry about bringing out the IQ every now and again to try and find those damn cameras. So now they get a more flexible attacking lineup. They can keep up whatever they want and not have to be forced into, hey, we gotta deal with the Valkyrie, we gotta deal with the Mirror, we gotta deal with the XYZ, and just have more freedom now to do whatever they want to do.
In theory, but you look at what Falcons have banned, and they've banned all of the operators that you would typically want to use in your little freedom kind of 5th man type strategy. You got your Deimos, insane fragger, insane for isolating roamers. You got your Dokkaebi, insane lurker, insane for both rushing and roam clearing. And you've got your Capitao, that the epitome of an execute operator that can do area denial. You can even bring hard breach. You can smoke things up. You've got so much flexibility with that Capitao. What does it leave? It leaves all the shields in, of course. It leaves all the hard breach. It leaves all the soft breach. And what it also seems to be leaving here that we're seeing picked quite a lot is the Nook here from Lair. We saw a successful sneak on the bakery previously. I want to know what he's able to achieve again, because as everyone's been talking about, Lair is having an insane season.
It's ironic because if you want to play the Nook with a high frequency, you almost want to leave the Valkyrie open so that you can just walk past the cameras. But of course, only Nook can do that, and there are 4 other attacking servers. Look at this. The drone, we got the pre-fire. Lair has the info, takes down Kafe very early on.
Oh, say his name and wait for him to appear. There he is, like the boogeyman. The Brazilian is once again in the objective. He's found 2. As Falcons try to isolate him, they've got to be careful because Stompin's coming in from the backstab. It's a 3rd kill now for G2. As Shaiko finally finds the first for his team, but he is quickly dispatched with, it's time to die because Lair has come knocking. A 4K on the round for the Nook. You say his name and he springs into action.
It's ridiculous. The consistent... Like, the consistency of Lair at this stage so far at making ridiculous plays, finding gaps, and not just getting 1 or 2 kills. He goes all the way. He finds everybody. They sent the whole squad trying to take him down. And the few, like, with the one person he didn't kill, was killed because of him indirectly, because they were worried about his positioning. Even the grenade he tossed almost took out Shaiko, forcing him into a corner, and then somebody else from G2 got the kill. He was a part of every single fight and every single member in that round. Solota was fighting him, Shaiko was fighting him, then he kills Uses. He pretty much 1v5'd in a way in that round. It's ridiculous. And G2 are so good at utilizing that opening. The second Lair says, guys, I'm in, they all advance forward because they know either they're gonna arrive in time to help Lair, Lair will kill everybody, and even if Lair were to die, well, the defenders are looking the wrong way. They're looking everybody in one direction towards dining, that's where Lair is, so G2, they flank everywhere else. It's beautiful, it's perfect, and it all happened off a singular entry drone yellow ping that got Lair that first kill.
And this isn't your classic traditional Kafe. This isn't your textbook, typical Siege. This is an aggressive, a confident, a savage playstyle that G2 are bringing in right now. They want to enable their star players. They're doing it together, they're doing it split, but it's so complementary. And Falcons have no idea what to do about it.
I understand why. for starters, it's a very different playstyle than Secret, who they played earlier, and that can be that can take a little bit of rounds to shake, of course. You gotta adapt to your new environment, but also it's not very logical. If you're League of Fag, I imagine he's a very logical kind of leader with how Falcons they play teams themselves, and whatever Lair is doing doesn't make sense at the time. Now does this? LML's in.
Oh my god.
Looking for the fight.
Big kills though for users. Out comes the shotgun. He finds another one! The dominoes fall for G2 for what feels like the first time. And Falcons are on track to find their second round of defense. G2 have made a statement. It has been read this time. Users single-handedly putting the team on his back for this round. But regardless, G2 have really set the expectation here. It's go hard or go home. The only 2 rounds they've lost have been flawless for Falcons. And that does not mean it's been a walk in the park. No, it has been such a challenge for this mixed French roster. Look at them. Man, how do you deal with G2 throwing everything at you? Even though you've won 2 rounds, boy, you've been woken up more than an ice bath right now.
This is the beauty of the playstyle when you play very fast, is you win the round effortlessly, or you will look absolutely hopeless in the round, because if the first couple of people fall on the entry, there's no real backup, right? It's a one push go. And, you know, the Blitz got into Bakery, but 2 people died behind the Blitz. The Blitz dies while blinding the Legion. Like, the round is completely over from there on out. It feels like the rounds the Falcons have won so far, it's been by G2's, not choice, but by their doing. G2 opt to go for a rush play. Falcons in the right spot, they get the kills, they win the round. G2 have never looked like they've been playing, you know, on the back foot, where they've been struggling to get a job done. They are going, and then they are winning or they are losing. And that's a really good look, because Kafe attack inside, it's one of those. Some teams have a very difficult time with this, and some teams have an easy time with this. G2 are making it look easy. They're committing fully to their plays, and they've gotten 3 attacking rounds already. Even if Falcons wins this 3rd defensive round, G2 will take the even half happily, I would assume. And then they go on defense, they got their playbook for that. Then we gotta see how Falcons will vote when they go on the attacking side, which statistically has been the weaker side this stage so far.
G2 are the best attacking team in Europe, 59%. Team Secret is the 2nd best, and they're all the way down to 53. Almost all the teams in Europe are actually negative on their attacking win rate. Most teams are the better on defense, and Falcons are one team that stand head and shoulders above the rest on their defensive side at 65%. G2 is next best at 60%. And that really speaks to how much G2 are head and shoulders above the rest on attack, Falcons head and shoulders above the rest on defense.
Good nade. Shaka finds the opening onto Blast as Lion off the board now very early. That's gonna slow down G2 here. No Lion charges to push with. A man player down. ADS is countering the util dump here from Alabao. Nades are going out. The final one goes through, but Shaka finds a second onto Doki as well. Somebody stop this man. Oh, he's gonna take this round from G2.
Shaiko's having a Shaiko round. He's started to figure out, oh, so they're just gonna run at me. They're just gonna peek me, so I just peek them back with no fear. But guess what? Lair and Stompin are still alive. So there's plenty of fragging capability here. Stompin with the Finker. He's just baiting for kills at the moment. It's time to go fishing if you're a G2 fan.
Yeah. Get out the fishing rod, put on the bait, and hope that Falcon, they take a bite, because right now they aren't. Actually, they run out.
Oh, okay.
It's a trade though, 1-for-1, so successful from League. In fact, risky play, but I'll say it pays off. The less attackers, the less they can do, and you still got 4 teammates, and now you're just watching cameras permanently.
Yeah, it's worth it, especially to take down Loira. You know, Alamau, a great player, but he's not been the core fragger at the moment for this G2 roster. He's been the caller and the enabler. He's playing a lot of blitz and a lot of these operators where he's the instrument that the attack uses rather than the one that's going to be finding those kills. Loira, on the flip side, he's the one that you want to frag out. Thought Stompin didn't realize for a second that Users was upstairs. I thought Stompin was fresh meat, but no, he finds it. 2v3 is very winnable, especially if Alamau can get off the donut. Stompin's found a triple. Watch out. The new kill on the block is going to make a difference. There's an EDD on that doorway. The Kapkan traps could be the bane of G2. If they're not careful, Solotov. Oh, don't dance around this with Stompin because he's on a heater. He's found a 4K. Alamau to go in, he needs to refrag, and he does. Off the donut, clutch up for G2.
A 5 versus 3, a 4 versus 2, a stomping, sprinting down long bar with no care in the world because he saw one defender drop down the laundry hatch thinking they're not going to be upstairs anymore. And somehow wins the first gunfight, finds the second, the third, the fourth, goes all the way through, and in the end, plays the perfect bait game for Alamau, who found the final yet the most important kill to secure G2, the 4-2 half. Now that's value. That's stomping, putting yourself again in those high-risk situations 4 separate times and coming out victorious each and every single one as a rookie against Falcons. It's ridiculous.
Look at this. I thought he was done for.
He should have been done for, right?
He's just incessant. Oh, hipfire headshot while dropping onto Shaiko. That's one way to get bodied.
Reloading!
And another kill. Solotov, he didn't know where to play. He was playing an off angle. He was playing aggressively. He second-guessed himself. He retreated to his demise. And here we see the cracks start to form for Falcons. Look at the frustration on Likafak's face. We've seen Likafak frustrated before. To be frank, it's not an uncommon sight. When Falcons start to struggle, you really see it on Likafak's face first.
Yeah.
And then he starts to get loud, and then the team starts to hear it. And if you've seen them play in person, you'll know what that's like. We've seen infamous tactical timeouts taken by Falcons. We've seen clips of Likafak biting his teammates' heads off. We've seen it work as well. We've seen Likafak able to actually demonstrate these leadership qualities and bring the team back from a position where they've looked like they were mentally checked out. 2-4 on your defensive side, when you're the best defensive team in the league, when you're on Kafe.
Yeah.
That's not a good look. We need the leadership to start making a difference here for Falcons. We need them to turn this around.
But Likafak is the exact kind of leader and motivator that you'd want a team. He cares. He's only emotional about these things because he cares and he puts in so much himself. I think the entire last year when Falcons were BDS, making all the grand finals and losing, it seemed like a mental boom in the grand finals. One bad map and they can't quite shake the mentality of things. I will say earlier today against Secret, oh, that's a lucky drone, they were falling behind, but they weren't looking mentally chalked out. They were actually having a quote-unquote subpar performance. They fixed it mid-map and they come back. Whereas the Falcons of the past, they would fall behind and the map is just kind of done for. So I feel like given the earlier series against Secret, they have fixed their mental. They've completely improved it. A jump of Bell takes down Brede though. Cooking that grenade does not work out for him. And with that, a lot of the util is done. They brought so many frag grenades, yet they found 0 value with them.
They even brought the Twitch to take down those ADSs, which was successful, but they couldn't find those frag kills.
Grenades.
Only 1 nade left, and they haven't found a frag kill whatsoever. Moira's found his shot, though. Good headshot with that Vector. Oh, wait a second. Users has invited himself into the building and found a kill, but Loira, he's hungry for more. Out comes that Vector again. Another kill for Loira. He's hit 9. Likafak now in a 1v4. Doki will shut him out of it. It's the first round of defense, and it's divisive and decisive for G2. They're up 5-2 on the scoreboard, and Kafe is pretty much over in a flash.
They brought a...
Oh,
there it is.
Look at him. Look at him.
He's going.
Here it comes.
Their very famous tactical timeout with Likafak Hope Core, that was also in Kafe, we're saying, do you guys want to push White or Lumba? And he's explaining how they lost a reading attack. That was a reading attack. Although they lost it in a very different way this time. They brought 8 frag grenades. They're playing from the cocktail window repels, white stairs. They're just tossing out utility. The nades found nothing. They got no advantage with any of the grenades, none of the utility. This was the counterplay. Spacebar, left click, round this over strategically. Loira retakes cocktail and finds 3 kills. And he does this all the damn time and looks so easy. Please, guys, please.
Please. You can hear it. I mean, if images speak words, when you see Likafak's hands come together to pray like that, you see the way he's talking to his team. He's saying, guys, please listen to me. I'm telling you what we need to do. Please do it this time. There's only 2 more rounds of leverage here. There's only 2 more of leeway. G2 on the verge of taking the first map decisively. That sets the tone for the series. Falcons want a rematch of the 15-round bank that we saw in the round-robin phase. And if they get decimated on Kafe, it's not going to be an 8-7, and it's not going to look good for Falcons.
I like the switch up. League effect on the Blackbeard, get a bit of coverage for his brain to make the best decisions possible and lead his team into the building safely. That's the big thing right now. Falcons are not able to gain a foothold on their entry. They die early in the round. G2 are rushing almost every attack, so they are winning or losing very quickly. Falcons, it's a bit more of a slow bleed, right? One thing goes wrong, second thing goes wrong, third thing goes wrong. It's kind of cooked. And it goes out. No real entry, but downwards there, Shaiko has dropped, tracking the Warden of Doki, stops it, and is trying to look for the target inside Piano here. A 50-50 gunfight for the opening kill.
He's not got the best gun to work with as well, this AK. Very slow rate of fire. He needs to land the timing, he gets it. Well played, out dual stomping, supported by his teammate on the rappel. And this is what we needed to see from Falcons. This is what Leaguefac has been pleading his team to do. Work together, isolate, obstacle, solution, one by one.
It's a good mini play. Leaguefac tossed in a grenade, forcing Stumble to turn his back to sprint away. That's when Shaiko swung. That's a smart play. Now, that's step one. They gotta work on the second one. Get cocktail control. That's the drop from Scarlet right here.
This is how we take him down. Pistol in, multiple players on the angles. The second one for Users as well, going deep for Loira. No opportunity to escape for G2. And finally the reprisal here. Blaz, though, does find an aggressive entry, maybe, just maybe. There's still legs in this round. If we see clutch potential, if we see the true quality of players like Blaz and Doki in this round.
Time to slow it down for G2. Trying to play the corners and play the rack game, but Falcons, they're disciplined. They're gonna drone it out, take their time. They have 5 drones left, as well as the Blackbeard and Deimos tracker.
Oh.
You can't hide from that. You simply cannot.
That's a try. Walk straight past that drone, and you're right. There's so much info here for Falcons.
Yeah, they know.
G2 like to play fast, and that means Falcons are happy to play slow when they've got the advantage on their side. G2 can't keep forcing the issue forever. It's one, and then a trade on site for Blaz, and the round is over. Finally, the bleeding has stopped, at least for now. It's more of a bandage than a cure. There's a lot of work to be done here for Falcons. That is just the start, the first step of many required to push Kafe to be competitive.
But I really like what they were showing, right? It was very methodical, very step-by-step. Leaguefac taking full control of every single movement in that round. He called when the nade was coming, when Shaiko was swinging, when you're dropping Skylight, because the Skylight drop wasn't a random timing. They dropped the Skylight and grenaded the player by the rotate. The same time Leaguefac pushed in Bathroom, and you see right here, Leaguefac gets the kill. He went Bathroom into Freezer into top white, and they played together. That's because they get the timing, because Leaguefac's words are being listened to, and they are working together, all 5 people. G2, they will have to work through the bomb sites here. They started reading, they went mining, now they're going kitchen. And kitchen bomb site, in my mind, is probably the most sketchy bomb site on Kafe for the defenders, because strategically, you don't have a lot of different win conditions. Okay, you can try and win on plant deny, like Echo, Valkyrie, Smoke, Goyo for example. This will only really work if the attackers are going very slow. So if Falcons do a fast roam clear, and they can start doing the vertical destruction, you know, etc., get map control, plant deny isn't really gonna work. But the thing about this bomb site is that you don't have a lot of other options. Roaming is very difficult because you can't get back to the bomb site because all you got are 3 staircases, which attackers can see from outside the building. And then you have a hatch, which ideally you want to reinforce to stop the attackers from getting there. Or you open it yourself, and then you can try and drop down mid-round. So really, you don't have a lot of things you can do in this round, but G2, they gotta try and find an angle somewhere to gain an advantage.
Next try.
Here's an aggressive angle.
Tap, tap.
Yeah. So fascinating to see the difference in the attacks from these two teams. G2 were already blitzed in Bakery at this time on their attack of this bomb
the round was
site.
over last time.
Yeah.
At this point, G2 had lost.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You win quick or lose quick. That's the G2 attack way at the moment. That's the personality they want to inject into their gameplay. It's their play style. Falcons, on the other hand, much more slow and steady.
Yeah.
The Twitch is getting good value. Solotov, He's calling what he's seeing. We know that Solotov is a very vocal member of this roster. For a long time, people just thought he was a fragger, and my God, what a fragger he was on the old M&M roster. Such a star player. One of the few players that we've seen out of Turkey at the top level as well. But he's doing so much of the calling here. He's telling everyone what he sees with the Twitch. He's now lost both of his drones, though. So he's got to get active.
The benefit of losing that, as you said, he gets active, he becomes an injury player. Nothing to lose now, and League-Back has been looking for that gap, creating... What? Oh, they trade. Good shot from Doki and uses. That means Doki can watch cameras the entire time now. Nuke, League-Back might get more value from this death, as Doki will call, hey, this area is clear, when in fact it might not be.
No, stomping. This is the bane of G2 at the moment. They love to play fast, they love to get active. If Falcons slow right down, G2 will just feed them freebies. Lair now, once again called upon to clutch up, to have a main character moment. With his ACOG on the Vector, he's set up perfectly to do that. There are two players about to enter Bakery. He's just around the corner from them. Sees the first one, but he doesn't find either. Falcons continuing to exude patience. And now it's a 4v1 with just the team's captain to try and duel all of Falcons. He's found his first. As the plan's going down, he is cut off and cut deep. Falcons are finally finding their footing here on the attack as 2 rounds in a row gets them closer to tying the score.
It's a little bit awkward once G2 starts losing man count early in the round, because the only thing they can really do to try and get it back is to re-aggress with more people after the first person dies. And Falcons, again, showing very disciplined level of Rainbow Six Siege. They're holding angles, they're double droning, and they're not exposing people in that many 1v1 engagements. Yes, the first kill between Users and Doki, that was an aggressive angle, right? Users holding wedding flank, Doki peeks it, they're both saying, you know what, we're gonna take the 50-50, and they trade. It's an even outcome. But when you lose a defender, you are losing an area of the map that is no longer being watched. Combine that with the fact that the dead players watching the echo drones saying, guys, no one's red stairs, because they had an echo drone in the hallway right above Leaky Effect essentially. So Stumble walks by thinking it's clear. Guess what? It wasn't. And once you're in that 3 versus 4, all you can do with the rest of G2 is try and go for a kill. Go fishing like Laura tried and failed, because guess what? They had 3 people waiting for him. One in Wedding by the single window, one guy outside Baker double door, one guy in Baker double door, just waiting for him to make that exact play to get the free kill. G2 has now called the tactical timeout. It's time to figure out how they're gonna get those final 2 rounds since the side swap.
That's the thing. I mean, G2, they're playing such an exciting game, right? They're playing so aggressively, and it catches Falcons off guard at the start. We see a lot of those really quick takes. I mean, of the first 4 rounds that were played on the attack of G2, playing really pacey, they won 3 out of 4. Right? They win spectacularly or they lose spectacularly. Now flip onto the defense, and the same thing can be said as well. They're re-peeking, they're retaking, they're getting aggressive, they're taking a lot of 5s. Lair got a 3K, G2 won their first defensive round. The problem is, they need variety, right? Siege is about is a game of figuring out what your opponent is doing and then adapting to it. It's exactly what Falcons have done. It didn't take them very long, actually. They realized, hold on, guys, G2 is just throwing bodies. So why don't we let them throw bodies? Why don't we wait for them to give us freebies? And it's worked 2 rounds in a row now for Falcons, and they've been 2 pretty decisive rounds, Pengus.
10 seconds remaining.
Falcons have had 3 players alive at the end of the round, twice in a row now. That was not what we were talking about at all in the first half. No, they were getting completely bodied. G2 now need to change their pace, but they need to do it in an unpredictable way. You can't just always go past it.
Yeah.
You have to keep the variety there.
That is perhaps the one thing they've been missing, right? Very fast attacks, pretty fast defenses. They haven't gone fast, slow, and keeping Falcons guessing. It's been, okay guys, G2 playing this way, let's make a counter and just do that until they will switch it up themselves. This lineup doesn't really feel all that different to me. This is a lineup that can take a lot of fights, right? Mossy, Scopos, Jaeger, Uni Frost. A lot of passive utility that you place down with good weapons, high rate of fire, and you can kind of throw your body away and you don't lose much in your pockets. The only thing to lose here is 2 impacts from Lair and then Doki, C4, and Mossy. Anything else is purely passive. Nate goes out. The Yesus doesn't catch it, I believe, and that's an aggressive swing.
Yeah, a swing. It was a lie-down prone underneath the window with a tiny crack in the window and try and find a kill looking directly upwards. It's a miracle that it worked, to be honest. Solotov was even a little bit clued in and almost landed the angle. Doki's lucky to have found that kill. Wow, the timing there for Shaiko. Doki's now found a second one. I don't know what angle that was. Perhaps up all the way to the skylight, perhaps onto the new balcony rappel. But it certainly changed pace, and Falcons changed their pace as well. Uses jumps straight on inside and finds a kill here on the Sens. He's trying to find this next player. It is Stompin. The plan's going down here. This is a very unusual round here. Falcons have met pace here for G2. Shiko goes down, and now plant confirmed. Falcons need to assume safe post-plant positions. There aren't many available. G2 are circling these 3 remaining defenders. All aspects of the bomb site. Which corners are they coming from? From where will they pop up their heads? We know that they'll do it together. That's what we come to expect out of them. And Blaz is the first one to find it. Uses now in a 1v2. He knows where Stompin is, but he doesn't know about Doki. He tries to overthink it, and he loses his life. A good retake for G2. They recompose on the back of the tactical. They're back in the game, and they've got map point before them.
Not sure if intended play by G2 or not, but if it was, it is absolutely genius. Doki was flanking red stairs into Cigar, and he got hit by the air jab while the plant was going down. And G2 had a yellow ping and red ping on that position, so they knew the plant was going down. When the air jab hits Doki, the entirety of G2, they freeze. No one is peeking anything. They're waiting for Doki to get into a better position, not be air jabbed. They pretty much let Falcons plant successfully for free to play a 3v2 retake. Because what could have happened is that if the rest of G2 push forward while Doki's air jabbed and they lose the gunfight, the bomb will go down, they're gonna be in a 2v2 or a 1v2 against them, and the bomb is successful. That means that post-plant in a 1v1, 1v2 for G2, almost impossible. So they just kept their numbers, waited, and then went together.
That's right. And the way that you can lose Kafe on a retake, right? If the attack has enough players to go back to the roof, right? It's basically a done deal. Unless if you have bodies to throw. Unless if you can have one person defusing with 1 or 2 players peeking skylight. That's why G2 knew we have to keep all our bodies alive, let that plank go down, go for a retake. And what's even better for them is Falcons didn't have time to get anyone back to the roof.
Yeah.
Now Falcons have taken their tactical timeout because they don't have any more second chances. They're 2 rounds behind. They need 2 defenses in a row, rather 2 attacks in a row, I should say, to push us into overtime. And I don't think G2 is going to make that easy. Of course, they've had time in that tactical pause to cook up what they want to do in this next round, and it is a complete change of pace, Pengu. This is not the aggressive, we're going to roam, we're going to frag, we're going to get in your face G2 that we've seen for 10 rounds in a row. This is Smoke, Echo, Tubarao, and Kaid. Even Goyo, you could say, I mean, he's got a license to go kill, but his utility is about, okay, let's play the late round, right? Let's have this util, and if Falcons don't deal with it, my God, they're in for a treat come the last 30 seconds of the round.
It's all good and well on the operator lineup side of things, but we gotta see from G2 now is the individual player decisions matching their operator lineup and strategy. If you're playing this defensive lineup and you're taking aggressive window swings and jumping out windows or looking for a fight, then you're playing the wrong operators for the round, or you're playing the wrong playstyle for the operators. So I want to see them fully commit to this, light on their attack. When it's fast, it's fast. When it's slow, it's slow. This has to be a slow round for G2, where Falcons have to problem solve various things in this one, and they got a really good lineup. Doki was hiding the Kaid and prep the entire round, not being seen by drones. He can now trick walls and or the hatch. Once Falcons realize that, it could be too little too late in the round, depending on when they figure that out. And they're gonna go for full roam clear as they should, right? They have the tools for, I'm not gonna say a ton of verticality, but you got some on the Ace, you got the soft breaching charges, secondary shotgun from the Grim, they got Shiko DMR on the Lion, but they also have the potential to just go for a horizontal take. They could just send it here if they wanted to.
I don't think if they go for a full map clear, into vert, into execute, into all this utility, they're gonna lose. They're not gonna have enough time.
Work. But the thing is, I'm not sure how much they know about this setup. It's still the VIP player. That's the first trouble for them right now. And again, same Twitch turn as last time. Clears the Goyo, gets some info. There's a Ecotron. Where'd it go?
Was that a yokai you just saw?
Yep, it's gone.
BattleBots. No, the value needs to come out from the Twitch. I'm not sure if that was Solotov's first or second Twitch drone, but we need to see the value come out. He needs to clear as much of the Vulcan canisters. Ideally, one of the yokais if possible.
Same take as last time.
Potential vert coming through. Lair gets aggressive though, takes down Solotov. That was outside the window. Going deep for users. It's desperate and it doesn't work. Falcons 1 by 1 will fall. 1v4 for Leakafak. He's got closet control, but that's all he's got, and he's been put down. Lair going nuclear with the Vector, and G2 with a dominant statement made on Kafe. It's a 7-4 victory to kick off the grand final.
The Falcons going back to the same strat as previously, but G2 were better prepared, had better operators, and most importantly, played a safer, more passive position to have those crossfires and shut down Falcons as they entered the building. A game of adaptations in the first map, that's Kafe done. The second one is that banger rematch on Bank.
G2 really set the pace at the start of that map in the first couple of rounds, going for rush after rush, and you could see it on the Falcons' faces. They know they've got a hell of a lot of work to do going into this rematch. It's an auspicious match. It's Bank coming up next.
MENA League. After their own map pick, which had just happened, they find themselves on that map point here. An impressive showing from the star roster. We're seeing some star level team play as well.
Absolutely. I think G2, this is a bit of a take, but I think G2 are the pinnacle of what the FPS side of Rainbow Six Siege or CGX looks like these days. I think, of course, their strategy is good. Of course, their map pool is good. Of course, they understand the utility in the operator pool. But how many times for G2 are we going to see them play just the FPS side, the gunfights, and it's not individual, it is individual, but it's also double, trio, just doing things as a team together for the most part in most of the rounds consistently. It's so good. And they're playing with such a confidence and such a teamwork ethic that I think we've not seen out of them for literally years at this point.
What's impressive is how they enable the multi-kills consistently at every stage of the round. You look at Lair in attack on that knock, getting that triple kill because he was droned in by one of his teammates on the reading bomb site. You look at him in the middle of the round on Goyo, holding the top floor on the same reading bomb site, this time in defense and getting another triple kill. And then you look at Stompin that has this crazy moment where he brings back a round that he should never have won. You look at this and consistently, you look at the players like Lair, like Doki and Stompin, the three main stakeholders of the firepower of G2, stepping it up against some of the biggest names we have, not only in Europe, but also in the world in CG Sports. And still, consistently, if you take them in a 1v1, they will win almost all the time. That's just how good they are right now.
I thought that was going to be a round where we were again going to see a Stompin ace. That wasn't really happening, but it was a quad kill from him though. Again, an impressive performance. We talked about the importance for him as well. His potential first title in a league is up for grabs, and he does this to try and grab it towards him.
First thing is a trade. The second one, he should never have gotten away with it. That one, I don't know what Solot or Shaiko was doing. Obviously, you heard someone was above you. There, again, Solot picks where he should not pick. Yes, Stompin punishes that really well. But he should have been killed by Yuzus. He had no idea that Yuzus was in cocktail hiding. Then he should never have gotten the kill onto Shaiko. Why is Shaiko running below him like he just didn't see his teammate just get killed above him by Stompin? And then why is Solotov picking a 1v1 there? It was so many mistakes on the side of Falcons, but you cannot do a single one of them against someone like Stompin because he will punish that every day of the week.
You give a gap to a G2 player, they will punish you. And like I say, it would be very, very easy for Stompin. Let's remember, it is his rookie stage to come in, feel some pressure. This is a final that he's playing in ultimately. Looks unfazed, looks unflappable. He's just going about his business, being an asset to this G2 team.
And we love to see it. It's really good for any G2 fan out there. Definitely happy with what they saw from G2 in this first match. As we said, match point is now upon them for this grand final in the EML. There is the chance for Falcons to bounce back, and we're gonna find out in just a few.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're about to start the second map of this EML Grand Final. Now, one thing that everybody needs to think about, what does Falcon need to do to beat G2? Let's take an example of one of the best rounds they had against G2 today on Kafe, starting on attack, and that was to try and clear this extended setup on the side of G2. G2 are amazing gunners, and so they keep extending, they keep on getting extremely aggressive and roaming hard. As you can see, Stompin here is in Pixel, is the first layer of defense, and he has a support, Doki, Alemao, Lair. That's going to be the second layer of defense to pick. Now, the first thing you need to do is remove Stompin in that hallway. And you're going to see here in that pixel, Lekefak is joining him on Blackbird. He's going to send a nade and remove that player. At this moment, Stompin decides to stay here. He wants to commit. So Blackbird calls here for the help of Shaiko. You see the yellow ping. You're going to see the nade coming from Piano. As soon as the nade comes in, Shaiko is picking and first pick. What was that? That was a 2v1, and that was utility and information to manage to get the opening kill. That's just how much utility and resources it took. At this moment, they need to clear the second part here. And what's the second part? That's Alemao and Lair in a perfect crossfire, still extending up top. And we're gonna see here, we have the Grim that's able to send green bees on them. At the same time, Shaiko can push from bar, and we can send the Blackbeard up all the way into the white hallway to punish them in a triple crossfire. Let's take a look at what plays out here. Bride sends the green bees all the way into Cocktail. At the same time, you see the Deimos tracker on the Aruni. So it takes green bees, Deimos, a triple up, 4 people clearing this double setup, 4 Falcons to win that. And that underlines 2 things. It requests for Falcons to be perfectly synced and use utility to win gunfights. They need to be 2, 3 people against 1 to manage to beat G2. And that underlines just how hard it is to beat G2 right now. It requests for Falcons to be absolutely perfect. Going into this bank, they start attack. This is what we need to see from them.
So with this team play, what we're seeing is that there is hope for Falcons. For all the Falcons fans out there, we're going on to their map pick now as well. There is a chance for them to fight back. It is going to be Bank. They're going to start out on the attack on that map as well.
Yep.
What are we going to expect from the second map?
Well, there is hope. Leo's just illustrated it perfectly that Falcons can beat G2. They did have some dominant rounds against them in the final map. They are going on to Bank, which Falcons are internationally feared on this map. This isn't just inside of Europe. Every team in the world does not want to play Falcons on Bank. Maybe other than G2, who are happy to go there, was happy to go there in the stage and did beat them. But what does that mean? Falcons know this map. Falcons love this map. Falcons level should be at the highest it possibly can be on this map. So if there is any map where they're going to take the step up, because they need to, if they're going to play against G2, they need to be better with the team play. They need to be better and make the step up on an individual basis, and also expect G2 to do some of the weird and wonderful things that G2 will do. If there's a map they're going to do it on, it's Bank.
One thing worries me here is that it took Falcons to be absolutely perfect to win a single round in attack, and that's my biggest worry. You can be great at teamwork, you can be great individually, but right now G2 is great at both things.
Yep.
So we need Falcons not only to play well as a team and with utility, but to finally frag out and win those important gunfights.
And they need to step it up, obviously, because it's just one map that separates G2 from becoming the new champions of Europe and MENA League. But it's also just one map that allows Falcons to bounce back and keep themselves alive here to defend their title of the Europe MENA League. It is going to be Bank, and it's Def Marta and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Anne and everyone on the couch. Pengu, it comes down to this. It comes down to a rematch of what was potentially the best map of Siege that we saw in Stage 1 in the EML. G2 already had the social prediction after the first map. It's actually slipped a little bit out of their favor, and Falcons have gained a little bit of redemption. But my God, Kafe was a bit of an obliteration. 7-4 does not tell the story of how dominant a lot of those rounds were for G2.
It doesn't, and to be honest, I have, a little bit of hope still for Falcons, actually, because I feel like this best of 3 right now is about adapting to what's happening. Now, G2 have shown their hand on Kafe. If we're going with the assumption they're going to keep a similar kind of pace here in Bank, Falcons just have to have spent the last 15 minutes talking about how they can play against that specific playstyle, and then they're going to be fine. Bank, of course, is a different map than Kafe, so the dynamics will change a little bit, but G2, they're hungry, and they're definitely playing to win. There's no doubt about it. It's a bit of like the new guard versus old guard in some way. Not that G2 has a bunch of rookies, because they don't, they have some SI winners on there, but G2 has not been a quote-unquote top team for quite some time, whereas Falcons, they've been the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, if you look historically, even in the last 2 years, right? So let's go back to 2023. Stage 1 in Europe, second place finish for G2 in Europe specifically. Copenhagen, top 8. They went to G8, top 8 again. And then stage 2 in Europe, they dropped all the way down to 7th, 8th place. Atlanta, top 4, that was good, that was a highlight. SI24, top 4, that was a highlight as well. But still, back in Europe, stage 1, 2024, 5th place. Manchester, early exit, EWC, didn't qualify. Stage 2, right down again, looking really pitiful. And then Montreal didn't qualify. And then SI25, not even top 8, right? Rio, not even top 8. It's been a hell of a long time since we've seen G2 up in the top 4, let alone the top 2 within Europe, and a long time since we've seen them even in the top 8 of an international event. This is, as Alamau put it, the third era of G2, and the next chance for them to become a world-class team once again. They looked like it on Kafe, there's no doubt about it. They really looked like it. They reminded us of a peak Brazilian team with that aggressive play style. And they've got 2 Brazilians on that roster. They've got a lot of young talent as well on Stompin. Let's see what they can do here on Bank, which is Falcons' map pick.
2 Brazilian players and 2 Brazilian coach support staff as well. In Ramalho and Cameraman. I mean, they got the Brazilian vibes there for sure. And they're ahead of the curve, so it's a good region to look towards for inspiration. And then take your own flair into the things. Operator bans, G2 they took away the Ace as well as the Monty, so a lot of stability and common operators there being removed from action. Falcons took the Mira and Tuberal, fitting a couple different bomb sites. The Mira especially strong on top floor for janitors, etc. And of course the Tuberal, generally speaking, for stalling things out, the hatches, and it buys you a bit more time on those basement attacks. An easier way to deal with a kite if it's brought, of course.
Nades being used for Vert here. It's very uncommon from Leakafac on the IQ. There's a lot of map to clear here. Yeah, I guess you do. And there are a surplus of nades. We've got 4 here, and they're not instrumental to this round necessarily. You know what would be nice, though, is getting that Twitch drone in there and taking out some of these Yokai drones. That would be of extremely high value. Come late round, G2 are able to deny that plant with... Oh, watch out. Hold that thought for a second, because it's not late round yet, and Stompin's actually looking for an early pick. Meanwhile, Doki finds one. Wow, peeking straight into the fire for Solotov. He still finds the kill. The round has looked decisively in favor of Falcons so far. Only Leakafac has fallen. Stompin's still on his roam.
He's staying strong for now. Challenging Shaco while being tracked confidently. Somehow making this work. Shaco shot from the behind. The flank works out. Not sure who shot him exactly, but actually I don't think anybody knows. There we go. Alamau by the lobby desk has rotated on over. Falcons gonna skip they're gonna skip the roamers. They're gonna go bomb side.
No. It might just work. Stompin, though, has found Shaiko. What's Stompin able to do on his flank? 20 seconds to play. As Alamau makes his way downstairs, they know exactly where he is. And he's found his kill! That could be the decisive moment in this round in favor of G2. Is Stompin able to get back into it? No, he is not. Bride cuts him on down. A flashbang to go out, try and suppress Alamau for a brief moment. Solotov has the favored angle. There is no way that Alamau gets past this, and it's on lock from the Turk. It's a beautiful end to a very scary round for Falcons. They looked to control at the start, but it did slip away as they approached that bomb site. G2 put up a bit more of a fight than they expected.
And it's just a good read from Falcons, right? Really good shot calling. They recognize, hey, Alamau got injured by somebody who's not Stompin, Deletion, in open area, kitchen. And they also knew exactly what Stompin was. That means only one person could be by the bomb site. If you walk down main stairs, then drop the hatch or push server, you're likely gonna take down that one anchor. And that means that you get bomb site control for a plant attempt, forcing the last 2 defenders back down the staircase or back down the hatch, which is not a very good spot to be in because of the sound cues and the time it takes to get back there. It's good read from Falcons. They control the pace. They weren't fast in the building, weren't fast into a gunfight, but when they first started having that engagement, they got two kills very easily in that round. And with that, a lot of map control, right? Bank is a very big map, very open, whereas Kafe is a lot smaller and much more compact. When you lose a defending operator, you lose a lot of map control, and with that also a lot of information. Unless you're playing Valkyrie or Echo or a ton of bulletproof cameras, you only really have intel where you are as the player. You can't be everywhere. So Falcons, we saw the nuke being brought up by both teams on Kafe. I wouldn't be surprised if nuke makes a return here from one of these teams at some point in this map.
Oh, Solotov thought he had Claymores there for a second. It's been a long time since we've needed to claim all these windows, but after that Clash jump out that we saw in APL, I think teams are maybe starting to think maybe we should claim more up these windows again.
Yeah, it's one of those like Siege X comes out. Jumping out windows kind of sucks. You're forced to hip fire. But then when someone makes the play work, it's like, okay, back to bringing Claymores. No crash this time.
This is a good play. Ligafak has used his pocket EMPs to enable a breach on the Kanto wall, and he is so close to finding a kill. There's someone inside of elevator, and while he stands in the barbed wire, he won't take damage, he won't make noise until he starts to move on up. He does, he times it to perfection. He does get traded, but you could argue that that's worthwhile. That's a really key position. Dismantled. Falcons don't have to worry about that elevator anymore.
It's a good position to clear for Falcons, yes, but also look at the cost. The Capitao with full util in pocket dies, a very high value operator. But look at the rest of the lineup. Who is not valuable right now? Flores soft droning, Grim Bees, Ash soft breaching, the only hard breaching operator of the Hibana. If it was someone to do that play, it probably would be Ligafak. But now, the other benefit is Ligafak can perfectly IGL from the player point of view cams. You just call, guys, do this, go here, and orchestrate this from the grave. It's still a very even one. Mid and 20 to go. 4-4. Falcons mostly on the exterior rappel with 3 people.
I'm reloading.
And G2 are not sweating right now. They're just waiting. Falcons need to figure out how they're going to get their boots into this bomb site and start isolating these players. Is it going to be plant focused? Is it going to be kill focused?
Knock, knock.
There's still castle barricades that haven't been dismantled and are likely not going to be dismantled. Ooh, another duel. How are they going to kill these players in janitor? They're kind of just waiting for them to swing. There's not a lot of hard pressure, and with Doki finding one and then being traded, it doesn't really help the Falcons' case much at all.
They're locked out. It's a hard one. Users has now left that park and repel, rotating out to try and help. Shaiko 1 HP. Brede stuck outside. I mean, they got 1 Grim B to go, some flashbangs, and then they got a 3-2-1 full send commit.
Oh, it's just desperate now. Users goes in. He needs to find his kill. He does. But Blaz goes down. 2v2. Brede and Users. They need to find another kill before they can safely plan, and the cover might be on.
He lives.
Loira almost takes him down. Deagle out. In hand. So low HP is Brede. Alamau's got this nitro cell, and Loira finds both with the Deag. That's what we've come to expect from this guy. Nuclear performance on map 1. Another big showing from him. He's really coming to his own. His honeymoon season here. And it doesn't seem to be a honeymoon phase, though. He's been so good for such a long time. And that was a good finish to the round. G2 looked a little bit on the ropes for a second.
Probably the slowest round so far as well. I mean, it came down to practically 0 seconds, and yeah, this first engagement happened in the first minute, but after that, big stall, Falcons not able to problem solve, and I do think in hindsight, they probably wish they had the Capitao, because that is probably the best operator in bank to clear out janitors from the window repels. You shoot above the reinforced wall janitors, you shoot the counter fire arrow in there, and it spreads by the reinforcement. Combine that with the fact that you have 3 people on the window repel of CEO, Shaiko in top heaven, he can then hold the cross as well. That janitor player's gotta be dead. Or at the very least, they drop the hatch to get out of there and it's clear. Then you can rappel on in, but they never cleared that position because they couldn't.
10 seconds to go.
So small things, very small things. G2 now fortifying upstairs. It's an open area bomb site defense. However, it's all about map control. Yes, the bomb site knows an open area, but you want to hold top floor for as long as possible, then fall back and play, on the first floor and play on the basement staircases. So again, for Falcons, the objective here is don't go too slow to the point where you're going to be forced into a bomb site rush with 10 seconds left, but also don't go too fast where you die early. It's a fine balance in the middle. Blaz loses that duel down to 1 HP, but he is alive for now.
He is going to have to snake out of here. He managed to run. Okay, G2, what have you got cooked for us here? Out comes more breach onto Can, so you can see G2 is still trying to contest that. Couple of shots Peppered uses his way. You mentioned the Nook before. Have a look at Lurky Leakafak as he drones himself ahead in lobby.
Yeah, I love that nickname for him, the Lurky Leakafak.
It just feels so appropriate.
It is super appropriate, and yeah, the Nook comes into action. Curious if G2 will be expecting it or looking out for it because it was played on Kafe. And it's excellent, especially when you have the Valkyrie, because again, you're gonna have a camera somewhere and say, guys, it is clear. Guys, it is clear. It is not.
Here we go.
Once again finds the opening, takes down the Valkyrie player of Doki.
Yeah, Leakafak is right on the money here. And now he can just lock down this area. Loira, of course, is just waiting to see if Leakafak bites off a little bit more than he can chew. Oh, he might find it here. Oh, what? Alamau found the kill vertically from above, apparently. Oh, no, sorry.
He pushed on in.
Through archives.
I didn't see him there.
I don't know how they had that read, but they knew exactly where he was, and they completely deleted him. Credit to G2, though. Notice the way that Loira and Alamau actually pushed that together. It's another one of the fundamentals that just makes this team a cut above the rest.
They are down in numbers still in Falcons. They're going to do the same thing as on Kafe. They're going to stabilize. They're going to reset this round, get their flank drones, hold their angles, and scout out the landscape. Leafag again, like before, first guy to die, watching cams, watching player point of views, trying to get this piece together. We got Solotov inside of lobby ATMs, trying to retake that archive stiller's position, but it's risky. If he walks in alone and he dies, that could be the first piece of how this round could go the wrong way for Falcons. But they gotta fight for map control, they have no other choice.
Time is ticking away though. Doesn't matter if you've got a player advantage, if you can't capitalize on that. Stomp it down on the floor. Good kill as well. It's all up to Alamau now and they know exactly where he is. He should be locked out. They should be able to force down this plant. Time is ticking. Solotov falls, but Bride is forcing that plan. As the captain makes his way back to the ship, he is completely cut down. Shaiko, a shot through the wall. And Falcons are looking solid. They stabilize and they're back into it.
It's all about problem solving right now, and when they can get the areas that they want, the Falcons look mighty good. G2 has been in this awkward position twice now where they have 1 or 2 defenders alive in kind of awkward positions off the bomb site, like Alamau on that 1 versus 3. He can't get back to the site. There's just no way. So he's locked out, having to retake. Falcons are planting. They're doing a good job at tracking the locations of the roamers and saying, we don't care about that roamer, but we do care about this roamer. Let's kill this person and ignore the other guy. They're trying to get the highest value targets dealt with first, like this engagement here. Yeah, it's so frustrating, right? I had a cam in lobby. I had a cam. It was cleared. Oh, it wasn't. It's a Nook. And it's that kind of false sense of safety that you're taking away from someone. Like when we saw on Kafe Stompin sprinting top floor, false sense of safety, right? He thought top floor was clear. He sprints around, somehow gets a kill because of it. Whereas if he had thought there was a guy top floor and he played that entirely differently, maybe he dies. Now your false sense of safety is completely gone and you're like, you have to double think every single camera. It sucks. Even if it's just Nook for 1 round, it can have a very long lasting effect.
Last time these teams played each other on Bank, I mean, I know how much you love that, Tachenko. But last time we saw these teams go head-to-head on Bank, of course, it was that infamous 8-7 where Stompin hit the 20 bomb. He's certainly not on his way there at the moment, 0-3. But of course, G2 started on that defensive side in that matchup as well. In the first 4 rounds, they went up 3-1. So Falcons are already exceeding what happened previously. They're looking a lot more organized. You can see why they wanted to have the rematch here on Bank. They've been working on it in the downtime. It's been a little bit since they played that match. That was 12 days ago. Falcons It's clearly done a lot of work. Look can happen in 12 days when you're scrimming almost every single match, every single day.
I would like to call this the humble stomping. This is him giving Falcons a chance here at Bank, okay? That's what it is, James. It's a deliberate plan.
So when he didn't give them a chance, it still went to 8-7?
Yeah, but they won. That's all that matters. No one remembers the scoreline, but people remember the win.
I think everybody remembers that scoreline.
Okay, maybe in that one. It was very, a lot of crazy things happened, to be fair. But typically people don't go back and go, remember that time and it was like 8-7? What?
People always remember the scoreline. Like your, by the way, that was cheeky. Your infamous comeback with Penta against EG. Everyone remembers that scoreline.
Okay, what was the scoreline?
3-2.
What was the scoreline?
3-2.
No, that's the map line, not the scoreline. What was the round count
that was
on
a
Coastline?
Best, you know? It was a best of one. On Coastline, I just remember the round count on Coastline.
Exactly.
With you guys versus
you
Empire.
remember the moment and the winner, not in the round count of how you won. My point is
I remember that Canadian was not an SI champion that year.
That's foul. It's been a bit of a YouTube clear here for Falcons. That's why we had time to kind of troll around a bit, because nothing is really happening. G2 opting for hatch deny. It worked out for a bit, denying Brede. I think 6 X-Kairos, 2 for the Runegate, and 4 for the Kite charge. But here goes the last bit on the server default plant position. The Twitch drone finding good value from Solotov, taking out 2 Goyo canisters, I believe. Yeah. And this buys Falcons time for a we might actually win this round situation. But then look, 3 Toxic Babes, 16 fires from the Tashanga. A default plant spot here should not be possible. They gotta either get kills or plant in a different position.
The thing is, while that Tachanka is laying down his fire, he's not got his gun up. So they might be able to go for a drop, some kind of way to backstab while the so-called default plant is happening. And as you said that, there are players lurking on the main stairs. I don't think anyone from G2 is looking for a flank at the moment. The fire goes out now from Usus. Main stairs flank is being watched by Leakovac. He sees the Kaid at the back of side. That's a good angle though. Deep from Doki. Traded back, but he's done a lot of damage. Solotov now has to replace the player planting the diffuser. Alamau might be able to get into position. He almost sees the angle. He takes out the player above the hatch. Alamau's going nuclear. Solotov gets the plant down. It's a 1v2 for him. He's got the health advantage, but he gets swung again. It's Alamau firing up back into action for G2.
He finally shows up. The captain been locked out in so many rounds, being the last alive away from the bomb site, having to retake an unwinnable round. This time, when his team needs him the most, he calls. He answers rather to the call, gets the guy on the hatch, walks in, catches the guy dropping, and gets the guy, of course, trying to run away in the 1v2. Solotov. It's so close, and it comes down to smart use of utility. The Caps of Fire went out towards Stompin's position as the Tachanka. He was unable to use the fire to deny the planter. Then, that's when Falcons, they aggress. They get the kills that they need, then they reset the round again. They hold passive angles, and they try and go for a plant one more time. This time it works out, but Alamau, the man of the hour, clutches up.
And this might be an even scoreline, but Pengu Falcons have been the better team as a unit, right? G2 have been crunching on hero plays, but another way to say that is they've been leveraging those hero plays. First round, Alamau gets a 3K. Second round, Lair gets a 3K. Fourth round, just that one gone by, Alamau another big 3K. A huge moment. G2, they know they're a team of star players, and they're going to play into that. They know that. They're happy for people to take the low percentage fights if they need to, because they trust that it's never over until it's over.
Also worth noting, last round, you were saying how when you use the Tachanka gadget, you don't have a gun up.
Loading mag.
Lair, I believe, on Smoke actually used his Toxic Babes much quicker than what you would expect. Likely to, 1, deny a bunch of different positions, but also 2, to have one more gun actively holding an angle. Stompin's sole purpose in that round was to use the gadget and deny the plant for as long as possible. Yes, he might be 0-4 right now, but he's doing his job. He's playing the role for the team successfully. That's important to note right now. You can be 0-4 with no value, or 0-4 with some value, or high value in this case.
And that's the story of G2, isn't it? Any of these players could be on the Ash, first in the building, going for an entry. Any of these players could be chained to Echo or to Chanka on site.
Maybe not Doki.
And forced to do the work. Yeah, okay, maybe not Doki. He gets a pass because he's Scottish. Meanwhile, I think Shaiko actually, fell off the roof. That is, my God, that is like such a rookie. Oh, that was the Yokai drone.
That was the Yokai drone.
That's a hell of a lot of value out of one Twitch drone. But yeah, unfortunately, Shaiko, a bit embarrassing. That was caught.
He did face calm as well when it happened. It was like, oh no, it's happened. Roof can be slippery, man. Gotta watch out when you're up there doing constructive work or watching your angles from long lines of sight. But Shaiko previously on the attack was the sole player inside of top square. If he goes in that area again with 20 health, yes, he has a DMR, yes, he has a great shot, but one single strafe body shot and this guy will be injured or killed. So that's not ideal. Good bit of value again, finding the mute jammers. They might try to use the Skyros now from Uses to breach Janitor's wall if he rotates on over. Right now he's in drones on the rappel outside the garage. Falcon's still just outside setting up.
There's a lot of value that they've done in that setup time. And even just Leakerfax Twitch drones alone have done a lot.
Oh, he's
actually inside. I don't know how he managed it, but he snuck in on the rappel somehow.
Going live.
And he's so close to finding that kill. There's a player just on the other side of this doorway. He lands the shots on Doki. Hungry for more. He knows he's seen this player position before. He sees him behind the desk. 2 for Leakerfax. Still, he's hungry. Almost a third, but taken down by Alamout. Not out as of yet. He can still scout for information. Almost a trade there. Users had the money shot, couldn't land it. 30 seconds to play. G2 holding the line.
Going for the rest. G2 knows.
Oh, this C4 could be big though. Does confirm that kill on Leakerfax, but hasn't found the second one as of yet. Jumps over. That's too much. Too ambitious for Alamout. Lair against the world.
Oh my
Can
God.
he find the 1v3 that's needed? It comes down to a 1v2. Lair just jiggling the angle. Solotov with the pistol. He locks it in for Falcons. And they are continuing to fight. They take the lead once again.
A little bit too close for comfort there. It looks so good for Falcons to start things off. Leakerfax 2K, only player inside the building, by the way. Peak the third got injured, and it was about rescuing the captain, getting him back up on his feet, and then going for an execute, using numbers advantage. But you see how tricky it is when you have 2 people on the rappel trying to go on in, and Lair just picks them off absolutely for free. They can't really fight back in that position. Back and forth we go, bouncing these rounds. 1 for Falcons, 1 for G2, 2 for Falcons, 2 for G2. No one taking any significant lead so far in Bank. That top of bomb set, man, it's so hard to play, especially when Falcons spent the Asami previously, giving you even less areas to cover, less areas to play from. Gotta say, nice try here for Lair, but he's stuck in the corner.
Yeah. Couldn't back out, couldn't cross over. He landed a couple of gnarly shots, but too much to land 5.
Initiate jammer. 5 seconds left before insertion.
G2, last round of defense. What have they got to cook? Last time these teams played each other on this map, it was a 3-3 split. Can they do that again?
I like the idea of a 3-3 here. But with Falcons and how they've been playing so far, I feel like a 4-2 is almost more likely. Last time G2 did an open area, didn't really go all that well for them. They died early on the roam. There was Leakerfax lurking around the lobby with the nuke, finding a pick onto Doki, and things just kind of escalated from there. This time, different lineup from Falcons. Greedy on an execute operator in the Ying. Not really playing any real hard breach. In fact, double checking here, no hard breach at all from Falcons. So I don't think they're gonna play the map control top floor. They want something else to happen here.
What is the play here from Ride on that Ying? Some kind of bait and switch here from Falcons.
Yeah. Not sure, actually. Right now, just doing like split pressure, right? Slow top CEO window, Shaiko in square, Candela on the side to threaten the rush. Now it's out of stock. I think British trying to like buy distraction time right now and make G2 make a move, over rotate, give up space for free. Like Shaiko's in square right now. If he holds the angle towards Lair here, he might just find a freebie. Instead, track him something into Castle. Castle, who's actually playing top floor elevator. Right there, hiding, waiting.
Oh, here we go. Entry from Solitov on CEO. Repels inside, taken down, but not out as of yet. Meanwhile, League of Facts found his. Where was Stompert? Perhaps over-peeking at the bottom of square. Shaiko still holding his position at top square. Falcons are continuing to wait and bait. Look for picks for G2.
I think League of Facts might go on this one. The last Candela can, of course, mask the sound on the jump in, or bait the guy jumping down the hatch. Perfectly.
Oh, finds it. Well read, well executed from Falcons. And G2 have to reposition now. They still have presence on the top floor. It is Alamau, and Doki's found one, getting aggressive down at the bottom of square. They know exactly when to poke for a pick. They know exactly when to play passive. Fortunately, Doki goes down. On the top floor, though, Alamau has stolen the show. It's now a 1v2 for him on the top floor. Blaz is so far away from being able to support. Uses a couple of shots, peppered, but it doesn't get the player who has dropped downstairs. 25 seconds, desperation now for Falcons. Not a lot of options. Shaiko finds his pick. Alamau's found 2 already in the round. He needs 2 more. Where are Shaiko and Users? With time ticking away from them. User swings him. Shaiko's pretty happy about that one. It's a 4-2 split for Falcons.
It's ridiculous how they get it. Shaiko, I think he tanked like 6 different Legion Ghoul Mines and did most of the damage to his health bar. He drops the hatch 1 HP, gets the first kill in the 2v2 to open things up. G2 not having the crossfire there to assist Alamau on the hatch drop doesn't stop Falcons from dropping the hatch themselves. They're not playing in kitchen either. That was the big gap there to me. If G2 can hold the hatch drops when they know diffusers in janitors and Alamau is getting fought by 2 separate attackers, the only fast play Falcons can make is dropping down that hatch immediately. And I don't think G2 were expecting that kind of fast pace, given how Falcons have been relatively slow so far here in Bank, and they were playing similarly slow on Kafe. But Falcons did go incredibly quickly, trying to catch G2 by surprise. Great bunch of mini plays there as well, Falcons. Problem solving, how to get a couple of different kills. The Incantilla, the hatch drop, getting that pick. No heartbeats, by the way. Every single kill here just happened with the sole factor of playing together and making these mini plays happen on the attacking side. Now we get the side swap. Falcons on defense. They're banning Deimos and the Dokubi. Same exact thing as before on Kafe. And G2 opting for the Asami and the Kaid.
Looking back at what was banned last time around, so Falcons, yeah, okay, it's quite a difference between what happened 12 days ago when these teams played on Bang. Okay. Falcons actually went full hard breach counters. They banned out Ace and Havana for their 3rd. They went with Monty. That said, G2 have actually more or less done the same thing. Last time they banned Azami and Mira and followed up with a Kaid. This time they're doing Azami and Kaid. Perhaps the Mira will appear later. Mira actually not picked here though. For Falcons.
Are heading out to the
hasn't really been played by either team a whole lot. Less than I thought it would be. Not gonna lie. I mean,
if I'm not wrong, we saw a bit of Mira on G2 on Kafe.
Trying to rewire my brain. I was gonna say, I don't think we did at all.
Yeah, you're right. It was the vector of Goyo that was present pretty much every single round that we saw a lot of.
Ah, those duplicated weapons, man.
Yeah, do love that.
I mean, this here could be good. And the mouse on Monty's can be a bit of a menace to stop. Just walks in like he owns the place. If the other guy drops down, don't get holding the angle. There's 2 people, 1 to his right, 1 to his left. Doesn't know about the second player. He has no idea.
He's gonna get killed. It's a good crossfire, and immediately they drop downstairs after finding that kill. It's a big pick as well. Question mark from Shaiko. Damn. Insulting. It's a bit cheeky from Shaiko. You should have seen his reaction on the face cams after that round. Wow. I mean, Alamau knows that C4 down to a T. As soon as he heard the rip, he goes, hides. G2, a player down, but they've made good progress. A minute 45. They're opening up these hatches. They've got map control.
Saying about Doki, though. Losing a bit of utility in the frag grenades and just simply the fragging potential of the Finka, the passive healing against the Shanka fire, the Goyo fire, but so good to have right now. G2 are playing pure can openers. 2 sets. Stomach has 1 spare in pocket, but it's a problem. There are 2 walls that are reinforced in server. But a single can opener to go, only 1 wall can open up. Good Twitch value. But again, if they can only get 1 of the walls, can they cover the right angles here? Actually gonna go for the empty default wall, I call this one, the deep server wall. This could be a cheeky multi-plan, turn the shield, 1 person covering Stomach behind him, and just, you know, go for a Hail Mary. That's where Tashanka comes in. Tashanka is a problem, and I don't think they have what it takes to clear out the shield because ADS is a stacked in red. This is a problem. Oh, the nade missed. Oh, it hit the pillar.
It went pretty deep, you're right. Didn't quite go deep enough. Here comes the Tashanka, and as you said, it's gonna burn that time away from G2 on that attack. Look at Alamal's HP. It's whittling down. A spray through the smoke from the Warden of Users. Stompin's out of it. Desperation now for G2. They need to get active. Leakafax found his flank as well. It's so over. Falcons have won the first half, and it looks like they're winning the second at the moment. They're looking so confident on this defensive side. It's G2 who are floundering. Laz can't even find Leakafax retaking above. A consolation pick for Alamal. He barely needs it. 13 kills. Ineffectual. A nice try indeed. But Falcons have flown away with a 5-2 lead.
G2 not having necessarily the right amount of utility to get the job done that round, but more importantly, I think it boils down to just losing Doki early. It sucks because they thought there was 1 person in open area, so Doki doesn't necessarily like make a misplay. It's just there was 1 player unaccounted for. He walks in, he dies for nothing. Had they had the finger, the extra set of grenades, and just the manpower and having Doki alive, that could have been a complete different round because the shield that Tashanka is playing behind would likely have been destroyed by the nade. We can also go back and say, oh, if only the first nade didn't miss, right? But it's one of those, sometimes that happens. If you had a second grenade, you know, you get a second try, didn't have it. But it is very tiny things that are separating the winners from the losers in these rounds. And it goes to show how closely matched they are and why previously it was a max overtime game of Bank. I want to see longevity-wise, what kind of strats G2 are bringing here on Bank. On Kafe, they showed us very fast, very eager to get into a fight and get in the building. That first attack around, it was very similar. But as I said before, Bank is a much more open map. So many different rat corners and hiding positions and areas to clear, unlike Kafe. So just walking in the building like Doki did can be punished very easily. They gotta get back on their drones and use the shield to go in first and clear those corners, then enable the players behind the information, not in front of the information, because then you die before you know what's happening.
A long way to go for G2 here. Show us some of that gusto that we saw on Kafe. Aggressive executes, aggressive attacks. Give Alamal the Ash license. How about that? He's feeling confident. He's 13 kills. He's going deep. He sees the Skopos. Takes down the shell. But I think, yeah, that player had actually teleported away. No, he was just hidden in the corner that whole time. Solotov re-peeks it. That must be frustrating for Alamal. He took down the inactive shell, not realizing that there was actually a player right next to him.
That whole sequence looks so weird to me. Because I thought Alamal was getting shot at, and he realized, and he looked back pre-fired, but maybe he thought he dropped the hatch. I'm not entirely certain. Either way,
was this free kill?
Yeah, that's a complete freebie. The nuke is paying off for both teams here. It gets a second as well. That's why you want Doki alive. That's the kind of player he is. He finds those kills out of nowhere and puts G2 back into a very winnable round position.
Oh, the timing! Winnable turns into dominant here for G2, 4v2. Brede on the side. What can he do? Wait, patience is a virtue for him. If he thinks that he can move out and just find 1 sneaky pick and then fall back, it's worth it. The Users is way offside. The problem is if Brede falls, that's the round done. That's over. Because G2 can flood the side. Users faking that he can go back to side. He eventually does. His teammate's been traded on. And Stompin to find the final kill, G2. A bit more of what we needed to see from them. A 3rd round on the board. And maybe that deficit that they face doesn't seem quite so bad now.
No, if you want to be like really nitpicky, the only kind of problem in that round is that they kind of win it off an individual heroic play from Doki, right? Like that 2K really change things around, because all of a sudden Falcons are in a hurry to rotating into a better position. That's how Scope was after. So I was like, okay, I can't get the hatch anymore because Doki's below me. I gotta try and get out of the elevator somehow right now, or we might lose the round. But in trying to run away, he dies as well. So this 1 kill turns into 3 kills within 10 or so seconds. He's here. Oh, my team needs me. I'm running. I'm dead.
Yeah.
So from a 4 versus 5 to a 4 versus 2, just like that.
You say that round really hinged on an individual play, but that's kind of G2 for you. That's what happened on map number 1. Stompin had a 4K, Lair had a big 3K. That said, the asterisk there is a lot of the time these one individual plays are complemented by other G2 players. The perfect example of that is what you just highlighted, right? Yes, Doki found a 2K from inside of Archives, and then he allowed the Hibana to find a kill from the rappel. He enabled that kill, right? So while it is an individual play, there is a flow-on effect between the way that G2 position themselves as a roster. They play off each other very well.
Now we're cooking though. I like this, right? The glass, the blitz, the ying. We've seen G2 back in 2023 with that roster at SI. Go for this kind of take where you rush janitors with the blitz. You go into repels with the glass and you pick things apart. But Laira off pace play here just finds the gap, gets shot down. That could have worked.
Cautious. They seemed a bit suspicious. Both Bride and Shaiko was watching. Shaiko, WTF in chat. I mean, how often do you see an ace swinging janitors 30 seconds into the round? That's the G2 way.
Some pressure there, right? Like he walks in, it was good, but there was no pressure. Windows were closed, no noise being generated, so I think they heard him at the last second.
Oh, that's a kill. 3v for Stompin. Shoot the bananas. Glass's favorite thing to do. In go the Candelas. They're all filed in. It's a spam attack. As Alamau's forcing down that plan with the blitz. There's seemingly no denial. No C4s on the board for Falcons. They don't know where this plant is happening. Did they even know that a plan was happening? Now Alamau has a license to go deep. He's found a hell of a lot of kills. Stompin steals it from him. Solotov 1v4. There's players on the rappel. Doki finds it with the ying from that rappel position. And it's beautiful from G2. Despite losing Laira early, it didn't matter. The spam plant worked to perfection.
Yeah, I think that's what we call a 4+1 strat, where you have one person that you don't really need for the strat, go crazy, do something on your own. That was Laira. If he gets that kill, amazing. The round is almost a guaranteed flawless victory, right? If he dies, it's still okay. We still have the main strat at hand. And also, I will say, Laira's death got information on 2 or 3 defenders. He saw the mirror janitors, he might have seen the guy meeting by the rotate, and he also got shot at from behind by the soda machine next to janitor's door. So Laira actually got a ton of info from that play, despite it not working out. And when you bring the glass into that round, there's no warden, there's no real counterplay. You saw the value. No one dared swing any angles because it's all smoked off, and if you try, you know you're gonna die. You don't have a counter to the glass on the window repels. You didn't have a C4 for plant in the right position, and with that, they just plant for free. The round is over. G2, funny enough, are calling their tactical timeout despite winning 2 rounds in a row, and that last one looking very good. Curious, but I kind of like it, you know? This could be a change up, it could be a pocket strat, it could be someone from the supportive staff maybe figure out a big weakness here from Falcons.
Yeah, so typically you want to keep that momentum for your team if they've just won a couple of rounds in a row. Of course, Falcons won 3 in a row before G2 finally started bringing it on back. The thing is, there aren't many, isn't much room for error here for G2, right? They're down 5-4. One more round for Falcons and it's map point. G2 know that they can get it done on bank after a very convincing win on Kafe. Bank is a map that they've beaten Falcons on before, just 2 weeks ago. Looking fired up. Now they're figuring out, okay, well, basement is now unlocked for Falcons. It's been 2 rounds since they won it. We haven't yet cracked this bomb site today. So what can we do? What are we going to cook for it? If we look back last time that these teams played each other, G2 actually won 2 of the 3 times that they attacked this bomb site downstairs. And that goes to show that they seriously know how to cook on these basement attacks. Falcons may well have worked on a lot in the last 2 weeks. G2 now cooking something a little bit different, something a little bit new.
We kind of touched upon this on Kafe, right? Falcons, they play, by my count, very logical siege in the best of ways, right? What they do makes sense. When G2 or their opponent plays a logical round of siege, Falcons can pick it apart, counterplay it, and just win. They can beat them. When G2 start doing the funky stuff, which they're doing right now, it's a lot hard to call correctly. Blitz is in, Fenrir. I mean, you're gonna drop. You have no choice here, buddy. Either you drop or you die. Quick map control. What's next? Elevators. Is there a guy in here? Let's go check, James. Let's find out.
Let's go find out. There he is. Oh, he might even find the kill. No way! How does he win that?
Disgusting.
Solotov, you've got the Vector for God's sake. How are you not killing this Blitz? The flash didn't even get him. Oh, that's an embarrassment for Solotov. And that's a huge kill for Alamau. He's got to be seething confidence at the moment. 14 and 5. He's on that Blitz. Reload! Nothing more terrifying than a Blitz with confidence.
I'm just saying, if Lair was Goyo, he gets that kill. All I'm saying, okay? Alamau, you're right though. When he's fired up, when he's confident and he's flying in the building, that is when I believe he's at his best. Because now he's leading from the front, not leading from the back. And you get that full intel on the entry to call the people around you to do what you need to be done.
It's forcing aggression from Falcons. Look at the way they're all peeking these hatches. They know that they need to find a kill back. Otherwise, especially with the amount of execute util here, I mean, Blitz, Sens, Ying, Grim. It's 4 out of 5 operators for G2 that specialize in these executes.
Not only that, but also I think Falcons are expecting something weird to happen because again, this is illogical siege. Any moment could be the last moment of this round. Is this a fake Candela? Is it the real Candela? Are they gonna drop? Yes, they are.
Oh, good Nitro cell. And that will delete the Blitz from the server. Big kill for users as well. That's the positioning we needed from the Warden. The one operator. It would completely dismantle that G2 attack. He was in the perfect position. Out goes the Sens as Doki has found his way directly into the bomb site. We'll say thank you very much for this. I've got a nice shield I can play off of. Leak effect though. Aware of that position. Stompin has to lock users out of it. He spots the Warden. And so G2 know where both of these Falcons players are. Doki trying to relocate into the A-bomb site, get that diffuser back again. It's over near the server door where his teammate died.
That's cheeky.
Now Doki has it. This is perfect. Stompin, all he needs to do is cover, and he can lock this into. He misses the player, he finds one. He has to call for Doki to get off the plant. There is time to work with.
1v1.
But Lakerfax threads the needle. He just needs the one kill. Is Stompin there? Is Stompin ready to go for it? Lakerfax gets caught! He gets caught and Stompin punishes him for it! G2 have run it back and we're tied up. It's 5-5 neck and neck for G2 and Falcons.
Imagine there's no deployable shield in the hallway. Miss input. I mean, you probably play this map, this bomb site so many times, right? And in most of those rounds, there might not be a shield right there. But in this specific circumstance, there was a shield and he sprints straight into it, not realizing it cost him a valuable second. That 1 second where Stompin gets the angle, gets the kill. I want to say I loved how Doki and Stompin played the 2v2. The positioning, covering each other. It was very clear from a top-down perspective how they were trying to problem solve that round. Yes, the smoke sprints straight past Stompin's crosshair and he doesn't get the kill, but you saw what they were trying to do. It was so good. Falcons, they did a great job at stopping that initial push. The C4, the Warden gets a kill through the smoke. That's 2 kills. The Goya Fire got a kill off screen as well. They stopped everything. But G2 got that 1B bomb site in control with Doki sitting at the shield. And that got them enough time to reset, stabilize, and somehow win the round.
And this is perfectly read by users. I mean, you see it picture perfect right here. The Ying, the Blitz. What's their perfect counter with the smokes and the flashes? It's that Warden. So frustrating. And Stompin had no way to get that diffuser. The only way he wins that is by taking the fight.
Yeah.
Wall is done. Frustrating way for it to play out for Falcons. They'd be on map point right now.
Throwing a dread mine.
G2 are oh so close to that crown. 2 more rounds. That's all it takes.
Speak of waking up and also getting back into it, Stompin, who had a quiet first half here, starting on defense, going I think 1-5 or 0-5 is 7-7 now, winning that last round in the clutch. being there in the fray, in the gunfights, on the entry, getting the job done once again. Now we see G2 keeping up this kind of irregular gameplay where Falcons are not going to know what's to come next. Is it going to be a rush? Going to be a sneak attempt? Is it going to be a stable, normal round of siege? They need to be prepared for anything. And every second, they jump out here with a shotgun. I think so, James.
Oh, no!
Does he get away, though? I don't think so. He's right.
I mean, it's CJX. You can't be jumping out windows like that, right? There is a trade, but it was the smoke to go down. I mean, very big risk there from Leak Effect. I guess you've taken down the primary vert operator here for G2.
Yeah, also the top fragger in League Effect. I mean, I think it's worth for G2 to get this trade. League Effect 11 and 10 playing smoke for Blast 2 and 8 playing Ram. It's like the best performing player statistically versus the worst. Yes, the Ram is useful, but look at Ace and Ash. They both have soft breaching charges. They can do the same vertical destruction as a Ram if they use all 6 of those upstairs. So Lance's job is still doable. The only one that can do like proper plant deny or stalling timeout is the smoke from League Effect, who's dead. So it's a unique operator that can only do that job versus an operator that can be replaced by secondary utility. And G2 got half the round to work with, getting a ton of value off the Twitch drones. They found, I believe, 2 Val cameras. At the very least, they've got 1. And no one's really doing much right now. They're just droning, scouting, mapping it all out for the next minute to come.
It's pacey from Alamo on the top floor. Ooh, here we go, Doki. Oh, red by Solotov. That could be a decisive kill for this round.
It's a tough one because Doki was so committed to that garage push that either he goes up that staircase and risks dying, which is what happened, or he spends 30 seconds walking back out and going into lobby, and you know, he might as well attempt it now that he's there. But it does mean G2 playing from behind once more. Solotov gets found by Adamel, back on even 3-3. 50 seconds to go. G2 don't have a clear way to execute, but these Selmas on the primary wall of bottom square will certainly help out.
What is that swing, Greeday? It's a gift to G2. A gift they didn't ask for, but they will take nonetheless. And now Shaiko's the last one left. Blaz can barely believe it. Alamo is gobsmacked. G2 are just 1 round away from a 2-0 in the grand final of EML.
There's 2 rounds that you wanted to look back upon for Falcons to say, where did it all go wrong? It might be back-to-back right now. That basement 1v1 sprinting into deployable shield that you didn't realize was there, followed by this round where you're 4 versus 3, and now you're just throwing your bodies around or away, no crossfire, not playing by the bomb side, not utilizing the fact that G2 had limited resources, limited time, and limited information. At least from my perspective, that bomb site looked mighty fine. Fortified, good crossfire, man advantage. All those Selma charges, by the way, were at like vault angle. So yes, even if the wall gets opened up, there's no way in unless you vault through, which you all know. It's a death sentence to vault through a breach onto bomb site. It's not gonna work. Huge round.
Oh, look at Doki. I just cannot wait to see this roster play in a LAN environment. I cannot wait to see all of these 5 players in the same room. The energy is electric. G2, when everything was going against them, they continued fighting. Through everything that this roster's been through, complacency, roster changes, turbulence in their coaching staff, and now finally dawning what could be the next iteration of a championship-winning roster with Stompin in tow. And yeah, he might have had a bit of a quiet map here, but he certainly made his mark and earned his slot in EML and in a championship contending roster. Doki, the first one in the building. League of Fact finds one for Falcons. Solotov, though, needs to be careful because Doki's come hunting and he's hit double digits here. G2 equalize.
Doki's looking for more again, expecting the unexpected, checking all the corners, the angles, the rat positions. Falcons do this thing where they fight early, they trade 1 for 1, then they peel off, and then they either will lash out again, or they will fall back all the way to that basement bomb site. They got good planting now, right? They got smoke to Shanga and a Warden with a C4. I think Falcons are very happy with this, but Lair is doing something that is high value. Getting control of a garage with a DMR, No one really contesting him. There's still Ishim. I think we see each other. Shaiko wins the gunfight. That's huge for Falcons. That right there gives them a lot of map space to work with by the bomb site. G2 cannot afford to send a second player to try that again. So it's time for plan C. Plan A doesn't work. Plan B doesn't work. It's time to get crazy with it. Drop down the hatch, walk down the staircase, go for a kill. Because a plan surely is not going to be doable.
Yeah, but when it comes to plan C, when it comes to bringing something out of nothing, G2, well, that's their specialty. A pivot over for Doki to going in garage, but Shaiko deletes him. Alamau trades it. Everyone from G2 committed to the bit. They're going for garage, they're going for broke.
I said a second player couldn't be afforded. Oh, I was so wrong about that, but this is the awkward stage. 2v3 with attackers on two separate isolated areas. Stomping approaching server by the bomb site door. And of course, Alamau and Garage deep has forward doors, can close the angles off, but they cannot really help each other.
The fire locks out. Stomping from the side. Alamau has to go deep. He's the one with that diffuser. He finds Brede.
Where are they?
And now he has the bomb site. Users has gone upstairs. Or Leakafak, one of them has left the bomb site. It's Leakafak, the smoke player, and Stompin has been found. But guess what? The Rayora pick from Alamau may net him a gift. A second shot likely to come through here after the C4. Block the first one. It's a clutch opportunity for the captain of G2. As a drop from Leakafak comes down, slaps him in the face. Overtime is needed. Falcons continue fighting. G2 will not have their crown just yet.
Oh, gotta hold on for now. Leakafak, arguably the best person from Falcons to be alive in that moment. Ice cold, stayed calm, and again, played the round out the way you should. Wait for the right timing. Go for the swing. Shotgun close quarters. It's a guaranteed win for him. The back and forth this is. I love the use of Aurora. We don't see it all that often, but there was a plan in action there. Stompin found himself injured from the hatch up above. Very risky playing there from Falcons, right? It's 3 versus 2. There's the Shine guy behind the deployable shield, firing off the server door where Stompin was entering from. They had the Warden, I believe, deep inside on gold, holding what looked like no angle at all. Then Leakafak flanking into open area. You see the Shine guy, he's pre-firing the complete wrong angle.
Such a needed clutch up from Leakafak there. Alamau is so close. Now, last time we saw Bank from G2 against Falcons, it was Stompin hitting 20 kills. Looks very likely that Alamau is the one to do it today. 18-7 at the moment as he switches onto that blitz in the repick phase.
Ooh.
What are G2 cooking here?
The thing about the blitz that is so great is it's such a flexible operator. You can go passive, you can go for a plant, you can work more like as a drone, you can be an entry, you can go for a rush.
Camera in position.
The Valkyries kind of sloppily placed to Overwatch lobby. Location won't matter all that much because IQ's on the board for Doki, so it will be found most likely. The great thing about Twitch and IQ combination is that IQ can find the Valcam, and then if it's in a tricky spot, Twitch can of course just drone it out, take it out. We're gonna rappel on in. Where is Alamau going right now? Archives, okay.
This is a very fast Archives entry. He sees one player, almost loses his life as well. It's gonna be very deadly. For G2 though, if Alamau falls early here, alone on an island, they know where he is. He's aggressive, he's spraying. They could two-team him here. Changing that.
Interesting.
Where's the rest of his team?
There's a lot of respect here from Falcons.
No way.
There are 3 people here, by the way, and they're running away from the blitz. And somehow, Alamau still finds a kill. Are they scared? And about 19 kills now. Selma's going off. Heartbreach is done. And Defender stuck on server stairs.
Oh no, Doki. Doki's on the money here. He's got the perfect weapon in the perfect position to take down Brede. The key player on site. Nade goes out, doesn't land. Blaz finds his. It's obliteration on the bomb site for Falcons. Shaiko's the last man standing. And I think a year of Falcons dominance is about to come to an end. It's Shaiko against 3. Stompin low on HP. As finally, Doki is finished off. Lair and Blaz and Stompin together. Need to piece this round up. 1 minute remains. Shaiko, he sees the head. And he swipes the round clean of Lair. 1v2. Plenty of time to work with, but there's info. That Valkyrie camera, the pings. He knows exactly where Stompin and Blaz are. All he has to do is wait. We've seen some notable clutches in this Kansan position before. In open area. And it's Shaiko after all. Of course it's Shaiko. And he spots the player, spots the drone.
Good flash.
Flash comes out, it's perfect. He lands square in his face. He still finds one, but he gets traded back again. And the round is one for G2. It's another match point and championship point.
Talk about confidence. The Valcam bottom square, spotting the attackers for like 60 seconds straight, non-stop. Ding, ding, ding. It's all I heard. They didn't even look for it. They were just droning the bomb side, no time to waste. They had to find Shaiko, flash him and take him out. It didn't matter if he knew where one attacker was coming from. It's quite predictable regardless. But still, that was full info for Falcons. And they still didn't look very good until Shaiko showed up at the very end. I still can't believe that LML runs in, nearsighted by a Fenrir mine, into 3 defenders and they're all running away. Tail between their legs. And still he gets a kill to Solotov, who I guess tried to go for a gunfight at some point afterwards, off camera. 19 kills for LML. Looking mighty fine so far here on Bank.
He's heading the 20 bomb. There's no way LML does not hit the 20 bomb.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Is it this round or will it be next round? Looking at how this series has been going so far, I feel like there might be a next round, teams. I feel like a 7-7 is on the cards for us.
It feels like a hell of a long time since we saw Falcons on that attacking half, but they did pretty well there. They won 3 on that half, and well, it was also 2 in a row at the end of that half. G2, it took them a little bit longer to find their momentum on that attacking side. Falcons looked pretty all right from the get-go compared to Kafe, absolutely.
Much better. It was the first shot defense of Falcons, 4 straight for G2, and then overtime activated in that final in regulation, going 6-6. So yeah. Now Falcons, you're on this attacking side again. It's been a while. What do you want to achieve right now? Of course, you gotta do the basics, drone, get in the building. The bug below, I'm quite a fan of, although bug is not gonna be below much longer. Looking like it was gonna go up the main stairs a second, but we'll change his approach instead as 2 different defenders are getting ready for a gunfight. But you can bug below janitors. It's a different way to deal with that position. Of course, Captain Fire is good as well. Falcons, when they attacked this bomb site previously, they had like 3-4 people on the rappel, and they struggled to get in the building. They struggled to find the first pick. Been the same story so far in this round. So, the Ash Charge rather goes out and clears that first double cancel window.
Stuff for info though, new jammer. Makes things a bit more challenging for Falcons. Oh, here comes the fire. Caught by the magnet. It's perfect. Both of them are getting caught. So there's no way to deny this position except for that buck down below, as you said. Alamau is in a bit of an awkward spot. I think he's about to feel a bit of pressure.
Good read.
De facto is worried. Great read onto the newbie. As Stompin goes down, he'll sit out the rest of this round and watch his team in anticipation as Likafak is anticipating a flank of his own. Alamau eventually finds him through the floorboards. It's much needed for G2 as Shaiko at the top of the square has dominated his position. G2 are falling behind. Falcons are just waiting for their moment.
Time though, 45 seconds. How much can you wait? They're expecting G2 to overstep right now and get caught off guard, but they're sitting sheltered roles, not overcommitting, not overstepping. They're waiting for Falcons to make the first move. They feel like they're still in control.
Oh, Falcons. This is how you get it done. Oh, Doki reads the Spider-Man, but he's got to worry about this castle barricade. Takes it down, and he is shut down. Alamau's found 20. Can he make it 23? Clutch up with 15 seconds. There's his 21st, traded back by Solotov. We're going the distance here on Bank, as we knew we would, as we always should. Of course, it wouldn't be Falcons v G2 without a serious match on our hands. And Falcons pushing it into ultimate overtime. The next step before them is to push it to a third map.
7-7, just the way it was meant to be. A rematch down to the round of the previous time they faced each other. Also, of course, on Bank. Both teams going deep into the strat pool. Small adaptations, small counterplays. I mean, look at that last round. They both read each other so well. G2 bringing Wamai plus Jaeger to counter the Capitao or any sort of smoke grenades or frag grenades from the window repels. Meanwhile, bot going downstairs for verticality. It's so well done by both teams, reading each other round by round. The Falcons will go upstairs on their defensive round on CEO. Now G2, they gotta get one more pocket strat, one more way to catch Falcons by surprise, and play one more round of that unpredictable siege to get their final victory. Now G2 wins, that's it, 2-0, good night. If Falcons wins, of course, a third map is needed. If we're to go there, it's Consulate. And with how both these two maps have played out, I am all the more excited for the third one. Take us all the way. Well, mind you, Falcons played earlier today against Secret. For them, it's been a long one. For G2, they're just getting started.
Well, I'm sure the Falcons are thankful that the Secret match ended up as a 2-mapper, and a pretty convincing one at that. It's been a long time since that match as well. What time is it now? It's nearly 7 AM here. That match happened at 11 PM last night my time, so it's been quite a long time. Falcons have been playing, resting, playing again now. It seems only fitting, though, that Falcons should be able to push this the distance after the match 2 weeks ago, where they just could not get it done on Bank. But look at the way G2 are cooking this. Out goes the baby EMPs. The fire is going to follow. They might actually find the angle. Alamau, he finds that pick that he's been looking for, and it's Leakafak. That's the most deadly player that Falcons have to offer.
It's a tough position, right? Leakafak, the captain, the IGL, the leadership figure, dead on 7-7, can only help his team from the grave. Now you got Yokai, so there is some information. You got a little bit of camera, so there's more as well. But he cannot get a kill, he cannot make a play, and Leakafak has been so important for Falcons in the late stage of a round. On defense, when Leakafak is one of the last 2 defenders alive, they have a much better chance at winning than when he is dead early.
Yeah.
But this is the team that's set. Half the round to go, 5v4, G2 making an advancement.
And so up he goes. Alamau, 22 kills to his name. Shaiko finds the first for Falcons. Alamau caught.
Oh, the swing.
Needs to pull this out. Oh, it's a big from Shaiko! Nuclear swing! 3 kills for Shaiko. The Frenchman finally feeling his momentum. Loira and Blaz now in the 2v3, but Bride is so lit. Shaiko's on fire though, and these two G2 players are very separated.
I saw a yellow ping from Alamau. I think it was done Doki. Hey, watch the hallway. Doki, too late to react. Shaiko finds the double. Is swing out here aggressively. Blaz, if you win this gunfight, you gotta weigh in, buddy. Oh, he loses out.
No! Solotov's got him dead to rights, and Loira cannot withstand Shaiko. The Frenchman 4Ks to send us the distance. And there's no way we weren't getting to a grand final without the third map. Consulate awaits to determine the championship of EML.
It comes down to the most Falcons round ever as well, right? For years, Shaiko has been the saver. When you're in a bad spot, he will show up, walks in, gets kill after kill after kill, says, you know what guys, I got this one, don't worry, I will take us to a third map. Huge round individually from the man right here on the camera screen of Shaiko.
Well, without further ado, let's not keep you waiting. Consulate coming up next.
Falcons and their fans sigh of relief when they get this map over the line. It was super close. It nearly looked like it could have been a 2-0 for G2, but we get it over the line. We're gonna get a final decider map in our grand final, and it is deserved. I don't want this to end yet. It has been too entertaining watching all these players pop up individually, one after another. Massive moments. A grand final deserving game.
Did you think
that round? I'm sorry, but just that round. From
Every
that
single one of these,
Crazy.
basically.
Did you think the bank could get any better than the one that we saw on the stage?
I don't think so. Honestly, I don't think that we could top the bank that we saw.
It was so good.
But that bank somehow tops it, Jack.
And why was it so good? Well, Falcons started it out by playing off the back of incredible team play, something we've been asking for, with a flair of individual brilliance, particularly on their attacks, where it was leaky back. When it got to the defenses, it was Shaiko. How did G2 win on their attacks to take us to overtime? It was raw, unfiltered confidence in every situation and managing the late rounds with just an incredible amount of composure that we've not seen for a long time in a lot of teams. Then it goes all the way, and it's about who can hold their nerve in that overtime. And in the end, it comes up with one play from one Magic Man to win it when it hits 7-7 match point. That Magic Man, of course, being Shaiko, walking up the long hallway, making a mega play to win it.
Here, look at this. It's this move that saved Falcons. This should have been an easy 2-0 for G2. This should have been an EML crown. And this, just on the back of Shaiko, pushing in long, saved Falcons. It goes all the way to a third map. And look at the intensity in the faces of the player. Everyone cares so much. It's basically what it is. Intensity, intense gameplay, all the while, all the matches at every round.
And we're looking at 93% cost for Elima, by the way. It's not just the numbers he's putting up, it's consistency in them. And despite they're not even able to drag it over the line here, it's that super close loss at the end that might really come to bite them in back, because the momentum and confidence on the shoulders of Falcons right now must be insane.
I honestly think both teams will have come off that server and just think, what a game we've just played. Like, I don't even think G2's levels are going to drop from that. They'll be like, we gave them one hell of a game, and they had to play some phenomenal stage to beat us.
And there were two key stakeholders in that. Yeah. It's once again, when it matters the most experienced players stepping up. Alimao on the side of G2 was absolutely crazy. 22 kills in a single map. But it's not exit frags. Look at this. This round gets the kill above him, then gets the second cover, rushes in without waiting for his teammate, just goes in. He knows he's going to win that gunfight. He was wired in. Yeah. Him on the blitz, rushing in open space, clearing the entirety of the floor was insane. Him on a roam. Here, look at this. He's going to challenge the Goyo. No, the blitz would do that. The blitz would just push the guy away, but then he would lose the gunfight with a single pistol. And then on the other side, Shaiko. Shaiko, once again, always there when it matters, especially in that last round. We're seeing a battle of the giants, and we're seeing a battle of some of the biggest pillars and most iconic faces of European region.
The big hitters are coming out to play. It's as simple as that. Both of these guys were so incredible in this map. This is the series stats as well. They're both
so close to each other.
Phenomenal. Yeah. The stats are so close, and especially when Alamo was running them down on the blitz. He was like a man possessed. He was sprinting in there, sprinting through. I am going to find an enemy, and I am going to find an entry engagement one way or another. Like, the energy that he is showing, you can tell how locked in he is. He wants to win this game so badly.
Oh, he is 100%. I mean, we're going to have to go to a break now. I think we all, and the players probably as well, can take a bit of a breather. Honestly, if we could just like replay and loop that highlight package between these two players, like, it's all I want to watch in the break. It was so satisfying to watch, and that's why I'm really happy that we're going to get one more match in this grand final. Stick around, you do not want to miss this.
Easy, teammate. Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What?
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Well, I hope that you've calmed down a little bit after that map, or you're just incredibly hyped up like we are to get one more map going on in our EML Grand Final. It's going to be absolute cinema. I just feel it, given we just had an overtime. We're looking at Falcons to defend this ground. We're seeing the man on your screen right now, the big MVP of that previous game. We need him to step up once again. If Falcons want to defend their title, we're going to be heading to Consulate. What do we expect from this final map?
Before the second map started, what did we say? And we said it can not only be big individuals, it can not only be teamwork, it needs to be both at the same time.
Exactly.
And we've just seen on the first map, G2 go crazy in terms of individual moments, but also as a team, collaborate, have a coherent vision. And that's Lair in the dark as well, always. He's the villain, he's always in the dark, in the shadows.
Is that definitely Lair?
I would say it's Lair because he's always in the dark on his cap. Anyway, that was G2 on Kafe. Then we've seen it from Falcons on Bank. Now, both teams are awake. Both teams have incredible teamwork, and both teams have incredible individuals fueled on confidence. I'm expecting a banger on Consulate, and the reason for that, Jack, is that both teams actually won it recently. On one hand, you've got G2 that beat Secret on it. On the other hand, you've got Falcons that beat VP on it and are on a triple win streak.
So all great teams in this league.
All the great teams have faced the two teams, and they lost it on Consulate.
Yeah.
So we're now going in known territory between these two teams that are like really high level on a really good map for them.
And the level that we've just seen from that previous map suggests that if these two teams carry that momentum into this final map, like I said, G2 lost it, but they played incredibly well. They're not going to be too beaten up about it. If they carry that into this final map, if Falcons kick on, we're setting ourselves up for, again, they could be playing on Yacht or plane for all I care. They would provide us with some incredible entertainment. The fact they're playing on a map that they've both beaten respectively, like you say, Secret and VP on, it makes for a perfect decider.
It's going to be an absolutely crazy game, obviously, given the history between these two teams on it, the fact they've beaten other teams, lost to other teams on this map. The momentum has to be in favor of Falcons, but we've seen really good stuff from G2. LMAO is absolutely on a heater right now. Who do we think will take this final map?
I think it's a tough call. I don't even want to do any predictions. I just want to get in the game. I'm just like, I'm as hyped as everyone. I just know that the lobby is not ready, so that's why I'm like, I'm like this, you know?
We're getting the players in there, we're making sure they're here.
I'm not working this, like I'm a viewer right now. Like I'm so excited to watch this match. There's so much level and everything is going on. And we're just watching two teams that are extremely entertaining as well. I will say this, like it's not a boring gameplay.
No.
We're seeing teams that are super aggressive, that are changing the pace.
The viewers are gonna win.
So the viewers winning. No, okay.
Oh god.
I would say I want the G2 story. I want G2 to beat Falcons. I want Falcons to have to prove again that they're the best European teams at the international event. I would want to see G2 successful here with Stompen arriving and, you know, beautiful story. Starts off a Cinderella story for him at tier 1 level.
I'm really pondering this one. Like, I really can't decide who I think is going to win. I think these two teams are so evenly matched. Certainly Falcons have raised their level even in the last 24, 48 hours from what we've seen. But Falcons 10 out of 10 is as good as anybody on Earth. G2's 10 out of 10 is as good as anybody on Earth. They put in those similar performances. So I think flip a coin. Realistically, that's who's going to win. Who do I want to win? I'm inclined to agree that the storyline of dethroning the European Kings by the pickup of the new king, by the pickup of Stompen into G2 is maybe a better storyline. Either way, I'm excited to watch whatever this map brings us.
And I think during the stage we found out, and especially with interviews and LMAO as well, for example, that this definitely could happen for G2. This potential is there for them to snatch that crown away from Falcons and to be the new kings of Europe and MENA. But it's also, the momentum is out of their favor right now. They've just lost that map. They need to find a way to bounce back. They haven't played at all today, yet Falcons have. What do G2 need to do to make sure they lock themselves in for this final map, other than these individuals just absolutely popping off?
Is the momentum ready away?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
I don't think it is.
I don't want to disagree with you, but I might be disagreeing with you.
I feel like that one round,
they lost the game.
They were about to win Bank.
I don't think they're going to be worried.
Yeah, they were about to win Bank.
That makes
it's not a deflating loss somehow.
No, it's definitely not. I think they're really where they are right now in terms of confidence. I think we're set up for an amazing final map. That EML Grand Final deserved the third mapper. And it's arriving right now.
And I'm really glad that we're going to have our casters back in as well. The lobby is almost ready, so we're going to hype this game up even more, bringing back Dev and Pengu. Dev, you said it was 7M for you right now. Despite that, you two, I think, still are delivering an absolute pleasure of a cast that really is deserving of this grand final. Now, who do you two think is going to be taking this championship?
Say it, James. Say what you told me.
We actually had this a little bit off air. I actually, I was geared up for a G2 win on map 2. Even honestly on map 1, I was starting to feel the G2 vibes. I was thinking about the story. I was thinking about Falcons getting dethroned. I'm all G2.
That's not what he told me off camera. He said the fans are winning because it's good siege, which is true. It's been phenomenal siege, and I think you're right, Jack. Despite G2 losing on Bank, and even if it was flipped on Falcons, and we go third map, it's not a bad loss. It's completely fine. It's high-level siege. Both teams are good, respecting each other. It's just a great third mapper here. I love that we're going the distance, and honestly, the team who plays better will win. I think G2 has a slight favor, and I think the story is, as you said, it's better dethroning the Kings.
I mean, for sure the viewers are winning right now with how close this game has been, and will hopefully be as well, but a championship has to be decided as well. Will Falcons take that crown back, or will G2 take it away from Falcons? It's time to go to Consulate to find out who it will be.
Thank you very much, Anne, and everybody on the couches. Yeah, that's right. It comes down to this. Map 3, I think everyone had a hope or a sneaky suspicion that it would end here on Consulate. Falcons versus G2. Will it be the continuation of the dynasty, the dominance that Falcons have crafted over Europe for the last 12 months or more? Or will it be G2, a third era, a resurgence of this old name with new faces and young talent? Which will take the crown today in Europe?
Falcons on the attack and G2 on defense. Now, that is... Actually, no. I'm not going to say anything. I feel like in a lot of games, the starting side matters quite a lot. Defender favored, attacker favored. For this particular best of 3, I don't think it's been relevant enough to really talk about, because both teams have been good on both sides. It comes down to how they're playing in every single round. Operator bans, a Sami and the Mira. Mira having practically zero presence of play so far in this best of 3, and Ace and Hibana double hard breach following through.
Yeah, more hard breach bans here. We didn't see that much on Bank, but last time these teams played Bank in that massive 15-rounder 2 weeks ago, it was all hard breach bans from Falcons.
Yeah.
We're really trying to get more of that. We saw that a lot as well earlier today. Falcons and a lot of that hard breach against Team Secret, and it worked really well. Secret struggled when it came to those impact tricks where they didn't have a lot of hard breach available. Now Falcons themselves will have to show what they can do when really all they've got is the Thermite and the Maverick and Tin Can openers.
Because thankfully on Consulate, it's not as hard destruction focused as some other maps are, so I think that what they have as backups is going to be fine. Like I said, Maverick, can openers, Thermite, like that's completely fine for them. And it also means that there's a lot of utility being left open for Falcons, whether it's the Shield, or the Ying, or the Grim, or the Deimos, and the Sense, or the Nomad. Like, they can pick, Doki be like, there's so many good attack and operators. Doki, cheeky spawn pick your nap inside. Looking to get aggressive, doesn't find anything, but this does slow down the attackers just a little bit. You gotta watch the windows, watch the doors. Nothing worse than dying before you leave spawn. And Nate from Shaco goes down the yellow scout to clear some utility, like the aggressive mine or some barbed wire to set up that potential drop down later on.
So what's the cook here from Falcons? What's the intention with the Sens? That's my big question. The Sens is the one operator in this lineup where I'm like, well, if you've got that, you've got a specific idea. Is it going to be a CEO or an admin style take? Because G2 currently have presence all over. Yeah. Doki is the player sussing out the admin side, figuring out, okay, well, they are going to push from here. Okay, 3 players on this admin side.
I do like the sense for admin though, to cut off the crossfires, to set up a plant later on, get a bit more map to work with. CEO is all about the window repel, yellow skylight, sense not as impactful, one could argue. Now as G2, they're giving up admin control, Falcons take it for free, but it has stalled a little bit of time. Most notably, we see a Lair on the Ella. Those Grismod mines will come into play later on as Falcons approach the bomb site and the more important parts of the map. But this is where soon I see Sense come to play. You can cut off the person playing by soda machine. You can close off meeting door, deny any visual confirmation of what's happening, and not allow the defenders to have a crossfire. Then you have Grim on the meeting breach outside, who can just red ping spam those Grim beats all over the meeting room as well. And all of a sudden with that, Falcons have a lot of intel to work with, and of course intel deny.
So Shaco will target Stompen. Yeah, it's like they can't decide how they want to execute it. Looks like it's going to be yellow.
They might try and fake it, like they go admin but hit this yellow skylight, but the thing is Animal is right below it. He's going to get freebies here.
Yeah, I think that they've read this. Ooh, he gets hit for a brief moment. He actually gets caught on his retreat as well. Falcons, this plan, this cheeky little idea may have worked out, especially if users can go big for a double on the side and CEO. All up to Stomper now, and he's trapped inside a meeting. Preday's got him locked on down, but he swipes and finds the headshot. It's Shaco versus Stompin'. It's a big 2K for the young gunner. Oh, he shipped them back to France with that shot. A massive clutch from the American. And G2 out of nowhere steal that round from Falcons.
Must have been some misinformation, or perhaps Shaco thinking surely Stumble will run away towards the mute jammer somewhere else, either deep by the breach or by the meeting door. I can sprint on in and pick up the diffuser for free. If he waits 1 second longer for Shaco there, he will see the track come through and then he can play it out differently. Stumbin stuck in a corner, somehow finds both. Not sure how that happens, but G2, they hold on strong. I like the fake there from Falcons because one of the big things about Consulate on the attacking side is once you commit to either admin or CEO, yellow or admin rather, you're kind of locked into the choice because rotating takes a long time, it's very noisy on the rappels, but they did it pretty well. Apply a lot of pressure admin, contest meeting, they're on the breach outside, green breach are going out, double yellow skylight drop with a player on CEO rappel, and they get in. They got the opening. They caught Anima looking in the wrong direction. Just comes down to clutch factor. And in that round, Stompin', too good. 4 kills, despite playing SMG 11, you know, from far away.
So you can't count out Stompin'.
Reloading.
Never can.
Can't believe that. 4K on the round. All right, Falcons. Top floor, you had a nice idea. What are you going to do on this next bomb site?
Now you just drone, you figure it out. Anybody ratting here? Well, there's one. Alamau playing by what we used to call Baguette. Here on Consulate is the OG call. It's this big area between bathroom, CEO, and top spiral. Used to be a French flag on the mini dead table before the rework. And people called it like French or Baguette or whatever. Some fun stories behind some of these callouts, which now don't make a lot of sense, I guess. Down the yellow scarlet, Brady goes in the bits. Sees the barbed wire, runs down, sees a player. Hello.
Hello. It feels appropriate to call it Baguette when there's a whole bunch of French players jumping down and Shaco finding a kill like that. Look, he goes in. Bride does get the big frag. Back again, but Doki punishes the blitz for aiming down his sights. We restabilize. It's a 3-on-3. Lair in a good position. I think EFAC knows where he is. No, actually, I think he's targeting a different player.
Yeah.
This could be a bait here. EFAC is worried about Stompin'. Meanwhile, Lair may remain undetected. Doki's actually going for a flank back upstairs. He'll be detected on his way back down by the Lion. That means all the G2 players are actually off-site at the moment.
Good play from Doki falling back. If he falls, so does the bomb site. G2 in a tough spot. Do they retake top floor? Do they try and bait Laura a free kill here on top spiral? Does Laura swing? Yes, he does. Oh, Stompin' actually, sorry.
Now him and Laura together can look to retake. They have numbers advantage. Uses. He only knows about the one player here. He doesn't know this is a 1 versus 2. However, they have fallen back. G2 consolidate their advantage now. 45 seconds means there's time to work with here for Falcons.
It's the last Candela though, and no Grim B, so I mean it's gun blazing in the hallway. 2 people working together. Uses barely even hand against the first one. Crossfire from G2.
Good read. But there's still a decent amount of time here to work with. This isn't desperate. The close range angle from Doki. Yeah. Nah, there's no choices. That's the problem. And no util. Wow, that's quite a swing. The player down, Laira. Now he knows where the last one is. It's a pure 1v1. Deagle comes out. What? That is crazy play from Laira. Very ambitious, and he gets punished for it. Falcons, a good round from them. Very much back and forth. Very much set. The pace was by G2, especially in the end there.
It's another one of those cases where, guess what happens next? I mean, it's a 2v2. G2 had a crossfire, a player on piano, and a player by the benches. But then, first the Legion swings, trade injures, and then second player, Laura, has to come over, confirm the kill, sees or hears the Ying shooting at him, falls back towards the bomb site, whips out the Deagle and sprints at him in the 1v1 with like 15 seconds left in the round. Not what I thought was gonna happen. See here, give up the crossfire, trade, and then just
I'm gonna deagle swing you.
It's the G2 mentality though, like they just think they are better. Like you said, like Doki gave up his crossfire to swing with the shotgun. I mean, he's lucky he even got the down. That was such an unfavored fight. Both of those engagements were for G2.
That specific moment is what so before this entire best of 3 started, I mentioned how if the troll G2 shows up, I see Falcons having a really good shot at winning. That's a troll G2 round. That's kind of like the last 2 years of, you know, not winning the European Pro League, not getting far enough internationally. That's the kind of rounds they would have at a pretty frequent level, and it would make or break a difference, right? In the best of 1, if you throw 2 or 3 rounds, big deal. G2 have played so good all tonight.
Oh, I like this. Oh, never mind.
I don't like it.
I like the idea, I do not like the execution.
There it is, that's how it's said. But that is probably one of the very first and only troll rounds from G2 in this entire best of 3, and they've really cleaned up their act and consistency. It shows. Falcons still, of course, they do get the round. The C4 spit on Valkyrie Stumpin. 3 more in pocket of other players. So Breedy has to be careful on the Munty not to fall to a C4 that lands in a funky spot behind him, on top of him. Can be a bit tricky at times playing the Munty, dealing with that many throwables.
Yeah, a lot of nitros. Blaz should know where this push is coming from though. He's on that pulse, he's about to spot 1 and 2. And so it goes on out, and the breach comes through here. Falcons can start to mount their attack. Very rarely do we see purely Archives attacks on Consulate, but Falcons are very much mounting their pressure from this side. G2 certainly know about it. What are they going to do about it?
Really good they have the pulse, because right now, for all they know, it could just be a Munty, right? Very loud. But they can see if the pulse can at least 2 attackers in the same spot. They know something's up. EP goes out, planting. They caught the C4.
Wow, that EMP is so perfect. Another C4 comes out though, denies the plan. That could be enough to solidify the round for G2. It's tough now for Falcons to get back into it, especially with Lair doing that. Good trade.
Oh my God.
Not going to be enough though. Stompin finds Shaiko back again, uses 1v5. Lair on the floor, Stompin! Another big headshot for Stompin. He's in form, back into it on Consulate after a bit of a quiet bank. And G2, as you said, Pengu, it is a flawless round, 2-1 up.
It's a coin flip round for Falcons. Either they will win flawlessly or they will lose in a struggle. Basically what they're going for there is it's a 1 attempt strat, right? You're planning with Munty, you're spamming EMPs, and if you catch the C4s and they don't get to explode, you plant and you very likely win. You have a very strong post line vertically inside of Visa later in the round, or of course from the breach downstairs. The first C4 did get EMP'd, the second C4 did not get EMP'd, and then Munty goes down. I like the attempt here. C4 came out like half a second or 1 second flat after the MP exploded, and it is successful. The pulse, of course, being impeded means they don't know exactly how many attackers were there, but because they denied the plant from going down by injuring the Munty, it doesn't matter how many people they're up against. The round strategically is over for Falcons. They gotta go for broke, walk in the door, go for kills, and of course G2 had more guns in that exact direction. They locked them out completely. I like that Falcons are trying to go for that, trying to control and set the pace against G2, because they've been bullied a lot of rounds by G2, especially on Kafe, when they're being run over by the aggression of G2 are attacking. Falcons kind of giving that medicine back, or at least they're trying to.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Again, it's a very mobile defensive lineup here for G2. I feel like this is just normal at this point. You got your Ella, your Mozzie, your Legion, and then a little bit of util. Smoking Kaid, speaking of, Blaz wants to try and juggle this back wall. Not a lot of redundancy in hard breach here. It's just Burrito on the Thermite and then the 2 tin can openers on Leaky.
Yeah, Sophia again, that's changed not that long ago, losing the soft breaching charges, but getting the hard breaching charges instead. She's now more of a, I guess, a little bit more of a supportive operator now than a...
She's already slow, right?
Yeah, she's a 1 speed. Not too happy about that, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like one speed should be a thing of the past unless you're a shield operator. It's time to make us globally 2-2 or something like that, with some exceptions, but...
I'm on board for that one. I'm the kind of guy that I just cannot bring myself to play a one-speed operator.
Yeah, it just feels very sluggish and slow. Kite Claw, window swing from Stumpin, maybe. Not gonna get over Celis.
Oh no, the electrical actually did juggle. Perfect timing.
Wow.
I thought he did it a little bit too early and it got zapped, but no, it didn't.
Grenade.
Beautiful stuff from Blaz. He wants to jump in here so badly, does Sharko. Problem is, there's so many goo mines in the window. There's no way that that's going to happen.
Sharko has been both his grenades destroying one goo mine each, one yellow window or one by the piano closet, so expensive goo mines to clear, I would argue.
A lot of this round has gone by us, Pengu, and not a lot of progress has been made here by Falcons.
Tracker on hostile.
What's the way in? I mean, this is Consulate in a nutshell. It can be hard to get a foot in the door. There we go. League Effect and Visa. Roamer next to him, being called by Kokabi, should be a freebie.
This is the opening that they've been looking for. Sharko wants to finally put this Legion in the dirt, but Doki gets the better of him on the duel. 3v3, Doki hungry for more. League Effect low HP, but so's Doki. League Effect's actually going to run away. Falcons, time is ticking away. It's desperate now. On the backstab, Alamau goes down. Good trade from Blaz. Doki needs to get back to site, but Uzus is getting close. He's got the info. This info as well from the downed Alamau, who can call out the positions on the audio of these two remaining attackers. Frida has got the angle. Blaz has got the shots. Another for Blaz. Big round from him as well. Starts it off with juggling the exothermic, and then does even more in the end round with that slug shotty. It's a big start here on the defense for G2. They're up 3-1.
That was ridiculous. I mean, Blast was what I looked like, 20, 30 health, going into that final gunfight with the Hibana. I thought one bullet injured, but no, he stays alive, tanks one bullet, gets both kills. Falcons were in a spot where they didn't have an easy way in, and they were forced to take 1v1 gunfights, right? Doki and Piano Closet the entire round, by the way, only had to fight Shaiku on the demos. There was no follow-up player. Doki was fine. League Effect had that long line of sight from Taylors on the softball from lobby, but after exchanging a few bullets, League Effect runs away, hits the side instead. It looked like a good backstab. He got the first injury onto Alamau, but the real problem was Blast with the TCSG just ripping through them. Tactical timeout from Falcons is needed. I think mentally right now, I don't think there's any cause for concern for Falcons because they've shown so much discipline and so much stability mentally on the player camps. They haven't looked like they're crashing out or anything like that. But right now, just guys, what's the game plan again? What are we doing? How are we gonna do it? We got 2 more attacking rounds. We need to be able to enter the building.
Yeah, tactical timeout for Falcons, right? So G2, of course, have the ability to use that as well. Server, archives, and cafeteria garage, pardon me, are both locked. So they could go back to first floor expo, which is the one they lost, or they could go all the way back to the top floor, which is what they elect to do in this case. This bomb site was a curious round. It only came down to that 1v2 clutch from Stompin, which is probably why G2 decided to do a round the world tour, go to every other bomb site before returning here, despite winning it on their first attempt. They know that Falcons have cooked up a lot of strats here.
Oh, spawned. Oh my days. With the Ella Scorpion. Well, what better way to start a round after calling a tactical timeout to get spawn peed and then go to the bot.
Wow.
Ouch.
These players have been getting very lippy in the all chat.
Now Falcons, I mean, look at this. Blitz ADSing the main door, expecting like an impact grenade run out. They're like, okay, G2 are doing silly stuff. They're back to doing that like before. And they're paying so much respect towards it. Almost too much, I would say. And the funny thing is, look at G2's lineup. Smoke, Tashanga, Clash. It's the opposite of spawn peeking. It's the opposite of doing silly stuff. But they've done it once, they got their opening pick, now they can play it with the numbers advantage, fall back by the bomb site, as long as you don't give up any easy kills for Falcons, it's gonna be a struggle to break this apart.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, G2 can pose themselves as if they're playing hyper-aggressive when they have Lair spawn peeking. And they've got a little bit of flexibility. Lair and Stompin can both swing a little bit, but this roster is very much set up to be defensive, to lock things down, to whittle down the timer in the late round, play areas denial, play plant denial, especially if Stompin can keep that C4 alive.
Deathmark tracker out.
Here's the track. Targeting the player on top spiral is Laira. And you see Falcons again, like they're in admin, they get the first step, but they can't break past the doorway into all those crossfires, so it's another rotate like before. 2 players on the roof looking for spiral or yellow skylight. But the thing is, G2, this happened previously, they should be aware of this and ready. They got elements, they got 6 pieces of barbed wire, smoke and Tashanka. They can stall any push as long as they're ready for it.
This is such a good read here from G2 as Falcons, their explosion onto site. They're going to have to clear this barbed wire, and they do. Down they go. Laira finding one. Laira another one. 3 kills before he's put down. It's only Kafe remaining, and he is quickly dismissed. Fire up for Laira. Big round on the Ella. Alamau, take a big drink. You've earned it. It's a 4-1 lead for G2.
Don't want to get ahead of myself, but I feel like when G2 will go on the attack, I could see them not have this same problem, because if you go back to the way they attacked on Kafe, the very first map in this best of 3, they full commit and they don't care about the outcome. It feels a little bit like watching these rounds that Falcons are too worried about what if it doesn't work. Oh, we don't see a simple way to pick this apart. So they rotate, they go around, they go from top spiral. They had sense, they had blitz. I mean, surely you can sense wall off Laira playing by Soda Machine here. Send in the blitz and 1v1 Laira with a gun behind them. And any people from G2 also get backup, they gotta push through the sense wall. I know there's Toxic Babes and Tashanka and Clash and all these other issues, but I feel like G2 would just full send it and be like, let's just see what happens, guys. And sometimes it works. The rotation hasn't worked.
10 seconds left.
They look so locked out from being able to enter the bomb site itself on this top floor. Thankfully though, that was the last time they had to attack it in this half. Now it's down to the final round. See if Falcons get a 2-4, or this will be a 1-5.
1-5 feels like death for Falcons.
It's tough.
Think about Falcons, I mean, in a way, these teams are kind of polar opposites. I mean, G2 love just on their attacks going full send. Doesn't matter, we'll play into our heroics. I'm happy to 1v3 this angle, whatever. Falcons, they really like to cook. They really like things to make sense. And G2 are happy to just live in chaos. And I think when things start to get dire, when you're down 1-4 on the 3rd map, after barely winning, barely pushing it to a 3rd, I think that's when you start to overcook some of these attacks.
All this pressure being applied again. D2 vertically controlling so much of the map. Lobby, Visa, Piano Closet here, where Solotov is 1 spacebar away from just jumping on in. This would be risky. It would be a direct attack. It could be what they need, but look at G2. They are so ready in the right position to stop them. Yellow Skylight instead, and down the stairs they go. Not consisting upstairs.
No, they're in fact going to focus much more on the bomb site. They really love these yellow stairs, don't they? Doki's found his entry. He's holding down the 4. The Ella mine is going to make this awkward. Going deep for it. The Ella blind, but might be able to find something. Bride finds him on the retreat. Laira's out of it. The flash is not recharged as of yet, but it doesn't matter because Usus is there to support. Bride's still alive, but damaged and has to pull that goo mine out. He does. Still vertical dominance for G2, and that will net them the kill. Bride's on the floor, finished off by Stompin, who has himself been traded. It falls now to Usus in a 1 versus 2. 1v1. Stompin is still on the floor. It's Alamau to hold off against Usus. That diffuser can be recollected, but where the hell is Alamau? He's opening the yellow stairs. Is he going to go all the way up? He's going to recollect his teammate. No, he's dropping back down again. Usus faked it. And Alamau's going to call his bluff. He falls back, and he hears it once again. Makes noise. It's a game. It's a mind game. The bait, the back and the 4th. Stompin'. He can't really do much. It's all on Alamau here. As Usus forces it again, the shotgun bait. He's toying with him. He's playing with him. Usus goes again. It's a trade. A direct trade that leaves Alamau in favor. G2, 5-1 on the half.
Ridiculous. Falcons, they showed so many good things in that round. Most notably, how it started. A 3 versus 1 by benches. The blitz going in, a gun behind him by yellow stairs, and a gun bottom spiral. The Ela was as good as dead. Great team play. They walk on in, the verticality becomes a problem because, remind you, they didn't care about top floor. Falcons dropped yellow skylight, they walked down the stairs with all their manpower. They went in spiral window, they walked down spiral staircase. They didn't have any sort of presence upstairs. And G2, they found 3 kills off of it. Then Alamau flanking back yellow, injures the blitz. That's the 4th player. Right here. So good. Everyone's involved. You see League Effect turn in the corner. And maybe it was coming from basement, but same thing. Great swing time from Alamau here. Good info. And then here, the revive upstairs. Oh, it could have been such an easy win. It comes down to a very intense 1v1 for the trade.
I can't believe that was a trade as well. What a way to lose it there for Falcons. You'd be absolutely gutted knowing that, I mean, I killed him, didn't I?
You did.
I just lost it on a technicality. A 5-1 in favor of G2. Alamau put in the old chat there. He said it should be 6-0.
Oh.
It's mental games.
Yeah.
Of course, the only round the Falcons have won came down to a 1 versus 1 clutch from Kafe. G2 made a statement on their defense, but of course we know Consulate can be a very defender-favored map.
Yeah.
It was you who said it though, Pengu. G2 don't tend to have the same issues as Falcons on their attack. They don't stall out. They either go hard or they go home. They have explosive attacks. They either win very quickly or they fall flat very quickly.
And mind you, when you take that kind of playstyle and recipe and you're up 5-1, you have nothing to lose. You have no reason to be afraid to go in and do something crazy, because if you lose this round, it's just, oh, it's 2-5. Lose that, oh, it's 3-5. Like, we're chilling. There's no problems whatsoever. I guess it should be explained, but the reason why G2 got that round is that if you trade in a 1v1, if the bomb is not planted, then the defenders, they are successful, right? So they get the victory. If the bomb was planted by the Grim and then they trade, the attackers get the round victory, and Falcons would have gotten the round. It's not some coin flip 50-50. It used to be, if you go many years in the past. It's based off whether or not the bomb is down.
Basically, just in case. Imagine that the timer hits 0 and whoever would have won wins.
Yeah. Because I'm sure somebody's like, oh my god, they got rigged. Falcons should have gotten it's 50-50. No, it's not.
That's just how it is. Cut off here. Oh, Doki. Don't get caught out by Shaiko here. Alamau's gotten a lot of value out of his Twitch drones on site, dismantled a lot of these mirror windows, spotted a lot of the util. Roam clear has been half and half here for G2.
Yeah.
This is actually probably one of the slowest attacks we've seen out of G2 today.
I think it's a good pace though, because like the Valkyrie, the Capcan, the Kai, like there are a lot of things that are kind of just slowing you down naturally in this round. And also, it's the first round of the half. You gotta feel out what Falcons are trying to accomplish, what playstyle they're opting for. Shaiko finds Doki early on. It's gonna be Ash removed from action. I think before Shet in the chat. Straight to the chat. I don't think they dealt with the mirror windows just yet, so now they need vert control. That's where the fighting happens with Solotov, who's kind of stuck in piano.
He's so dead. Yeah, well played from G2. They work together. They use the crossfires, spray through the soft wall. Solotov's having a really rough game. 1-7, by the way. Not common for him. And so G2 turn their attention to the site. Hatch is open. Mirror's dismantled. The breach is open as well. But Shaiko is still playing aggressively over on the yellow stairs. A C4 doesn't find its mark for Bride. Neither does Shaiko's.
He's running. Oh, okay. He just flew out the door. All right. Didn't see that one coming. And that right there might just give G2 the numbers of engines that they need. They can now overrun the bomb site, 4v3, and trade bodies evenly. I don't know if there's any Capcan traps on the bomb site, but that could... Ooh, look at this.
Oh, no. Oh, Blaz, you got to check your corners. Lair, what's going on here, boys? G2, you had the round in the bag, you had the numbers advantage. Big kill for Stompin, 11th. And now he goes for that plant. Alan now has to cover. Brede and Leakofak, where are you? There's no diffuser plant as of yet. And Leakofak up above finds that denial. It's all that Falcons need. Another sigh of relief for Brede after Falcons find a round win. I'm telling you, Pengu, every time Falcons are losing the game but win a round, the first thing that you see on the player reactions is a huge sigh from Brede.
You've really been taking note of that. I think it's so funny, but it's true. I mean, I don't know. I guess that's what Brede does, man. He's like, oh my god, yes, we won. Oh my god, yes, it's fine. It's over. Some of these rounds, I mean, they're a bit torturous if you're a dead player just watching the action, because there's so many things happening that can be going either way. This right here, if Blast hears Leakofak or checks the corner, that can be a round-defining moment. If Shaiko runs out the door and kills Stumpin, round-defining moment. And there's so many of those. It feels like almost every single round. G2 did show us a slow first attacking round, but I think that's fine. They still again got rounds to play with. There's also a basement roam strat, so I mean, how fast can you really go? Now they don't have to go fast. This was more of a fun thing where they did it earlier and it worked so well. On the flip side, Falcons might be preparing for it and bringing things that slow the game down because they're playing information game, whether it's the Valkyrie or the Echo now. Melusi Banshees again to slow things down further. Goyo canisters. Falcons got a good amount of utility here to just stop any direct push.
That's what you gotta have. If G2 show the pace that we saw from them on Kafe. Yeah, it feels like a lifetime ago that we had that incredible map of Kafe. Consulate is quite a different beast. And like you said, G2, they've slowed right down. What's the plan this round, though? Teeter on the yellow stairs as a nade clears out some util. Not sure exactly what that got, whether it was Banshees or Mute Jammers or Vulcan canisters from Goyo. But the entry is, oh, there you go. Some Vulcan canisters as the yellow stairs burns, and the entry comes through to admin. Textbook take here for G2 for now.
For now, but oh, there comes the C4. It goes boom, takes down Doki again, dead early. And this position for Solotov, the Soda Machine shield, that's like the biggest obstacle to overcome on the attacking side. Now you're down some grenades, down a player. He's right on the corner. It's a Nook, has to shoot the default cam. No sneaking around right now, but Lair has a good feeling on this one.
Yeah, and he's going to get it right as well. Sees that Warden. Leakofak takes out the drone and falls on back just in time to dodge the bullets. So the minigame continues downstairs. I think Leakofak may loiter below for a little bit longer, but doesn't have that nitro anymore, so he may as well move back to side, more or less.
Yeah,
Laz is waiting for an overpeak.
It's not happening though. Disciplined gameplay from Falcons, playing their hard positions. They gotta get those nades active on admin, clear that shield. I think now they have falling back.
Oh, look at that read.
I'm reloading.
The over-aggression.
Exactly what we need to see.
Yellow door last round, Shaika runs out. This time jumps up out the window. Yes, it can work, but you already got the opening pick. Leakofak got Doki. You had the 5 versus 4. You got the bomb site. You got the plant deny. Now it's back to even numbers.
Oh, close with the shotgun though. But Users gets spotted by Loira. He snuck back through the bomb site. He went long desk and now he's got the backstab that might win this round. Falcons, 2 players inside a meeting. Solotov put down and the last one falls very swiftly. Yeah, give yourself a clap, give yourself a pat on the back, G2. You're 1 round from taking back that crown.
The solo swings from Falcons, I just don't think it's a solution. I'm completely down with like acts of desperation when you have to, but I felt like that round was so stable until the jump out happened. Then Lair finds the gap, they walk in the plant default, and there's no real way back for Falcons. They don't have the manpower, they used the C4 for a kill earlier, the Yoga drone ineffective or a shot, I'm not entirely certain. I want to see them play together. They did it so good in the first 2 maps. where go back to Kafe on one of the attacking runs, right? League effect grenades a guy playing in the pixel corner, then Shaco swings, gets a free kill. It's those kinds of 2v1 mini games that we need to see from Falcons. Right now we're seeing people going for a 1v1 gunfight without any sort of backup. No other backstab, punishment, verticality, trade, nothing. It's solo aggression. Solo is bad. Especially when you have numbers advantage. Use them. Play the 2v1. Force good gunfights, or wait for G2 to get into a spot where you can take a good gunfight.
And it's heartbreaking with Falcons because Kafe, it was fiery, it was beautiful. G2 in control, but it was incredible siege. Bank was back and forth. It was a bloodbath, and Falcons, damn, they looked good there. Here on Consulate, it doesn't feel like a grand final. This doesn't feel like a serious matchup. G2 is dismissing Falcons. They've run out of gas. They've run out of steam.
Close to me!
Where is the fiery Falcons that we saw on Bank? That's a little bit of it. Solotov needs his confidence back. He's been on that breadstick for a hell of a long time. Gets that kill, stomping. Top fragger for G2 is down. But Doki, look at the way he loiters below with this shotgun. He's hungry for something.
No one's quite nearby, and once you leave the staircase, the ammo shotgun loses a lot of value. Secondary gotta come into play. A Capcom trap being put down middle of the round.
Logic bomb.
Good info, but G2 can't act upon this because they're so far away from those drones themselves. They're going fishing.
Well, listen out for those logic bombs. Lair. Impeded by a barricade.
Ooh.
He sees that there is one above. Doki needs to take that fight. He's just holding on to the yellow stairs for the majority of the round. That's his job here. Lair now wants to make his way up. He's assisted by Alamau on that Montaigne. Smoke has been spotted. It's an aggressive play for Alamau. And Blaz finds the opening kill. Oh, Bride. Oh, Linkafak. Oh, no! Another one for Blaz! One by one, Falcons will fall! What can Usus and Shaiko pull out of nowhere? When Doki is so close, Alamau has confirmed that kill. Falcons are on their last legs. The shotgun is here. The drop shot likely to come through. Doki just needs it. Usus wins it with the bailiff, but he's left all alone. Falcons, they may have just fallen. Unless if Usus can pull this out of nowhere. Alamau on the Monty and Lair to support. All they need to do is march on forward. They see him on that drone. The Falcons put all their hopes and dreams on the shoulders of Usus. As he reloads that bailiff, he prepares. 40 seconds to play with for G2. How do they play with it? Alamau spots him again. He's on that diffuser. The angle spotted from Lair, who has been phenomenal for G2 in this stage. It's peak form Lair covering as the plan has gone down. Falcons have fallen. It's regicide in the EML as we crown a new king. The third era of G2 is here. And with new blood and passion reunited, G2 are back where they belong.
A lot of questions about Stomping joining G2, a lot of questions about the roster itself and the core elements that the things they've been struggling with for so many years. I'm not sure if Stomping has solved this team or not, but it certainly looks to be the solution. A convincing Grand Finals victory, a very convincing stage to them across the board. Consistency is here now. Yes, maybe a honeymoon phase, maybe a new era for G2.
And a little birdie has told me that we may get to hear from Stompin and Doki after the break. Do not go anywhere. We have a big G2 interview coming right up. And dash together. Unbelievable.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left.
There's no way. Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. And they've given him 4
they find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
G2 are just setting this bar very, very high.
I've got to ask you, Doki, I saw you drumming before the game. What were you listening to?
Don't judge me for this. I was listening to Ride by Lana Del Rey, and I was just loving it.
Wow. Is that why you're dropping big numbers in EML right now?
It's Lana. It's Lana.
That's the solution.
And now Alano's got a problem. He's coming up against the Warden, but he manages to win the fight. Gets himself a triple.
Player has to swing him. He knows it has to be close. There's them out in the dying throes.
I hope you're watching this, Lana.
Absolutely. G2 are your Stage 1 EML champions. A well-deserved victory. They snatched that title away from Falcons. They've had it for a full year, and now it goes in the hands of G2. Well-deserved, as we said, rising to the occasion. An all-star team, and they're showing their worth.
Yeah, we've seen an evolution from a team that has waited almost 2 years to reclaim that title. After utter domination from Falcons, it's G2 that takes it. And in this match, Jack, they just wanted it more. They wanted it more. We saw that on the third map. They won every single matchup. It was absolute domination. They were there to win. It got only close because of Shaiko in that last round of Bank.
Yeah.
But for the rest, Jack, they dominated that matchup.
The first round that they lost was Lair ego challenging a 1v2 clutch. That's how confident G2 were. So they're playing off the back of such confidence, and it's resulting in this unrelenting aggression, and they just keep going, aggressive, non-stop, team play, together, in your face, doesn't stop, keeps going, and they just blew Falcons away on Consulate.
Honestly, it just feel like watching the Brazilian core play style. We have two staff, Ramalho and cameraman from Brazil. We have two amazing players, an IGL in Alemão and a huge fire in Lair, and you can see both of them stepping up today. But one guy that really steals the spotlight is Stompen.
Yeah.
Once again, debut in his stage, and once again, 31 kills again. Almost, that's gonna be double digits on average on every single match. This matchup, he's been incredible. And the impressive thing with it is the maturity. It seems like he doesn't get any pressure, which is crazy.
And it's crazy. He's 18, coming into it, moving continents, let's remind you. Moves continents, moves to Scotland, joins G2. You know, there's so much pressure joining G2. It's not like basically any other org. There's a couple of different orgs on it, but G2, the fan base, there's so much pressure. You are expected to win. And he just doesn't look bothered by it whatsoever. He applies his trade, and he's become such a high-quality addition. Even in the final, his first final in terms of Pro League, in terms of Tier 1, and he's still smashing it.
And I'm sure that he's been listening as well to you two saying this, because we are delighted to have a duo interview with Stompen and his newly acquired big brother, Doki, as well, joining us on the broadcast. Good evening, guys. A massive congratulations on this title. EML Stage 1 champions. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling amazing, you know.
We're feeling awesome, dude.
Can't wait to go play LAN.
So serious, Zach. Fucking let's go, baby! Let's fucking go. First in the league, first Pro League season with you, and you've won it. Now what's next? EWC?
Yeah.
SI?
EWC.
Give me the money, baby! Give me the money, baby! Let's go!
You're carrying me.
Let's go!
I love the difference in vibes and the difference in dynamic between the two of you. It's actually a bromance that I live to see. Stompen, I need to ask you a question, because we've seen you way less than Doki, I guess, in interviews. Some people have compared your path, I guess, closer to what Bolo was and what Spoit was, because huge content creators, and then they arrive in Pro League, you know, and they have this amazing career. What do you think that is? Do you think that you're going to follow the same path? Is that something that you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm looking to do this for years, you know, like, I love content creation, but, like, this is my main focus right now, and I'm ready to play for years.
And do you think adjusting from content creation to, I guess, the rhythm of pro play, I think we both know about it. I think G2 especially has a huge work ethic and puts in the hours. How was it for you adjusting to that?
Oh yeah, it's not bad. Like, we work a lot, but it's worth it, man. You know, we're playing good, winning games. Can't wait to keep winning, you know?
How do you guys find the pressure, I suppose, especially you, Zach? How do you find the pressure of having such massive support behind you, and you're also playing with some big names, you know, Doki, Alemão, huge names in European Siege, and against some big names? Obviously, Shaiko was a big name that you were against today. How do you deal with that?
I don't get nervous around Doki. I mean, I'm kind of better than him, but like around the other players, it's just like, I don't get nervous playing anyone, to be honest. Like, not even like ego, it's just, I don't really focus on who I'm playing. I just focus on myself.
You just enjoy playing the game, bro.
Yeah.
You just love the game. That's all for the love of the game. That's it.
Yeah. I just play my game.
It's amazing, especially being so young and coming into Pro League here, as we're talking about. Now, let's talk about this game. The pressure was really high. You're stealing the title away from Falcons. Talk to us about this match. Did you expect it to be this close? How did it go in your opinion?
I mean, we could have 2-0'd, honestly, but I knew it was going to be a close game. I knew it wasn't going to be easy. I mean, it's Falcons. They're really good. But yeah, like I said, we could have 2-0'd, but third map, 7-2, so it was close, but we could have 2-0'd, so.
Yeah, I think Bank, like, is a historical map for us for having, like, a lot of comebacks, so, like, it was just another one of those situations. We didn't close it out this time, but, you know, 8-7, I think they have a really good Bank, so we can't really be upset about that. We had a blunder in the last round, but, you know, shit happens, so whatever, my bad, whatever.
Jack, looking at you here, because you're probably the more experienced on the roster with Carl, what is going to be the preparation going into EWC? Are you guys going to boot camp? Like, what's the process like in the next 2 weeks?
Well, Zach's away to Greece tomorrow morning on a holiday. I'm going to Ireland. I'm going to get absolutely pissed for like 4 days straight. I think Lloyd is going to see his parents in America for a few days. Yeah, but all jokes aside, we're taking 4 days off to reset. These get you, Blaz and Alamal and Blaz's girlfriend are going on holiday to Greece. So they're going to chill for a bit. I have some business to attend to in Ireland, going there. And then, Lloyd going to see his parents. So I think that'll be really good for everybody, just to get a break. We've been grinding really hard the last, 2 months?
Yeah, a month and a half, 2 months,
8 or 9 naps some days, like scrimming, so it's like a lot. So yeah, we're going to take 4 days off and then we're back. No boot camp this time, I don't think. I think we decided we're playing good at home, we're doing good work here, so let's not mess around with that. Keep the boot camp for maybe later in the year, another time if we want to do that. But yeah, G2's great, so whatever we need, they kind of give, so whatever. If we want to go boot camp, I'm sure they can sort something out.
It's great to hear. I think the free time off is definitely deserved as well going into this. Now, Doki, we checked up on you, with you at the beginning of the stage about how it is to have someone move into your house, work with them together so closely. How is that for you now? How have you found the stage, having this new younger brother live with you?
Yeah, good. I have a spare. Sorry.
Why are you saying no, Zach? What's going on? You're just like, no, it's not been good.
It's not my brother. He's just a friend,
What?
Just a friend.
What?
Is that romance, friendship, whatever you want to call it?
That's actually.
No, I'm kidding. I look up to him.
You get disciplined later.
He's basically family at this point.
But you know what I said yesterday? The first couple of weeks, I'd say, were pretty. Getting used to each other. Well, not even first couple of days maybe.
First days.
Yeah, the first days, but we clicked pretty quick. But yesterday I went down the stairs at 9 PM after we finished scrims, and I seen Zach 9 PM by the way, and I was like, by the way, I haven't seen you today. I totally forgot you were here. and he was like, oh yeah, see you later. And we just both went did their own things. So now it's kind of we're used to it, so it's whatever. But yeah, I'd say first couple of days were getting used to, but I love having people over, meeting new people, friends, stuff like that. So for me, it's great. Absolutely helped me out a lot this stage, my mental as well. I was in a pretty shitty spot before it probably, but yeah, it was good. Glad you came. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me. Of course, I walked into your house.
You walked in? Yeah, you actually walked in and you dominated the house. You took control.
Am I a struggle to live with?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, you just.
He's not gonna stay that on camera.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Nah, but we'd love to see this. I mean, it's huge for you too. It's really good to see you be so happy with each other and really finding your own vibe in this kind of atmosphere with the two of you. Now, before we let you go, obviously it's been a long day for you two. Is there anything you both want to say to the fans supporting you?
Just thanks for all the support, I guess. I don't know what else to say.
You gotta get trained by the G2
we need some media training right now. Give us
show how it's done. You want to say thank you to all the G2 fans for supporting us, even the haters, because they fuel you to play better every game.
Yeah.
You want to say thanks to Jinxie and the boys because they are constantly streaming and supporting you.
Appreciate all the boys streaming the games, supporting us.
And also what else? We're
to buy a specific skin or something.
You're
obliged to say
buy the zero skin, and if you don't, fuck you. Let's go. That's exactly what you want to do. That's how you get media training, EML champ.
Not sure about the middle finger as media training, but
that's exactly how you lose your job. Let's go.
Yeah, this kind of feels like live media training gone wrong and some spicy. We're getting close to midnight. I can see where this is going to. But guys, thank you so much for joining us on the desk here with answering our questions. Once again, a massive congratulations on this title, EML Stage 1 Champions. It is massively deserved. Enjoy your time off and good luck with the LAN event.
See you in Saudi, guys.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Bye.
That was awesome. I love that so much, having the two of them just there answering our questions, talking about how this whole stage has been for them in general, because it is a totally different dynamic when you have just this 18-year-old moving in with you, randomly being in your space, working together like that, but it's worked out so well for them.
Yeah, it felt like a honeymoon at the beginning, Jack. Yeah. And now it's starting to feel a little bit more like actually a team that has found the missing piece.
Feels like a rejuvenation. It really does. And it feels like it's the right fit for everybody. I'm not sure about the media training, but apart from that, everything else is going.
It's an ongoing
By
process.
the G2 bundle, by the way.
It's an ongoing
it's a process. But no, genuinely, like, it's fit perfectly. I think Doki's rejuvenated, moving LML back to the IGL, the identity that these guys want to play with, they're all individually so exceptionally talented. And when you put them in a system where they can all thrive, they can all shine, they can take risks because they know they're better than most people that they play, and the team play, the culture, it all seems to be heading in the right direction.
It's amazing to see this for G2. Like, having a new team dominate at the top is something I think we really wanted to see as well. Obviously, it would have been great for Falcons if they would have wanted to continue that reign, that massive amount of success that they've
Oh, they will be back.
But they will be back, and it's kind of like their comeback demon villain arc, whatever you want to call it, potentially going into stage 2. But for G2, this is a massive moment of celebration. It's a massive moment of celebration for us in general. This is the whole stage done. It's kind of crazy with how fast it went. Is there anything you two want to say, like to close up? Anything you want to say to thank the fans, maybe?
Alright, so buy the zero skin.
Don't
was
swear.
it again?
Do not swear.
Thanks to G2 fans. And what's the thing with the finger again?
Something about F the haters.
Oh, yeah, something like this.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it's been a lovely show, a lovely stage. I've had so much fun here. I've actually loved maybe less the travel time, but except for this
Maybe less the tattoo.
Yeah, maybe like forcing
Oh,
on
I need to do that.
a terrible tattoo on my forearm probably was not the best thing.
I
but
was going to do that in solidarity.
I will say this studio is amazing. You guys are amazing. I think we had amazing matches, some really rising levels of teams. We've seen an EML that consistently has improved in terms of consistency in teams. I think overall we can be all happy with this stage, and I hope the viewers also liked it.
This is just like a normal analyst desk, because Leo says everything that I want to. There's literally nothing I could add for
You
that.
just smile and wait.
Yeah, I smile with. Apparently I nod too much because he says so much good. I'm just like, yeah, great. Oh, no, it's been a phenomenal stage. I've loved it so much.
It has been. I mean,
Big dog. And actually, I will say this, I've always got a bit of personal bias to G2. I think that comes out, and I'm very, very pleased and very proud of them, because it is a roller coaster supporting that team. It really is. And, anybody who's got any kind of affinity will say that. But they've come out and absolutely dominated. They've looked so good.
They have. I mean, we have a new big contender for Europe when it comes to international play. Next to Falcons, who've already been very good at that part for the last few years, it feels like. We have another Titan entering the chat, entering the battle here. But this is it for us for the stage 1 of the EML. It's been an absolute pleasure. I really enjoyed working this with you two here. It doesn't really feel like work when you're just having so much fun half the time, or almost all the time, I feel like. A massive thank you to all of our casters. They have been through some of the hardships with some of our really, really close games. A thank you to production as well for always putting up a wonderful show, for letting us do whatever the hell we want to do on this desk here, it feels like sometimes, providing us with amazing graphics as well. And of course to you, the viewers, for sticking around with us throughout the games, throughout some of the podcasty stuff we have been doing over here as well. We appreciate your support so much in the chat. We're going to sign off now. This was it from us here for stage 1 of the EML. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we hope to see you again for stage 2.